own little sister. Saving her isn't for any reward from you, Your Excellency Ghost King. Great Steward, you're such a petty person comparing a gentleman. Shuibo knelt down. He lowered his head. It was this old man who wrongly accused you. Please forgive me. The Ghost King also regretted. Jianshen, I suspected you just now. I'm sorry. The male lead was generous. Don't sweat it. You two don't need to be like this. Really, I understand how you feel. It's all for Zhuzer. Now that the pill is refined, then let Zhuzer use it. Although the effect isn't great, it will slow down her life force from fading. He put the resurrection pill into Little Shu's mouth. Ghost King said softly. Zhu Mater, I am your father, can you hear me? Little Shu still didn't respond. The Ghost King and Shuibo were devastated. Even though Jianshen said the resurrection pill was no longer effective, I still had a little hope, but now I've lost all hope, he roared in pain. Heavens, Zhuber isn't even 15 years old yet, do you want to take her away? Lightning flashed across the ghost realm sky. You're too cruel, the male lead comforted. Your Excellency Ghost King, don't despair yet, he said seriously. I still have a way to save Shu. Shuibo was anxious. What, you have a way? The Ghost King also regained hope, young Master Ling, is that true? The male lead confirmed. This method is dangerous, but it's better than dying, he inquired. But this method has one difficult point. It requires a ground-tier flame to be used. I don't know if you guys have any way to get that. The Ghost King hesitated. Ghost King Lin has a ghost fire cave. The fire in it can meet your requirements. The male lead was puzzled. Then isn't that perfect? The Ghost King explained. But to get there you have to go through the lava hell road, and you have to go through the blazing flames to get in. Can you do it? The male lead patted his chest and affirmed. For Zhuer, nothing is impossible. The Ghost King was moved and clasped his fist. For my daughter, you are not afraid of the lava hell road, young friend Jianshen. I thank you in advance for this great kindness. This old man has remembered it. The male lead said softly. Shuber, please forgive Jianshen for being impolite. With that he bent over and picked her up. He was anxious. Your Excellency Ghost King, there is no time to delay. Take me there right away. The Ghost King led the way. Okay, follow me. The male lead nodded. Sorry for the trouble. The two quickly left. Shuibo stayed behind and prayed. Young Master Ling must save the little princess. The two arrived at the ghost fire cave. He looked at the raging sea of fire in front of him. Is it here? The Ghost King nodded. Yes. He pointed to the end of the mountain road. Ahead is the ghost fire cave, and the path to the cave is the lava hell road. Ling Jianshen reassured. I understand. Your Excellency Ghost King, please wait for me to come back. I'll return a healthy Zhubier to you. The Ghost King did not hesitate. Yes, I believe you. Without further delay, the male lead jumped down. Several people around pointed below. Holy crap, look! Someone rushed into the lava hell road. Several rubberneckers looked down. Dude, does he have a death wish or something? Last time, a guy at the peak of the martial spirit realm wanted to enter the ghost fire cave, but he was burned to ashes before he reached halfway through the lava hell road. This kid is only at the beginning of the martial spirit realm. He's definitely a goner. The Ghost King has great confidence in the male lead. Although we haven't known each other for long, Jianshen is definitely not a fool. I believe he can definitely break through the lava hell road and enter the ghost fire cave. Qin Hao exclaimed, Big brother, it's that stinky kid Ling Jianshen. The man said, I see him. Xin Tian crossed his arms. This kid is still so clueless. Below the martial king realm there is absolutely no way to survive the lava hell road. He just wants to die. Shu Tian clenched his fist. What a pity, I can't kill him with my own hands. Qin Hao covered his mouth, trembling. But witnessing him being burned alive is also a kind of enjoyment. Haha, just thinking about that scene. Xin Hao revealed a twisted expression. My excitement and exhilaration are uncontrollable. Haha. Seeing his younger brother laughing like a maniac, Shu Tian thought. After being defeated by Ling Jianshen, even though Hao Sher's body has fully recovered and his strength is increasing day by day, his mentality is becoming increasingly twisted. As Ling Jianshen stepped down, the raging flames on both sides bubbled intensely. He lifted his foot and stepped forward, the first step causing the raging flames to soar 3 zang high. Male lead, caught off guard. What's this? The fire is getting bigger and bigger, surrounding everything. The fire tornado from the nether flame hell appeared, engulfing the figures of Ling Jianshen and Shui. Qin Hao. Ecstatically. Ling Jianshen, you're dead meat. The male lead created a protective Q field around himself. The power isn't bad. Only, he smirked, it's a piece of cake for me. The guys above snickered. Damn. He went in. It's kind of boring. How about we count down and see how many seconds it takes for him to be roasted into charcoal? One guy, staring intently, noticed something wrong. Damn. Something seems off. He pointed to the magma tornado. The fire dragon fist never moved to the cave entrance at all. Could it be Ling Jianshen, unharmed, carrying Zhao Shui, perfectly intact, walked out from inside the tornado. He calmly walked towards the cave entrance, the raging flame slowly receding behind him. After seeing what he needed to find, Ling Jianshen stopped, his eyes sharp. Eh? The onlookers were astonished. How is this possible? Holy crap, I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. Damn, so fast this kid has reached the fiend fire cave. Xin Hao was furious. Why is he unharmed? Shu Tian held his head. No. Why is this? Even the Ghost King was surprised. Although I knew Ling Jianshen would succeed, I didn't expect him to breeze through the fiend fire cave so easily. The male lead stood before a purple flame, the purple flame flickering around a skull. Its name, Netherworld Ghost Fire. The male lead was overjoyed. This is a heaven-grade strange fire. Zhuer is saved. He carefully placed Zhuer on a flat stone surface nearby. Then Ling Jianshen walked up to the Netherworld Ghost Fire, politely cupping his fist. All those who can become heavenly fire must possess sentience. This one is Ling Jianshen. Seeking a heavenly fire to cure a friend's illness, I implore you, brother, to be generous and lend a hand. A strange light flashed in the empty black eye sockets of the skull. The skull spoke disdainfully. Your friend's life or death has nothing to do with me. Considering you're being polite, I won't kill you, scram. The male lead negotiated. Sharing a bit of heavenly fire won't cause you any harm. If you're not satisfied, you can name some conditions. The skull flew in front of the male lead. All right. Then find me a heavenly fire with lightning attribute for me to devour. Then I can share a flame to save your friend's life. Ling Jianshen smiled slightly. Senior, you're clearly making things difficult for me. Aren't you also just a heavenly fire? You want to devour a lightning attribute flame of the same grade? Not to mention there isn't one here. I'm afraid you don't have the appetite for it. The skull said mockingly. Hee hee. Whether I have the appetite or not isn't something you should worry about, the male lead said coldly. So, you're saying this is non-negotiable? The netherworld ghost fire flared violently. The sea of fire beneath it also bubbled, screeching, "Ha ha, negotiate! You think you're worthy! Either bring the lightning fire, or get lost." Ling Jianshen activated his spiritual energy, ready to attack. Oh well, if we can't talk it out then let's resolve this with force. The skull's eyes turned cold. Good, good, good. If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. With that, it spat out a powerful purple flame from its mouth. The netherworld ghost fire dividing the heavens. The male lead said coldly. Heh, child's play. He circulated his energy and unleashed a palm strike, powerful divine force. The myriad Tao extinction, true scripture obliterating the heavenly wheel, great Tao. Golden light streaking forward. The heaven-grade flame's momentum didn't diminish in the slightest. The skull exclaimed in shock. What? A mere martial spirit like you? Why aren't you afraid of my flames at all? Ling Tianfan placed his palm on its head, arrogantly. No reason, it's just because I'm strong enough. The male lead grabbed the heavenly flame from deep within the underworld ghost fire. The skull panicked. Return the flame of life in your hand to me. I can give you as many strands of heavenly fire as you want. Ling Tianfan supported Xiaxu, not even sparing the skull a glance. Ha ha, you wouldn't talk nicely before, now you regret it. Too late, the lowly ghost pleaded. It's not too late, absolutely not too late, little bro, listen to me. That flame in your hand is my life's essence. It's indeed a good thing, but if you use it to heal that girl, her body won't be able to withstand it, she'll burn to death. I'm definitely not lying to you. The male lead began to refine the essence fire. I believe you're not talking nonsense. The essence fire was refined, and he unhesitatingly fed it into Jiaxu's mouth. Whether she can withstand it or not is none of your concern. Feeling the power constantly merging into the woman's body, the skull cried out helplessly. You! It raged. If you already believed me, why did you still do that? This time, not only is my essence fire gone, but your friend's life is also gone. Nether fire has already invaded Shen, 8 extraordinary meridians. Ling Jianshen refuted without hesitation. You're wrong. My essence fire is still here, and my friend's life is also still here. He reached out and tapped between Jiaxu's eyebrows, brilliant light radiating from his fingertip. The power of myriad extinctions enveloping Jiaxu's body with golden light. The underworld ghost fire became docile, and icy wings gradually grew behind her back. A large ice bird released cold air, embracing Jiaxu, with the underworld fire in her chest providing warmth, ice and fire coexisting. The skull looked at the creation before him in horror. This is the legendary ice and fire symbiosis. It, 2 eyes filled with tears, relying on crushing methods to help others forcibly refine my essence fire, and also leading out the extreme cold power in the other party's body, forming a perfect state with the essence fire, supplementing and fusing with each other. This guy is unfathomable. Ling Jianshen smiled contentedly. The most difficult problem has been solved. Next we just wait for Zhuenier to adapt to this power and she will be able to wake up. Outside the ghost fire cave, the Ghost King paced anxiously. It's been 6 hours since they went in. I wonder if Jianshen is proceeding smoothly inside. Someone approached from a distance, greeting, "Haha. Isn't this brother Duguxiang?" The Suo family's Suo Tiangxiang cupped his fist. "Didn't expect to meet you here, what a coincidence." The Ghost King returned the greeting, "Brother Suoxiang, long time no see. Coming here again to cultivate that burning fire body refinement art." Suo Tiangxiang laughed heartily. "That's right, recently had some small insights, preparing to borrow the power of the heavenly fire in the ghost fire cave to take it a step further. Wondering what brings Brother Duguxiang here." The Ghost King sighed. "Ah, I dare not hide it. My little girl's incurable disease has relapsed. Fortunately, there is a little friend who knows how to treat it, especially coming to this place to borrow the flame in the ghost fire cave, to treat my little girl." He pointed towards the cave entrance. "They have already entered the ghost fire cave. I am waiting for them to come out." Suo Tiangxiang was stunned. "What? Borrowing the fire flame in the ghost fire cave to treat her?" The Suo family member raised his voice. "I say, Brother Duguxiang, that is top-tier heavenly fire. Just getting a little bit on you will turn you to ashes." He rattled on and on. "Even I only dare to stand at the very edge when I enter, and even so, I can only last for a quarter of an hour at most. You guys actually want to use the skyfire? Isn't that just asking for death?" The Ghost King raised his hand to stop him. "Wait a minute," he asked with a pale face. "Brother, you just said you could only last for a quarter of an hour." "At the very edge," Su Tiangxiang nodded. "That's right." The Ghost King clutched his head in a daze. "It's over." The Suo family member was anxious. "Hey, what's going on anyway? Don't muddy the waters with me." The Ghost King said with difficulty, "My daughter and that young friend have been inside for more than 3 hours. Suo Tiangxiang's eyes widened. Three hours. He patted the Ghost King's shoulder to comfort him. "Hey, Brother Duguxiang, you must prepare yourself mentally." His expression was grave. "Perhaps they can never return," the Ghost King repeated blankly. "Never return." He softly called out, "Ling Jianshen." A loud explosion rang out in the cave, and raging flames poured out. The Ghost King and Suo Tiangxiang were astonished, that is, from within the raging fire. The male lead carried Xiaxu out, and he steadily landed near them. Xiaxu's feet touched the ground, and she happily called out, "Dad!" The Ghost King trembled. "Juanier, is that really you?" Stroking his daughter's face, he checked. "Juer, the cold energy in your body is gone." Juer's eyes welled up, and she tightly grasped her father's hand, smiling brightly. "Yes, father, Juer is back." The Ghost King, with tears streaming down his face, hugged his daughter tightly. "My precious Juer, you're finally well again." Chu Tiangxiang scratched his head. You guys are still alive. Didn't you encounter that black flame?" Ling Jianshen asked in return. "Black flame?" Juer summoned the underworld fire. "Uncle Chu, are you talking about this?" The Ghost King was stunned. "This is..." Chu Tiangxiang's eyes widened, and he stammered, "Underworld ghost fire? How is that possible?" The Ghost King questioned suspiciously. "This is the legendary underworld ghost fire. And my daughter refined this thing," Chu Tiangxiang exclaimed. "Hey, big niece," he rubbed his hands together, grinning. "How did you refine the underworld ghost fire? Just tell me, and Uncle Chu will do anything for you." Xiao Shui innocently said. I don't know how I did it either. It felt like a comfortable sleep, and after waking up, this flame had already been refined, and was inside my body." Chu Tiangxiang felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Refined the underworld ghost fire in one sleep. What is this? Is that even possible? The Ghost King knelt before the main character. "Sword God, I am eternally grateful. I don't know how to repay you." He slammed his head hard on the ground. "If you ever need my help in the future, I, Duji Yu Aoshin, will not hesitate, even if it means jumping into a sea of fire." Ling Jianshen panicked. "Ghost King, please get up quickly." He crouched down. "The bond between me and Juers, these things should be done, Ghost King. You don't need to be like this." Fresh blood flowed from the Ghost King's forehead, showing how sincere he was. "You cured Juer's 9 yin meridians, brought her back from the gates of hell like a rebirth. Now you have directly refined this treasure, the underworld ghost fire, for Juer. If I, Lao Fu, can't even offer thanks and proper etiquette, then wouldn't I be worse than a beast?" Chu Tiangxiang knelt down beside him, clasping his hands and loudly saying, "Please, little friend, teach me how to refine the underworld ghost fire. I am willing to trade everything for it." The Ghost King was speechless towards his friend. "Damn, Lao Chu, you're kneeling like this just to get stronger. You're really shameless. No wonder you look so dumb. But your strength isn't weak, so being shameless is the true path to becoming stronger." Ling Jianshen reached out to help Chu Tiangxiang. "This senior, please don't do this. Get up quickly." They were afraid, grabbed the male lead's arm, and insisted. No. He was determined. "If you don't agree, I will continue to kneel, and absolutely will not get up." The Ghost King pointed at his friend's face and scolded. "Isn't this just being a rogue? I wasted my time considering you a close friend. I didn't expect you to be so troublesome." He covered his mouth and coughed. The Ghost King pleaded with the male lead on behalf of Chu Tiangxiang, sword god. Lao Ye, this friend of mine, isn't bad. He's just a bit stubborn in pursuing the path of martial arts. If your refining method isn't something that can't be passed on, then help him out. We won't lose out. We can add some conditions as well. Xiao Shu also shook the male lead's hand playfully. Sword god Garage, he called softly. Shu Er. She looked at him with her sparkling eyes. Sword god Garage, if you have a way to refine this heavenly fire, then please help Uncle Chu. He's not a bad person, and he really needs it. The male lead sighed and stroked Xiao Shu's head. Shu Er, you really misunderstand me, he sincerely said to the two of them. Everyone, listen to me. If I really had a way to refine this heavenly fire, I definitely wouldn't hide it. He closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. But the refining method you're talking about, I really don't have it. The Ghost King was stunned. You don't have a refining method, Chu Tiangxiang shouted. How is that possible? Chu Tiangxiang held his head. No, I don't believe it. If there wasn't a special refining method, the heavenly fire wouldn't have been subdued like that, and even helped someone else subdue it. The Ghost King stroked his chin. Indeed, as far as I know, normally someone who can use heavenly fire must have special means to refine it, he happily said to the male lead. Sword god, if you really can't pass it on, it's okay not to say it. Don't worry about this old brat Chu Tiangxiang. If he dares to make things difficult for you, I'll beat his ass. The male lead was dumbfounded, he sighed, and patted his head. Everyone, I'm really not lying to you, he said. If you really want to know my method of subduing this heavenly fire, there really is one way. The eyes of the two people brightened. What way? The two of them looked at the male lead, who raised one finger. This is, Ling Jianshen said seriously. Use absolute power to forcibly crush it. The Ghost King exclaimed, Huh. Chu Tiangxiang was stunned. Use absolute power to forcibly crush it. Ling Jianshen nodded. That's right. Back then, I used one punch to shatter the underworld ghost fire, grabbed its essence and then suppressed and refined it, helping Zhuer to assimilate it. The whole process was very simple, and didn't require any special tricks at all. Ghost King now understood. So that's how you helped Zhuer subdue the underworld ghost fire. Chu Tiangxiang was stunned. This, he deflated. Alright then. That truly is a way to subdue the underworld ghost fire, but I could never achieve that in my entire life. Ghost King patted his old friend's shoulder. Okay, I won't say any more comforting words. Sword God doesn't need to deceive us. Let's go. The three of them left, leaving Chu Tiangxiang alone in the wind. Ghost King even waved, calling out, If you ever need to use the underworld ghost fire in the future, you can borrow it from me anytime. Chu Tiangxiang grumbled. Today, I feel like I've been tricked by them again and again. 3 months later, Ghost King City, main gate, Ling Jianshen, spoke up. Ghost King, no need to see me off any further. Ghost King tried to stop him. Hey, Sword God, do you have to leave so soon? Stay for a few more days? Zhao Shui also pleaded. That's right, Sword God Gege, stay for a few more days. Ghost King Forest has so many fun places I haven't taken you to yet. The MC removed Zhao Shu's arm. Uncle Dujiu. I'm only doing this out of necessity, Ghost King asked, confused. Necessity? The MC explained. Recently I've been feeling uneasy, like something has happened back home. After observing things for the past few days, Zhu Mayor is fine, so I have to go back and see what's going on, Ghost King sighed. If that's the case, I won't force you any further. He Wuchang, escort Sword God out of Ghost King Forest. He Wuchang obeyed his orders. Ling Jianshen bid farewell, Uncle Dujiu. Shu Lier, I'm leaving now. He placed one hand on He Wuchang's shoulder and waved goodbye with the other. Take care. Ghostly winds gradually rose, surrounding the two of them. Xiao Shu ran towards the MC. Ghost King called out from behind. Shu Bier, Xiao Shu shouted. Sword God Girge, you have to come back, for sure. She sniffled. Zhuskir will always remember you, Ghost King mused. Sword God, how could such a talented person stay in our Ghost King forest? Zhuskir is completely infatuated, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a frustrated sigh. 2. Ling Family Village. Corpses of Ling family villagers lay scattered, countless. Ling Tishan and the remaining Ling family brothers stubbornly resisted the invaders. Ling Jia said to his younger brothers. You brothers have worked hard. Bloodkill Tower's boss, Zhang Tian, crossed his arms arrogantly. As long as we kill this last group, our mission will be perfectly completed, he yelled. Tonight, I'm treating all the bros to Chunfeng brothel. Cheering and roaring erupted behind him. They clamored excitedly. Thanks, boss, haha. Killing people during the day and hitting on chicks at night, so lit. What are we waiting for? Kill them all quickly. Ling Jianshan angrily cursed. Damn it, I'd rather die than submit. Our clansmen, let's fight them to the death. The people of Ling family village charged forward, shouting. Let's fight. Even if we die, we'll die standing. Killing one is breaking even. Killing two is a profit. Kill the boss. Blood ferociously swung his sword in response. All of you, go to hell. The force of the slash was terrifyingly strong. flying straight towards the group of Ling family village. Ling Tishan didn't have time to do anything, only managing to shout, "Not good!" The power of the slash shattered the entire group. Blood's boss smugly said, "Heh, insignificant." Ling Tishan and his people lay sprawled on the ground, lamenting, "Damn it, he's too strong, cough cough." Blood's boss walked forward. Standing in front of Ling Tishan, he arrogantly said, "Rest assured, no matter how much useless trash like you resist, you'll still die." Ling Tishan angrily shouted, "Don't be happy too soon. Sword God will avenge me sooner or later." Blood's boss burst out laughing. "Ha ha," Ling Tishan asked. "What are you laughing at?" Blood Bro said, "Truth be told, the reason we massacred Ling family village was to lure out that Ling Jianshen guy. You guys think Ling Jianshen is invincible, but to us he's just a pile of dung." Ling Tishan was stunned. "You want to lure out Ling Jianshen? What do you want to do?" Without another word, Blood Bro raised his sword to strike and said, "Go to hell and ask." Ling Tishan closed his eyes, gritting his teeth and accepting his fate, thinking, could it be that Ling family village will really fall today? Flying down from the sky, Ling Jianshen shouted, "Stop!" Blood Bro was startled and stopped, blurting out, "What?" Blood Bro looked up and demanded, "Who are you?" Ling Jianshen flew down with a fist charged with power, saying each word deliberately. "Ling Jianshen." Already above Blood Bro's head, he continued, "Shen." Then Jianshen threw a punch straight into Blood Bro's face, yelling the last word, "Shen." The earth-shattering punch pressed Blood Bro into the ground, creating a large crater, the power of which released shockwaves all around. Ling Tishan squinted, saying, "That's—" Ling Tishan stood up slowly, in disbelief, saying, Ling Jianshen, Ling family disciples, joyfully said to each other, "Look, it's Sword God. Great, we're saved. Heavens, you finally answered our prayers." Ling Tishan, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed, "Sword God, you've finally returned. This pack of dogs has destroyed Ling family village." Ling Jianshen silently drew his sword and replied, "Yeah, I see it." Ling Jianshen coldly said, "Daring to destroy Ling family village, today, all of you." Then he glared and roared, "Must die, son of a—" "Damn it!" One guy jumped out, yelling, "So he's Ling Jianshen. Brothers, kill him. We'll get a huge reward. Even if he's strong, he's just one person. Don't be afraid. Kill him." Ling Jianshen said nothing, adopting a stance with his sword. Then Ling Jianshen unleashed a series of super-fast slashes. Sword God stopped, leaning his sword on the ground. Blood Bro's men were all killed. Those guys died, only managing to utter a few words like, "Painful, too fast. How is he so strong? I don't want to die." The group of people lay scattered, Ling Jianshen said. "Daring to destroy Ling family village, slaughtering my friends and family." His eyes were terrifying. "Speak, no matter who you are, how many people there are, Ling Jianshen will kill you all." The Ling family village disciples cheered, we're saved, so strong." One move defeated the attack range of Blood Demon Hall. Sword God has unmatched talent. If Sword God had returned a little earlier, Ling family village wouldn't have been humiliated and framed to this extent. Ling Tishan shed tears of joy. "Ha ha, our dead clansman." Ling Tishan waved his hand in the air and roared, "Everyone, have you seen? Sword God has helped us avenge our revenge." Ling Jianshen still stood, saying, "Uncle Tai, now is not the time to be happy." Ling Tishan bewilderedly said, "What?" Ling Jianshen remained vigilant, telling everyone, "You guys quickly retreat to a safe place. Things aren't over yet." A scream rose from the rubble, saying, "That's right." Blood Bro flew up, saying, "How can I let things end so quickly?" The Ling family disciples panicked. "Damn it! How is this Jiahuo still not dead? You better die soon. 1,000-year calamity. Don't worry. With Sword God's strength, killing him won't be difficult." Blood Bro flew high into the air, saying down, "Ling Jianshen, if I dared to come looking for you, of course I know your inner workings. How could I not have some preparations?" Ling Tishan reminded him from behind, "Sword God, be careful. I heard some things. I heard that Blood Demon Hall has a kind of forbidden technique that will explode with battle power exceeding 10 times. Absolutely, don't be careless." Ling Jianshen raised his sword, saying, "Uncle Tai, rest assured, even if he can increase his battle power 100-fold, I will still chop him down like killing a dog." Blood Bro laughed wildly and arrogantly. "You think killing my useless trash subordinates makes you invincible? Today I will show you what it means that there are mountains beyond mountains." Blood Bro formed a mysterious hand seal. Blood Bro cast the Blood Demon Hall's secret technique, and a red demon appeared behind Blood Bro. The demon sighed. Then it roared, releasing an extremely great power all around. The disciples of Ling family village said in fear, "The pressure is too strong. This kind of aura is the strongest I've ever encountered. Can Sword God win?" Ling Tishan reminded the disciples, "We must believe in Sword God. If he says he can kill Xianxia, then he definitely can." Ling Tishan tried to resist the pressure, thinking, sword god, keep going, Ling family village is counting on you. Blood bro laughed like a maniac, haha, Ling Jianshen, now you know just how badass I really am, right? Ling Jianshen, not even sweating it, fired back, is that all you got? Blood bro, all smug, yelled, HMPH, watch me tear that cocky mouth of yours to shreds, blood demon, get him. Blood bro pointed at Ling Jianshen, giving the order. The blood demon, obeying like a good minion, dove head first. Ling Jianshen raised his sword skyward. Still chill as heck, yeah, frog at the bottom of the well. BAM. A ginormous golden sword materialized out of nowhere. Ling Jianshen unleashed his ultimate move, the Oblivion Slash. The blood demon kept charging, not a single care in the world. The instant it touched the blade, slice. Blood demon went bye-bye in 2 pieces. BOM. Huge explosion. Blood bro coughed up blood, rolling on the ground like a chump. Gah. Tui. The whole Lingjia village went wild. Yes, he won. So OP. Never thought Jianshen would grow up this much. After this is over, I'm gonna beg him to take me as his disciple. If he refuses, I'm gonna stick to him like glue. Ling Tishan, tearing up, thought to himself. Patriarch, Tiexin, Jianshen has reached a level we'll never achieve. You guys gotta hang in there. He can save you, for sure. Ling Jianshen landed smooth as butter, then slowly approached. Blood bro. Blood bro was all confused. That was my strongest blood fiend's sacrifice forbidden art. Its power is almost as strong as a martial spirit realm expert. How could you defeat it so easily? Ling Jianshen deadpanned. I kill martial kings with a single strike. Taking out trash like you is like taking candy from a baby. Blood bro immediately dropped to his knees, begging, don't kill me, please, Ling Jianshen. Your greatness. I'm just following orders. If you spare me, I'll tell you everything. Ling Jianshen grabbed Blood bro's head, saying, nah. I'll just take it myself. Blood bro's spiritual energy got sucked out of him, flowing into Ling Jianshen's mind through his hand. An image flashed in Jianshen's mind. A dude in Qinghua City. At a tavern, a waiter was all smiles. Welcome, esteemed guest. Come on in. Ling Jianshen was sipping tea solo, while the next table was rowdy. One dude said, hey, you hear, Gi Chunqi's the new city lord. Another replied, damn, it hasn't been that long, and Qinghua City's changed completely. Yet another dude chimed in, yeah, that Gi Chunqi guy's got Wu Tianzong's approval now, he's hit the jackpot, but the hard times for us Qinghua City folks are here. Someone else warned, keep it down, Qinghua army guys are eating over there, careful they don't hear you and drag you away. Ling Jianshen put down his teacup. The next table kept gossiping. Don't know what Ling Jianshen did to piss off Wu Tianzong. Anyone even remotely connected to him, Gi Chunqi's arresting them with Wu Tianzong's experts. Hearing that, Ling Jianshen wondered, why is Wu Tianzong going after me? Did something happen? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Adia! Drawing Ling Jianshen's attention. A drunk slapped a woman playing the zither in the tavern. He cursed. Damn you, ungrateful wench. Turns out, he's Qinghua army soldier Zhu Feng. He yelled, I'm offering you a drink, that's an honor, you don't want it. The woman just cried, unable to say a word. The soldiers cheered. Whoa, looks like boss is drunk. This girl's pretty hot, boss is in for a treat tonight. The table next to Ling Jianshen kept gossiping. Man, the Qinghua army used to protect the people. Ever since official Xu Dongtian got arrested, they become bullies. All those glorious war armors, now worn by these guys, what a joke. The Qinghua army we knew is gone. Ling Jianshen grabbed his sword and left. Zhu Feng grabbed the girl's clothes, cursing loudly. The girl cried out in pain. Ouch, ouch. He shoved the wine jug in her face, roaring, are you going to drink with me or what? An old man, all worried, knelt down, begging, sir, please spare my granddaughter. She's got throat problems. She won't be able to sing again if she drinks. Zhu Feng sneered crudely, kicking the old man hard. I don't give a damn if she can sing after drinking, the woman screamed. The old man fell backward, crying out, ouch, ouch. Zhu Feng quickly drew his sword, pointing it at the old man's neck. He threatened the granddaughter. Your grandpa's life is in my hands. You don't drink, and I won't let him go. The woman panicked, tears streaming down her face, rubbing her eyes, begging. Please don't hurt my grandpa. Wah. I'll drink, I promise. Zhu Feng hyped up. Yeah, that's the spirit. Should have done that sooner. Saved us the trouble. Just as he was gloating, a loud voice echoed. Take off that Qinghua army armor right now. Zhu Feng clenched his fists, shouting, who said that just now? He looked down at the counter and saw Ling Jianshen leisurely sipping his wine, head held high. Zhu Feng was surprised. Huh. He quickly ran over, pointing his blade at Ling Jianshen, cursing loudly. Kid, was that you? You're new to Qinghua City, aren't you? Don't you know our rules here? Ling Jianshen calmly sat with his legs crossed, holding his wine cup, and ordered with emphasis, take off your Qinghua army armor, and I won't say it a third time. Zhu Feng was enraged. You want to die? He jumped forward, swinging his sword. You want the weak to be protected? I'll grant your wish. The customers in the tavern argued amongst themselves. 2-1. A hot-blooded man, annoyed by the Qinghuo army, was about to be killed. Damn it, is heaven blind? Another cheered. Damn, I really hope this young man can kill that Chu Feng. Someone else chimed in. Don't dream, Chu Feng is a 7th level Zhenling expert, unless that kid is Ling Jianshen, otherwise no one in the Qinghuo army can kill him. The tip of the sword was getting closer. Ling Jianshen casually caught it with 2 fingers, as light as a feather. He held the blade with 2 fingers, and then tilted his head back and gulped down the rest of the wine. In his other hand, Chu Feng fell to the ground. He was surprised. What the hell? The customers were amazed and started discussing it. A powerful strike from a 7th level Zhenling expert was actually caught by that kid. What's the background of this kid? Others looked around, his face is familiar. The soldiers immediately stood up, their hands already on their sword hilts, quickly protecting their boss. Just as they were about to rush forward, a sword was stabbed into the ground, stopping them. It was the sword that Ling Jianshen had casually thrown. He threatened, anyone who crosses this blade will be killed without mercy. Chu Feng propped himself up with his hands, anxiously saying, Who exactly are you? Ling Jianshen quickly gave him a punch, slowly saying each word. I want your life. The powerful punch sent Chu Feng crashing face first into the ground, screaming, Ugh, ugh! After a few screams, Chu Feng was dead. Ling Jianshen slowly raised his blood-stained hand. He flicked it, his words a bit sinister. Killing you really dirtied my Ling Jianshen's hand. The customers were even more shocked. What did he just say? He's Ling Jianshen? He can kill Chu Feng with 1 punch. It might be Ling Jianshen. It must be. One person said a bit arrogantly, Gi Chunqi was after him, and he actually dares to enter the tiger's den. Just this kind of courage is different from ordinary people. The young lady went to Ling Jianshen, quickly took out a red handkerchief, respectfully offered it with both hands, and said softly, Benefactor, here's a handkerchief for you. Ling Jianshen replied. Oh, thanks. Then, Ling Jianshen took the handkerchief and wiped the blood off his hand. The young lady and her grandfather quickly knelt down, choking with sobs. The grandfather clasped his hands and said, Thank you for saving our lives, benefactor. The granddaughter kowtowed. This little girl kowtows to benefactor. Ling Jianshen smiled gently, stepped forward to help the 2 of them up, modestly saying, You 2 don't need to do this, quickly get up. That kind of useless idiot, everyone wants to kill him. It was just a convenience. The 2 of them stood up, their eyes still wide with admiration. Ling Jianshen glanced at Chu Feng's corpse on the ground and said softly, I just told him to take off the Qinghuo army armor, but he didn't listen. Now he's dead. Then Ling Jianshen glanced at the soldiers standing in the corner and asked softly, What about you, taking it off or not? The soldiers were stunned. We'll take it off right away. Then they quickly took off all the armor on their bodies and threw it down. Everyone was in a hurry. Young hero, calm down. We'll take it off right away, right away. The customers in the tavern cheered joyfully. To see those arrogant Qinghuo army guys take off their armor in front of so many people, that's so satisfying. This time, Ling Jianshen came back and eliminated the evil. Our Qinghuo city has a savior. There's hope to see the light again. One person said with a sad face. That's just talk. But Qinghuo city has become so chaotic mostly because of Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen turned to look, seemingly a bit annoyed. Another man said, That's right, Gi Chunqi is so arrogant because Wu Tianzong is protecting him to deal with Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen quickly stepped up to the front, his face very serious. The young lady was worried and quickly called out, Benefactor! Ling Jianshen stood with his hands clasped, loudly admitting his mistake. You're right, everything is because of me. Ling Jianshen politely said, Please tell me where Gi Chunqi is. Today I will solve this problem for everyone. A scholar holding a paper fan waved it and said loudly, I know where Gi Chunqi is, but are you really going to find him? All the customers looked at the scholar with wide eyes. Ling Jianshen frowned and emphasized, Just tell me his location, and today I will show you my power. The scholar excitedly closed his fan and tapped it on his hand, looking amused, and smiled. Okay, I'll believe you this once. Today is Gi Chunqi's birthday, and he's currently at the city lord's mansion receiving distinguished guests. Ling Jianshen was a bit interested. Birthday? If that's the case, I have to prepare a big gift when I go there this time. Ling Jianshen, with a hand propped on his hip, loudly asked, Yo folks, quick question. How do I get to the nearest coffin shop? One of the guests under the table was puzzled. Coffin shop? Ling Jianshen smirked. That's right. Gotta order a coffin for City Lord Gi as a birthday gift. Hearing this, everyone stood up. I'll chip in for a plank. I'll donate 5 taels for the coffin. That chivalrous warrior laughed heartily. Haha, a coffin for a birthday present. Didn't know young hero Ling was so thoughtful. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, a huge coffin was carried over from afar. A man boomed, I'm sponsoring the whole damn coffin, not gonna lose out. Another man excitedly rushed over, offering a bag of gold coins. Damn it, I'll throw in 3 caddies of ghost money. One more guy ran over to contribute. I'll donate a paper bowl to burn for him. Someone else straight up chucked a toilet on the ground, beaming, I'll donate a toilet bowl to hold Gi Chunqi's ashes. Ling Jianshen observed the scene, feeling a bit smug. Seems like you guys hate Gi Chunqiu to the bone. If that's the case, Ling Jianshen raised his hand, calling out, let's all go celebrate Gi Chunqi's birthday. Everyone excitedly raised their hands, cheering. Can't miss a spectacle like this, I'm going too. Really want to see Gi Chunqi's head stuffed in that toilet, haha. At the City Lord's mansion, officials were bowing respectfully before Gi Chunqi Wei. Happy birthday, City Lord Gi. May you live to be 100. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your longevity like the southern mountain. An old official shamelessly flattered, I'll be more practical. I wish City Lord Gi all goes well and everything goes smoothly. Gi Chunqi was delighted. He cupped his hands, smiling. Excellent, excellent, Gi Min. Thanks, you all, be seated, he loudly ordered. Bring up the wine and food immediately. Then, maids served dishes one after another, all expensive delicacies. Liu Rufeng spoke up, asking, City Lord Gi, have you heard any news about Ling Jianshen? He gritted his teeth in hatred. That bastard crippled my son. Now, I want to find him and devour him alive. Gu Chunqi stroked his beard, looking at Liu Rufeng with an arrogant tone. Brother Liu, rest assured, Ling Jianshen's end can only be death. Wu Tianzong has already issued a heavenly bounty to hunt him down, and his family has all been arrested. He has nowhere to run. Suddenly the mansion gates burst open. The gate guards were knocked away and sent flying inside. Screaming in dismay, Ugh! Gi Chunqi slammed his hands on the table in shock and stood up. What's all the commotion outside? Ling Jianshen is running over. Ling Jianshen, with one hand, raised a wooden coffin high. He yelled, Aye, Ling Jianshen, never do that things before? Behind Ling Jianshen, all the people were present to witness the death of Gi Chunqiu. All the officials on both sides of the mansion panicked and stood up. Ling Jianshen, violently throwing the coffin straight at Gi Chunqi. Ling Jianshen thundered, City Lord Gi, heard it's your birthday today, so I prepared a gift for you. Gi Chunqi stood still, staring at the large coffin on the ground, surprised. What? A huge coffin? With the character Gi clearly engraved on the front. Ling Jianshen narrowed his eyes, smiling as he asked, How is it? Do you like it? The officials began to discuss among themselves. Ling Jianshen, the guy gave him a coffin for his birthday. That kid's vicious, he's really something, killing people mercilessly. Gi Chunqi silently sat back down in his chair, gripping the armrests. He sneered, Haha, such a grand gift is too much for me. Better save it for you later. Ling Jianshen stepped forward, pointing his thumb at the coffin. He emphasized, What I, Ling Jianshen, give away, there's no way I'm taking it back, City Lord Gi. Rest assured, the size is absolutely perfect. Liu Rufeng couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his hand on the table in agitation, shattering it into pieces. He jumped up, his face full of hatred, causing trouble, spouting insults. Ling Jianshen, you're being insolent. How can we let you run wild here at City Lord Gi's birthday banquet? Gi Chunqiu smiled, reminding him, Brother Liu, even though you have a feud with Ling Jianshen, take it easy. Ling Jianshen darted forward and punched Liu Rufeng hard in the chest. Liu Rufeng spat out blood and fell backward. He was still unconvinced. How could this be? Lying in a pool of bright red blood, he said unwillingly. Am I going to be killed like this again? The officials and old guards stood wide-eyed in shock, exclaiming, Ling Jianshen killed Liu Rufeng with one punch. That's a true martial realm, 4th-level expert. How could he be powerless to fight back? The commoners standing by the mansion gates cheered along with Ling Jianshen. Monster, peerless monster. What did I say? Ling Jianshen never loses. I heard Gi Chunqi's cultivation is at the 9th level of the true martial realm. If young hero Jianshen can kill Liu Rufeng with one punch, then taking care of Gi Chunqi won't be a problem. Great. Qinghuo City is seeing the light of day again. Ling Jianshen tapped on the coffin on the ground. He said with a disdainful tone, City Lord Gi, the coffin is prepared for you. Don't let your dogs try to snatch it. Ling Jianshen stood up straight, ordering, Hurry up and come over here and lie down in it. Gi Chunqi flew into a rage, jumping up, HMPH, just because you killed a true martial realm 4th level guy you think you're invincible. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, still smiling. In the eyes of a peak 9th level true martial realm expert like me, you're just an ant. The peanut gallery was all riled up. Gi Chunqi, at the peak of true martial realm rank 9. Wasn't he only at true martial realm rank 6? Rumor has it Gi Chunqi got a power-up from some big shot in the Wu Heaven sect, used some secret technique to boost his strength. Looks like it's true Ling Jianshen is so screwed this time. The gossiping townsfolk were equally hyped. Holy crap, is that what real power looks like? I'm about to get blown away. Keep betting, boys, this is it. Don't chicken out now. Think of the coffins, the spirit money, the ingots, and the literal mountain of porta-potties Gi Chunqi will never get to use. We can't quit now. Ling Jianshen drew his Po Jun sword. He said, enunciating each word, forcibly raising your cultivation. Don't think of it as an honor. It's actually kind of pathetic. Ling Jianshen continued gravely. Gi Chunki Bui, today I'll show you what a real powerhouse looks like. Gi Chunki retaliated instantly. HMPH, ignorant fool, taste my palm strike and die. Immediately he unleashed a water dragon palm strike. Ling Jianshen sneered. HMPH, you think that's gonna work on me? Ling Jianshen unsheathed his blade as well, unleashing the godly dragon slayer slash. The two streams of power collided, creating a flash. Gi Chunki was shocked. How is this possible? That was my strongest attack just now. Ling Jianshen grinned widely. Ha ha! Frog in a well. Ling Jianshen unleashed a powerful sword strike. Go die. Gi Chunki was defeated, crashing to the ground. He cried out in a broken voice. Ah! The court officials were flabbergasted. So strong. My god, even someone at the peak of true martial realm rank 9 couldn't withstand a single strike from Ling Jianshen. Unbelievable. Is Ling Jianshen really just a disciple from a small family? Outside, the townsfolk cheered and waved their hands. Hooray! He won! Ling Jianshen won! Ha ha! Our Green Fire City is back! Thank God, finally you've opened your eyes and punished those guys. One guy got super excited. I can't hold back anymore. He ran into the middle of the mansion, excitedly shouting, Sword God Young Hero, the coffin, spirit money, ingots, and the final porta potty, they've all been used. Ling Jianshen was a bit surprised. Then he turned around, smiling playfully, holding up 2 fingers mischievously. Relax, I won't forget. With that, Ling Jianshen slowly walked towards Gi Chunki. Gi Chunki asked in fear. You, what do you want? Ling Jianshen grabbed his collar, kicked him hard, shoving his head straight into the toilet, and replied, A birthday present prepared just for you, can't let it go to waste. Gi Chunki was helpless and started crying. Wah, no. Then another heavenly kick. Go, go, go. Gi Chunki was now lying perfectly inside the coffin, one hand clutching his chest, still unconvinced. You're just a trash martial spirit rank 1, how can you be so strong? Ling Jianshen explained. Looks like when the Wu Heaven sect put a bounty on my head, they didn't tell you that I killed Li Yunfeng, the #1 genius of the Wu Heaven sect. Gi Chunki was so shocked he sat up. What? You can kill Li Yunfeng? He was a powerhouse at martial spirit peak. Ling Jianshen bragged further. Actually, he initially broke through to martial spirit and became a martial king, but he was no match for me. Gi Chunki was finally impressed, and he started begging Ling Jianshen. Don't kill me, I promise you, I'll work for you from now on. I still have a future ahead of me. I don't want to die so early, I don't want to... Ling Jianshen showed no mercy. He swung his blade across Gi Chunki's neck, advising, Better keep your eyes open wider in the next life. Gi Chunki screamed. Ah! He reached for his neck, saying his final words. I just became the overlord of Green Fire City. I just started enjoying this supreme power, how can I die? Then, he stopped breathing, dying with his eyes wide open and mouth agape. Finished with his task, Ling Jianshen loudly said to the remaining officials, Listen up. Green Fire City is the blood and sweat of City Lord C2. Before City Lord C2 returns, if anyone dares to mess with the order of Green Fire City, bullies the common folk, they'll end up like him. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the court officials were tied motionlessly to the pillars. Ling Jianshen slowly stepped forward, still holding his majestic sword. The commoners constantly praised, Young Master Ling has really rid us of a scourge. It's just a pity that the Wu Heaven sect is still after young Master Ling. I wonder if young Master Ling can escape, one guy chuckled. I think young Master Ling has never known what running away means. If the Wu Heaven sect doesn't come looking for Ling Xiao, sooner or later Ling Xiao will kill people from the Wu Heaven sect. Ling Jianshen took each step, his expression a bit thoughtful, his heart worried. My relatives, my friends, and the elder predecessors of the Wu Heaven sect are probably being controlled by the new sect leader of the Wu Heaven sect right now. My current strength is still too low. I can't fight head-on with those suddenly emerged experts of the Wu Heaven sect. For now, I should improve my strength first. On the Wu Heaven sect side of the city mansion, a man was sitting blankly on a chair. This was the Wu Heaven sect's new great elder, named Tu Tiandao. He gritted his teeth, his fingers cramping. Just a martial spirit realm, yet he's causing chaos in Green Fire City. How can that be allowed? An old official stepped forward and bowed. Great elder, calm your anger. I've already controlled many people from the Ling family village and Situ Tianjun, as well as the friends and all the former sect leaders of Ling Jianshen in the Wu Heaven sect. Although we can't find him now, sooner or later he will actively come looking for us. Hearing the old official's analysis, Tu Tiandao pointed his finger. You send people to pressure He Han, Yo Yangfu, and the former sect leader to quickly find the complete Serenity Heart Sutra. That thing, just looking at it once allows one to comprehend many things. It's definitely not an ordinary item. The old official quickly accepted the order. This subordinate understands. At the Ghost King Hall of the Ghost King Forest, ghostly energy filled the air. Ling Jianshen had arrived. He clasped his hands in greeting. Senior Dugu, the Ghost King asked in surprise and joy. Sword God, why did you suddenly come back? Zhumara will definitely be very happy to know. Ling Jianshen went straight to the point. He made a request, "I want to go into the 18 levels of hell." Ghost King was surprised. What? The 18 levels of hell are my? Ghost King Lin's #1 cultivation holy ground? Although it's super helpful for cultivation, it's also crazy dangerous. Why would you, Ling Jianshen? Ling Jianshen's tone was full of determination. All the people of Ling family village, and my friends too, have been captured by the new sect leader of Wuxian sect. I need to level up my strength ASAP. Ghost King, hearing this, agreed immediately. Alright, even though the 18 levels of hell are supposed to be opened according to the clan's rules, only once every 30 years, your great kindness to me means I'll break the rules for you just this once. Ling Jianshen clasped his hands in thanks. Senior Du Ji Yu, this great favor, Ghost King, quickly interrupted. Jianshen, you and I don't need to treat each other like outsiders, let's head over there. With that, the two of them quickly headed to the entrance of the hell. Ling Jianshen followed behind, silently grateful to Senior Du Ji Yu. I'll keep your kindness in mind. Jianshen and Shu'er were standing all lovey-dovey at the foot of the 18 levels of hell, Shu'er said. Jianshen gauge. Many families in the clan heard that father opened the 18 levels of hell for you, and have brought their elites here to go in with you. I hope you don't mind. Jianshen gently reached out and patted Shu'er's head, saying, Silly girl, of course I don't mind. This 18 levels of hell is originally a treasure land for everyone in your clan to cultivate. For him to let an outsider like me in, your father is already taking great care of me. Hugging Jianshen's arm and nuzzling her head against his shoulder, Zhuker gracefully replied, Jianshen Garage isn't an outsider. Such a perfect couple being all affectionate is really giving people dog food overload. Behind the couple were the jealous eyes of other men, seeing Zhu'er being so head over heels for that punk Jianshen. Deep down they were thinking, how can an outsider be so close to Princess Shu? How did he trick her? HMPH, he'll pay for it inside. The intense aura behind him made every single hair on Jianshen's neck stand up. Jianshen whispered to Shu'er, Shuker, haven't you noticed? Your being so affectionate with me has already pissed off a lot of people. Zhu'er acted like she didn't care at all. Yeah, so what? I don't give a damn about what other people think, Jianshen replied. Okay then. But in his head, Jianshen was thinking, you don't care, but once we get to the 18 levels of hell, those jealous dudes are definitely going to stir up trouble. Suddenly, Jianshen handed Zhu'er a book and said, Right, Zhu'er. After the 9 yin cold poison in your body was removed, you actually turned bad luck into good. Gaining the super rare 9 yang spirit body, I have a cultivation technique called the 9 yin profound mystery art, which is perfect for your physique. Receiving the book and giving a bright smile, Zhui Ker cheered. Ooh, thank you, Jianshen Garage. I'll definitely cultivate diligently. The time has come, Shucher's father announced loudly. All right, everyone's here now. I'll open the gate to the 18 levels of hell immediately. With that, he cast a spell, and a huge flame seemed to set the 18 levels of hell ablaze. As the gate opened, Du Ji Yu didn't forget to remind them. The 18 levels of hell are now open. Inside, there are countless opportunities, but also countless dangers. You must help each other, and not slaughter each other. Everyone replied in unison, Ghost King. Rest assured, we will definitely obey your orders. Shu'er, still standing outside, kept waving to remind Jianshen. Be really careful. Jianshen sweetly waved back and said to Shu'er, Don't worry, Jianshen will definitely be out soon. Seeing his daughter's cheerful expression, her father asked Zhu'er, Your Jianshen Garage is going on an adventure. You should be worried. Why are you so happy? Zhu'er then raised the cultivation technique that Jianshen had just given her, telling her father that she was happy because Jianshen Garage had given her this cultivation technique. Dun Jiyu was surprised. A cultivation technique. Your 9 yin body is special. Not just any cultivation technique can be cultivated. Even though Jianshen is very powerful, he's still young and hasn't accumulated much. What good cultivation technique does he have for you? But Xianxia hugged the cultivation technique to her chest. She was very grateful and cherished this gift. I don't know what level it is, but as long as it's from Jianshen, I'm happy. Curious about the contents inside, Du Ji Yu told his daughter to show it to him. If this cultivation technique conflicts with your physique, cultivation will be very dangerous. His daughter carefully reminded her father, You can take a look, but you have to promise me, you absolutely can't let it spread. This is specially prepared for me by Jianshen Gegj. Du Ji Yu then replied, Haha, rest assured, would your father be greedy for your cultivation technique? Your father is the Lord of Ghost King Forest. What cultivation technique hasn't he seen before? As soon as he opened a few pages, seeing each line of content in the cultivation technique, Dagun's sweat dripped down, and he stammered. This is a 9th grade cultivation technique. It's really too unexpected, he thought to himself. I've never seen it before. Turning his head towards the 18 levels of hell, he wondered, I wonder how many tricks that kid Ling Jianshen has up his sleeve that he doesn't know about. Entering the 18 levels of hell, Jianshen looked around for a while and then turned to Chu Li. Brother Chu Li, I don't really understand this 18 levels of hell. Can you introduce it a bit? Chu Li readily replied. Of course. Actually, inside here, the main training method is hunting hell demons. Fighting with hell demons will improve combat skills. After successfully hunting hell demons, you also get hell power. Hell power is the purest spiritual energy. No need to refine it, you can directly absorb it to improve cultivation. Jianshen, hearing this, wondered, does spiritual energy that doesn't need to be refined to improve cultivation really exist in this world? No wonder it's the clan's forbidden area of Ghost King Forest. To have something so magical. Chu Li advised Jianshen, in my opinion, you don't need to worry about these hell demons threatening you, but outside, many talented people are extremely jealous of the matter. With Princess Shu, be careful. Jianshen gratefully clasped his hands. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Chu Li. Just as he finished speaking, someone called out Ling Jianshen's name from behind him. The figure looked very big and strong. Jianshen was a little startled, and immediately turned around and asked, Who are you? A huge guy, probably twice the size of Jianshen, stared intently at Jianshen with a sullen expression. Chu Li, seeing this, covered his head and sighed, saying, I knew it, someone would definitely come to cause trouble. That big oaf introduced himself. I'm Song Hongli. He raised his hand, as big as Buddha's palm, like he was about to do something. Thump! He slammed his hand on Ling Jianshen's shoulder and continued, I'm just here to warn you, stay away from Princess Xuer, or else, he threatened, I'll beat you every time I see you. Ling Jianshen, a bit annoyed, coldly asked, Are you talking to me? Song Hongli, hearing this, turned his head sharply and replied, That's right. If you don't want to die, remember my words. Otherwise. Before he could finish, Ling Jianshen cut him off, chuckled, and said dismissively, What are you? Song Hongli froze. Turning back with annoyance in his eyes, he said, How dare you talk to me like that? The surrounding crowd, knowing only Song Hongli and not Ling Jianshen, chimed in. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to challenge Song Hongli, so reckless, Song Hongli hasn't even prepared to deal with him, just daring to say those challenging words. This kid is done for. Chu Li was sweating, his eyes full of worry, and he sighed. Sing, what I feared would happen has come to pass. Song Hongli's cultivation is, at true martial third level. I don't know if Ling Jianshen can handle him. The long-haired, brown-haired man next to him crossed his arms and laughed, saying, Song Hongli is known as a violent guy. Ling Jianshen, talking to him like that, he's in trouble. Song Hongli angrily clenched his fist, staring at Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen, you've got some nerve. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that, but don't worry, I won't kill you. But your trip to the 18 levels of hell ends here. Hongli threw a steel fist straight at Jianshen's face. Chu Li was very worried, muttering, Song Hongli's strength is stronger than Ling Jianshen, I have to stop him. As Chu Li was about to rush out to help Ling Jianshen, the long-haired, brown-haired man stopped him, advising, Chu Li, you shouldn't interfere. This is their personal matter, let them handle it themselves. But Chu Li didn't listen, shaking off his hand, cursing and saying, This trip to the 18 levels of hell was specially opened for Ling Jianshen by the Ghost King, that's how we got in here. Why are you targeting him like this? Get out of the way. The guy was annoyed, gritting his teeth and telling him, he's not targeting Jianshen, it's Jianshen who's courting death by challenging Song Hongli. As they argued, they turned to see a shocking scene. It seemed that Song Hongli was several times bigger than Jianshen, but Jianshen effortlessly blocked his punch with one hand, saying some casually provocative words. Hey big head, is all your strength in your dog body? Song Hongli still couldn't believe it. How could you easily take my punch? Chu Li and the brown-haired man were also stunned, feeling a twinge in their knees. Chu Li sighed even more, raising his hand to his head. I should have known. That pervert Ling Jianshen never does anything he's not sure of. Back to Ling Jianshen and Song Hongli. With just a light block, Ling Jianshen was able to stop his godlike attack. Sweat was already drenching his face, and Hongli stammered, Jianshen, how can you have such strength? Ling Jianshen smirked and said, It's because. Then directly threw Song Hongli to the ground in a flash. Song Hongli didn't have time to react, only knowing to blurt out, What? After giving this big guy a palm strike, Ling Jianshen finished the sentence from before. It's because Jianshen is stronger than you. The miserable scream of a hulking guy who didn't look ahead and bumped into the wrong person. He was officially defeated. Ling Jianshen said, For the sake of Senior Ji Yu Du, I won't hold this against Song Hongli this time, but the rest of you better behave and don't provoke Jianshen. Suddenly, there was a clapping sound, and Ling Jianshen was startled. A man slowly walked forward, clapping and saying, No wonder the Ghost King made an exception to open the 18 levels of hell. As he gradually revealed himself, he continued, Ling Jianshen, you are indeed very strong. Ling Jianshen turned back and asked, Who are you? The man replied, I am Song Hongli's cousin, Song Yi. Logically speaking, since Song Hongli was knocked out by you, I should avenge him, but for the sake of the Ghost King, I won't deal with you. Then, Song Yi, with a sly expression, said, How about this? Let's make a bet. What do you say? Ling Jianshen didn't seem to refuse, just asking, bet on what? Song Yi then said, since the 18 levels of hell were created, the record of the true martial realm experts is to reach the 10th level and kill 13 hell demons. Let's compete to see who reaches a higher level and kills more hell demons. How about it? Chu Li angrily said from the side, Song Yi, your competition is fundamentally unfair. This is Ling Jianshen's first time in the 18 levels of hell. He doesn't know anything about the situation here. You've been here more than once. Song Yi didn't care, saying, yeah, there's not much fairness in this world, is there? If I didn't give him a chance to compete. Song Yi glared threateningly at Chu Li, saying, he would have been killed by my move long ago, wouldn't he? A ghost appeared, causing Chu Li to tremble and exclaim, this. Chu Li gritted his teeth and thought, such strong pressure, this Song Yi has reached true martial 6th level, 3 realms higher than Ling Jianshen. Chu Li clenched his fists, thinking, this guy's strength is even greater than Song Hongli's. If he really makes a move, Ling Jianshen will indeed be in danger. Ling Jianshen said, it's okay, Chu Li, isn't it just a competition? I accept. Chu Li was startled and asked, what? Song Yi laughed gleefully. Haha, good, great. Song Yi started making suggestions. If you win, I won't pursue Song Hongli's matter anymore. If I win, then you must surrender and go back to my Song family to be judged. How about it? Ling Jianshen also smiled lightly, saying, haha, Song Yi, it seems you and Song Hongli are equally naive. These words made Song Yi exclaim in surprise. Wait, what? Ling Jianshen just laid it out? If I lose, I gotta face the music at the songs, but if I win, you'll drop the charges? Sounds like you even got the juice to charge me in the first place. Ling Jianshen strolled up, saying, you think? His eyes blazing with sass, continued, I'm gonna sweat the Song family coming after me. Song Yi got a little shook, saying, so, what do you want? He was secretly thinking, this dude's cultivation ain't all that, but he's got some serious swagger. Ling Jianshen just dropped, if I win, your Song family coughs up 50 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water, but if I lose, do whatever you want with me, Song Yi blurted out in shock. You said, what now? Song Yi hesitated, saying, 50 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water is kinda pushing it. Then, Chu Li chimed in, Jianshen. Yellow Springs holy water is like gold dust to the 10 big clans. 50 kilograms is way too much. Ling Jianshen just deadpanned. Too much. Seems alright to me. Ling Jianshen continued. Song Yi was acting all high and mighty, clearly thinking he could take me. He's so sure he's gonna win. What's the difference between betting 50 kilograms and half a kilo of Yellow Springs holy water? Ling Jianshen turned to Chu Li and said, I ain't getting it anyway, right? Chu Li just mumbled. Well, Chu Li thought to himself, oh crap, Song Yi's about to get played. Ling Jianshen wouldn't say that unless he had a trick up his sleeve. Song Yi, hearing this, said gleefully, alright, I'm in. You're right, you ain't winning anyway. 50 kilograms of Yellow Springs. Holy water it is, Jianshen stepped forward saying, deal. Ling Jianshen brushed past Song Yi, saying, let's get this show on the road. 18 levels of hell. 5th level, buried dragon hell. Ling Jianshen focused on his cultivation. Pure spiritual energy gathering around him. The smooth green pearl floated beside him. The male lead's eyes snapped open with a flash, and he roared, burst. Instantly, the green pearl dissolved into streams of green energy. Ling Jianshen calmly prepared to break through his bottleneck, only to see the pressure around him suddenly surge, releasing immense spiritual energy. In just a few short seconds, it reached its peak. Pushing out the impurities from his body, Ling Jianshen breathed a sigh of relief. Break through to the 3rd layer. Now he's a true martial 6th layer. He felt the flowing energy within him, feeling refreshed and invigorated. With my current strength, even if I run into a martial spirit realm powerhouse, I can take them down without needing to use annihilation force. A crack appeared on the jade pendant at his waist, and the male lead raised an eyebrow. Chu Li's in danger. He sped through the 4th level of hell. 18 levels of hell. 6th level, scissor blade hell. The stench of fresh blood and scattered flesh filled the air. Song Yi swung his blade, beheading another hell demon. Haha, feels good. I've only been in the 18 levels of hell for half the time, and I've already chopped down over 600 hell demons. The little bro gave him a thumbs up. Big bro is awesome. This time, you've got a shot at cracking the top 100 in history. Hearing this, Song Yi wasn't happy. My goal is the top 50, he asked. Right, how's that Ling Jianshen doing? The little bro reported. I used the power of hell to scout him out just now. That kid's only killed 100 hell demons and is still stuck on the 5th level, Song Yi sneered. Haha, and I thought he was some kind of genius. Half the time's already up, and this kid's only taken down 100. You don't need to waste your hell power on scouting him anymore. He's a goner for sure. 18 levels of hell. 4th level, freezing hell. Chu Li, heavily wounded, was cornered with no way out. Cough, cough. His eyes burned with anger, as if about to burst into flames. Qin Tian, We're both descendants of the 10 great clans. Why are you going so hard in a place like this? Chu Tian led his gang, swaggering in. Everything in the 18 levels of hell is up to fate. Besides, I don't want your life. I just want you to hand over all the hell power you've hunted down. Chu Li barked. Entry into the 18 levels of hell is so precious, you're making me come here for nothing, ruining my future. Chu Tian put on a shameless, low-life act. Haha, the strong are respected. We should let our strength do the talking. If you can beat all of us, you can do the same thing too, he ordered. Brothers, go. Take the spoils that the strong deserve. The little bros behind him cheered. You got it. They charged towards Chu Li without hesitation. Chu Li, don't blame us, Xin Tian said. That's right, if you can beat us, you can rob us too, and we won't blame you. Chu Li's face twisted. Damn it, I can't accept this. Just then, a powerful voice boomed from above. Is that for real? Everyone looked up and saw a dot of light growing larger and larger. The dot of light crashed down, causing the land of ice and snow to erupt. The little bros panicked. Who is it? Not a hell demon. Xin Tian's face paled. Could it be Ling? The male lead's face was expressionless. That's right. The ice and snow scattered across the sky in an instant, just as suspected. Ling Jianshen. Chu Li felt relieved. Glad you made it. Who knew your joke would lead to someone actually ganging up on me? The male lead instructed. You just chill and get some rest. Leave the rest to me. Qin Tian fumed. Ling Jianshen, I'm telling you, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. This is an internal affair of Ghost King Forest and has nothing to do with you. Ling Jianshen shrugged. I'm not meddling. I'm just intrigued by your so-called rules of Ghost King Forest. Pale gold pupils flickered with dark light. The strong can rob the weak, if I remember correctly, right? Xin Tian flinched back. What do you want to do? The lackeys also sensed danger. This Ling Jianshen could cripple Song Heng with just one punch. His strength is definitely not simple. We should be more careful. Should we run or not? The main character kindly informed them. You guys can't escape. The others were shocked. What? Ling Jianshen reached out his hand. His expression was serious. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Hand over the hell energy, and you can avoid the pain of the flesh. Qin Tian roared to reassure them. Don't be afraid, everyone. This Ling Jianshen is only at True Martial Realm Level 3. There are so many of us. We can fight together. The outcome is not yet decided, he reminded them. Don't embarrass Ghost King Forest. Hearing this, the group was as if injected with chicken blood, rushing up ferociously. That's right, there are so many of us, we can't embarrass Ghost King Forest, brothers. Let's go, we are the 10 great families of Ghost King Forest. How can we let an outsider scare us? A strong aura rose from the main character's feet. I've already said all the nice things I could say. If you don't listen, Ling Jianshen said coldly. Then let's fight. The group belatedly realized something was wrong. This kid is already at True Martial Realm Level 6. Those behind were vaguely confused. He was only at True Martial Realm Level 3 when he first came in. Are you kidding me? Could it be that this kid is hiding his strength? Qin Tian trembled all over, his eyes almost popping out. Screw it, what are we even fighting for? He took the lead and bolted. Run! The main character chased after him. A golden shadow flashed over his head. Ling Jianshen gently landed in front of Qin Tian, he said coldly. Anyone can leave here, but not you. Hand over the goods. Qin Tian felt like he'd been struck by lightning, begging. Young Master Ling, the 18 levels of hell don't open easily. Please spare me. Ling Jianshen got annoyed and slapped him across the face. Spare you my ass? Qin Tian's face was turned to the side by the slap. Ah! He was sent flying backwards. The main character rushed over and gave him a kick in the back. Didn't you say that whoever has the stronger strength gets the stuff? Qin Tian bent backwards, spitting blood. No, stop. The main character gathered power in his fist. Ever since I entered the 18 levels of hell, you've been playing tricks behind my back. Did you think I really wouldn't dare to make a move? Ling Jianshen punched. Qin Tian fell heavily from mid-air, causing a large amount of snow to splash up. Qin Tian lay in the collapsed pit, coughing up fresh blood. The main character stepped onto his head. He looked down from above. For the sake of Ghost King, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the stuff or what? Qin Tian trembled and handed over the hell energy. Hand it over. Spare my life. The main character grabbed the crystal stone. Very good. He turned to the group and shouted, hand over all of your hell energy too. The others hurriedly offered it up with both hands. Okay, here it is, young Master Ling. Please accept it. Ling Jianshen collected all the hell energy into his hand. He was satisfied. Very good, get lost. The others were as if granted amnesty, fleeing as fast as their legs could carry them. Yes, we're leaving right away, let's go quickly. Oh, what bad luck, don't complain anymore. The adventure of the 18 levels of hell is about to end. Let's seize the time, maybe we can still find some hell energy. Chu Lai felt comfortable. Haha, Brother Jianshen, this Qin Tian is really useless. Today's matter will make him depressed for 10 years. The main character looked over. Why, Chu Li explained. The 18 levels of hell only open once every 10 years. This time the people of our 10 great families entered, all thanks to Brother Jianshen. Originally, Qin Tian also wanted to take this opportunity to find some opportunities, but unexpectedly he returned empty-handed. If he wants to enter again, he has to wait 10 years. Won't he regret it for 10 years? Ling Jianshen laughed. Haha, Brother Chu Li makes sense. The Chu family is happy like this. The main character placed his hand on his shoulder. Brother Chu Li. Golden Tao energy escaped from the palm of the main character. Since we started entering the 18 levels of hell, you have always helped me. I am very grateful. After extracting the power of hell, Ling Jianshen said seriously, "Let's split this portion of the power of hell between us, brother." Su Li immediately refused. "Absolutely not, Jianshen brother." The main character surprisingly asked, "Why not?" Su Li bluntly replied, "You and Song Yi have a bet with Song Hongli related to face, and this power of hell could be evidence that you killed those hell demons." Ling Jianshen chuckled. "Don't worry, Su Li. Since I dared to compete with those two, I'm definitely confident in winning." So Su Li was surprised. What? The main character gave a portion of the power of hell to Su Li. "Just take this stuff, don't worry about me." Saying that, he also took his leave. Now that I think about it, there's only 1 day left on this trip to hell. I need to hurry up and kill some more hell demons. You take care, Su Li. Hearing that, Su Li didn't refuse any further. I understand. You take care too, Jianshen brother. Let's meet outside in a day. The wind and snow blew past as the two said goodbye there. Su Li watched the main character's back, cheering silently. This Ling Jianshen is so righteous, clear about gratitude and grudges. I hope he can beat those Song brothers this time, to let them know there's always someone better out there. On the last day, the 18 levels of hell were opened. More and more hell demons were hunted down. The main character swung his blade, cleaving the monster in front of him in two. Around him, the corpses of hell demons were piled up like mountains. The main character, due to decreased physical strength, kept panting. Almost done. Time to get ready to get out. At the entrance of the 18 levels of hell, the Ghost King and the 10 great clans were gathered there, waiting for the young people to return. The head of the Qin family, Qin Hongdao, broke the silence. Ghost King. Just what kind of saint is this Ling Jianshen, that you would make an exception and open the 18 levels of hell like this? Someone standing next to him chimed in. Hongdao, Ling Jianshen cured Juera's illness. It's only natural that the Ghost King would reward him with entering the 18 levels of hell to cultivate. The head of the Su family, Su Sihai, glanced over. Besides, the young people from the 10 great clans are all inside. Isn't it a joyous occasion? The head of the Song family, Song Moheng, stroked his beard. Now I'm actually a bit curious. I wonder if those little brats will break the true martial realm record. Su Sihai scoffed. The 2 true martial realm records are killing 1,300 hell demons and reaching the 10th level. I'm afraid even the Ghost King couldn't do that at the same age back then. How could those little guys possibly do it? Qin Hongdao crossed his arms. Breaking the record will probably be a bit difficult, but Qin Tian from my family isn't weak. He has the potential to be ranked in the top 100 in history. Song Moheng refused to be outdone. Huh, what's Qin Tian to you? Song Yi from my family is the real genius. This time, he'll definitely be in the top 50. Su Sihai wouldn't admit defeat either. Yeah, you guys are too naive. Su Li from my family is. Xiao Shui, watching them bickering back and forth, couldn't help but pout. HMPH, Jianshen Gi is much stronger than that Qin Tian, Song Yi or whatever. He can definitely break the record. Following gazes staring towards her. Su Zhanghai laughed. Zhu Kaier, I know you're grateful to Jianshen for saving you. But his strength and talent won't change because of your gratitude. How could he possibly break the record? Song Moheng agreed. That's right. If some outsider could break the 18 levels of hell record, where would the face of our Ghost King Lin be put? Qin Hongdao added. Little girl, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed this time. Zhao Shui angrily, HMPH, just you wait. When Jianshen comes out, you'll... The Ghost King interrupted. Enough. Stop arguing. Look, the door to the 18 levels of hell is opening. They're coming out. The 10 great clans were restless. They're coming out. What will the result be? Song Yi arrogantly stepped out first. Zhao Shui anxiously asked. Jianshen Gege hasn't come out yet. Song Hongli cunningly laughed. Haha, Princess Shu here. I think Ling Jianshen probably lost Big Brother Song Yi's bet. That's why he doesn't dare come out. Xiao Shu didn't understand and asked. Bet? What bet? Song Hongli said smugly. Ling Jianshen and Yi Ji bet on who could kill the most hell demons. If he wins, Yi Ji will give him 50 kilograms of Yellow Spring holy water. If he loses, he'll be judged by my Song family. The others were shocked. Ling Jianshen, to be judged. What's going on? Song Moheng asked Song Yi clearly. What exactly is happening? Song Yi clasped his hands and reported, Patriarch, Ling Jianshen, heavily injured Song Hongli in the 18 levels of hell. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but out of respect for the Ghost King, I didn't take action, so I set up a bet. That lackey is so right. That Ling Jianshen is way too arrogant. This time, I bet Yiji's already killed Ling Jianshen in the 18 levels of hell. Song Mohang looked at the Ghost King, awkwardly. This, Ghost King, about this. The Ghost King stroked his beard leisurely. It's fine. Since Ling Jianshen made the bet, he'll have to bear all the consequences himself. I won't interfere. Song Mohang said to his descendants. If that's the case, then just follow your bet and do it. But you have to be careful and only teach him a lesson. Don't kill him. Those guys respectfully said. Don't worry, Patriarch. Little Shuai pouted. Humph. Who wins and who loses in the bet is still unknown. Now you're already thinking about how to punish Jianshengage. Isn't it a bit too early? Song Hongli said conceitedly. Could it be that Princess Shuai feels that Ling Jianshen can win against Yige? Yige has a great opportunity inside there this time. He's already a 9th level true martial realm powerhouse, and he's killed 1289 hell demons. Such an achievement is probably in the top 10 in history. The others were stunned. What? Killed 1289 hell demons? This is not far from the record of 1300 hell demons. Shuai wasn't intimidated at all. So what, Jianshengage hasn't come out yet. It's not certain that he'll lose, Song Hongli arrogantly said. Princess Shuai, Yige has such an achievement. Our Ghost King Forest only has such a genius once every 100 years. Do you really think your Jianjige can reach that level? The people around also agreed. That's right, Song Yi's achievement is worthy of being the top of the younger generation in Ghost King Forest. That Ling Jianshen is just a tiny true martial 3rd level. How can he surpass Song Yi? Qin Tian resentfully said. Damn it. If it weren't for Ling Jianshen this time, my strength could have increased by at least 2 levels. Now all the glory has been snatched away by the Song family brothers. The Ghost King spoke up. Enough with the flexing, everyone. Let's hear about your own gains a little bit. The Ghost King looked at the Qin family. Qin Tian, I've noticed you haven't said a word since you came out. Then let's start with you. Qin Tian hesitated. Qin Hongtao asked, Qin Tian, not only has your aura not changed at all, but it's also a bit chaotic. Could something have happened? Qin Tian gritted his teeth and made up a story. I was accidentally seriously injured by a hell demon, and I only killed 50 hell demons this time. He certainly didn't dare to tell the truth. Damn it, I stole it from Chu Li first. If I reveal this now, the one who loses face in the end is still me. I can only swallow this anger. Chu Li was secretly happy. It seems that this Qin Tian knows what to say and what not to say. The Chu family head asked, Chu Li, how was your harvest this time? Chu Li cupped his hands and reported, Father, this time I obtained the power of 1321 hell demons. Song Yi shouted loudly. Chu Li, are you kidding me? How could you surpass me? The others exploded. Chu Li hit it so well, he broke the record. Our Ghost King Forest has a talent who broke the record. Congratulations, Ghost King, Ghost King. A genius appears in our Ghost King Forest, a talent that only appears once every 1,000 years. Chu Li explained. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I said I obtained the power of 1321 hell demons, not that I hunted and killed them, the Ghost King asked in confusion. What do you mean by this? Chu Li scratched his head. I hunted and killed 11 hell demons, and the rest were given to me by Ling Jianshen. Song Hongli scolded. Chu Li, you're lying. Ling Jian has a bet. How could he give it to you? Song Yi sneered. If it's really, as you said, that Ling Jianshen is so generous, then doesn't that mean he doesn't take this bet seriously at all? He thinks that even if he gives you so much hell power, he can still beat, Chu Li affirmed. That's right, Song Yi looked down on him. Ridiculous. Ling Jianshen's strength is much weaker than mine. He can't possibly beat me. If he can really win, then I'll kneel down and apologize here. Song Hongli triumphantly said. That's right, Ling Jianshen can't possibly beat Yige. If he wins, then I'll also kneel down and apologize to him. The person who was finally mentioned appeared. Ling Jianshen announced with soaring momentum. Then you can kneel now. Everyone was surprised. Ling Jianshen, Song Hongli, pointed at the male lead and scolded loudly. Ling Jianshen, what are you saying? You want the two of us brothers to kneel down in front of you? The male lead crossed his arms arrogantly. Didn't you say just now that if the number of hell demons I killed exceeds you, then you would kneel in front of me? Now I'm here, why haven't you knelt down yet? Song Hongli doubted. Could it be that the number of hell demons you killed is more than us? Song Yi reminded. Ling Jianshen, there's a price to pay for arrogant lies. The Ghost King and the family heads of the 10 great families have the ability to investigate everything that happens in the 18 levels of hell. You only have true martial 3rd level cultivation. How can you surpass me? I advise you shouldn't talk nonsense anymore. Ling Jianshen confidently said. If you don't believe me, then just investigate, and you'll know. Why waste time here? Song Yi bit his teeth. He pleaded to the Ghost King. Ghost King, please investigate. The Ghost King hesitated. How about we don't? Song Hongli was indignant. Ghost King? Are you biased towards Ling Jianshen? Song Yi was also dissatisfied. That's right, Ghost King. You are the Ghost King of Ghost King City. Why are you biased towards an outsider? Song Mohang pointed at the Song brothers and scolded. The hell, you two rude bastards. You dare question the words of the great Ghost King? Song Hongli clasped his hands. But, family head, this match concerns 50 kgs of yellow spring holy water, and it's also about the reputation of our clan. Even if Song Hongli is being impudent, I beg the family head to investigate. The Song family head looked at the Ghost King for his opinion. Well, Ghost King, what do you think? The Ghost King gave him a way out. Since you want to investigate, then go with Chu Sihai and Qin Hongdao to investigate. Just to be sure. Song Moxing wasn't stupid enough to refuse, and replied, Okay, I think Song Yi and Song Hongli are geniuses of our clan. Of course I will help them, and I will teach this ignorant Ling Jianshen a lesson. The two family heads, Chu and Qin, also obeyed the order. They started to take action, only to see 3 people standing in front of the 18 levels of hell, pouring their spiritual power into the probing magic. Scanning through the opened passage, Song Moxing was stunned. This. The other two were also shocked, only managing to utter one word. Again. The Song brothers ran over. Family head, what's the result? Song Moxing wiped the sweat on his forehead. What was I saying? I think the Ghost King is right. Maybe we should just drop it. The aristocratic cultivators didn't understand what was going on, what exactly happened, what happened inside the tower. Song Hongli was unconvinced. Family head, how can we give up? Could it be that you also want to favor Ling Jianshen and cover up his achievements? The Song family head was angry. You! He cursed in his head. This idiot, I'm doing this for your own good. Chu Sihai laughed heartily. If you Song guys don't want to say it, then let me tell you the result. He slowly and leisurely said. Ling Jianshen broke through from True Martial Realm Level 3 to True Martial Realm Level 6 in Hell. The 10 great families were shocked. What? He broke through to Level 6? How is that possible? Isn't that more than Song Yi now? Some people also felt it wasn't surprising. Ling Jianshen's foundation was low, so it's normal for him to increase quickly. The Chu family head continued. Moreover, Ling Jianshen finally reached the 13th level of the Bloodfinger Hell. This time, everyone was shocked. The 13th level, Ling Jianshen, can actually reach the 13th level of Hell. That's 4 levels higher than Song Yi. Song Yi still held hope in his heart. It's okay. This is just the level of hell. The most important thing is the number of hell demons killed. He can't possibly surpass me. As long as the number of hell demons doesn't exceed me, he won't win. The Chu family head coughed twice to attract attention. Finally, the number of hell demons that Ling Jianshen killed was, he announced an exact number. 28,827. Chu Sihai praised in a low voice with admiration. This doesn't even include the hell power he gave to Chu Li. If we count that, then the total number he killed has exceeded 3,000. The surrounding area was filled with noisy wails. What? How is that possible? It's more than doubled the original record, and he gave Chu Li 3,000 of them. They looked at Nanzheng with admiration. Seen once in 1,000 years, a genius not seen since ancient times. The record created that year was by the Ghost King. Ling Jianshen's record has more than doubled compared to the Ghost King. No wonder the Ghost King values him so much. The great Ghost King really has an eye for talent. Song Yi still looked disbelieving, and shouted loudly. No way! He was furious. Even if I break through to True Martial Realm Level 9, I can only kill more than 1,200 hell demons. That trash Ling Jianshen is only True Martial Realm Level 3. How can he kill so many hell demons? Song Hongli was also on the same side. That's right, I don't believe it either. This is impossible. Song Moxing slapped each of them. Enough. Song Hongli didn't understand. Family head. Song Moxing's face darkened. Are you two not embarrassed enough? The 3 great family heads are here. How can we lie to you? Family head orders. Kneel. Let's go, little sword god friend. Song Yi was stunned. What? Ling Jianshen raised an eyebrow, amused. Little sword god friend. In this world, the strong reign supreme. These people even changed how they address me, calling me little friend, and clearly distinguishing our status. Song Yi trembled with anger. I'm not convinced. The Song family head didn't hear clearly, and asked again. Song Yi, what did you say? Song Yi shouted. Family head, I'm not convinced. Song Hongli also shouted. That's right, I'm not convinced either. Song Yi points at the face of the male lead, Ling Jianshen. You can't possibly create such a record. You must have used some kind of evil magic. He challenges. I'll duel with you. Unless you beat me, I absolutely won't acknowledge your achievement, Song Hongli adds. That's right, I'm not convinced either. I'll challenge you too. Xin Tian calls out. Ling Jianshen. The male lead turns his head. He smirks. You've come to join the fun? Looks like you forgot the pain once the wound healed. Xin Tian provokes. What's wrong? Are you scared? He calculates. Perfect. I'll use others to attack Ling Jianshen today, and take revenge for him stealing my hell power in the 18 levels of hell. Ghost King encourages. Jianshen. If someone wants to duel with you, you should accept. Zhao Shui puffs out her cheeks. Father, how can you let Jianshen Gej face the challenges of these people? It's not fair. Ghost King pats his daughter's head. Shu Gear, my dear, you know you're favoring Ling Jianshen in the eyes of the 10 great families, and that's not fair either. Xiao Shu is confused. Yi Jia, father, what does this have to do with Jianshen? Garage accepting their challenges, Ghost King explains. If you want to marry my daughter, of course, you must have the strength to intimidate many people. If Ling Jianshen doesn't even have the guts, how is he qualified to be my father's son-in-law? He strokes his beard triumphantly. Besides, even if I let him be my son-in-law, if he doesn't have the strength, the people of the 10 great families will absolutely not be convinced. Xiao Shui pleads anxiously. Yijia father, please speak softly, don't let him hear. Ghost King laughs. Haha, Jianshen. Your competition with the 10 great families is your business. It all depends on your will. The male lead clasps his fist. Jianshen understands. He glances at the group of people. The Ghost King must have opened the 18 levels of hell for my sake, causing the 10 great families to be unconvinced. The Ghost King wants me to use force to intimidate them. He chuckles. Well, if that's the case, I'll go big today. The pressure from his body bursts out powerfully. Since you guys are not convinced, then today I will beat you until you are. But, Song Yi hurries. But what? Xintian laughs loudly. Haha! Ling Jianshen, don't tell me you're scared. If you are scared, kneeling down now and begging us for forgiveness is still in time. The male lead slowly approaches. Everyone, you have misunderstood our meaning. Song Hongli immediately asks. Then what exactly do you mean? Ling Jianshen motions with his hand. What I mean is, I'm in a hurry, don't come at me one by one, just come at me all at once. The 3 young masters of the aristocratic families are stunned. No, what? Qin Tian gets angry? Ling Jianshen, you are too arrogant. This time, I will definitely make you regret it. The male lead's mood doesn't change at all. I'm tired of hearing these words. Song Hongli grits his teeth. Ling Jianshen, you dare to look down on us. Where does your confidence come from? Ling Jianshen, I see you are seeking death today, Song Yi says gloomily. Before, in the 18 levels of hell, I gave face to Ghost King and didn't attack you. But I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. He draws the sword hanging at his waist. It seems that today, I won't give you a lesson you'll never forget. The 3 people have murderous intent. You will never know where you stand. Ling Jianshen. The male lead says boredly. Enough talk. Can we start fighting yet? The sword blade is stabbed into the ground, Song Yi says confidently. Ling Jianshen, I don't need to use weapons to deal with you. He clenches his fist and smirks. Today I will let you know the price of bragging. He is 10 parts confident. It's just Zhenwu level 6, I can suppress it with a wave of my hand. Then he jumps into the air. Song Yi takes the initiative to attack. He strikes out a purple illusory imprint towards the male lead. A spectator comments. That's the Wangsheng palm. It's in many martial skills of King Songjiang's palace and can be in the top 10. It seems that Song Yi is really angry, who told Ling Jianshen to be so arrogant he underestimated the talented young people of our Ghost King's forest too much. Xiao Shu is so worried that she unconsciously raises her voice. Father, stop them quickly. Ghost King reassures. Shui, don't rush. If I guess correctly, he will be fine. Zhao Shui doesn't believe it. How can he be fine? Song Yi is Zhenwu level 9. Jianshen Ge is only Zhenwu level 6. This competition is not fair. The ring on the male lead's hand flashes, and his aura gradually gathers. Ghost King discovers the anomaly. It appeared. This power, he urges. Juver. Look. Xiao Shui opens her eyes wide and stares intently. Yeah. Ling Jianshen's pupils glow. The power gathered in his fist is constantly accumulating, and the illusion of King Chujiang appears behind the male lead. He roars. Biluo Huangquan. The crowd around was thunderstruck. That's the yellow springs of the Azure Abyss. How does he have the skills of Lord Chujiang's palace? Could it be he's been learning our Ghost King woods? Techniques on the sly? 2 beams of gold and purple light collided head-on. The head of the Chu family raged. This brat, he cursed. He actually dared to steal our Lord Chujiang's palace's ultimate techniques. Chu Li clasped his hands. Father, it's not that Ling Jianshen stole them. The head of the Chu family was surprised. What? Chu Li explained. The truth is, earlier in Lord Chujiang's palace, he inadvertently gained the recognition of our ancestor and obtained his legacy. The 3 family heads were stunned. What? Song Moheng wondered. Impossible. An outsider actually got the recognition of Lord Chujiang's divine will. Qin Hongdao questioned. Could it be that Ling Jianshen is the chosen one of our Ghost King woods? Just then, a loud explosion rang out above everyone's heads. Smoke and fire filled the air, and the Ghost King said, looks like we have a result. A figure fell from within the explosion. The Song family head shouted, Song Yi! The Song clan member crashed into the ground, kicking up dust. Ling Jianshen landed lightly. Song Yi knelt on the ground, coughing incessantly. Our MC didn't have the arrogant look of someone drunk on victory. Song Yi, are you convinced? Song Yi gnashed his teeth in resentment. Why, you're just a true martial level 6. Why couldn't I withstand even one of your moves, even after using the rebirth palm? Ling Jianshen leisurely told him a very simple truth. That's because, and he stated the obvious, I'm stronger than you. Song Yi's heart turned to ashes. Stronger than me? He accepted his defeat. As expected, there's always a higher mountain. Song Yi clasped his hands. Song Yi was truly blind. Ling Jianshen, I lost, and I admit it wholeheartedly. The crowd murmured. Song Yi actually admitted defeat. Looking at Song Yi's appearance, it seems like he's had an epiphany, which might be a good thing for him.
Dude, even Song Yi couldn't beat him. The rest of us probably aren't a match for Ling Jianshen. Our MC glanced around.
Does anyone else doubt my achievements in the 18 levels of hell? Those guys clamored. Song Yi isn't even your match. Wouldn't we be even more hopeless? Stepping up now would just be asking for a beatdown. Unwilling to accept it, our Ghost King Woods' talent is now being beaten into submission by an outsider. No wonder Princess Shu'er likes him. Our MC spoke up. Okay, if no one else is unconvinced, he turned to look at Song Yi.
Shouldn't we talk about fulfilling your promise?
The Song clan member rummaged in his chest. I know. He offered a jade bottle with both hands. This jade scroll has the space of one side and contains 50 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water. Please accept it, Sword God Brother. Our MC took the jade bottle. Thanks, he looked at Ghost King Dujiyu Sr. I wonder if you could arrange a secret chamber for me, to help me cultivate. The Ghost King immediately agreed. No problem. He instructed his daughter Zhu Ye. Take the Sword God to the secret chamber for cultivation. Little Shu happily agreed. Zhu Ye obeys.
She ran to our MC trippingly. Sword God Gige. Ling Jianshen was polite. Sorry for the trouble. Shu'er.
Zhu Fear clung to Ling Jianshen's arm and asked, Sword God Gige, you're hurrying to the secret chamber to cultivate. Is it because you've had an epiphany? Our MC nodded slightly. Yeah, I actually had a little. Watching Zhu and Ling Jianshen leave, everyone buzzed with discussion. A man in green with a gloomy expression said, Just watching Princess Zhu and that kid Ling Jianshen leave, and we can't do anything. The man in red next to him sneered, HMPH, why don't you go up there? If you can defeat Ling Jianshen, Princess Zhu will definitely look at you differently.
Chu Li also spoke up at this time. Shu'er being able to find someone as outstanding as Ling Jianshen, they're truly a match made in heaven. Du Jiyu thought to himself. This Ling Jianshen has a complicated background, heaven-defying talent, and too many secrets. But looking at his appearance, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Shu'er and our Ghost King Woods.
He looked towards our MC and wondered, who exactly is he? The person next to him suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Ghost King, Your Majesty, this kid has very high talent and a mature disposition, not comparable to ordinary people. I wonder if he can be one of us. Du Jiyu replied. Let's wait and see. Only when he reaches the Martial King realm will he barely qualify to enter our plan. He's still too weak. The scene switched to the secret chamber for cultivation, where our MC was sitting in cultivation. In front of him was the vial of holy water, surrounded by flickering candles. He looked at the vial in front of him and muttered, With 50 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water, my Yellow Springs sacred body art should be enough to reach the third stage, but just relying on my physical body, I can resist experts below the martial spirit level 3. If I unleash my full power, I can even kill experts at the martial spirit level 5. Our MC fell into contemplation.
Everyone, including Old Patriarch Yu Yang, Vice Hall Master He Han, and the Vice Patriarch, don't worry too much. When I return, I will definitely kill everyone who robbed Wuxian sect.
Suddenly he swung his hand, gathering momentum, and shouted, Let's start! Then he directly shattered the vial of holy water in front of him with his bare hand. A dazzling golden light appeared before him, and he squinted, muttering, 50 kilograms of Yellow Spring holy water. The power is indeed extraordinary. I must persevere to the end. I must control this power.
The flames around the MC suddenly blazed violently. He raised his face to the sky and roared, and at the same time the blue spiritual energy in his body surged outwards.
Half a month later, Zhu Ye arrived in front of the secret cultivation chamber. Her eyes filled with worry, she thought to herself. Half a month has passed. I wonder how Big Bro Jianshen's cultivation is going.
Suddenly, the door to the cave opened slightly, and a strong, bright force radiated from within, and in a short time the door exploded. Shu'er was also sent flying to the side. She closed her eyes and asked in confusion, What happened?
Behind the cave door, the MC slowly walked out before Zhu'er's stunned gaze.
Half of his face was covered in golden light, his eyes burning with fierce flames.
He looked at the burst of flames on his body, and smiled contentedly, thinking, Finally, I've broken through the Yellow Spring holy body art to the perfect state of the third level. Zhu happily ran over and hugged the MC tightly, exclaiming, Big Bro Jianshen, why did you come out so early? Did you succeed in your cultivation? The MC gently stroked her head affectionately and replied, Yeah, you must have been worried, Zhu. Right, Shu'er. Is the Devil King here in the city now? Shu'er replied. Father is, But you just came out of seclusion, it wouldn't hurt to rest before meeting him. The MC continued softly.
There's no need to rest. This time, I must say goodbye to the Devil King, Zhu Er asked blankly.
What? Say goodbye. A moment later the two were present at the Devil King's place. Seeing the MC, the Devil King happily spoke, Jianshen, in just half a month you've cultivated the Yellow Spring Holy Body art to the perfect state of the 3rd level. This talent is indeed rare, the MC replied. You're too kind, Devil King.
Du Jiyu stroked his beard and continued.
But that's just talk. Are you sure you want to leave now? According to the information I've gathered, you seized Wu Tian sect, have a mysterious origin, and have many strong people under your command. Have you thought about it?
The MC cupped his hands and bowed, replying,
Jianshen knows, but my clansmen and friends are all in Wu Tian sect. I have no other choice.
Shui asked her father.
Father, with your strength, if you take action you can easily destroy Wu Tian sect. Why don't you help big bro Jianshen?
Du Jiyu glared at his daughter, reminding her,
Messing around? Have you forgotten the rules of Devil King City?
Speaking of this, he noticed his daughter's hands were clenched tightly. He gently called
Zhu Er. Zhu Er said to her father resentfully with teary eyes. Yeah, what old rules? Seeing his daughter like this, Du Jiyu could only sigh and mutter, oh well.
He turned to the MC and said, Jianshen, this seat and the strong people of Devil King City have unspeakable secrets, and cannot leave Devil King Forest, you know this too.
But you saved Shui. I can't just sit idly by. This seat will give you a wisp of true energy, enough to block a full-force attack from a Martial King powerhouse, which can save your life in times of crisis. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at the MC, and a mysterious dark aura emanated from Dugun's hand. The light dazzled the MC, who quickly covered his eyes with his hand. A moment later, the dark character was imprinted on the MC's palm, he thought. It can actually block a full-force attack from a Martial King powerhouse. Doesn't that stack with my God Emperor's blood essence? Thinking this, he hurriedly knelt down and cupped his hands in.
Thanks. Thank you, Senior. Du Jiyu nodded and said,
Well, Jianshen, this seat knows that you cultivate the Yellow Spring Holy Body art, but after you break through to Martial King, you can return to Devil King Forest for a visit. This seat will give you a great gift, of course. There will be some things that will require your help at that time. The MC immediately agreed. Jianshen understands. When I break through to Martial King, I will definitely return to Devil King Forest. He said this, but in his heart he was thinking, the secrets of Devil King Forest are indeed numerous. Old Du Jiyu waved his hand. There's nothing more to say. You may leave.
Ling Jianshen clasped his hands and bowed deeply,
saying his farewell. Jianshen takes his leave.
Shuger couldn't hold back her tears, sobbing as she called after the main character, Jianshen Gage. The main character instructed her, Shuer, take good care of yourself, farewell. With these words he turned his back and coldly walked away. Shuer knelt on the ground, clinging to her father's hand, asking coquettishly, Father, can Jianshen Gage survive and return? The Devil King hesitated slightly, saying to his daughter, It is probably so.
This statement was essentially to reassure Shuer, but in his heart, he thought something completely different.
With one person's strength, wanting to shake the Wu Tian sect is as hard as ascending to the heavens.
The scene changes to Wu Tian County, with people coming and going bustlingly. A shirtless guy stood lurking behind a wall, peeping at something, muttering, Even the experts from Zisha County, Yanluo County, and Sandao County have come. It seems it's because the Heavenly Dragon Battle Saint gathering is approaching, and everyone wants to see the style of the Wu Tian sect now. But who do you guys think will be the top dog in this Heavenly Dragon battle? Jing Tianhe, or Li Yunji? The bald guy standing nearby replied, It's definitely Jing Tianhe. He's the current sect leader of the Wu Tian sect's disciple, and I heard he's already in the Martial King realm. The guy in the blue shirt next to him retorted, That's not necessarily true. Li Yunji isn't weak either.
The old man there then spoke up. Yeah, that Li Yunji is just the younger brother of Li Yunfeng. Li Yunfeng was initially killed by Ling Jianshen. How strong can a nameless younger brother like him be? The blue-shirted guy added. Hey, speaking of Ling Jianshen, I wonder if he dares to show his face. If he appears, things will become more interesting, the old man replied.
The Wu Tian sect has always been looking for him. I guess he won't come to join the fun. Isn't that courting death? The people around heard this and burst out laughing. Ha ha, that's right. Little did they know that their amusing conversation was heard in its entirety by the main character. He leisurely sipped his tea, thinking to himself, perhaps the Wu Tian sect also thinks I don't dare to come back. It's the perfect time to give them a surprise.
He thought so. He slammed the teacup down as if venting his anger. He contemplated, I will let you know. All of you have misjudged Ling Jianshen. Suddenly, a group of people chattered excitedly. This is real. Hey, hey, come and see. The Hao Tian sect has started parading death row prisoners through the streets again. The main character was startled upon hearing this, wondering,
what? He followed the group of people, eavesdropping. The guy in the purple clothes looked panicked, saying, "Why are there so many? Who are they? What crimes have they committed?" The guy next to him glanced over, asking suspiciously, "Don't you know about this?" The main character looked down below, his eyes recognizing something. His mouth blurted out involuntarily. "That's," the guy continued to explain to the purple-clothed guy. "You know Ling Jianshen, right? These death row prisoners are all his clansmen, and some of his friends. Each and every one of them has had their cultivation crippled, their hands and feet broken, and they are tied to prison carts. It has been maintained continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. Every day at noon, they will use prison carts to pull these people out to parade through the streets for the people to see." The red-clothed guy's eyes widened as he added, "This Hao Tian sect is too vicious." Ling Jianshen really offended the wrong person. Why did he have to offend the Hao Tian sect? Witnessing everything, accompanied by the whispers and discussions of the people, Ling Jianshen couldn't help but clench his fists in anger. He looked at his father, vowing in his heart, "Father, everyone, please wait a little longer. All the injuries that everyone has to endure, I will repay Du Tianzhong 100,000 times over." Tianxin at this moment was in pain and humiliation, only knowing to look up at the sky in helplessness. The crowd of onlookers competed to discuss. An old man stroked his beard and sighed, saying, "Sigh, this Hao Tian sect is really cruel enough in its methods to force Ling Jianshen to appear." The guy next to him immediately gestured for silence, reminding, "Shh, don't you want to live anymore?" The current Hao Tian sect is not the Hao Tian sect it was before. It is said that the newly arrived Grand Elder Du Tianzong is extremely vicious, and even often uses human hearts as food. The blue-shirted guy gritted his teeth and added, "Not only that, look behind those prison carts. Those sect disciples have gourds in their hands. Inside those gourds are all life-extending pills for those prisoners, which can make them suffer while also preventing them from dying. With such cruel methods, this Du Tianzong is definitely not simple." The main character heard the necessary information and then turned and left. His eyes were full of hatred. He thought to himself, "Father, clansmen, friends, everyone, please endure. Wait a little longer. I will definitely rescue everyone. And Du Tianzong, tomorrow I will make you repay blood with blood." After being escorted in front of the people by the Hao Tian sect's people for a while, the main character's relatives were again escorted into the dark prison at the Hao Tian sect's dungeon. Tianxin, who was tired, lowered his head to the ground but suddenly felt something. He widened his pupils, exclaiming, A golden card flew over. Tianxin quickly used his mouth to take the card. He frowned as he looked at the strange card he had just caught, wondering, "This is." On it was written, "Father, tomorrow I will rescue everyone. I have a way to treat your injuries. You must wait for me." After reading the secret message, Tianxin quickly bit and shattered the gold card. Tisha, next to him, asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Tianxin whispered softly. "News from Jianshen. He said he will come to save us tomorrow." The others heard this, and were all very surprised, exclaiming, "What? Jianshen wants to come," Tishan quickly said. "What is Jianshen's cultivation level now? If his strength is not enough, he can't be allowed to come here." Ling Jiajia also agreed, saying, "Jianshen is too reckless. That Du Tianzhong is just waiting for him to come." Tianxin reminded everyone, "Don't be noisy anymore. The walls have ears." The person next to Jiajia then spoke up. "Based on Jianshen's personality, he will definitely come." "Don't say we can't contact Jianshen now. Even if we could contact him, we couldn't persuade him," Tishan asked blankly. "Then what should we do?" Clearly the Hao Tian sect isn't killing us because they want to lure Jianshen in. They must have set up an inescapable trap. If Jianshen actually comes, he'll likely walk right into it. The man in black continued. "I don't think everyone needs to worry too much. Jianshen, my friend, is meticulous and always thorough. He never does anything he's not sure of. If he dares to come, he's probably fully prepared." Zhu Shan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Senior Ouyang is right. My son always has a solid plan before he acts, so don't worry too much, everyone. Just conserve your strength and wait for tomorrow. We can only trust Jianshen." Over at the Wu Tian sect, someone was pouring tea while reporting, "Elder, I had disciples searching all day, but we still haven't spotted Ling Jianshen anywhere." The Grand Elder, holding his teacup, wondered, could it be that this Ling Jianshen is really scared and won't dare to come? The guy put the teapot down and added, "I also think this Ling Jianshen probably doesn't dare to show up." Suddenly, a voice cut into the conversation. "You're all wrong." The speaker was none other than Li Yunji. The guy surnamed Li continued, "Knowing Ling Jianshen's personality, he'll definitely come, and he'll be fully prepared." The Grand Elder looked at Yunji, his eyes widening in surprise. He happily asked, "Yunji, have you broken through to the fifth heaven?" The guy surnamed Lai respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "Yes. Thanks to Master's guidance." The old Grand Elder sipped his tea, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. Xing Wuhei has been a bit disloyal lately. Tomorrow, during the competition,
You must teach him a lesson for me. Li Yunji nodded slightly in understanding.
Don't worry, master. Teaching Jing Wuhe a lesson is no big deal. What I'm really interested in... He suddenly paused.
He violently drew his sword. Examining it for a moment, he continued.
Is Ling Jianshen, the guy who had been pouring tea, spoke up. Young master, according to our intel, that Ling Jianshen is just a beginner martial spirit. How could he be a match for you, I think? Before he could finish,
Li Yunji swung his sword, sending him flying, and shouted, "Get out of my sight!" The guy crashed hard into a pillar, suffering serious internal injuries. The guy surnamed Li Mai walked towards him, muttering,
I don't fear strong opponents. I only fear dumb teammates. Reaching the tea-pouring guy,
Li Yunji coldly stomped on him, causing him to cough up blood. He threatened, "From now on,
anyone who dares to underestimate Ling Jianshen in my presence will die." He glared at the guy and asked, Got it? The tea-pouring guy, bruised and terrified, hurriedly replied, Yes, I got it. The next day finally arrived. The opening of the Heavenly Dragon battle.
Countless experts arrived at the Wuxian sect. The first to arrive was a cold-faced old man in black.
Upon seeing him, the steward hurried to greet him with a bow, saying cheerfully, Haha, it's sect leader Jingshan of the Yanluo sect. You must have had a long journey. Please, come in and have a seat. The Grand Elder will be right with you. Inside, all the seats had been arranged to welcome the elders of the various sects.
Sect leader Jingshan scoffed, his expression displeased.
HMPH, the Wuxian sect thinks highly of itself.
We came all the way here and your Grand Elder doesn't even bother to greet us in person. Jingqiu overheard and chimed in.
I heard you guys from Wuxian sect have set up an inescapable net to try and kill Ling Jianshen. I don't care if you're cleaning house, but before you surround and kill him, you must give me a chance. I want to challenge him once. The steward clasped his hands and smiled obsequiously.
Young Master Jingqiu, rest assured the Grand Elder has already made arrangements. This definitely won't disappoint you. He was saying this, but inwardly he was cursing. Damn this ignorant idiot. Don't worry, I'll definitely wait until you've abused Ling Jianshen to death before I make my move. Suddenly a loud laugh echoed, drawing everyone's attention. In the sky, a group of people appeared riding on clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. One of them said,
So sorry everyone, this old man is late.
Sect leader Jingshan rested his chin in his hand, muttering in boredom.
The old geezer from Xianxia sect is here too. The manager continued his work, running out to greet him warmly. Turns out it's sect master Zhu Zhen of Xianxia sect. Welcome. Hua Ling, having just arrived, looked around, asking, Where's Ling Jianshen? The guy in the blue next to her heard this and immediately asked, Hua Ling, are you interested in Ling Jianshen? The guy in blue continued, Don't worry, as long as you agree to marry me, I'll definitely have my dad capture Ling Jianshen for you. As he said this, he was trying to hold the girl's hand. Hua Ling decisively raised her hand high, not letting him touch her, rejecting him brutally. Thanks, no thanks. The guy in blue froze, exclaiming in surprise, What? The manager asked curiously.
Sect master, who are these two?
Zhu Zhen replied. That's my daughter, Zhu Hualing, and that one.
Saying this, he realized something was off. He glanced at the manager and said, You better not interfere.
Saying this, Zhu Zhen glanced at his daughter and the guy in blue, and said loudly, You two, get inside. The guy in blue hurriedly replied, Ah, yes. Watching the Xianxia sect group enter, the manager thought to himself, These old farts, every single one of them is arrogant. Suddenly, something like a thunderclap struck the manager's back, scaring him half to death. From behind the dust cloud, a guy in black shoes appeared, yelling, Yo! Didn't expect you guys to be here so early. Hua Ling saw this group of people and immediately recognized them.
It's the grandson of the sect, master of the Sandao sect, her dad added. Yeah, that old geezer's strength has improved again.
The two behind him are probably the Gemini twins of the Sandao sect, eldest grandsons Lin Ran and Lin Kong. They definitely have extraordinary auras. The manager gestured for the Sandao sect to take their seats, saying, Please, come in and sit. The group happily went to their seats and replied, All right. The creepy manager laughed sinisterly, muttering, Hehe, the masters from the three great sects and the younger generation are all here. Suddenly, another figure appeared in front of him. Shocking, sect master Jingshan. In the distance, the footsteps of two people were approaching. It was none other than Elder Wu Tiansong and Li Yunji. The elder smiled, cupping his hands and saying, Haha, sorry to keep you waiting, Tumo is late.
Jingshan interrupted. Cut the crap, where's Zhu Geiqingtong? We sect masters are already here. And he sends a grand elder to greet us. That's not showing us enough respect.
The elder explained. Our sect master is a bit delayed due to some matters. He is coming as fast as he can, please understand. This heavenly dragon battle is more exciting than before, and you all are a little impatient. I have prepared a good show for everyone. Let's watch the show and then talk. Jingshan sighed and replied, Fine. Whatever, let's watch it first then.
The Grand Elder ordered the manager Long Qian. Begin. The guy cupped his hands and bowed.
Yes. He stood for a long time, looking at the elders above, not saying anything. Seeing this, the others started discussing. What is Wu Tiansong up to? HMPH. It must be something boring.
Long Qian cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention, and said, Perhaps you all know, my Wu Tiansong sect unfortunately has a traitor, Ling Jianshen. Although we haven't captured him, his relatives and friends are in the hands of my Wu Tiansong sect. After deliberation, we announce that all those related to Ling Jianshen will be executed.
After hearing Long Qian announce the form of punishment, the elders of the sects were shocked. They looked at each other and discussed. Ling Qi is too cruel. Sure enough, you can't offend Wu Tiansong.
One person, too shocked, blurted out, Wu Tiansong is doing that in front of the three great sects. Do they want to shock the three great sects? The person next to him quickly reminded, Keep it down, don't let them hear.
Zhu Zhen propped his chin up, grinding his teeth in contempt, and muttered, HMPH. Just for a small traitor disciple, so much commotion, and we're supposed to be shocked. What a boring childish game.
Jingshan stroked his beard and commented, I didn't expect Wu Tiansong to value Ling Jianshen so much. It seems this kid is not simple.
The representative of the Sandao sect revealed a look of amusement, muttering, Heh, I didn't expect there to be such a good show here. Watching it before the fight isn't bad. Long Qian cupped his hands and continued, Grand Elder, everything is ready, we just need your order. Wu Tiantong, the Grand Elder, nodded in agreement. Then let's begin. Long Sun smirked, acknowledging the order. In his mind he thought, Ling Jianshen, seems like you don't have the guts to show up. HMPH, Wu Tiantong and the others overestimated you.
Thinking this, he commanded the soldiers, All right, bring all the criminals here. The soldiers immediately acknowledged the order with urgency. After a while, a line of carriages arrived, escorting Ling Jianshen's relatives. Each member of the Ling family was not only locked in a wooden cage, but also guarded by 2 soldiers. Whispers erupted once again, one person gritting their teeth. Wu Tiantong is truly evil, torturing the Ling family to this extent and still not stopping. The person next to him chimed in, agreeing, Exactly, Wu Tiantong really lacks the spirit of a third-rate sect this time. A man in green robes also sighed. Alas, ever since the old sect leader suddenly disappeared, Wu Tiantong is no longer the Wu Tiantong it once was. A group of people nearby commented, Wu Tiantong is acting so ruthlessly. Unless they want to force Ling Jianshen to show himself, I hope Ling Jianshen doesn't come. With his talent he will eventually destroy Wu Tiantong someday. That's right, if Ling Jianshen comes today, Wu Tiantong will be the one living in fear later. Long Jun stood blankly, thinking, Ling Jianshen, you don't have the courage to appear? If that's the case, then don't blame me for being ruthless. He waved his hand and shouted, Begin the execution. The soldiers drew the daggers in their hands and shouted in unison, Understood. Just as the soldiers were about to strike, a streak of light suddenly shot towards them, shouting, Stop! Everyone there revealed looks of shock, exclaiming, What? Is that Ling Jianshen? Like a heavy missile, the main character landed, causing the surrounding rocks and soil to scatter. The cool main character looked up at the crowd and said, That's right, Ling Jianshen has arrived. Seeing him, Ling Tiejun exclaimed with joy, It's really Jianshen, haha, I knew Jianshen would definitely come. The main character's father also urged his son, Jianshen, Go do what you need to do, don't worry about us. Ling Jiajia also spoke out to dissuade him. Jianshen, why do this? The person next to him nodded and sighed in agreement. Alas, that's right. The main character looked at the Ling family and reassured them. Everyone, rest assured, if I dare to come, of course, I have a way to leave here unscathed. The main character glanced and looked up at the elders of the sect who were sitting. He was a little surprised, wondering, The short-haired Grand Elder clapped his hands and said, Ling Jianshen, you really surprised me. Jianshen's eyes coldly questioned, You are the new Grand Elder of Wu Tiantong. The other person shrugged and said indifferently, That's right, Ling Jianshen, you dare to come here alone. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? The main character sneered and said, Your intention is that you can't kill me. Otherwise, you won't get what you want. Hearing this, the other person understood, feeling frustrated and speechless, only able to grit his teeth. You! He thought to himself. The martial arts manual that Ling Jianshen left behind, no matter what, absolutely can't let Jingshan, Zhujian, my eldest nephew, Liantian, and the others know about it. This person smiled faintly, calculating, I'll deceive him a little. If he doesn't submit, then I'll have to think of another way. Thinking this, he said to the main character, Ling Jianshen, you overestimate yourself. We have long been enemies. Even if I don't get what I want, I won't let you leave here alive today. Don't think you have a chance. The main character burst out laughing, clutching his head. Ha ha, you think I, Ling Jianshen, am scared. The short-haired Grand Elder angrily gritted his teeth and cursed. What the hell? Jianshen continued. If I dare to come,
Of course I have a way to survive and leave here.
Isn't there a so-called heavenly dragon battle today? I think there are so many sects and talented people here, it's appropriate to resolve any grievances on the arena.
What do you think? After the Grand Elder finished speaking, he thought to himself, if I force Tu Tiandao into a corner, it's really a dead fish in the net, which is not good for anyone. If he doesn't give up his secret manual, and I don't give up his family, then I won't let him go either. Just gotta make eat dirt on the arena, and then we can off him while we're at it.
Du Tiandao, Ling Jianshen, you traitor of our Wu Tian sect. Normally you wouldn't even qualify for the heavenly dragon battle.
But since you dared to come here alone, and for that guts, I'll give you a shot at the fight, he shouts. Listen up, everyone.
No matter what sect you're from, whoever kills Ling Jianshen and brings his corpse back to the Wu Tian sect will make them an honored elder on the spot.
Everyone's jaw drops at the insane reward. What you say? Honored elder status.
Zheng Qiu licks his lips, muttering,
straight to honored elder, Wu Tian sect's playing for keeps. That fur coat guy from the Heavenly Sword sect tells his bro, looks like today's our chance to shine. The other guy agrees. You know it, over with Hua Ling, she's spacing out, thinking, Wu Tian sect's dropping major coin to kill Ling Jianshen, something's not adding up.
Suddenly, some dude jumps out of nowhere behind the MC, yelling, Ling Jianshen, he's decked out in all white,
lands near the MC, clenches his fist, and smirks.
We got no beef, but the Grand Elder's offering too much cheddar, you're toast.
The MC gives him the side eye. Who are you? I don't waste my time on nobodies.
The dude strikes a pose, sneering, Heh, Ling Jianshen, a scrub like you ain't worthy of knowing Qi Tianzheng's name.
He stomps the ground, launching himself at the MC, roaring, Black Tiger Heartstrike. At the same time, a black tiger with glowing red eyes appears beside him, running alongside.
Seeing this, Wu Tian sect's Mingyue Sheng comments, Qi Tianzheng, rocking the all-white but nicknamed Black Tiger, not too shabby for a young balloon.
This Black Tiger Heartstrike is his signature move. If Ling Jianshen gets hit, he's a goner. Then he glances at the boozer next to him, asking, well, looks like we're not getting any action.
Ning Zhengpeng wipes the booze off his mouth. So what, if Ling Jianshen can't even handle one hit from Qi Tianzheng, he's a letdown and not worth our time.
At the same time, Qi Tianzheng is right up in the MC's face, a roaring black tiger incarnate, Ling Jianshen, eat dirt. He's radiating blinding spiritual energy, eyes glowing red like he wants to devour the MC. Confidently, Qi Tianzheng says, with this move, you won't even get a chance to fight back. The MC just sighs dramatically at this narcissist.
He points a golden light from his hand, eyes closed, saying, you fool.
The golden light from the MC's hand is like a laser beam, piercing right through the black tiger's head. The golden light invades the black tiger's whole body. It roars in agony, and in seconds, BOM, it explodes right in front of the MC.
Qi Tianzheng is blasted back to human form, sprawling on the ground, with a burn mark on his head.
Where the MC hit him, his face green as he stutters. How? His eyes glaze over, barely managing to squeak out. Possible. Then he straight up kicks the bucket. The crowd erupts. Qi Tianzheng is dead.
No way. Qi Tianzheng was 8th on the Heavenly Dragon rankings. How could he not take one hit from Ling Jianshen? And from the looks of it, Ling Jianshen wasn't even trying.
Ming Yu grinds his teeth, cursing. Damn it. That useless trash Qi Tianzheng couldn't even block one move.
He glances at the boozer Ming Zhengpeng, asking, hey, aren't you itching to kill Ling Jianshen? Why aren't you jumping in? Ming Zhengpeng shoots back, huh? You want me to go? Why don't you go first?
Seeing these two passing the buck, the MC taunts them. Why don't you both come at me together? The two of them are shocked, and ask in unison. What? The male lead repeated, voice dripping with disdain. I said, all of you, come at me at once. This time, I'm gonna flatten the entire Wu Tian sect, name by name. This is way too slow. So if you guys can just jump me all at once, it'll save me some time. The booze-soaked dude, triggered AF, jumped down and yelled, how dare you? He leaped down decisively, standing before the male lead, spitting fire. Ling Jianshen. Since I started cultivating, I've never seen anyone as cocky as you.
Ming Shengyue also swooped down to back up his bro, Ling Jianshen.
If you're so eager to die, then we'll just have to grant your wish. At the same time, both of them stomped their feet, gathering momentum as they charged towards Ling Jianshen.
The drunkard boasted, yo, Ming Zhengpeng, top 3 on the Tianlong ranking.
The other dude chimed in, yo, Ming Risheng, top 4 on the Tianlong ranking. Ling Jianshen, hand over your life.
Xu Xian stroked his beard and commented, the disciples of Wu Tian sect are just so-so. How could they let the top 3 and 4 on the Tianlong ranking fight together? Old man Jing Shan joined the peanut gallery. This kid's got talent and power, that's for sure, but like grandson Lian Tian said, he's too arrogant, doesn't know when to quit.
On one side was Ming Shengyue, with his torrent of blue power. On the other was Ming Zhengpeng, with his blazing red power, both speeding towards the male lead. Ming Zhengpeng roared, Ling Jianshen, prepare to die.
The male lead didn't sweat it. He gripped his sword hilt, smiling faintly at the two goons. When he judged the distance was right, the sword god stomped and leaped to face them head-on, raising his sword towards the two dudes, saying, "Let's get this party started." Meanwhile, as the battle was heating up, a purple-robed dude glanced at Li Yunji, probing, "Aren't you sworn enemies with Ling Jianshen? Aren't you worried that he'll get killed by Mingri Sheng and Ning Zhengpeng, and you won't get your revenge?" Li Yunji smirked. "Heh, the only ones here worth fighting are you, Jingqiu, and Xu Hualing, grandson Lin Ran, those two, Li Yiyi. Plus the ones who held back are also formidable opponents, everyone else is just ants." Purple Robe pressed. "So, in your eyes, Ling Jianshen's just an ant?" Li Yunji didn't answer directly, just brushed him off. "Just chill and watch the fight." The dude frowned and muttered, "The way I see it, Ling Jianshen won't survive 2 moves in the hands of Mingri Sheng and Ning Zhengpeng." At the same time, the battle was a chaotic mess, a tangled scene. 3 streams of energy, blue, red, and gold, collided at once. Then, a huge explosion happened, sending up billows of black smoke. The sword god was blasted backward, sent flying a whole zang until he had to use his sword to stop himself. The two dudes were a bit shaken up too, Ning Zhengpeng said to the male lead. "Not bad, you actually have some skills. Guess we underestimated you." The male lead retorted, "As expected of the top dogs on the Tianlong ranking, the two of you teaming up is actually worthy of my serious attention." Hearing this, the two dudes got all riled up and said, "Serious attention, cocky bastard." Ning Zhengpeng continued, "If that's the case, then let us show you our ultimate techniques." Ming Shengyue levitated into the air, shouting, "Hi Sheng Sheng Mingyue!" He was surrounded by surging, churning waves. No less impressive than his bro, Ning Zhengpeng also unleashed a dazzling ball of fire. The male lead wasn't about to just stand there and watch them showboat. He quickly teleported out of the way. In a flash, he appeared right in front of that Ning dude, flashing a sly grin. The guy yelped, "What the?" He raised his sword in front of the guy's face at point-blank range, saying, "My bad, you were just powering up. Let me send you on your way first." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Jianshen decisively stabbed his sword straight towards Ning Zhengpeng. Ning felt pain all over his body and trembled, barely managing to say, "I'm not giving up." The sword god plunged the sword in deep, pinning the guy to the ground before violently yanking it out. Seeing this, Mingyue Sheng started to panic too, he thought. Ning Zhengpeng's ultimate move and my own Hai Sheng Sheng Mingyue were nothing, but Ling Jianshen's single strike couldn't be blocked at all. Is he dead already? What's the point of powering up at this point? He circulated his inner energy, planning to skedaddle, muttering, 36 stratagems, running is the best. Before he could run 3 feet, the main character was standing right in front of him with a knife, saying, "You think you can escape?" Mingyue Sheng was so scared he was sweating bullets, begging, "Ling Jianshen, please spare my life." The main character decisively swung his knife, replying, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." Mingyue Sheng squeezed his eyes shut, instinctively raised his hand, and shouted, "Fang Chao, save me." That Fang Chao sighed dramatically. All right. Fang Chao quickly flew towards the two of them, using his inner force to block the main character's slash. The Ming dude didn't have time to react, and fell freely from above. This dude crashed into the ground, creating a huge impact. He lay weakly, in a deep pit that he had created himself, coughing for a few seconds. The main character landed right next to him. That Mingyu dude looked at the main character with terrified eyes, totally losing it. He blurted out, "Ling Jianshen and his gang." Fang Chao also landed on the opposite side. The main character, Mingyue Sheng, looked at that Feng dude, his eyes full of pleading, and said, "Feng Chao, you have to save me." Feng Chao stepped in, saying to the main character Ling Jianshen, "Let him go." The main character smiled faintly and replied, "Yeah right, that's a joke." Finishing his words, he held the sword in his hand and stabbed Mingyue Sheng decisively, sending this dude to seek King Yam. Seeing the main character's actions, Zhang Chao's expression changed immediately. He asked, "Main character, how dare you?" The main character said with a contemptuous tone, "Who the hell are you? You think you're worthy to talk to me like that? Spare him." Saying this, he pulled the green blade from the Ming dude, blood dripping down, flowing into streams of droplets. The main character smiled faintly, raised his green blade, admiring it as if provoking the Fang Chao dude. The dude gritted his teeth, saying, "Ling Jianshen, I told you to stop, yet you dared to kill him." The main character replied coldly, "I already said, whoever is blind enough to let a brain dead like you out, I just want to provoke you. Who the hell are you? You think you're worthy to point fingers at me?" Fang Chao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and hissing, "Ling Jianshen, you think killing Ning Zhengpeng and Mingyue Sheng means you can look down on everyone? Let me tell you the truth. I could wipe out trash like them with one hand." This dude conjured a flame in his hand, and continued, "Originally, you killing them had nothing to do with me, but if you dare to look down on me, that's a capital offense. I advise you to end it yourself.
to avoid suffering at my hands.
Hearing these veiled threats, the main character just sneered, asking, "End it myself. If you think true martial 9th level cultivation can kill me, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Feng Chao gawked. "What? You can see through my cultivation level with just one glance, but my Nanjing cut him off. That camouflage secret art of yours might fool the people around you, but to me, it ain't worth a sheet of toilet paper."
Nanjing stepped closer to the guy, adding, "You just said you could wipe out Ning Zhengpeng and Ming Yuisheng with one hand, I wonder." At this point, Nanjing paused, pointed his sword at the guy, and continued, "I can kill you in a blink."
Humiliated, Feng Chao roared in spite. "Arrogant brat!" Feng Chao stomped and lunged at Ling Jianshen, his hands full of fire, shouting, "Since you don't want your little life, then I'll take." With that,
he swung his fiery fist towards Nanjing.
Before he could even touch a hair on Ling Jianshen's head,
Nanjing kicked him square in the face.
Nanjing struck a cool pose, coldly cursing the guy with a short, concise idiot.
Then, Nanjing gave another kick, sending him flying into the sky.
A few seconds later, the guy free fell, crashing to the ground with a thud, coughing up blood, and crying out in pain.
OWWW. Nanjing leisurely walked over, mocking, "You wasted effort hiding your cultivation, wanting to be famous, but you didn't expect that in front of a true powerhouse. You're just a moron."
Feng Chao struggled to sit up, punching the ground in anger, saying, "How could you?"
He charged at Nanjing again, yelling, "I'm Zhenwu level 9, how could I lose to a punk like you?" Nanjing easily blocked the guy's fist, replying, "Sorry, I'm not in the mood to explain this to you." He raised the Gaoqing blade in his hand, adding, "You should ask the King of Hell that question."
The guy paled, stammering, "No, I'm a top 3 powerhouse on the Tianlong rankings, you can't kill me."
Nanjing showed no mercy, one strike, and the guy was gone. After that slash, Nanjing wiped the blood splatter off his face, muttering, "Humph, a bunch of deadbeat trash gets on the rankings and think they're invincible, don't know that in my eyes they're just guard dogs." He looked up at the people sitting arrogantly above, loudly asking, "Who's next to step up?" Xu Zhen then spoke up. "Hard to believe. Is this brat really Zhenwu level 6? Hua Ling beside him pursed his lips, muttering, "Ling Jianshen, this kid is kinda interesting." The old man representing the Sandman blade was so scared by Nanjing's aura that his face turned green. He exclaimed, "Scary kid, I heard he wiped out Peng Hui and a bunch of Wu Tianzong elders. I thought it was just a rumor." The short-haired guy next to him smirked, continuing, "Hee, I couldn't hold back anymore, I want to fight him." Jing Qiwan standing behind him reminded, "I'm afraid you won't have a chance to make a move." The guy startled, asking back, "What do you mean?" Jing Qiu pointed at the elder of Wu Tianzong, explaining, "Because it's Li Wenji and Xing Wuhei's turn to go on stage." Sect leader Jing Shan continued, "That's right, Ling Jianshen really wants to challenge Wu Tianzong. If we follow the order, it's really Li Wenji and Xing Wuhei's turn." The guy still gave his signature smile, continuing, Hee, I really hope Ling Jianshen can directly challenge Li Wenji and Xing Wuhei. That way us outer sect talents will have a chance to make a move." The guy next to him reminded, "Don't even think about it, although Ling Jianshen is scary, but I don't think he can beat Li Wenji and Xing Wuhei." Everyone around was discussing the next match. Xing Wuhei glanced at the guy surnamed Li, saying, "Li Wenji, looks like everyone is looking forward to the next match, have you thought about it?" "You go, or should I go?" Li Wenji closed his eyes and replied, "You go. If he can beat you, then he'll be qualified for me to make a move." Xing Wuhei smiled faintly. You're really confident. If that's the case, then I'll go kill Ling Jianshen first." As he spoke, he jumped straight down to the arena, towards Nanjing. The guy surnamed Xing gave Li Wenji a meaningful glance, thinking to himself that I'll deal with you later. As soon as Xing Wuhu landed, dust billowed from beneath his feet. Seeing him descend, the crowd erupted in discussion. Xing Wuho, second on the Tianlong rankings. The brown-haired guy from Three Blades sect muttered, "Looks like a real expert has finally shown up." Old Xu Zhen stroked his beard, thinking, if the rumors are true, this kid's strength is comparable to Li Wenji, the top ranker. Ling Jianshen's real challenge has begun. Xing Wuhu began. "Ling Jianshen, Yunxian's death is largely related to you, isn't it?" The MC didn't deny it, he admitted. "That's right. Although she didn't die by my hand, her death is indeed very related to me," he recounted. "Initially, she betrayed her sect, forgetting her origins. Luckily, I didn't make a move then. Otherwise," he paused, clenching his fist as if crushing her phantom, and continued, "I definitely would have offed her." To be honest, the old sect leader He Han and the others were too lenient. Shen Wuhuo asked with a puzzled look, "Do you know that Yunxian once had feelings for me?" The MC calmly replied, "Oh, so what?" That guy channeled his inner energy into his hand, adding, "Even if I didn't have any feelings for her, she was still once my woman." What you're saying is a straight-up slap to my face. Coincidentally, I don't care about much, but my reputation is one of them. At this moment, his hand suddenly radiated golden spirit energy. He gritted his teeth, saying to the MC,
Ling Jianshen, you dare to slap my face, then pay with your life.
The MC burst out laughing, retorting, haha, Sheng Wuhuo, perhaps everyone has misunderstood. It's not that I slapped your face, but that you kept offering your face to me to slap. For such a base request, I'll reluctantly grant it for you. That guy gnashed his teeth. Very well, Ling Jianshen, if you want to die so soon, I'll grant you your wish. As he spoke, he brandished a 2-meter-long, thick-as-hell green blade towards the MC. That guy stomped hard on the ground, rushing like the wind towards the sword god, yelling, "Take this, cold ice sword!" That guy's sword suddenly became red hot, attracting metal fragments like a magnet. A brown-robed guy suddenly sensed something was wrong and wondered, He gripped his sword tightly, muttering, "What's going on? Why is my sword shaking uncontrollably like this?" The black-robed guy next to him looked equally panicked, adding, "It's not just your sword, mine too." The brown-robed guy was shocked, asking, "What?" The crowd began to panic, shouting, "My sword too. Mine too. What on earth is going on?" Old Jingshan gaped, thinking, "Sword intent. This is sword intent. Has this Xing Wuhuo cultivated his sword intent to such a level already?" Seeing the sword of that Xing guy rushing towards him like lightning, the MC still stood tall and calm, without any worry. That Xing Wuhuo roared, "Pay the price for your arrogance, Ling Jianshen." The MC finally drew his sword, smiling faintly, and said, "I didn't expect you to grasp a trace of the true meaning of martial arts. Truly interesting." Zheng Qiu frowned, commenting, "This Xing Wuhu truly deserves to be the second ranked on the Tianlong ranking. Even a powerhouse at the martial spirit 3rd level probably wouldn't be his opponent." Old man Jingshan propped his chin, saying to that Jing Qiu, "Didn't you notice? His true energy is very strong, surpassing the true martial 9th level. He's probably already stepped into the martial spirit realm." That Jing Qiu was struck dumb, blurting out, "What?" Zhu Zhen sitting next to him also nodded in agreement. "That's right. A martial spirit powerhouse wielding such a strong sword intent, his true combat power has probably reached the martial spirit 4th level already. Ling Jianshen is definitely going to die this time." Li Wenji, standing to the side, muttered to himself, "Zheng Wuhuo, is this your true strength? Not bad, you really didn't disappoint me." He glanced at the male lead, Ji I Shuola. "But, Ling Jianshen, what tricks do you have up your sleeve this time?" Amidst the fiercely erupting energy, the male lead opened the eye mark on his forehead, saying, "Xing Wuhu, do you think you're the only one who has grasped the true meaning of martial arts?" He caressed the blade in his hand and shouted, "Blood Shadow Mad Blade." Immediately, the force from the male lead's blade erupted like a tornado, with lava spraying everywhere. Seeing the terrifying power before him, Xing Wuhuo exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The male lead issued a challenge to his opponent. "Come on." He swung the blade violently towards the guy surnamed Xing. "Let's see what you've got to kill me." Just then, the two blades clashed, sparking in mid-air. Then, another earth-shattering explosion occurred, with immense destructive power and range, even affecting the elders sitting far away. Watching the streaks of power scatter everywhere, Hua Ling thought to herself, "Is this really the power that only someone in the true martial realm can unleash?" At this point, Li Wenji couldn't comment any further. Xu Jian on this side also fell into contemplation, thinking to himself, "Ling Jianshen's and Wu Xinghei's strength far exceeds our expectations. I wonder who will be the last one standing in this battle." Boom! The explosive sound rang out again. Both the male lead and Xing Wuhu had to retreat backward. The guy surnamed Xing, injured, frowned slightly, standing frozen as if thinking about something. A moment later he wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "I didn't expect him to have also grasped a kind of true meaning of martial arts." The male lead slung his sword over his shoulder, asking, "Not bad, right? Did you think only you could comprehend it, and no one else could?" The other guy still stubbornly said, "Below the martial spirit realm, as long as you comprehend the true meaning of martial arts at the same stage, you will be invincible. No wonder you could easily kill Fang Chao and the others. But if you think this is the trump card you want to use against me..." At this point, this guy suddenly paused, raising a glowing orb of spiritual energy. A few seconds later, mystical energy began to spill out from the orb. The guy surnamed Xing confidently continued, "Then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." The male lead widened his eyes, wondering, "This is..." In Xing Wuhu's hand at this moment, he was holding something like a huge boulder. The elder of the Three-Blade sect exclaimed in surprise, "It's actually spirit sense condensation, a technique that only a martial spirit realm expert can display. Xing Wuhu has indeed broken through to the martial spirit realm," the green-haired guy commented. "Truly a genius. This Xing Wuhuo is only 27 years old, and has already broken through to the martial spirit realm," Zhu Zhen said. "Even if Ling Jianshen is powerful, he will have a hard time escaping death under the spirit sense condensation technique of a martial spirit realm expert." Xing Wuhu arrogantly said, "Ling Jianshen, your true meaning of martial arts is stronger than mine.
But you didn't expect that I am a martial spirit realm expert, did you?
You must be feeling despair now, right? Hua Ling raised her hand to her forehead, observing the battle, and said to herself, Jing Wuhu is indeed arrogant, but he really has the qualifications. The brown-haired guy muttered. Let's see if Ling Jianshen surrenders or plays to the end. If he wants to play to the end, I'm really looking forward to seeing what kind of power Ling Jianshen can use when he is repeatedly on the verge of death, Jingxu predicted. With Ling Jianshen's personality, there is absolutely no way he will admit defeat, but this contest is meaningless anymore. The only meaning is how many moves Ling Jianshen can withstand from Xing Wuhu back to the battle. The guy surnamed Xinjing directly swung the thing shaped like a mountain towards the male lead. This time the male lead was not as calm as usual, but quickly got into a ready stance, shouting, Blood Shadow Madblade, third form! His eyes also became sharp, continuing, Break it for me. With just one move. The male lead easily shattered that idealized move of Xing Wuhu. Hua Ling exclaimed in surprise. What? He shattered spirit sense condensation? Su Zhen interjected. That's not right. Xing Wuhu's attack isn't just that. Hua Ling showed a clear look of surprise, asking again. Down below, Xing Wuhu created 2 more illusions of himself, and said with a sinister voice, Ling Jianshen, the next one's the real killer move. His clones moved instantly, surrounding the main character, mixing the real with the fake. They attacked from all directions, and said in unison, Ling Jianshen, today you must die. As soon as the words fell, the illusions all pointed their sharp swords to attack. The main character waved his blade, and said with contempt, Such petty trick. His sword spun in a circle, emitting a golden aura that impacted from all directions. The main character paused and added, And you want to kill me? Not stopping there, he continued to throw a fiery punch towards one of the figures. The main character's punch hit with 100% accuracy, striking Xing Wuhu's main body in one blow, catching him off guard, and he wondered, what? Xing Wuhu's legs after the main character's move felt like they were broken into pieces? Then he fell heavily to the ground miserably. His whole body was tattered. Everywhere around him were wounds. He coughed, and stubbornly asked, What's going on? He thought to himself, This power, this speed, why is he so strong? Why do we all grasp the true meaning of martial arts? And our cultivation is higher than yours. Why did I lose to you? The main character didn't hesitate to answer. You think martial spirit is a big deal? This time, before my upgrade, a martial spirit powerhouse already died in my hands. You are not the first. The other was surprised again, and loudly asked, What did you say? Not the first. The main character pulled out the sword behind him and continued, Sorry. I don't have time or interest to continue answering you. Save your questions and go down and ask King Yama. Xing Wuhuo turned pale and stubbornly asked, So the rumors are true. You killed Pang Hui at True Martial Stage 3. As soon as the question finished, the main character sent him to heaven too. Smoke and dust filled the air, and a deathly atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The guy Li Yun sitting above heard the story about his boss and angrily slammed his hand on the armrest and couldn't help but speak out. But not only that, he fell into thought. Rumor has it that my boss had already broken through to Martial King at that time. But he was still killed by Ling Jianshen on the spot. No matter what, this Ling Jianshen must die today. Everyone around started to talk lively. How is this possible? Ling Jianshen killed Xiang Wuhuo again. How can he kill a martial spirit powerhouse? And also a martial spirit powerhouse who understands the true meaning of martial arts. Looking at a bunch of powerhouses being destroyed under the main character's sword, people couldn't help but admire. He is really strong, Hua Ling said in a low voice. Hard to imagine, Xu Zhen also wondered blankly. Could the rumors be true? This Ling Jianshen is indeed at True Martial Stage 3. Old man Jingshan gritted his teeth in horror and said, Killed Pang Hui. Tu Tiandao walked down the stairs and said slowly. Not only that, apart from Pang Hui, he also eliminated the Grand Elder. At that time his strength was indeed beyond imagination. Hearing this information, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, What? Tu Tiandao thought to himself, if I told them that Ling Jianshen at that time had the means to kill martial kings, they would be so scared they would pee their pants. A bunch of useless trash. If Ling Jianshen wasn't so strong, we wouldn't have bothered to bring you guys here as meat shields. Zhu Zhen suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, he laughed and said, Ha ha. Great, True Martial Realm Stage 3 can kill martial spirits. True Martial Stage 6 destroyed Xing Wuhu, top 2 on the Heavenly Dragon rankings. Such a genius. If Wu Tianzong doesn't want him, my purple kill gate does. As he said that, he pointed the feather duster towards the main character. Lao Jingshan chimed in, Shu Zhen, you old ghost, this genius will only be buried if he goes to your Xianxia sect. It would be better for him to come to our Yan Luo sect. The third Gateblade sect leader exclaimed in surprise. What? He stood up and continued. You two stop arguing. Haven't you noticed that Ling Jianshen uses a blade? Our third Gateblade sect is the most suitable choice. Just like that, the three sides argued intensely, trying to prove who was more reasonable. Seeing this,
Tu Tiandao fell into contemplation. What the hell, I brought you guys here to use you to eliminate Ling Jianshen. Why are you all thinking about recruiting Ling Jianshen?
After arguing for a while without any results, Jing Shuang said to the other two, "Alright, we're just arguing endlessly here. In the end, we still have to wait for Ling Jianshen to agree." The third Gateblade Elder agreed. That's indeed the case. The main character was enjoying the drama, when suddenly a voice called out, "Ling Jianshen." The voice belonged to none other than the third Gateblade Elder, he added. "As long as you join my sect, not only can you become our Third Blade sect's senior apprentice brother, but this sect leader guarantees that Wu Tian's sect will definitely not dare to cause you any trouble."
What do you say? Xu Zhen hurriedly chimed in.
"Ling Jianshen, don't listen to Xianxia and Liantian. Our Zixia sect values geniuses the most. As long as you join my sect, I will use the entire sect's strength to help you break through to the spirit origin realm. Even giving you the position of Zixia sect's successor isn't out of the question."
The other sects started gossiping.
"What, Xu Zhen is really going all out?"
A brown-robed elder spoke up. "Using all the resources of the entire sect to train one person, this Zixia sect isn't weaker than the Wu Tian sect. Just thinking about all their resources is terrifying."
Another purple-robed guy chimed in.
"And there's also the position of successor. I'm afraid that with just a nod from Ling Jianshen, he could directly level the entire Wu Tian sect. Why would he care about their pursuit?" Tu Tiandao couldn't stand still anymore. He spoke up. "Hey, you two sect leaders, aren't you taking my Wu Tian sect seriously?"
The third Gateblade Elder retorted, "Wu Tian sect? Of course we take them seriously. But what makes you think we should take you seriously?" Xu Zhen added. "That's right. A genius like Ling Jianshen was forced to become a traitor by you guys. It shows that your Wu Tian sect is about to die."
Tu Tiandao was speechless and said angrily, "You guys," he thought, "these two old bastards aren't easy to deal with. Ling Jianshen must not fall into their hands." Thinking this, he ordered his disciple Yunji.
"It's your turn." The guy slightly lowered his head and replied. "Understood," the Lin guy said to the two old men. "Two sect leaders, Ling Jianshen is indeed a genius, but my Wu Tian sect isn't a sect that hasn't seen the world. We also don't care about this kind of traitorous genius. Anyway, with me here. Ling Jianshen can't be considered the #1 genius," the third Gateblade sect leader asked through gritted teeth. "What did you say?" Xu Zhen added. "Is this Liunji mocking us for not having seen the world?" Liunji replied.
"This junior wouldn't dare. It's just that Ling Jianshen is not only guilty of betraying the Wu Tian sect but also guilty of killing my father and brothers. I don't think the two seniors would interfere in a contest between juniors, right?" Tu Tiandao interjected.
"Yunji, don't worry. The two sect leaders are highly respected. How could they interfere in a feud between juniors? Two sect leaders, am I right?" The two guys were speechless and couldn't say anything more. The third Gateblade sect leader thought, "If Ling Yunji kills Ling Jianshen, we can't interfere to protect him," Tu Tiandao continued.
"It seems that the two sect leaders have tacitly agreed. If that's the case, Yunji, go do what you need to do."
Li Yunji nodded and replied,
"Understood." With that, he jumped down in front of the main character and said to Ling Jianshen,
"Ling Jianshen, you've really sparked my interest. Congrats. Today, you finally have the qualification to die by my hand." The main character replied with a faint smile, "Oh, I didn't expect Lian Tianlong to have a younger brother, and one with even greater talent. Only you are still putting on a haughty act. I wonder what you'll be thinking when I beat you to death multiple times later." Li Yunji circulated his spiritual energy in his hand and retorted, "You're thinking too much. You can't possibly defeat me. If you hadn't eliminated my entire Li family and killed my big bro, with your status, you wouldn't even be qualified for me to make a move. Today, I'll use 30% of my power to exterminate you." The main character smiled disdainfully and said directly to the guy, "How arrogant."
The Li dude charged towards the main character, yelling, "You wasted your breath." Wherever this Li Yunji went, the corpses of the people from before were sent flying everywhere. He continued,
"Remember, the one who killed you is Wu Tianzong, Li Yunji." At this moment, a massive surge of spiritual energy appeared behind the Li Kai dude, manifesting as a fierce tiger. The main character wasn't standing still either. He swung his blade and shouted, "Whatever. Let's settle the score with the Ling family in one battle today." The two sides fought fiercely in the air, the two massive forces colliding and creating a blinding light. The layers of rock and earth beneath their feet were shattered to pieces.
The brown-haired guy from Three Blades sect, even standing far away, was affected. He quickly shielded his eyes with his hands, muttering, "So strong. Just one move has such power. These two are freaks."
Ling Jianshen is only at true martial stage 6, yet he can match the strength of Li Yunji, who has already broken through to martial spirit. The guy next to him added,
"Don't forget that Li Yunji just said he'd only use 3/10 of his power. He hasn't unleashed his full strength yet. Ling Jianshen is in danger."
Tu Tiandao cracked a sly smile and said, "That's right. This kid Li Yunji is a prodigy."
He thought to himself, Although they both just entered the martial spirit stage like Xing Wuhe, Li Yunji's actual strength far surpasses Xing Wuhe. It's just a pity that when he broke through, he learned that his older brother was killed by Ling Jianshen, causing a flaw when the power was converging, only able to condense 2 flowers. Underneath the Li clan, tears welled up and cried loudly, "Father!" The sect master of Three Blades sect also commented,
being able to condense 2 flowers during the breakthrough, Ling Yunji's talent is indeed a bit terrifying. It's almost impossible for Ling Jianshen to win against Ling Yunji. Old Jingshan sighed deeply, muttering, "Who's gone now? What a pity for a good seed." That Long Zun, standing in a corner observing the fight, could only sigh deeply.
He glanced at Ling Tiaxin and said, "Ling Tiaxin, now that Li Yunji has personally taken action, your son only has one path to death. Aren't you very desperate and helpless?"
Ling Tiaxin burst out laughing in response. "Ha ha, Jianshen will definitely win." That Long Zun sneered and continued, "Your joke is really hilarious. He will win. What will he win with?" The spiritual energy of those two had already dyed the entire sky red. Long Zun continued to mock. "It's so damn funny, look, you think?" Saying this, he suddenly paused, exclaiming, The fight seems a little different from what Long Zun expected. The spiritual energy was dissipating layer by layer. That Li Yunji's expression suddenly darkened. As for the main character, he still maintained his confidence and didn't have a single scratch. The main character smiled faintly, mocking his opponent. HMPH. 3/10 of your power to tickle me, the limb dude replied in surprise. This is Ling Jianshen? How can your cultivation be? The main character then continued. HMPH. The surprises are still waiting for you behind. Come on, Li Yunji, use more moves. With that, he jumped high into the air, surrounded by flames, creating a terrifying power, dust flying everywhere. A fierce tiger appeared behind him. He swung his blade and shouted, following the momentum. Li Yunji looked at the main character with an interested gaze and said, I didn't expect you to hide your strength, but that's good. Before, I regretted just simply killing you like that. It would have been a bit too boring. He transferred his energy into his blade and continued. Ling Jianshen, I admit that I underestimated you before. This sword, I will use 5/10 of my strength. In the end, you will die under my sword. With that, this guy raised his sword and flew towards the main character, shouting, 8 directions, limitless raging wave sword art. The main character wasn't willing to lose either, wielding the move Primordial Chaos Sword Art, Roaring Tiger Thunderous Strike, to fight back against that guy. The two sides fought fiercely. One side had a series of sword illusions, and the other had a sword that was dozens of feet long. The male lead's Chaos Blade was quickly destroyed by those Lindude's sword illusions, shattering in mid-air and exploding instantly. Lai Wenji laughed triumphantly. Is that all you got? Those sword illusions were now directly surrounding Ling Jianshen. A truly desperate situation. Suddenly, the male lead emitted a golden halo, blinding those who looked. Seeing the male lead situation, Long Jun burst out laughing. Haha, Li Wenji is only using 5/10 of his strength and already has such power. Ling Tiexin, have you seen it? Your son is absolutely no match for him. Today, all of you must die. Ling Tiexin looked at his son for a long time. He firmly declared, I have faith in Jianshen. Grandpa Ling also nodded in agreement. That's right. Ling Tishan next to him added, I believe that kid Jianshen will definitely win. Hearing this, Long Zun could only sneer, HMPH, a bunch of ignorant hicks, just wait and see. On the male lead's side, the aura surrounding him had formed a vortex, preventing the sword illusions from directly contacting his body when they stabbed at it. Li Wenji clasped his hands behind his back, confidently smiling faintly. The fur coat dude from the Three Blades sect now spoke. Ling Jianshen has finally been defeated. A young lady nearby added, Li Wenji truly lives up to his name as the #1 genius of the Wu Tian sect. That Jing Qiu dude seemed to realize something, and he exclaimed in shock, Wait, something seems wrong. Those sword shadows don't seem to be stabbing him. Inside the spirit energy shell, the male lead remained calm and composed. He spread out his hand, channeling all his inner power, then clenched it tightly. Immediately, those sword shadows shattered and dissipated. At the same time, the blade in Li Wenji's hand was broken, the Li dude exclaimed in shock. What? This dude's eyes suddenly rolled back, filled with red blood vessels. He clutched his mouth in pain, coughing. Cough, cough. When he opened his hand, this dude trembled when he realized he had vomited blood. He gritted his teeth, muttering, That's blade intent. The male lead stood proudly in the air, carrying the blade on his shoulder, mockingly saying, You're not considered stupid, are you? You finally got a taste of the backlash. You said just now that this move had 5/10 of your strength, but it can't even break through my defense. It seems your strength isn't much at all, Li Wenji replied with a faint smile. Not bad. To possess blade intent at the 6th level of the true martial realm, Ling Jianshen, you really surprised me. But don't get too cocky. Today, even someone who has mastered heaven-grade blade intent must die. With that, he unleashed the sword technique Azure breeze white lightning.
2 swords appeared in his hands. This dude confidently smirked as he pointed one at the male lead and carried the other on his shoulder.
The Three-Blades sect master was once again shocked, he exclaimed. That's Azure Breeze White Lightning, a 5th grade high-level combat weapon.
Zhu Zhen also spoke up. That's the paired sword of the Azure Lightning Sword King of the Nine Swords sect when he was young. According to rumors, the Azure Lightning Sword King died in Wutian County back then. Could it be that Li Wenji obtained the Sword King's inheritance? If that's really the case, obtaining the Sword King's inheritance is practically saying that Li Wenji and the Nine Swords King of the Nine Swords sect are related.
The Three-Blades sect master then added, "So there's such a powerful force behind Li Wenji, we control one county. But the Nine Swords King is one of the 10 great king palaces of the great Xian dynasty. With great power, even royalty must address him as your highness."
Xu Zhen continued. No wonder the Wutian sect suddenly changed sect masters, and even the chief elders were instantly replaced. So it was all due to the king's palace of the Nine Swords King. The Three-Blades sect master sighed. Alas, Ling Jianshen, we can't protect you anymore. Who here dares to go against the king's palace?
Looking at the dude's moves, the male lead only said coldly, "Azure Breeze White Lightning is a bit interesting, but it seems to be heavily injured and hasn't recovered yet."
He thought to himself. I've long killed Martial King powerhouses before. Although the price was too great, it doesn't pose any threat to me. But this combat weapon, if it recovers, would be very suitable for me now.
Li Wenji retorted. You can actually see the state of Qingfeng Bai Dian. Although Qingfeng Bai Dian isn't at its peak, it has reached the level of a grade 4 advanced battle soldier. Killing you is a piece of cake. Saying that, he crossed his 2 blades and smirked.
Li Wenji held his swords out to either side. Surrounded by a dazzling golden yuan key, he yelled, "Ling Jianshen, today you die here."
Zhu Zhen raised a hand to shield his face, frowning in confusion. What's going on? Tam Mendao beside him had to give it up. That's some serious power. Li Wenji charged forward, followed by a raging yuan-ki dragon roaring and spewing fire. The spreading aura grew stronger and stronger. The aura rushed towards Zhu Zhen's group. Zhu Zhen panicked. This is bad, it's affecting us. Immediately, Zhu Zhen quickly spread his hands and cast a spell, creating a protective formation. He urged, "Everyone, quickly hide behind me." Li Wenji's yuan qi gradually ravaged all the rocks and those nearby. At that moment, the group screamed in terror. Quadruple A. The raging dragon continued to unleash its power, aiming to destroy everything. Li Wenji also shouted curses, "Just die already." In just a few seconds, all the dudes fell freely from the high rocks, letting out shrieks. The yuan-ki gradually reached Zhu Zhen's protective formation. Everyone was doing their best to protect the shield in order to save their lives, but to no avail. The protective shield was shattered into nothing. A flash of light appeared in the vast space. Amidst a haze of spreading dust and rock, the dudes fell and slammed hard into a pool of rocks below, crying out in unison, "It hurts! I broke a bone! Damn it, I'm crushed! Someone help me!" Zhu Zhen was lucky enough to have some defenses, so he wasn't badly injured. He panted, sputtering, "Is it over? What a flashy move!"
Xu Zhen quietly approached his standing comrades. Just then, Hua Ling asked, "Where's Ling Jianshen? Could he be dead?" Tam Mendao, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, "That much energy is equal to an attack from a Wu Wang powerhouse. Ling Jianshen dying under this move isn't unjust." Xu Zhen speculated. "If I'm not mistaken, that last move was the famous technique of Feng Lei Wu Wang back then. I didn't expect Li Wenji to have learned it." Jingqi frowned unhappily. "It's Feng Lei Wu Wang's signature move."
While they were talking animatedly, footsteps slowly approached from afar. Li Wenji stood before the abyss, amidst the vast expanse destroyed by his energy, and sighed.
He stood before the abyss, still holding the sharp swords, his face slightly regretful. "I thought you might bring some surprises, but too bad. I only used 5% of my strength and you're already dead."
He scoffed. "An ant is still just an ant." With those words, Li Wenji turned and left. Suddenly there was a sound behind him. He turned around. "Huh?" Li Wenji's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Behind him was Ling Jianshen, still with all his limbs intact, carrying his blade over his shoulder, walking step by step. Li Wenji was stunned. Ling Jianshen reached out and brushed the dust off his clothes. He mocked Li Wenji with a laugh. "I waited in vain for your so-called 5% of strength. You're such a disappointment," Ling Jianshen said with an arrogant tone. "You only managed to get my clothes dirty with that so-called strength, and you dare to act all cool. Should I call you a frog in a well or just plain suicidal?" Li Wenji's face darkened. He asked in shock, "Why aren't you dead yet?" Ling Jianshen grinned happily and retorted, "And you? Why did you think I would die? Did you think I'd die from listening to your boasting?" Li Wenji closed his eyes, still putting on a heroic act. "Yeah, so what if I'm not dead? You still won't escape my grasp in the end."
Li Wenji raised his sword with both hands, pointing the tip towards the sky. He continued his provocation. Whether it's boasting or not, let my Feng Lei Shuangsha answer you. But the important thing is whether you'll even live long enough to find out. Hearing Li Wenji's confident words, Xu Zhen was shocked. This is Feng Lei Shuangsha from the Feng Lei Martial King. I can't believe Li Wenji actually mastered this move. Rumor has it, this is the Feng Lei Martial King's strongest move, capable of challenging opponents above one's level. Xu Zhen's analysis was clear. San Mendao, standing right next to him, also gaped, unable to say a word. Long Qian laughed loudly, arrogantly. Ha ha! Ling Jianshen, your son is definitely dead this time. No one can save him. Of course, no one can save you either. Ling Jianshen, with his hands tied and imprisoned in a wooden cage, heard Li Wenji's conceited words. He grinned, retorting, "Why do you say the same thing 3 times? Seeing Ling Jianshen's stubbornness, Li Wenji turned around and smirked. HMPH, what do you know? This time, Ling Jianshen is definitely dead. Li Wenji started gathering his energy again to perform Feng Lei Shuangsha. Ling Jianshen stood silently opposite him, observing him and commenting, unlike the domineering energy from before, this time the power is all focused, and it's doubled too. Looks like I really have to get serious this time, going all out. Ling Jianshen swung his sword in front of him, his words sharp. If that's the case, I'll return the favor in kind. Ling Jianshen narrowed his eyes sharply. I'll use 5% of my power to play with you. Xu Zhen and the others were observing from the sidelines, and he was astonished. What? This guy in the feather coat, San Mendao, was also shocked. Ling Jianshen's previous power wasn't even 5%, his companion exclaimed. Facing Li Wenji's full-force attack, he's saying he only used 5% of his power. Jingqiu crossed his arms, anxiously. Is this kid just bragging? There's no way someone could be that strong. Li Wenji was furious. Ling Jianshen, you've really pissed me off. Even the Heavenly King himself can't save you today. Continuing on, another streak of light grazed the ground and shot up into the air. Feng Lei Shuangsha was unleashed again. The raging dragon reappeared, even more frantic and unyielding. Ling Jianshen also quickly drew his sword, using the fierce Hu Xiao Lei Zhan Hundun Jinxing to charge forward. Li Yunfeng angrily retorted. Heh, this move is useless against me, Ling Jianshen replied. Then try this instead. Then, both sides, Feng Lei Shuangsha and Hu Xiaolei Zhan Hundun Jinxing, collided and fought fiercely in the air. Now it was a complete mess. The two energies intertwined, emitting a terrifying radiance. Ling Jianshen's Hu Xiaolei Zhan Hundun Jinxing completely engulfed Li Yunji's Feng Lei Shuangsha, biting down painfully in the middle of the raging dragon's body. The raging dragon was severely injured and fell backward, while Ling Jianshen's Hu Xiaolei Zhan continued to roar fiercely, but then it gradually dissipated into the air. Ling Jianshen and Li Yunji crossed swords again. Li Yunji remained arrogant. I already said your move is useless against me. The sect leader Jing Shan of Yama sect, observing from afar, commented. Judging from the momentum, Li Yunji's move seems to be gaining the upper hand. San Mendao excitedly added. As expected of the successor of the Feng Lei Martial King, compared to that wild Ling Jianshen, he's definitely a bit stronger. Xu Zhen suddenly shouted. That's not right, look around you. Thousands of Hu Xiaolei Zhan were flying around. Li Yunji was surprised. What, Hu Xiaolei Zhan? Continued to surround Feng Lei Shuangsha, leaving no way out. Hu Xiaolei Zhan roared as they flew with sharp fangs and claws. Feng Lei Shuangsha was surrounded and attacked continuously. Li Yunji was injured, and blood had already welled up in his mouth. He thought to himself, how is this possible? Ling Jianshen gently explained. My move has 10 attacks. I didn't expect you to use your full power, and only block 1. Ling Yunji was shocked. What did you say? Ling Jianshen followed up. Seeing the remaining strength in your body, I'm afraid you can't withstand the second attack. As the howling thunder slash continuously attacked, Feng Lei Shuangsha screamed in pain as they were hit. Li Yunji was losing ground, unable to withstand the continuous attacks. After some vicious blows, he spat out more blood, letting out a shriek. Arg! The two swords in his hands, along with Li Yunji, fell freely from the sky. Xu Zhen and San Mendao exclaimed in shock. What? Ling Jianshen quickly flew over, snatching the two swords and crossing them. He grinned with amusement. It's such a waste to have these weapons on someone like you. Li Yunji was covered in blood, falling face first to the ground, coughing miserably. The howling thunder slash continued to threaten. Li Yunji got up and looked around, exclaiming in panic, What? The howling thunder slashes now surrounded Li Yunji from all directions. Li Yunji supported himself with his hands, uttering a confused, huh. Ling Jianshen also landed, still holding the Feng Lei Shuangsha in his hands, slowly walking towards him. He sternly ordered the howling thunder slash, disperse. Obeying the command, the howling thunder slash retreated and disappeared. Li Yunji was still kneeling, covered in injuries. Ling Jianshen approached him and said softly,
It's over, Li Yunji. Ling Jianshen pressed further. Do you have any last words?
Ling Yunji clenched his teeth, his knuckles turning white, his tone unconvinced.
Ling Jianshen, my strength now definitely surpasses my brother's from half a year ago, but why? Li Yunji paused, looking up self-reproachfully. Why am I still no match for you?
Ling Jianshen still spoke softly, enlightening him. It's simple, my fight with Liu Yunfeng half a year ago was truly a life-or-death battle, but now, he calmly continued,
I only need one move. Li Yunji looked up at Ling Jianshen, asking, what? Our strength is that different? Countless assumptions flashed through Li Yunji's mind. How is that possible? I originally thought you were just an ant, but I didn't expect that in your eyes, I'm not even worth as much as an ant. Ling Jianshen spoke up. Alright, your time is almost up. Ling Jianshen raised the sword in his hand, bidding farewell. Go and reunite with your family. Li Yunfeng's face was now like a weak, panting cat. He raised his hand to stop him, refusing to die. Wait, Ling Jianshen. I can't die, I am a genius, I still have so many things I haven't done, the second half of my life should be very exciting, you can't let me die. Ling Jianshen laughed loudly, mocking, ha ha, you still dare to call yourself a genius, in my eyes your little talent is just a pile of crap. Ling Jianji helplessly humbled himself, suppressing his hatred and kowtowing repeatedly, still begging, Ling Jianshen, please spare me, I have the inheritance of the Fenglei martial king in my hands, if you spare me I will give these things to you, I beg you.
He was afraid of death. Tears streaming down his face, still begging, I am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life, at your disposal, spare my life, I really don't want to die.
Ling Jianshen showed no sympathy, but instead mocked. HMPH.
The martial king's inheritance that you consider a treasure is not even as valuable as toilet paper to me.
Tun Qiandao happened to lead people to chase after them. Seeing Lin Yunji under Ling Jianshen's sword, he loudly ordered, Ling Jianshen, stop for me.
Worried about Li Yunji, Tu Tiandao stomped his feet and quickly flew up. He rushed towards Ling Jianshen, constantly threatening. My disciple has connections with the Nine Swords Royal Mansion. You can't afford to offend him. Ling Jianshen ignored any words. He directly swung his sword across Li Yunfeng's neck, insulting, so what if it's a royal mansion? Fresh blood splattered all over Ling Jianshen's face. He continued his insults. In my eyes, it's just trash. Ling Yunji's eyes were dull. His last thoughts were, so what I'm proud of is just a joke in Ling Jianshen's eyes.
Then, he fell backward, taking his last breath.
Tu Tiandao had just arrived.
But it was too late. Ling Jianshen glanced over, muttering, Tu Tiandao. Tu Tiandao was furious, already holding his longsword, his tone arrogant. Ling Jianshen, you didn't even listen to my words. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted and purple with rage. Li Yunji was my most outstanding disciple, and you actually killed him. Unforgivable. Tu Tiandao roared like a hurricane. Today, I, Tu Tiandao, will definitely take your life.
Shu Zhen was also surprised. Tu Tiandao couldn't hold back and made a move.
San Mandao chimed in with a sigh. Who would have thought that Tu Tiandao has reached the 7th level of the martial spirit realm? I wonder what the new sect leader of Wu Tian sect is capable of.
Shu Zhen quickly added. The new sect leader of Wu Tian sect, Si Kongshu, is still secretly enduring. I wonder if he has broken through to the martial king realm yet. Ling Jianshen chuckled indifferently.
Hey, Tu Tiandao, you think too highly of yourself, Tu Tiandao asked back angrily. What did you say? Ling Jianshen straightened his face and rebuked.
Put your hand on your chest and ask yourself, who the hell do you think you are to be yelling in front of me? Tu Tiandao gnashed his teeth, enraged. Ling Jianshen, you! Then he laughed, relaxing. Very well, I'll give you that you've got some skills. But from now on, with every breath, either you make a move against me, or I'll have Long Qian kill one of the people from your Ling family village. He brandished his blade, drawing it out. Until you kill me, I want to see just how tough your bones are.
Ling Jianshen was anxious. Tu Tiandao, do you dare?
Tu Tiandao laughed wickedly, delighted. This can also be considered a move, he ordered. Long Qian, pick the smallest one, kill him for me.
Long Qian chuckled gleefully, twistedly. He understood. He turned to a young boy sitting in a corner. He held the small sword, licking his tongue around the blade. This little brat isn't bad either. The Ling family boy wasn't flustered at all. Instead, he stood up and loudly challenged. HMPH. Kill me if you want, I'm not afraid of you. Ling Jianshen hurriedly flew over, threatening Long Qian. Do you want to die?
Tu Tiandao quickly flew over to stop him, saying maliciously, Ling Jianshen, your opponent is me. Ling Jianshen felt like his heart was on fire. He looked up and exclaimed, What? Immediately after, Tu Tiandao raised his leg and kicked Ling Jianshen hard in the chest. While he was unprepared, Ling Jianshen cried out in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Tu Tiandao continued his counterattack, moving his hands gleefully.
Ling Jianshen fell heavily to the ground, coughing a few times.
Cough, cough. Long Qian grabbed the innocent boy's hair, lifted him up, and held the knife close to his neck, turning to provoke Ling Jianshen. I'm gonna make a move." Ling Jianshen shouted in dismay and anxiety. "Don't." But it was too late. The knife quickly slashed across the neck of the poor Ling family boy. Long Qian released his hand, and the boy fell to the ground, lifeless. Long Qian still had a sharp knife in his hand, and he sneered maliciously, "HMPH, despicable people of the Ling family." Ling Jianshen was driven mad. He stood up, his hand clenched tightly on the Pujun's sword, his mouth full of hatred. "Tu Tiandao, Long Qian, you all must die." Tu Tiandao put on a pitiful face and announced, "Ling Jianshen, you just made another move against me." Long Qian understood and said excitedly, "I heard it. This time, I'll find a little girl." He conveniently grabbed a little girl from the Ling family and lifted her up. The little girl had tears streaming down her face, but she still tried to encourage Ling Jianshen, Gerge, "Don't worry about us, kill all these bastards." The little girl's mouth was full of blood. Long Qian tightened his grip, making her unable to speak anymore. He smiled pervertedly. Hey, I'm afraid your Jianshen Gerge can't do it." Ling Jianshen gritted his teeth and roared, No. Ling Jianshen helplessly collapsed to the ground, unable to witness the Ling family children being slaughtered right before his eyes. Tu Tiandao's arrogance only grew. Ling Jianshen, regretting it now, "Are we?" On the ground, 2 innocent children had their lives taken, 2 pools of blood staining the earth crimson. Tu Tiandao gloated further, "This is the end for anyone who dares to cross the Wu Tian sect." San Mendao showed a hint of pity. "That Tu Tiandao really stops at nothing," Xu Zhen sighed, lowering his gaze. "Using such cruel methods against a junior, that's definitely going too far." The Yan Luo sect member standing nearby explained, "Li Yunji possessed the inheritance of the Wind Thunder Martial King. For him to die like this, Tu Tiandao has essentially severed ties with the Wind Thunder King's manor. No wonder he's so furious." Xu Zhen nodded. "Indeed, that's true." Ling Jianshen, still kneeling on the ground, began to speak, each word deliberate. "I have never considered the Wu Tian sect an enemy." Tu Tiandao was slightly surprised. "What?" Ling Jianshen slowly pushed himself up, leaning on his Poda blade, and continued, "It was you who coveted the cultivation technique I gave to the old sect master, causing his death, and capturing He Han and the others." Ling Jianshen exposed Tu Tiandao's crimes one by one. "And then you captured my family members and tormented them. Not only that, to force me into submission, you even slaughtered my clansmen right before my eyes." The words, accompanied by surging energy around Ling Jianshen, made the Yanluo sect member suspicious. There's something off about this power. No sooner had he finished speaking, an unexpected and devastating counterattack struck Tu Tiandao. He covered his face with both hands, uttering muffled cries amidst the blinding aura. Ling Jianshen, fueled by hatred, emphasized each word. "I swear, today I will annihilate the Wu Tian sect. Not even a dog or chicken will be spared." Tu Tiandao forced a laugh and said, "Ling Jianshen, you're really overestimating yourself, aren't you?" His tone turned provocative. "You want to wipe out every last member of the Wu Tian sect? What are you going to use?" Ling Jianshen gripped his blade firmly with both hands, and power began to emanate from the blade. He ran a hand along the blade and retorted to Tu Tiandao, "Obviously, with the blade in my hand." San Mendao stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ling Jianshen's aura seems off somehow. Xu Zhen also frowned in surprise. His cultivation level is still rising rapidly. He's already reached the 9th layer of true martial stage. Hearing this, San Mendao sighed. Even the 9th layer of true martial stage is useless. Tu Tiandao is at the 7th layer of martial spirit stage. The gap between them is enormous." Tu Tiandao spread 5 fingers, gleefully threatening, "HMPH, Ling Jianshen, remember this. With every strike of your blade, one of your family members will die. But don't worry, I won't actively kill you. If you want, you can unleash hundreds of strikes on me." Because he clenched the 5 fingers he had just spread, gritting his teeth as he continued, "I'd rather you open your eyes and watch your family members die, one by one." Enraged, Ling Jianshen raised his blade straight to the sky and roared, heaven-defying 7 devil slashes. He flew forward, channeling all the energy from his blade into a single downward slash. Tu Tiandao counted each strike mockingly. First one, Tu Tiandao scoffed, raising his blade with just one hand to parry, then sneered, "HMPH, mere child's play." What's more, just as Tu Tiandao had promised earlier, Long Qian unhesitatingly stabbed a member of the Ling family village to death, announcing with a cruel smirk, "Another life lost, hee." Ling Jianshen thought to himself, "The heaven-defying 7 devil slashes I got from the demonic blade god emperor, each time it's unleashed, its power increases by 100 times compared to the previous strike. Just now, I used the Nirvana heavenly wheel to forcibly boost my strength to the 9th layer of true martial stage. Now is the perfect time to unleash it." Ling Jianshen continued his swing. Second slash. Tu Tiandao still parried with his hand, not forgetting to command, "HMPH, Long Qian, kill another one." The cruel Long Qian replied gleefully, As you command. He once again mercilessly slashed across a Ling family member's throat. Tu Tiandao, however, felt a flicker of worry inside. But, is this my imagination? Why is this slash so much stronger than the last? Ling Jianshen continued. Third slash. This time, the power had increased several hundredfold compared to the previous 2 slashes. Tu Tiandao's face scrunched up, his heart pounding with unease.
No way. His parrying blade just snapped in half.
Just as Ling Jianshen's third slash came down, Tu Tiandao stumbled backward, screaming hysterically. Ah no, spare me! Ling Jianshen pursued him, swinging his blade. Fourth slash. Tu Tiandao's face was already covered in blood, and he cried out in terror.
What? There's more? Then, Tu Tiandao tasted Ling Jianshen's fourth blade.
Shu Zhen turned in surprise, questioning.
Grand Elder, you're a blade technique expert. Can you tell where Ling Jianshen's blade technique comes from?
San Mandao, sweating buckets,
replied, Nah, no clue, never seen it before, but I'm betting this blade technique is at least rank 6. Yanluo Zong was shocked.
What, rank 6? He anxiously said.
Even a rank 5 martial skill is enough to be our clan's treasure, San Mandao quickly agreed. True that, Zhu Zhen calmly spoke. I suddenly understand why Wu Tianzong would spare no expense to hunt down this Ling Jianshen. Below, Tu Tiandao clutched his chest. Ling Jianshen. You. Cough, cough. His face was covered in wounds, but he still threatened.
If you drop your blade now, my Wu Tianzong will spare your life. Otherwise, you and your family will die here, Ling Jianshen repeated.
I already said, today I will wipe out the entire Wu Tianzong, leaving no one alive.
Tu Tiandao clenched his fists, still pleading.
Ling Jianshen, think carefully. This is your last chance. Don't think that mastering this bizarre blade technique will make you invincible. If you push me to the brink, I'll fight you to the death.
Ling Jianshen didn't flinch. He continued to raise his blade and fly towards him. You're better off dead. I won't let your explosive energy rise,
Ling Jianshen declared loudly. Heaven-defying 7 demon blades, 5th blade.
Tu Tiandao was stunned internally.
Crap, I have to block this blade. Immediately he used his move, myriad beasts descend from heaven, to block it.
But it was all controlled by Ling Jianshen's breakthrough energy.
Tu Tiandao worried. Oh no, I can't take it anymore.
Instantly, he was knocked down by the energy from the blade. Beaten to a pulp, covered in blood, he hissed and wailed miserably. Tu Tiandao, he kept screaming for help. Sect leader, save me! Ling Jianshen flew over, full of hatred. Today, no one will save you. Suddenly, a voice and a stream of primordial qi echoed from above. You wicked Ling Jianshen, won't you stop? Ling Jianshen was a little surprised. What? A dazzling light was gradually descending, and supernatural energy exploded in a small area of the land. The power sent Tu Tiandao flying, screaming. Ling Jianshen also had to sit down to support himself. A gap continued to appear due to the impact of that power. Ling Jianshen stood up, looked around, and asked himself internally, this power, could it be that their sect leader has come out? Tu Tiandao laughed loudly. Ha ha, Ling Jianshen, you're done for this time. He was still provoking. Now that the sect leader is here, you're definitely dead, you can't kill me. Ling Jianshen coldly cursed. You idiot. Immediately afterwards, a sword flashed across Tu Tiandao's neck, spraying fresh blood. Tu Tiandao reached out to hold his neck, still arrogantly saying, Ling Jianshen, how dare you? Ling Jianshen continued. I already said I will kill you, no one can stop me. Tu Tiandao fell into a pool of blood. He still gasped his last words. I'm not reconciled. Then he died. Shu Zhen's group started discussing, in an uproar. Tu Tiandao is dead.
Zhu Zhen looked surprised. 2. To think a 7th-level martial spirit, the Grand Elder of the Wu Tianzong, actually died in the hands of a 9th-level true martial realm warrior. San Mandao also couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable.
Shu Zhen stood there dumbfounded. Ling Jianshen is totally qualified to be on par with us now, and we wanted to take him under our wing before. How ridiculous. Seeing her dad a little uneasy, Hua Ling rushed over to hold his hand. She said,
We always thought we were the best, but compared to Ling Jianshen, we're not even worth mentioning.
Hua Ling looked down at the imposing Ling Jianshen, admiringly. Ling Jianshen, you're the real deal. A dude from one of the sect masters chimed in, impressed. Today I learned there's always someone better. The fur coat guy also looked determined. After I get back, I'm going to use Ling Jianshen as my goal, and push myself to cultivate twice as hard. Jing Jianqiu folded his arms and reminded.
While Ling Jianshen's path is full of surprises that broaden our horizons, it seems like you guys have forgotten something. That guy turned to ask. What? Jingxiu explained. The Wu Tian sect leader has shown up. Ling Jianshen is definitely going to die. As soon as he said that, the screen lit up with radiant yuan qi, and the Wu Tian sect leader appeared.
San Mandao was astonished. What an aura, so strong, as expected of the Wu Tian sect leader himself.
Wu Tian sect leader, Si Kongsu, with his hands clasped behind his back, looked imposing. Impudent, presumptuous. What a wicked spawn, I told you to stop. Yet you dared to kill Tu Tiandao. Ling Jianshen laughed dismissively. Who the hell are you to order me around?
Si Kongshu smirked menacingly. Ling Jianshen, it seems you killed a few wastes and think you're all that. Si Kongshu quickly channeled his energy, threatening, "Today I'll let you know, there are some people you'll never surpass in your life."
Immediately after, his power was fully charged, and an energy ball was formed. Zhu Zhen panicked. Everlasting thunder. Could it be the meaning of martial arts? San Mendao softly replied. That's right, this is truly the meaning of martial arts. Yan Luozong turned and continued, looks like Si Kongshu has reached that stage.
Si Kongshu shouted, along with the terrifying energy, Ling Jianshen, die.
After the shout, Si Kongshu quickly pushed the everlasting thunder towards Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen remained calm. You want to kill me? Dream on. He quickly drew his sword and commanded, break. Two streams of power collided. The battle was extremely brutal. Hua Ling's eyes widened.
Shu Zhen sighed, affirming,
Ling Jianshen is finally going to lose. It seems a generation's chosen one will die here. Ling Jianshen was weakening. His power was nothing compared to Si Kongshu's.
He braced himself on the ground, his clothes in tatters, coughing a few times. Cough, cough. Ling Jianshen's face was smudged, he thought to himself. So strong. This Si Kongshu's power is not on the same level as Tu Tiandao at all. Almost the same as Li Yunfeng, whom I killed at the beginning. Looks like he has broken through to Martial King. Si Kongshu boasted. After I broke through to Martial King and gained the power of thunder, he stretched out his 5 fingers and continued. Ling Jianshen, you can barely withstand this move of mine. Your strength is not bad.
Jing Qiu, who was watching, was shocked again. Si Kongshu has indeed broken through to Martial King. In his mind, he recalled the terrifying power of the Martial King. The uniqueness of the Martial King lies in being able to grasp the meaning. A dude in one of the sect masters commented, those below the Martial King realm are just like ordinary people in front of the Martial King, with no power to resist. The fur coat guy firmly affirmed, Ling Jianshen is really dead this time.
Long Qian, who was guarding the Ling family manor, excitedly turned around and laughed loudly to announce, "Ha! Ling Tiexin, did you see that? The sect leader has entered the Martial King realm." Holding a blood-stained knife, his face also smeared with the Ling family's blood, he continued arrogantly, Ling Jianshen, even if he can jump around like crazy, he's definitely dead today. Ling Tiexin, covered in injuries, lowered his head and prayed, Jianshen, you must not be in trouble. Si Kongshu raised his voice and asked, Ling Jianshen, do you now know how big the gap between us is?
He pointed his finger down at the ground. How about this? I see your talent isn't that bad.
Just kneel down and beg me for forgiveness, and maybe I'll show some mercy and spare you from death.
Ling Jianshen coughed up blood. He sneered, I really am being looked down upon.
Ling Jianshen slowly stood up, enunciating each word. Then let me tell you, even the gods in the divine realm can't make me kneel. You're just a measly martial king, and you want me to beg for mercy. Ling Jianshen grinned provocatively. Si Kongshu, you think I haven't beaten up martial kings before? With that provocation, Ling Jianshen was already planning his next move. Looks like I'll have to burn the essence blood of the immortal Emperor Luo.
Si Kongshu was furious. HMPH. You really are an ignorant bastard.
Si Kongshu tightened his fingers, threatening. Since you're so set on dying, then I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the sky. Stop! Who dares to touch Ling Jianshen? Si Kongshu was shocked. What? Shu Zhen and the others turned around, all a little confused. There were 2 rows of white horses spreading their wings and flying,
pulling a magnificent and extravagant thunder carriage.
Shu Er peeked out of the thunder carriage, waving and shouting, Jianshen Garage, she exclaimed excitedly, her eyes wide.
Jianshen Garage, I'm here to save you, the male guard in the carriage said anxiously. Dangerous, young miss. Ling Jianshen was a little surprised, but he happily shouted, Shu Er Meimen. Zhu Zhen and the others had another eye-opening experience. Oh my god, isn't that a double-winged thunder dragon horse?
To use a 5th-grade demon beast this valuable to pull a carriage, the value of a double-winged thunder dragon horse is almost equal to the Wu Tianzong. The person in that carriage must have a big background. A man smiled and speculated.
Judging from the voice just now, it seems like they're here for Ling Jianshen. This is getting interesting. The double-winged thunder dragon horse slowly landed. Zhu Er eagerly left the carriage, exclaiming, Jianshen Gag. Seeing Shu Er being a little too excited, Uncle Qin hurriedly reminded, Shu Er, be careful.
Shu Er rushed over and hugged Ling Jianshen tightly, the 2 of them face to face, asking after each other. Ling Jianshen looked at her and softly said, Shu Er. While Shu Er was still in a happy mood, Jianshen Garage, I've finally met you.
Uncle Qin helplessly slapped his forehead, sighing, I don't know what's so attractive about this kid Ling Jianshen that makes Zhu Er so obsessed.
Zhu Er quickly reached out and gently touched the wound on Ling Jianshen's mouth. She asked worriedly, Jianshen Garage, are you hurt? Let me see if it's serious.
Ling Jianshen quickly wiped the blood from his mouth. He also said with concern, I'm fine, but why are you here? Aren't you not allowed to leave the Ghost King's forest at will? Zhu said gently. Because I was worried about Jianshen Gage, so I begged father to let me out. Uncle Qin quickly stepped forward and added, It wasn't as simple as begging, Ling Jianshen. Zhu even went on a hunger strike to see you. Uncle Qin's revelation made Zhu blush. Uncle Qin happily continued. Because the Ghost King had no choice, he reluctantly broke the rules of the Ghost King's forest. To let me bring her out. Zhu quickly reached out to stop him, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh geez, Uncle Qin, you promised me you wouldn't say anything. Ling Jianshen reached out and stroked Zhu hair affectionately. Zhu thank you. The eyes of the two were now full of love. Ling Jianshen looked at her affectionately. I'll remember your kindness to me. Shui also spoke some sweet words. Jianshen Gage, I'm relieved. As long as you're okay. Si Kongshu, standing on the other side, couldn't take it anymore, he shouted. Are you guys throwing dog food here, pretending I don't exist? Si Kongshu raised his hand and ordered, Brat, get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Zhu turned around and pointed angrily. HMPH, you're the one who bullied Jianshen Jekaj, right, Uncle Qin? Quickly help me beat up this bastard. Uncle Qin cleared his throat. No problem with that. Uncle Qin quickly rushed over to teach Si Kongshu a lesson. He was caught off guard, looking flustered. What? Si Kongshu was a little confused? How did this guy get here? I didn't even see his movements. Uncle Qin made his move, scolding. You dare to bully the princess of the Ghost King's forest. Are you looking for death? Si Kongshu ate that palm strike dead center, coughing up a mouthful. Xu Zhen, San Mendao, and Yan Luozong were all jaw-dropped. What the heck? Whoosh whoosh. A couple of lightning-fast moves left everyone stunned. Before they knew it, Si Kongshu was down for the count. Slammed into the wall, coughing blood, cough, cough. The coat guy spoke up. Holy crap, Si Kongshu at Martial King Realm got wrecked by one palm strike. The homies on the side were impressed. I can't even read this dude's energy, he's way stronger than we thought. Never thought Ling Jianshen had such a badass powerhouse backing him up. The tables just turned. Si Kongshu, face covered in bruises, was uneasy. That palm strike was too damn strong. I couldn't even put up a fight. He was still lying helpless in the corner, glaring and cursing. Damn it. Si Kongshu grimaced and forced himself to ask, Who are you? Uncle Qin stepped forward, radiating with power. You think some nobody at Martial King First Level is worthy of knowing my name? Uncle Qin boomed. Ling Jianshen, Xin Shushu, turned towards the crowd, pointing and asking, Who here is your enemy? Speak up. The crowd was terrified. What? Xin Shushu added. After I chop all these guys down, I'll take Xue home. Jingqiu was stunned. Chop them all down, no way, San Mendao explained. Nah. With his power, he can totally do it. The head honcho immediately dropped to his knees. This esteemed master, we were just invited to watch the fight. We're not Ling Jianshen's enemies. The underlings also kneeled down and kowtowed. Yeah, Ling Jianshen's enemy is Wu Tianzong. We ain't got nothing to do with Wu Tianzong, one dude quickly added. Can Ling Jianshen vouch for us? We really don't have any beef with Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen quickly cupped his hands and spoke up. Clan leader Qin, please just off Si Kongshu for me. I can handle the others myself. Xin Shushu agreed. You got it. Then, Xin Shushu started circulating his chi. Senior Qin said scornfully, You hear that? I ain't really interested in killing trash like you, but you still gotta pay with your life. Si Kongshu screamed in terror. No! You can't kill me! I'm in the Nine Swords sect now. I'm an outer elder. Xin Shushu didn't pay any attention to Si Kongshu's words. He quickly rushed forward. Time to die! Si Kongshu screamed instinctively. Don't. I'm a martial king, ICA. Before he could finish, he took a brutal punch from Xin Shushu. Blood splattered everywhere. Si Kongshu still wasn't going down without a fight. He was still desperately trying to not die here. But it was too late. Si Kongshu died at the hands of the powerful Qin Shushu. The crowd started yelling again. Si Kongshu just died like that. Xu Zhen was shocked. He was a martial king. San Mendao gritted his teeth. But when Ling Jianshen got that guy to make a move, he didn't even stand a chance. Yan Luozong turned around and ordered his troops. Pass down my order from now on. Never treat Ling Jianshen as an enemy. Anyone who messes with him, I'll personally wipe them out. The subordinates cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Yes, sir. After dealing with the situation, Qin Shushu hurried over to Ling Jianshen and Xu Qin Shushu called out, Ling Jianshen. Qin Shushu pointed at Si Kongshu and said urgently, This old man has helped you take care of. I have to bring Xu back. Ling Jianshen was reluctant to just let go. Xu sadly explained, Jianshen Gage. Our clan has its reasons. We can't stay away from Ghost King City for too long. My dad made an exception for me this time. Now I have to go back. You have to come visit me. Ling Jianshen reached out and gently caressed Xu cheek. Wiping away her tears, he comforted her. Don't worry, Xu Xu cheeks flushed red. Huh. Ling Jianshen smiled gently. I'll definitely come visit you. Xu. Era was still holding onto Ling Jianshen's hand, pouting and not wanting to leave.
Sword god, bro, Ling Jianshen replied gently. What's up, Shuger? Shu'er mustered all her courage, hugged Ling Jianshen's neck, and kissed him on the cheek.
Then, she shyly dashed away. Ling Jianshen dazedly called out, Shu Crair. Before the gaudy palanquin, Shu Crair still didn't forget to turn back and wave goodbye.
Sword god, bro,
I'll be waiting for you in Ghost King City. Uncle Qin also added, Ling Jianshen, remember to visit Ghost King City once you officially break through to Martial King.
With that, the Thunder Dragon twin carriages quickly set off. Returning to Ghost King Forest,
Ling Jianshen was still surprised by Zhu Cair's kiss. He touched his cheek, his mouth full of affection. Sigh, this affection is not easy to betray.
From afar, Long Dekai, with his arms crossed, watched the Thunder Dragon twin carriages in the sky, admiringly saying, I didn't expect Ling Jianshen to have such powerful backers. Who would dare to mess with him in the future? Hua Ling also chimed in. Si Kongshu and Tu Tiandao are both dead. Now there's no one left in Wutian's sect who can stand against Ling Jianshen.
Clang! Clang! The sound of a knife and sword falling to the ground. Long Qian began to tremble. Crap! Who would have thought it would end up like this?
His heart was filled with anxiety. Now that the Grand Elder and sect leader are dead, there's no one left to oppose Ling Jianshen.
I killed so many people from Lingjia village, he definitely won't spare me. I have to run. Run now. Then, he hurriedly ran for his life. But unfortunately, Ling Jianshen blocked his path.
Ling Jianshen asked in a threatening tone,
Long Qian, where do you think you're going? Long Qian subconsciously grunted, his face pale.
Ling Jianshen.
Tears streamed down Long Qian's face as he knelt down and repeatedly kowtowed.
Ling Jianshen.
All of this was Tu Tiandao, forcing me to do it. I really didn't want to attack your clansmen. I beg you, please be magnanimous and spare my life. I'll be your horse, your ox, your pig, your dog, anything.
Ling Jianshen recalled the lives of the Lingjia people mercilessly killed by Long Qian, and he asked back, spare you. Slaying intent blazed in Ling Jianshen's hand as he condemned him. You killed my clansmen. Long Qian looked at the primal energy in Ling Jianshen's hand, paralyzed with fear.
What? Ling Jianshen struck hard between Long Qian's eyebrows, shouting loudly, There is only death for you.
Tears mixed with fresh blood streamed down Long Qian's face.
I regret it so much. Then he died. Ling Jianshen hurriedly ran towards the wooden cage that held the Lingjia family members, apologizing, Father, I've made you all suffer.
Ling Jianshen circulated his energy. I'll release everyone right away.
Whoosh whoosh. With a few strikes, the cage holding the Lingjia village people was shattered. Everyone rejoiced. Great, we're finally free. Ling Jianshen cupped his fist in apology. Jianshen has made you all suffer, please forgive me.
Ling Tiexin hurriedly stepped forward, placing his hand on Ling Jianshen's shoulder, comforting him.
Son, it's okay for us to suffer a little as long as you're here. The Lingjia brothers also put their arms around each other and stepped forward to encourage him. That's right, Jianshen, I knew you could do it. What's that Wu Tian sect's new sect leader? In our Jianshen's hands, isn't he just like a vegetable knife?
Ling Jianshen's heart was still heavy. But those clansmen who died were all because of me. Ling Jianshen tried to comfort him.
Jianshen, there's no need to be like this, father.
Ling Tiexin said in a proud tone.
Our Lingjia village has always been one. If any clansman is humiliated, the entire Lingjia will risk their lives to avenge them. You are the pride of our Lingjia village. I believe those dead clansmen would also feel proud of you. All the Lingjia village people cheered and comforted Ling Jianshen. That's right. We have never blamed you, Jianshen kid. You did a great job.
Ling Jianshen was moved by everyone's generosity. He closed his eyes. Father, everyone. Ling Jianshen lightly punched his chest with his fist, resolutely saying, Everyone. Ling Jianshen swears that I will never let you suffer, even the slightest harm again. Ling Tiexin stepped forward. Jianshen, we believe in you. Next, we'll gather the remains of our clan members and bury them.
Ling Jianshen's eyes lit up. Yeah. But before that, there's one more thing I need to do.
Ling Jianshen pressed. Lord Ouyang, Vice Lord He. Do you know where the old sect leader is now? Ouyang Bo lowered his head sadly. Alas, the old sect leader was killed by that bastard Si Kongshu. He Han also raised his hand to his head, equally mournful. But luckily we haven't revealed the secret manual you gave us to outsiders.
Ling Jianshen lowered his head, blaming himself. Alas, I've harmed you all.
Ling Jianshen stepped forward, took Ouyang Bo's hand, and suggested, since the old sect leader is dead, then Wuqian sect will be under Lord Ouyang's responsibility. From now on, Ouyang Bo was surprised.
What? Ling Jianshen took Ouyang Bo's hand and took a few steps forward.
He raised Ouyang Bo's hand high and announced loudly, Listen up, disciples of Wuqian sect, Tu Tiandao and Si Kongshu are dead. From this moment on, Wuqian sect will be led by Ouyang Bo. Do you submit?
All the disciples of Wuqian sect knelt down and kowtowed. We are willing to submit. Long live Wuxian sect. Long live sect leader Ouyang. A mysterious figure observed the scene before him, chuckling. I didn't expect Sikongshu to die at the hands of Ling Jianshen. What a waste. Ling Jianshen sensed something unusual, glanced over, and snorted inwardly, speculating. Just now, I seemed to sense a powerful aura appearing in the main hall of Wuxian sect. But now it's gone again. Could it be my imagination? On the side of Tianyu Holy Land, the scenery is luxurious and powerful, like a heavenly paradise. A meticulously carved statue stands tall. In the depths, a mysterious figure is sitting on the throne, frowning. This time, I will definitely not spare you. At the main hall of Wuxian sect, Ling Jianshen is meditating, raising his cultivation. The matter of Wuxian sect is over, so I won't have to worry anymore. It's time for me to upgrade my strength too. Although Sikongshu is dead, his martial spirit can still be used by me. On the ground, Sikongshu's corpse is placed neatly. Ling Jianshen thought to himself, if I don't use the Divine Emperor's essence blood, I'll still be a little pressured facing a martial king. Only after breaking through to the martial spirit realm can I fight. Immediately afterward, Ling Jianshen's hands touched each other, and he began to mutter, Heaven and earth infinite, creation of myriad Daos, transcendence of myriad realms, Ling Jia reincarnation. Next, Nirvana heavenly wheel. Suddenly, a Nirvana formation appeared. Ling Jianshen ordered, Nirvana heavenly wheel, devour it for me. Immediately, the Nirvana heavenly wheel rushed towards Sikongshu's corpse, sucking up all his martial spirit. Just a few seconds later, Ling Jianshen happily exclaimed, Success! I've successfully absorbed it. He stood up, still not satisfied. It's a pity that it only upgraded the martial spirit to a high-grade 5th rank, still one step away from the 6th rank. Oh well, it's barely acceptable. Next, I'll break through to the martial spirit realm in one go. Ling Jianshen already had a plan in his heart. Seeing my devouring technique, that person probably won't be able to hide anymore. As soon as he had the hunch, the mysterious person appeared in front of the hall door, applauding in praise. No wonder Tu Tiandao lost to you, little brat. Devouring other people's martial spirits is really powerful. Ling Jianshen also turned around and replied, I felt a powerful aura here before, and now I've finally lured you out. If I'm not mistaken, you are the supreme elder Zheng Shitian from the rumors of Wuxian sect, who was said to be dead. Zheng Shitian stroked his beard and continued, I've been hiding in Wuxian sect for decades, cultivating without going out, because I wanted to pursue a higher realm of martial arts. To avoid being disturbed, I've always suppressed my aura, so even Sikongshu didn't know of my existence. How did you discover me? Ling Jianshen happily replied, From the moment I entered Wuxian sect, I felt an aura. People thought your lifespan was over, but they never thought you'd become a martial king to extend your life. Zheng Shitian's hand was already full of killing intent, preparing to attack. He smiled sinisterly. Hey, since you know I'm a martial king, then you probably know your situation now. If you don't want to die, then hand over the secret martial spirit devouring technique to me. Acknowledge me as your master, and I can spare your life. Ling Jianshen sneered. Acknowledge you as my master? Don't even mention you? No one in this world is qualified for me to acknowledge as my master. Zheng Shitian feigned arrogance. No one is qualified. Ling Jianshen. You think killing Sikongshu makes you powerful? Sikongshu was just a piece of trash who barely became a martial king by relying on pills. I could deal with him at any time. As for you, you haven't even stepped into the martial spirit realm. Just one finger of mine is enough to crush you. Zheng Shitian pointed his finger. I advise you to obediently hand over the secret technique. Ling Jianshen laughed in the face of the threat. You think you can crush me? You're not strong enough. He quickly clasped his hands together to gather his power. Zheng Shitian, open your eyes wide and watch. Ling Jianshen thought excitedly. It's time to break through to the martial spirit realm. Immediately after, Ling Jianshen shouted, Martial Dao Lotus. Zheng Shitian pointed, his face still indifferent. 3 flowers converging on the crown. Is that all you've got? He sneered. The tiny 3 flowers converging on the crown shows your outstanding talent, but so what if you break through to the martial spirit realm? You still can't stand against me, Ling Jianshen retorted. Indeed, 3 flowers converging on the crown isn't enough, he continued to yell. Martial Dao Lotus, reassemble. Countless lotus flowers appeared around Ling Jianshen. Zheng Shitian was shocked. What, 6 martial Dao lotuses? He felt a little uneasy. Normal geniuses can only condense 3 lotus flowers at most when breaking through to the martial spirit realm. This kid can actually condense 6 lotus flowers. Only a peerless genius that appears once every 1,000 years can achieve this. Ling Jianshen was elated. 6 lotus flowers are not my limit. Keep gathering for me. One after another, lotus flowers continued to appear. Zheng Shitian's jaw dropped. How is this possible? 6 lotus flowers aren't the limit. This kid actually condensed 9 lotus flowers. Unheard of. Ling Jianshen was finally satisfied. He turned and asked softly,
9 flowers converging on the crown. I've now reached the 5th level of the martial spirit realm. Do you still think I'm not qualified to fight you?
Zhang Shitian didn't back down. He also quickly unleashed his power. He still sneered. HMPH. Ling Jianshen. You're getting ahead of yourself. Your talent may be high, but you're only at the martial spirit realm. A large gap in realm cannot be compensated for with talent. Now that there's no one to help you, I can kill you here at any time if I want to. But out of respect for your astonishing talent, I can make a concession. As long as you hand over the secret technique, I can accept you as my personal disciple and not make you a slave. What do you think? Ling Jianshen responded. Zhang Shitian. Don't you understand by now? Everything I've done just now was to lure you out.
Ling Jianshen swung his sword. Wutian sect having you is a never-ending disaster. Before I leave Wutian sect, I must get rid of you first.
Zhang Shitian laughed loudly at the threat. Haha. Below the martial king, everyone is just an ant, and you, a mere 5th-level martial spirit realm, want to kill me. Ling Jianshen, is there something wrong with your head?
Ling Jianshen spread out his hand, his tone confident. Killing you is not difficult at all, but thanks to your reminder, I've changed my mind. I'm about to leave Wutian sect, and my clansmen need a slave.
You are the perfect fit.
Facing the protagonist's demand, Zhang Shitian gritted his teeth and asked, What? Make me your slave? He poured his strength and launched a surge of blue energy towards the protagonist,
yelling, Ling Jianshen, how dare you have such thoughts? You're courting death. The protagonist didn't stand still either. He flew and hovered in the air, replying, Stop yapping! Take my move! He swung his sword towards the Zhang, shouting, Chaotic fire style, Vermilion bird clan, wind slash. The old man Zhang Zetian confidently replied, Since you want to die, then I will grant your wish. Raging ice blast. The old Zhang's green energy broke apart after only a few seconds of touching the protagonist's vermilion bird, disintegrating completely.
Zhang Zetian couldn't believe his eyes. He widened his pupils and asked with his mouth open, what? Not stopping there, the protagonist's vermilion bird also sent him flying, causing him to shout,
Ouch, ouch. Looking at the old man lying on the ground gasping for breath, Ling Jianshen said in a deep voice, You've lost. Zhang Zetian couldn't accept the truth, he muttered. How is this possible? I'm a dignified martial king. How can I not even block one of your moves? The protagonist smiled wryly and replied, It's very simple. It's because you're too weak. As long as you agree to become my slave, I can spare your life.
The old Zhang frowned and objected. Ling Jianshen, I admit I'm not your opponent, but as a martial king I also have my dignity. Instead of becoming your slave, I'd rather self-destruct and die.
The protagonist folded his arms in front of his chest and asked, Is that so? But what if I can heal the injury in your body?
Hearing about healing injuries, Zhang Zishan exclaimed, wide-eyed.
What? Ling Jianshen sat down next to him and continued, You were seriously injured once at the foot of Wuwang Mountain. It's been left untreated for too long, and now it's deeply rooted in your organs. Although after entering the Wuwang realm you can suppress it with true qi, if it continues to develop like this, at best your cultivation will disappear, at worst your life will be over. But you see, once you become my slave, not only can I eliminate your illness, but I can also allow you to advance your cultivation even further.
I think for a martial artist like you, there's nothing more attractive, right? Think carefully. What kind of status will a Juhua peak cultivator have in this world in the future?
After hearing the male lead's extremely persuasive words, Zhang Zeshan looked at him suspiciously and said, How do I know if you're telling the truth or lying? To prove his words, the male lead pointed his finger and sent a golden stream of energy into Zhang's forehead, answering, I will transmit half of the incantation to you. Try it, and you'll know immediately. With just one test, Zhang Zeshan saw a slight improvement in his health, and he said to the male lead in a deep voice, Okay, I'll trust you this time. He thought to himself, Anyway, my life is now in Ling Jianshen's hands. What's the harm in trying the incantation? Thinking this, he sat cross-legged and focused on cultivating to allow the male lead to transmit the incantation into his body. While healing him, the male lead said, Circulate your true qi. Xuanmen Guan reverses and flows back. Towards the heavenly spirit peak, Haodang true qi destroys the chaos. After a while, he spat out a pile of black blood. Looking at the blood in front of him, Zhang Zeshan said with wide eyes, This is the accumulated blood clots in my body. Has my injury really improved? The male lead laid down a condition. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I will give you the remaining half of the incantation and transmit it to you. If you rely on this incantation to circulate your energy 36 times a day, your injury will disappear on its own in 10 days. You can choose to die immediately, or you can choose to become the strongest slave of the world in the future, achieving the great Dao. Tell me your choice.
Zhang Zeshan hurriedly knelt at the male lead's feet and bowed his head in salute. Subordinate Zhang Zeshan pays respects to master.
The male lead nodded in satisfaction and added, Very good. In the near future, you will discover that today's decision was a very rational one.
Saying this, he waved his hand and sent a golden stream of energy into Zheng Zetian's forehead like before, instructing, "This is the remaining half of the incantation, remember it?"
The old man Zheng said with a sincere expression, clasping his hands. "Thank you, master, for your grace." Ling Jianshen stopped him. "Don't thank me just yet. Just now, when I transmitted the incantation, I also left a slave seal in your body. Now your life and death are just a thought of mine. Of course, if you show enough loyalty, I won't let you suffer any losses."
Zheng Zishan hurriedly interjected. "Master, rest assured, your subordinate will definitely devote himself to Langya until death," he thought to himself. Having used such coercive methods, this new master of mine is very ruthless, not at all like a young man.
The male lead turned his back to the door and ordered Zheng Zeshan. "All right, follow me." The other party obeyed, answering, "Yes, master." As he walked, the male lead glanced at the old man and thought to himself, "The last hidden danger of the Wuxian sect has been resolved. It's time to leave this place." A moment later, the two arrived at Ouyang's place. Seeing the male lead, he happily greeted him. "Jianshen, why do you have time to come to my place?" The male lead clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Sect leader Ouyang, I'm here today to tell you something. Tomorrow, I must leave the Wuxian sect."
Sect leader Ouyang was not too surprised by this sudden decision. He stroked his beard and continued, "Jianshen is an outstanding figure, and indeed should not stay in this Wuxian sect. It's just that the Wuxian sect has just experienced a riot and is still unstable. Without Jianshen guarding it, I'm afraid." Ling Jianshen placed his hand on Zheng Xian's shoulder, reassuring him. "Sect leader Ouyang, don't worry, I've already made arrangements. With this Wu Wang sitting here, the Wuxian sect probably won't experience any major chaos." Ouyang was startled and asked, "Wu Wang?" He looked at Zheng Zetian and clasped his hands in greeting.
"May I ask how this gentleman is called?" the old man Zheng replied. "Just call me Zheng Zetian," Ouyang said politely. "So it's old Zheng. I've admired you for a long time." After finishing speaking, Ouyang felt that something was wrong. He grunted and thought about the name Zheng Zetian in his head.
After searching his memory, Ouyang suddenly jumped back and exclaimed, You are the former supreme elder of the Wuxian sect, Zheng Zetian." Zheng closed his eyes and said, "That was only before.
Now I'm just a slave of my master." As he spoke, he clasped his hands towards the male lead.
Ouyang was shocked again and said loudly, "What, Jianshen? Old Zheng is your slave," he thought to himself. "Subduing a Wu Wang is 10,000 times harder than killing one. How did Jianshen do it?" The male lead answered Ouyang's doubts. "That's right, sect leader Ouyang. Are you relieved this time?" Ouyang gave a thumbs up and agreed. "I'm relieved. With old Zheng guarding the place, the Wuxian sect will definitely not have any problems." The male lead suddenly remembered. "That's right. My clansmen's martial souls have been crippled by Si Kongshu and his group. Only the 5 elements spiritual objects can help them recover. Do you two know how to obtain the 5 elements spiritual objects?" Zheng Zeshan replied. "Master, I heard that the royal family of the Daqian dynasty holds a 5 elements secret realm. Every 10 years, the royal family will organize a grand gathering of geniuses. The top 10 can enter the 5 elements secret realm. In the 5 elements secret realm, it is rumored that there are 5 elements spiritual objects." The male lead asked, "How can I participate?" Zheng continued. "The grand gathering of geniuses can only be attended by the top forces above the 4 emperors and their most outstanding disciples. The closest of our 4 emperors' forces is the Zhujian sect. If Master wants to go, you must seize the time, because there is only 1 year left until the grand gathering of geniuses." The male lead nodded. "Okay, I will set off for the Zhujian sect immediately. During the days I am not here, the safety of the Ling family depends on both of you." Zheng Zishan and Ouyang both clasped their hands and bowed. Accepting the order, Zheng Zishan spoke first. "I will definitely not fail." "Master's expectations," Ouyang also said. "Please rest assured, Jianshen." 3 days later, the West River city was bustling with people, and vendors were shouting, "Beast eggs from the mountain and river mercenary group that surrounded and killed Tier 5 demonic beasts. The strongest newborn beast is here, come and see. Martial King treasures from the new secret realm, first come, first served. Fresh source stones from the ancient mine here, with the possibility of opening up top-grade spirit stones, only 300 coins." The main character thought to himself, West River City truly lives up to its name. As a large city near Nine Sword City, its prosperity far exceeds Thousand County. Seeing the main character, a blonde spirit stone seller cheerfully greeted him. "This young brother, my place is full of good treasures taken from the secret realm. Buying them would be a great deal." The main character glanced at the row of treasures on display, his eyes meeting an interesting treasure, causing him to exclaim, He picked up a round mirror and examined it, admiring himself in the mirror. The main character thought to himself, "This mirror is very interesting. There's a layer of seal inside." He asked the shop owner, "How much does this mirror sell for?" The owner happily replied,
Hehe, this mirror only costs 1,000 gold coins. The main character took out money from his pocket and said, okay, I'll take it. Suddenly a voice stopped him. Wait, the fatty, Xu Zheng, with a fierce and arrogant expression said, that mirror was spotted by this young master first, kid. Quickly hand the mirror over to me. The main character politely replied, I'm very sorry, I've already bought this mirror. The guy stubbornly said, damn it, this mirror is mine. Not letting him run wild, the main character quickly stopped his hand, then coldly pushed him back, shouting, get lost, Xu Zheng. Hugging his hand, cried, ow, ow, oh damn, you dare to lay a hand on me, don't you know who I am? I'll give you 3 seconds to immediately kneel in front of me and hand over that mirror, and I might just chop off one of your arms and spare your life. If you don't hand it over, today I'll beat you to death and feed you to the dogs. The crowd watching the commotion began to whisper, this young man is unlucky to be targeted by Xu Zheng. Xu Zheng's father is Xu He, not only the vice leader of the Qinghe mercenary group, top 10 in West River City, but also a martial king expert. With his father backing him, no one in West River City dares to provoke this little tyrant, Xu Zheng. This Xu Zheng never forgets a grudge. This young man has offended him. Today he will either die or be skinned alive. The blonde seller also ran over to advise the main character. Young brother, Xu Zheng's background is very strong. I'll refund your money. You should still give him the mirror. At least you can save your life. The main character coldly said to the blonde, it's okay, as long as I don't want to. No one can force Ling Jianshen to hand over anything. Xu Zheng burst out laughing. Bluffing. Good for you, Ling Jianshen. If I don't kill you today, then I'm not Xu Zheng. You wait. I'll use the cloud-piercing arrow to call people over here to cripple your cultivation and limbs. Not letting him ramble on, the main character directly slapped the fatty away from him, shouting loudly, ouch. Seeing Xu Zheng being beaten by Ling Jianshen like a stray dog lying slumped on the ground, everyone watching was shocked by his courage. They started discussing, damn, this kid actually dared to hit Xu Zheng. Isn't he afraid of being retaliated against? Could it be that he has someone backing him? Xu Zheng, slapped until his nose was bleeding, hugged his cheek in pain and whined, you dare to hit me. My father is the vice leader of the Qinghe mercenary group. The main character raised his foot high and said, if you provoke me, even if your father is the heavenly king, it's useless. The guy shouted in fear, wait, what do you want to do? The main character didn't show any mercy, and stomped hard on Xu Zheng again, then coldly left. He didn't forget to sneer. Daring to act tough in front of me without any strength, you're just an idiot. Watching the cool figure of the main character, the people on the street had another opportunity to discuss, oh my god, this young man beat Xu Zheng like that, well done, that scumbag will be dealt with sooner or later. This young man is ultimately too impulsive. Xu Zheng's father, Xu He, is not easy to mess with. A moment later, the main character was present at a nearby inn. The main character took out the mirror from earlier, admired it, and muttered to himself. Somewhat interesting, this mirror was actually arranged with an extremely complex seal by someone, but for me, the more complex the seal, the easier it is to break. As he said that, Anne channeled a stream of golden energy with his hand. He transferred that stream of energy into the mirror's surface, saying, the art of the Big Dipper, release the seal, release. Instantly, the seal on the mirror's surface was broken. He shined the mark on his forehead into the mirror, muttering, I want to see what secrets are hidden in this mirror. Ling Jianshen closed his eyes tightly, connecting his consciousness with the mirror. This mirror didn't show the main character any information at all. He frowned, sweat starting to pour down, thinking, that's not right, this feeling. He panicked and quickly put the mirror down on the table, exclaiming, this is bad. What exactly is this mirror? In an instant, a strange phenomenon appeared from the mirror, causing the main character to glance over and wonder, this is. The mirror has perfectly replicated the table. He slammed his hand on the table, stood up abruptly, and nodded, saying, interesting, I didn't expect that the mirror I got was a replicator. After saying that, Jianshen thought to himself, just now, when it replicated the table, this mirror consumed some spiritual consciousness. Perhaps it replicates items by consuming spiritual consciousness. Besides this table, I wonder if this mirror can replicate other things. Let's try using this 6th grade spirit herb, the 7-flower 7-leaf grass, first. Thinking that, he once again held the mirror up in front of him, then closed his eyes and channeled spiritual consciousness from his forehead into the mirror. Immediately after, a perfect replica of the 7-flower 7-leaf grass was created. Jianshen cheered excitedly. Success! It's just that I didn't expect replicating this spirit herb to consume 3 parts of my spiritual consciousness. It seems that replicating valuable items will consume even more spiritual consciousness. He put the 2 7-leaf flowers into his ring, continuing to think, but with it, I won't have to worry about not finding enough spirit herbs or not being able to preserve elixirs in the future. The main character looked at the mirror in contemplation, naming it just a small mirror that can replicate everything. what should I call it, spirit replication mirror. Ling Jianshen put the mirror away, sighing wearily. It's about that time already. Time to go to the dining hall and fill up my empty stomach. A strange sound echoed from outside, causing the main character to startle and wonder. What's that sound? On the first floor of the inn, a group of people stormed in, wielding swords and spears, shouting, "Who is Ling Jianshen?" This person was none other than Shu He, the father of the fatty Shu Zhang. He roared, "Quickly, get your ass out here for this old man!" The fatty Shu Zhang stood beside him, snitching.
"Dad, my subordinates heard that the kid who hit me is in this inn." The old innkeeper hurriedly ran out and said, "Chief Shu, this humble one is the innkeeper of this establishment. I don't know what brings you here today." Without saying a word, the guy grabbed the innkeeper's collar and lifted the old man up.
He glared and threatened in a stern voice. "Stop yapping, old man! Is there a young man named Ling Jianshen staying here? Hand him over now!" Although in pain, the innkeeper firmly replied,
"Chief Shu, this humble one doesn't know who Ling Jianshen is." Shu. He became like a mad dog, furiously waving his hand and shouting,
"If you don't know, then go die." Before he could act, his hand was pierced by something, and the old dog howled in pain. "Ouch, ouch. Who is it?" The main character stepped out clearly and replied, "It's me." Seeing the main character's bravery, Shu, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "What?" The main character added, "I am Ling Jianshen, that you guys are looking for." Shu Zhang also pointed at him, confirming with his father, "Dad, it's this little bastard who hit me. You must avenge me." Hearing this, Shu, he clenched his fist, grinding his teeth. Releasing a surge of energy, he growled, "Kid, I didn't expect you to show your face. Daring to ambush me. Today, I'll make you regret ever being born into this world." Nanzhang chimed in. Old shopkeeper only didn't know who Ling Jianshen was. "But you killed him, Shu," he sneered arrogantly, saying, "Just an old fart. If I, Shu He, want to kill him, I'll kill him. No reason needed." He recalled his past merciless killings to intimidate the male lead.
"Back then, some brat pissed me off, so I slaughtered his entire village, hundreds of people, and no one dared to say a word."
The male lead frowned, looking at Shu He with a chilling gaze, and said, "You treat human lives like dirt. It seems today I must act on behalf of heaven and take your dog life."
Several subordinates following the Shu clan mocked the male lead. "Is your brain damaged? Daring to provoke our chief Shu? He's probably already peed his pants. Just trying to save face."
The inn's waiter paled upon seeing the Shu clan and muttered, "We're screwed, Shu." He personally came to the door. "This kid is done for, Shu. He is extremely ruthless. Even the heavenly king can't save this kid today. We should stay away to avoid getting involved."
Shu. He quickly attacked the male lead, yelling, "You little bastard, relying on your measly martial spirit. You're not qualified to act on behalf of heaven. Watch my fist explode you."
The male lead only smiled faintly and pointed a finger at the sky. The male lead replied,
"All right, I also want to experience your skills, Shu." He showed his might. Tables and chairs in the shop exploded.
His followers were full of pride, flattering him. "This is the boss's ultimate skill, blood slaughter fist, haha. With this punch, that kid will be minced meat. Just a martial spirit realm, and daring to provoke our chief. He's asking for death."
A short-haired subordinate seemed to realize something. He pointed at the two people and said, "Wait, something seems wrong. Look."
After a layer of the mist, the male lead only needed one finger to block the full power of the short-hair's blow.
Shu. He himself was also very surprised by the male lead's performance.
His whole body trembled, muttering, "Blocking my ultimate move with just one finger. How is that possible?" The male lead kicked the old man backwards, replying, "Go to hell and ask." With just one kick from the male lead, Shu He fell headfirst onto the tea table, screaming miserably. Then, he immediately went to see King Yama without a single last word. The surrounding subordinates shouted, "Chief Shu is killed with one move."
They scrambled to run out of the shop, discussing, "Shu, he is dead. We are definitely no match for him. Run quickly. Chief Shu is a martial king expert. How could he be killed by this kid with one move? Quickly report back to Grand Chief of Qinghe Mercenary Group." The remaining people in the shop also commented lively, "Shu He was killed with one move. This young man is really strong. Although Shu He is dead, the Grand Chief Liu Qing of the Qinghe Mercenary Group is still here. He will definitely not let this matter go. This young man is so young but has such strength. He is probably an expert from some big sect, so he is not afraid of the Qinghe Mercenary Group." The fat guy Shun was standing there, listening to these comments. His whole body couldn't help but tremble. He thought to himself, "I'm screwed. Even my father was killed by him. With one move, I'm next. No way, I have to leave this place quickly." As soon as he thought, he ran towards the exit as fast as his legs could carry him. The male lead glanced over, wondering, did I let you go?" The fatty jumped in fright, blurting out, "What?" The male lead channeled a source of firepower at his index fingertip, threatening me again and again, provoking me.
even wanting to force me into a dead end. I'll send you to hell to reunite with your father." The fatty collapsed to the ground, waving his hands, replying, "No. Don't kill me, Ling Xiao, my lord. I beg you, as long as you spare me, I can tell you a secret related to the West River Mountain." The male lead paused, asking, "Secret? Tell me about it." The fatty nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes," he recounted. "Legend has it that there is a peerless treasure on the top of West River Mountain, but no one has ever reached the top, not even martial kings. But my father happened to get a map not long ago, on which the path to West River Mountain is marked. It's this." As he spoke, he handed out a map, presenting it in front of the male lead. The male lead nodded, replying, "Oh, oh." Holding the map in his hand, he thought to himself, "There is an extraordinary breadth on this scroll. West River Mountain has been stationed in Wan River for a long time. It must be affected by some kind of treasure, it seems. I have to find time to take a trip." The fatty looked at the male lead with a begging look, saying, "Ling Xiao, you have already got the map, I can leave, right?" Saying that, but in his heart he was secretly calculating, "This map was my father wanted to offer to an elite disciple of the Nine Swords Gate. If that person knows that the map has been taken by Ling Jianshen, he will definitely go find him to kill." Ling Jianshen smiled coldly. "You can leave. I will send you on your way." The fatty was stunned. "What?" The male lead swept his fist across the man. The fatty struggled to breathe, clutching his neck, coughing. You didn't keep your promise." Ling Jianshen looked down at him with dark, chilling eyes. "HMPH. How could this treasure possibly belong to your father? He must have intended it as a gift for some big shot. You just wanted to use this opportunity to piss off the person behind him so that this big shot would kill me, thinking I wouldn't see through it." The fatty was regretting it now. "Damn it, why did I have to mess with Ling Jianshen?" Then his breathing stalled and stopped completely. The main character opened the map. According to the map, that passage only opens on the night of the full moon, and there's also a terrifying cold tide on the mountain peak that even a martial king would have trouble blocking. He frowned. Only 3 days until the next full moon night. He quickly decided, "Gotta use these 3 free days to go to West River Mountain and refine some elixirs to resist the cold tide." Inside the main hall of the Qinghe mercenary group, a subordinate knelt and reported, "Great leader, this is bad. Vice leader Shu. He has been killed." Liu Qing shot up to his feet. "What? Which group did it? The Four Seas mercenary group or the Lightning Flash mercenary group?" The subordinate was sweating bullets. "Neither, Vice leader Shu. He was killed by a young martial spirit realm cultivator. The kid claimed to be Ling Jianshen." Liu Qing suppressed his anger as he spoke. "A martial spirit kid killed Shu He, a peak first-level martial king. Are you kidding me?" He grabbed the subordinate by the neck and lifted him up. "Daring to screw with me? Do you believe I'll break every bone in your body?" The subordinate's face turned ashen, snot and tears streaming down his face. "Great leader, I wouldn't dare lie to you. Everything I'm saying is true." The one sitting on the golden throne spoke up. "He's not kidding. For some geniuses, fighting above their level is pretty normal." Han Jianfeng crossed his legs leisurely. "Take me for example. Even though I'm only at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm, regular 2nd-level martial kings are no match for me." Liu Qing loosened his grip on the guy's neck. "That's indeed true." He frowned. "But if that's the case, then the Qinghe mountain map has probably been taken by Ling Jianshen. Han Xiao, what do you think?" He told himself to be patient. He couldn't afford to be disrespectful to this elite disciple of the Nine Swords sect. Han Jianfeng said coldly, "HMPH. No matter which sect that little punk comes from, daring to take something that belongs to Han Jianfeng, there's only one way for him to go: death." 3 days later, at West River Mountain, people from all the big mercenary groups gathered here for the treasure. Han Jianfeng glanced at Liu Qing. "The treasure of West River Mountain is about to appear. You still haven't caught Ling Jianshen," Liu Qing stammered. "Well, this?" A cold glint flashed in Han's eyes. "If it weren't for the map, I'd be using you as a stepping stone to get up the mountain today," Liu Qing assured. Han Xiao, "Don't worry, Ling Jianshen killed Shu. He for the map. He'll definitely come here looking for the treasure. I've already sent people to set up an ambush all around. As soon as he shows up, our people will immediately appear." Wei Ming watched them sinisterly. "Heard that Shu He of the Qinghe mercenary group was killed by a young martial spirit cultivator, and even the West River Mountain map that he prepared for Han Jianfeng of the Nine Swords sect was snatched away. Zhong Sihai didn't see it as a big deal. That trash Shu, he was drained of his life by the purple color long ago. His real strength is only around the 9th level of martial spirit. That kid just took advantage of the situation. There's nothing to be afraid of." Another person walked over and said, "That's right, the fact that so many martial kings are gathering at West River Mountain tonight from the Lightning Flash group will definitely scare that kid so much he won't dare to come up the mountain." A golden light flashed across the sky. Ling Jianshen landed on the ground. He snorted softly, looking at the crowd. The main character couldn't help but be surprised. "There are so many people at West River Mountain already," Ling Jianshen guessed. "Looks like Shu He's map was just a copy." The other mercenary groups have it too.
Several people recognized him and shouted, "Ling Jianshen is here." Han Jianfeng looked over.
This is Ling Jianshen. Just a measly 5th level martial spirit realm cultivator. Shoo, he could die at his hands. What a waste. Liu Qing sucked up to him. Han Xiao is right, Shoo. He was a piece of trash, truly embarrassing me. Han Jianfeng speculated. Although geniuses can kill above their level, I've never heard of a genius who can kill across 5 minor levels. This kid probably used some underhanded means to kill Shoo,
he ordered. "This kind of garbage isn't worthy for me to lift a finger, Liu Qing. Go take care of him." Liu immediately agreed. "Yes, sir, I will definitely kill this kid and retrieve the map for Han Xiao."
Liu jumped in front of the main character and barked. "You're the kid who killed Shu He, right?"
He raised 3 fingers, acting all high and mighty. "I'll give you 3 breaths to cripple your own cultivation and hand over the map. Then, maybe I'll leave your corpse intact."
Ling Jianshen tilted his head, thinking, this brain-dead idiot is beyond help, useless. And he's telling ME to cripple my cultivation. Is your brain filled with crap? Talking like a complete moron?
Some onlookers chuckled. "Ooh, this kid's pretty arrogant. Seems like he's got a silver tongue, but let's see if he's got the skills to back it up, killing Shu. He might mean he has some tricks up his sleeve." Liu Qing couldn't hold back his anger. "You think just because you got lucky and killed Shu He, you can stand up to me?"
The arrogant dude boasted. "That useless Shu He, I could have killed him in 3 moves. As for you, just a puny martial spirit realm 5th level. I can crush you with a single finger." Ling Jianshen provoked. "Go ahead, try moving your finger, see who gets crushed." Liu Qing was surrounded by surging anger. "Since you're so eager to find death, this West River Mountain will be your burial ground." He unleashed the Myriad Path Blood Demon first technique. 2 becomes 3, 3 becomes 4. He attacked the main character, Wei Ming. Outside commentators remarked, the power of Liu Qing's punch would injure even a martial king 3rd level. That kid is just a mid-stage martial spirit realm, Zhong Sihai concluded. Looks like this match is meaningless, Shanlong agreed with them. Facing Liu Qing's full-force attack, that kid will probably be smashed to pieces, Ling Jianshen praised. Impressive aura, but the power is still far off. He circulated his energy and threw a punch. Break! The Myriad Path Blood Demon was burned.
The fire remnant caused Liu Qing to suffer a backlash and spit out blood.
Ah! He slammed into the ground and fell. Liu Qing yelled in disbelief. A casual punch broke my ultimate move. How is this possible? The 3 leaders were also shocked. Am I seeing things? He defeated Liu Qing, a martial king 2nd level. Is that kid really just a martial spirit 5th level? Does he have some kind of treasure that can conceal his true cultivation? In Han Jianfeng's eyes, the reflection of the main character filled his vision. Ling Jianshen defeated Liu Qing, a martial king 2nd level. With just his physical strength, he must be cultivating a powerful body refinement technique. The Han clan member was excited. If I can get such a high-level body refinement technique, entering the 9-sword gate will be much easier. Han Jianfeng spoke up. Kid, I see you're practicing a body refinement technique, right? He said arrogantly. This young master is very interested in this technique. Now hand over the technique and the map, and I might spare your life. Ling Jianshen's expression darkened. You want my body refinement technique? Fine, I can give it to you, but I have a condition. Han Jianfeng wasn't pleased. What condition, he thought. You little punk, you dare negotiate with me. Once you hand it over, I'll just kill you with a single finger. The main character pointed at Liu Qing. It's him, he said. Just now your subordinate disrespected me. I want you to kill him.
Liu Qing panicked. Ling Jianshen, you think young Master Han will let you order him around? Dream on, I am young Master Han's most loyal dog. Young Master Han wouldn't give up something, a body refinement technique. Han Jianfeng interrupted. Shut your mouth, Liu. As if he misheard something, Han Jianfeng unsheathed his blade without hesitation. If you admit you're my loyal dog, then it's only reasonable for you to sacrifice yourself for me, right? In Han's calculation, Liu Qing was already a useless piece of trash, and no longer served any purpose. Even if he killed him, it wouldn't be a loss. Liu Qing was terrified, speaking nonsense. You, Han Jianfeng, you bastard. Han coldly swung his sword across his yammering neck. Liu Qing could only make a final sounds. Han Jianfeng looked at the main character. I've killed Liu Qing. Now you should hand over the technique and the map, right? Ling Jianshen chuckled. It seems I haven't agreed to anything with you yet. You think I'll hand over the technique just because you completed one condition? Han Jianfeng knew he had been tricked and roared. What? You dare play me? The main character gave him the finger and taunted. I just want to mess with brain-dead idiots like you. What's it to you? Got a problem with that? Han Jianfeng was furious. Good, Ling Jianshen, you're so brave. Today, even if you kneel on the ground, buddy, and hand over the technique and the map, I'll still chop off all your limbs and hang you on West River Mountain to dry.
Ling Jianshen chuckled. HMPH, All talk and no trousers. I doubt you even have the skills.
The Han guy leaped into the air. Don't think you're hot stuff just because you beat Liu Qing. Today, your boy's gonna show you what a real genius looks like.
Han Jianfeng unleashed the Konghui swordplay, first form, Mantian Fei Wu. Countless sword energies appeared around him. The Han dude boasted. This sword strike is the result of 20 years of my power. Can you block it?
Wei Ming marveled. No wonder he's an elite disciple of the Zhujian sect. Even I wouldn't dare to take that head on, Zhong Xihai assessed. Even a martial king at the 3rd level would die. Shan Long lamented. Too bad Han Jianfeng is backed by the Zhujian sect. We can't afford to offend them. Otherwise, we'd snatch that swordplay already.
Ling Jianshen didn't even budge an inch. Interesting. He's a bit stronger than Liu Qing. He raised a finger seal. But your swordplay has too many openings. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. He waved his hand and used the Kong Qi swordplay, first form, Man Tian Wu. The two identical techniques collided in midair, creating small explosions. Seeing the dazzling golden sword energy stabbing towards him, Han Jianfeng paled in shock. What? His body was sliced by countless streams? Ah! The other three were stunned. What? Han Jianfeng lost already? Are you kidding me? Ling Jianshen knows the Konghui swordplay too. Could Ling Jianshen also be from the Zhujian sect? Han Jianfeng lay on the ground, coughing up blood. Cough, cough. The main character looked down at him and calmly declared, "You lost." Han Jianfeng stubbornly pushed himself up. How is this possible? You know the Kong Qi swordplay too. I've practiced this swordplay for over 20 years and have mastered it. How could you defeat me with it? Ling Jianshen kindly pointed out his flaws. Your swordplay focuses too much on grandeur. You've gone down the wrong path in cultivating this Kong Qi swordplay. Even if I give you another 20 years, you'll still be trash in my eyes. The Han guy exclaimed. Impossible. The elders of the Zhujian sect all praise the Konghui swordplay. How could I be wrong? The main character openly mocked. Who cares about the Zhujian sect elders? Open your eyes and see. The Konghui swordplay should emphasize combining movement and stillness, not just pursuing speed like that. He softly shouted. Konghui swordplay. The illusory image of a massive, dazzling golden peacock appeared behind him. The Han guy blurted out. What? A peacock manifested? This can only be done upon reaching great accomplishment in the Konghui swordplay. With a snap of Ling Jianshen's fingers, the illusory peacock disappeared. He asked again, Now do you know where your Konghui swordplay is lacking? Han Jianfeng realized. So that's it. I finally understand why I've been stuck at the martial spirit realm and can't break through. He kowtowed to the main character. Thank you, Ling Xiao, for your guidance. Ling Jianshen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. It's fine to be arrogant in life, but if you can see the situation clearly, you won't commit any major crimes. He generously said, I won't kill you. Get up and leave. The Han guy cupped his hands. Thank you, Ling Xiao, for your mercy. He added, Ling Xiao's talent is outstanding. If you come to the Zhujian sect, you will definitely be given priority training. If Ling Xiao is interested, you can look for me at the Han family in Zhujian City someday, he thought. Ling Jianshen's casual guidance can bring me so many benefits. I must build a good relationship with him. The main character didn't refuse outright. Alright, I'll consider it, he smirked. This guy really knows how to be arrogant, but his temperament isn't bad. Recruiting him might be beneficial when I enter the Zhujian sect in the future. Han Jianfeng cupped his hands to bid farewell. Ling Xiao, then I'll take my leave. He nodded. Go on. Han Jianfeng resolutely descended the mountain. A slight tremor came from the peak of the mountain. The main character frowned. This vibration, could it be? From afar, a pillar of energy shot straight into the sky. An icy air spread all around. A path opened up. It's the Moonlight Passage. Zhong Xihai shouted. The Moonlight Passage has appeared. The treasure of West River Mountain has finally emerged. Everyone, follow me. His subordinates roared loudly. Shanlong also led his people forward. The cold tide in this passage? Because the moonlight broke the seal, the cold tide is the rarest thing. But the passage can only last for an hour. Let's hurry up. Wei Ming's group also refused to be outdone. I've climbed West River Mountain countless times, but still couldn't resist the summit. Hopefully this time we can succeed. Ling Jianshen looked towards the pillar of light, frowning. This aura is very familiar. Is it the Ziji Xuantai? He recalled giving this item to her back then, but she threw it into the Divine Realm cave. The Xuankong Peak fell into the Myriad Realms, so it ended up here. Knowing what he knows about the Ziji Xuantai, this Moonlight Passage is used to block the bewilderment of outsiders. No wonder no one has been able to rush up here for so many years. He reached out and touched the mist in front of him. Actually, the real mountain path is hidden in this cold tide. The cold air around him dissipated. Luckily, I refined quite a few scarlet fire pills these past 3 days. Resisting this cold tide shouldn't be a problem. Zhong Xihai wondered, doesn't this kid want his life anymore? He actually dares to go into the cold tide. Even a martial king can't block that. Shanlong sighed. Sing, Very talented. But his brain has a problem. It's a pity that the techniques on his body will be lost in the cold tide. Wei Ming chimed in. This guy's strength is very strange, but since he wants to die, we'll conveniently have one less enemy. The treasure of West River Mountain is definitely ours. On the summit of West River Mountain, Ling Jianshen walked forward step by step. He was delighted. Finally reached the top. Ling Jianshen looked at the treasure in front of him. As expected, it's the Ziji Xuanyai. After 10,000 years, I finally met you. The Ziji Xuantai sensed its owner and trembled violently. It jumped into Ling Jianshen's hand. The main character comforted it, stroking it. You've also sensed my aura. No one can abandon you in this life. The Ziji Xuantai emitted streaks of purple light. The main character slightly grunted. 9 drops of liquid from its main body flew out. Ling Jianshen was surprised. You're consuming your own essence, condensing 9 drops of Ziji spiritual liquid. The Ziji Xuantai trembled faintly, full of determination. Don't worry, when I grow up later, I will definitely return to my peak and break through to Shantian Ling Ying, he calculated. Ziji spiritual liquid, it will be the essence condensed into countless purple energy formed in the celestial palace. 1 drop is enough for a person to break through to Martial King. I plan to go to the 9 Swords Gate now. It's a good time to use the Ziji spiritual liquid to upgrade my strength a bit. He cultivated cross-legged on the spot. Heaven and earth are boundless, creation is myriad, transcend myriad realms, surpass reincarnation. The main character shouted, Nirvana heavenly wheel. A golden halo appeared behind him. He touched a drop of Ziji spiritual liquid. Nirvana heavenly wheel. Refine it for me. The ball in the center rotated, absorbing the spiritual liquid. The light of the Nirvana heavenly wheel became even brighter. Ling Jianshen exhaled a breath of foul air. Finally succeeded in refining a portion. My cultivation has now broken through to the 9th level of the martial spirit realm. He still had some regrets. Unfortunately, I couldn't withstand it, after refining only half of it. It seems that if I want to refine all 9 drops of spiritual liquid, I must at least advance to the 6th layer of the Yellow Springs Holy Body Art. Ling Jianshen looked around. The Ziji Xuantai has squeezed out most of its essence, and it can't continue to create the cold tide. Now, these people will probably reach the summit soon. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard people in the distance. Ha ha! Unexpectedly, the cold tide disappeared at the last moment. This time we finally succeeded in reaching the summit of West River Mountain. Let's quickly see where the treasure is. Wei Ming was stunned. This brat? Why is he here?
Zhong Zihai said fiercely. Why hasn't he died in the cold tide? Shanlong shouted. Wait, quickly look at what's in his hand. That's the treasure.
One of them threatened. Ling Jianshen. Get lost. This treasure is not something, a piece of trash like you can obtain. The main character didn't care. It belongs to me. Why should I get lost? Wei Ming sneered. What a hick with zero knowledge. You think whoever sees a treasure first owns it?
Zhong Zihai chimed in.
These innate treasures all have a spirit. They choose their own masters. How dare you say it belongs to you? Shanlong raised his chin. Get it now, Ling Jianshen? Scram? Main character sighed. These two are really stubborn. He raised Ziji Xuantai high. If you don't believe me, watch closely.
He shouted. Come out.
Suddenly, heavenly light shot from Ziji Xuantai, and the stone shattered. The energy in the air constantly shifted.
Ling Jianshen stared up. Back then, I took a fancy to the Ziji Xuantai's embryonic blade, Qingyan, and gifted it to a beauty from the god realm. But she disliked my low cultivation and tossed Ziji Xuantai away.
A blade with a dark purple hilt and a gem-studded head appeared. To think, after tens of thousands of years, Ziji Xuantai's embryonic blade has finally been fully formed.
Ling Jianshen grabbed Duantian, looked at its shiny, sharp blade, and thought to himself, in this life, you shall fight alongside me, slaughter the god realm, and stand at the peak of Zhu Yin. Wei Ming couldn't believe it. This kid actually got a blade from the treasure. Zhong Zihai was being unreasonable. Damn it. How could a supreme treasure recognize that martial spirit realm brat? No matter what, this blade must be ours. Hand it over now.
Main character scoffed. You want to snatch my blade? Are you worthy?
Shanlong drew his sword and charged. You arrogant brat. If you don't hand over the warblade, don't blame me for being ruthless.
He doesn't know what's good for him. Trying to snatch the blade from the main character while the other two are watching the show. Eldest brother Shanlong is a 4th level martial king. Dealing with Ling Jianshen is as easy as pie. Plus, Shanlong's signature move, Lightning Dragon Slash, has made a name for him for many years. Ling Jianshen's probably going to get crippled. Main character didn't even flinch. You think trash like you can kill me? You're not even worthy of me drawing my blade. He easily pinched the blade with 2 fingers. Shanlong tried with all his might but couldn't chop down even an inch. How is this possible? Ling Jianshen kicked him in the gut. Get lost. Shanlong flew backwards, groaning. Ah! The other two blurted out. What? Zhong Zihai's face turned green. Eldest brother Shanlong is the strongest in terms of combat power and cultivation among us. Even he can't withstand Ling Jianshen. Wei Ming turned pale. Ling Jianshen's strength is too much. We have to join forces to deal with him. Shanlong scrambled to his feet. Right, we'll just have to use that formation.
He took out a small compass, shouting, "Compass formation." A red light appeared on the mountaintop, forming a killing formation. Shanlong called out, "Sihai, Wei Ming, hurry, and get into the formation eyes." The other two replied in unison, "Got it." The three of them stood in the formation eyes, displaying their magic power. A huge sword appeared. Ling Jianshen, let's see how you can be so arrogant this time. Main character didn't let them get to him. You think you can kill me with just this killing formation? He scorned. This kind of basic killing formation, I've broken through thousands of them back in the day. To me, it's just like trash. Zhang Sihai smugly said, "This killing formation is formed from the essence blood of the three of us martial kings. Even if your combat power surpasses a 5th level martial king, don't even think about surviving." Shanlong recited the incantation. "No need to talk so much with him. Die, kid," he roared. Blood-killing sword. A beam of red light shot towards the main character. Ling Jianshen swung Duan Tian. "You're the ones who deserve to die." He unleashed a blade strike with earth-shattering power. Primal Chaos Fire style, Vermilion Bird Whirlwind, slash. A vermilion bird cry, one move shatters the blood-slaying sword, causing the three dudes to suffer a backlash, spitting out blood. As they fly backwards, arg, they collapse to the ground. How is this possible? The three of us combined couldn't beat him. Ling Jianshen says coldly, "Now it's time to send you guys on your way." The three start begging for mercy, kowtowing like crazy. "Ling Xiao, Ling Daddy, please don't kill us. We're willing to be your servants, your dogs, woof woof. Spare us, please. We really don't want to die, woof woof." The MC refuses coldly. "I don't understand dog language." With that, he swings his sword, beheading them in one clean strike. One dude delivers his last words straight-faced. "I regret it so much, woof woof, I shouldn't have messed with him." While Zhang Sihai glares with wide eyes, "I'm not willing to accept this." Ling Jianshen sheathes Duan Tian. The matters of Mount Shihei are finally settled. The MC frowns. "But I still have 8 drops of violet extreme spiritual liquid in me. I definitely need to upgrade my physical body to absorb them. When I get to Nine Sword King Manor, I need to find some Yellow Springs holy water to upgrade my Yellow Springs holy body technique." Looking at the prosperous city before him, the MC can't help but sigh. Finally arrived at Nine Sword City. It really lives up to its name as one of the 10 great cities of the Great Xie dynasty. Jihei City isn't even half as magnificent. He notices a place with a large crowd. Listening Rain Pavilion is hosting an auction. Ling Jianshen is pleased. The Nine Swords sect's entry exam is still more than half a month away. I'll use the free time to check out the auction and see if they're selling Yellow Springs holy water. People gathered in front of the notice board are discussing. The once-in-a-century Dragon Blood Fruit auction is in 3 days. Listening Rain Pavilion is really going all out. I must get that 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng. Profound pearl grass. Starting price is 5 million. Who can afford that? The MC strokes his chin. This Listening Rain Pavilion has a lot of good stuff, but not the Yellow Springs holy water I need. Behind him, a skinny young man pops out. Is this young master looking for Yellow Springs holy water? Then you're in luck to have met me? The MC is wary. Who are you? The skinny young man, missing one arm, scratches his head and introduces himself. I'm Tang Yi, a dedicated guide for Nine Sword City. I know some information related to Yellow Springs holy water. Ling Jianshen, understanding his intentions, tosses over a gold coin. Oh, tell me about it then. Tang Yi catches the gold coin. Overjoyed, thank you, young master. He reveals. Actually, Listening Rain Pavilion will be auctioning the Underworld Dragon Pool token in 3 days. Whoever gets this token can enter the Yellow Springs Lake to cultivate. The Yellow Springs holy water that you want is in this Yellow Springs Lake. Ling Jianshen wonders. Underworld Dragon Pool token, I saw that on the notice earlier. The starting price is 10 billion. I don't have enough money. He sighs. Guess I'll have to refine some high-level pills and sell them to gather funds. He gives Tang Yi a bag of money and a piece of paper. Alright, please go to Listening Rain Pavilion and inquire about this. Buy 10 portions of the medicinal ingredients on this recipe. You can keep the remaining money. Tang Yi happily accepts. Thank you for your generosity, young master. I will definitely help you get what you want. Ling Jianshen smiles slightly. This Tang Yi is quite clever. Having him help will save me some trouble. He looks at the contents on the notice board, calculating in his head. According to the notice's introduction, the Underworld Dragon Pool is located outside Nine Sword Mountain Manor, and only 10 people with the token are allowed to enter each year. The Underworld Dragon Pool. This token is probably astronomically expensive, he resolves. In order to get the Yellow Springs holy water and upgrade the Yellow Springs holy body, I must try my best to earn more money. I must get this token. Tang Yi is sent flying out. Ling Jianshen is startled. What happened? Why was Tang Yi kicked out? A fat dude points at him, cursing.
You little bastard, you dare steal medicinal herbs from my Listening Rain Pavilion's pharmacy, looking to die, huh? Tang Yi retorts. I didn't steal any medicinal herbs, Chihuahua Zhu. What are you basing your slander on? The fat dude, Chihuahua Zhu, blatantly robs him. Heh, so what if I slander you? What I say goes here. If I say you stole it, then you stole it. Today, either you hand over the money bag in your hand as compensation, or I'll cripple your remaining arm.
Everyone around is gossiping about his shamelessness. Back then, Qiu Zhao was a vagrant on the streets. Tang Yi was the one who recommended him to be a book boy. Now that Tang Yi has been kicked out of the Tang family, Qiu Zhao is making things difficult for him. Tang Yi is really unlucky. How could he meet such an ungrateful person? Shh. Keep your voice down. Qiu Zhao has the backing of Listening Rain Pavilion. Now we can't afford to offend him. The MC hears all of this clearly. Tang Yi stands firm.
Chihuahua Zhao, you're going too far. This money bag was given to me by my employer to buy medicine. I will definitely not give it to you, the fat dude, Chihuahua Zhao says despicably. Won't hand it over. So you prefer a toast to a roast, he ordered. Cripple him for me. The two henchmen answered the call, and everyone else chimed in.
Even if Tang Yi doesn't die today, he'll probably become a cripple. If he had handed over the money, Qiu Zhao might have spared him. Too bad he's too stubborn. We should stay away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire.
Just then, Ling Jianshen spoke up. Hold it right there, he coldly said. With me here, who dares to touch him?
Chihuahua Zhao yelled. Where did you come from, you little punk? Meddling in the affairs of my Listening Rain Pavilion. You looking for death. Tang Yi tried to stop.
Young master, the Listening Rain Pavilion is very powerful, not something you can stand against. Leave now. Chihuahua Zhao glanced over. Young master, he cracked his knuckles as he approached. So you're the punk who sent Tang Yi to my Listening Rain Pavilion to steal medicinal herbs? The fatty pointed at the main character's face. Listen up, if you don't want to die, immediately leave behind all your possessions and cripple your own cultivation. Then I might spare your life. Ling Jianshen waved his hand, slapping him right in the face. So noisy, the two behind him shouted, Boss. Chihuahua Zhao fell to the ground, clutching his cheek and screaming, Motherfucker, you dare hit me. The fatty roared, You guys, quickly capture this little punk for me. I want him to wish he were dead. A crowd of people rushed forward, and the surrounding people worried. This kid is too impulsive? Chihuahua Zhu is the manager of the Listening Rain Pavilion's medicine shop, and his 4 subordinates are all true martial realm level 9 experts. Even if this young man doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. The 4 guys postured. Kid, you're bold, daring to hit Master Chihuahua Zhu. You really want to die? I'll break every bone in your body. Go be a good person in your next life, Ling Jianshen said in a cold voice. Yeah, you bunch of trash. He waved his hand and swept out a palm strike. Get lost! The 4 guys immediately coughed up blood and flew in all directions. Ah! People outside exclaimed in surprise. With just a light wave of his hand, he sent 4 true martial realm level 9 experts flying.
This young man is at least in the martial spirit realm. What is his background? After all, Tang Yi was also in awe. Young master's strength is really strong, not at all inferior to the geniuses of the great clan families. Ling Jianshen called out,
Tang, it seems we can't buy medicine at this Listening Rain Pavilion. Let's go somewhere else. Tang Yi didn't have time to react. Huh? Oh, okay.
Before this was over, another one came. Wait. A man named Han Bing, holding a feather fan, pretended to be aggressive.
You want to just leave like that at my Listening Rain Pavilion? The people outside exclaimed.
He's Han Bing, the 3rd young master of the Han family, one of the 4 major families in Nine Sword City. This guy is arrogant and domineering in Nine Sword City, but because of the Han family status, no one dares to touch him. Shh. Keep it down. Don't let Han Bing hear you. He's known for holding grudges. Chihuahua Zhao kneeled at Han Bing's feet, twisting the truth. Young master Han Bing. This bastard dared to steal things from the medicine shop, and I caught him. Now he's even attacking people, completely disrespecting my Listening Rain Pavilion, Han Bing instructed. This ignorant brat dares to cause trouble in the Han family's territory. Along, Ahu, go break this punk's limbs, cripple his cultivation, and throw him out. The 2 henchmen cupped their fists and bowed. Yes, sir. The 2 cracked their knuckles. Kid, I advise you to break your own limbs. We don't hold back, and if you're not careful, you might lose your life. That's right, both of us are martial spirit realm level 9 experts, not something you trash can compare to. Ling Jianshen clutched his head in pain. We just wanted to buy some medicinal ingredients. Why are there so many gnats popping up everywhere, he said. You're just tiny martial spirit realm level 9, you don't even qualify. The 2 became angry and unleashed the dragon-tiger combination. Arrogant punk, since you want to die, then we'll grant your wish. The main character just casually raised his fist. Trash, get lost. Before the 2 could do anything, they were sent flying. Han Bing exclaimed in disbelief. What's going on along, Amanhung? You couldn't even block 1 punch from this punk. The main character suddenly appeared in front of Han Bing. That's obvious. Han Bing's heart skipped a beat. What? He glared at him. So, you still want to cut off my limbs? Han Bing was so scared that he dropped his feather fan. You, what do you want to do? His face turned pale. I warn you. I'm the 3rd young master of the Han family. If you dare lay a hand on me,
The Han family will take revenge. A cold glint flashed across Ling Jianshen's eyes. You dare threaten me?
He waved his hand across the Han's eyes, drawing a streak of blood. Consider your eyes forfeit as punishment. Han Bing clutched his eyes and screamed.
Ah, my eyes. The surrounding people cheered. Serves him right. This Han Bing, the second-generation ancestor, should have been dealt with long ago. But this young man is really ruthless. I'm afraid he's angered the Han family. He better leave Nine Sword City, or the Han family won't let him off easily, Ling Jianshen casually called out.
Tang Yi, let's go.
The Tang hesitated. Yes, sir. He couldn't help but swallow.
Han Bing is crippled, and the Han family will investigate. I won't have a good ending either. Now I can only place my hopes on him. Han Bing writhed in pain.
Ah! The subordinates next to him hurriedly said, Young Master Han, hold on, I'll take you to find the divine physician right away. Blood kept flowing from his eyes, Han thought. No matter who that kid is, he actually dared to gouge out my eyes. This young master will chop him into 100 pieces.
Ling Jianshen and Tang Yi walked out of the pharmacy. The MC stroked his chin. Too bad, I still don't have enough money. I can only buy 3 high-grade AV Dan cauldrons. And 10 portions of materials to refine more profound elixir, he pondered. Hopefully, after selling a portion of the immortal profound elixir, I can successfully obtain the Netherworld Dragon Pawn token. Tang Yi suggested, Ling Xiao, if you haven't found a place to stay yet, why not stay at my house for a while?
He calculated. Now he must follow Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's background is not small. He may not be afraid of that Han family. The MC agreed. All right, I need a place to refine medicine right now. Quietly, he considered. Because of me, he has offended the Han family. My staying at his house will also ensure his safety.
Tang Yi gestured.
Great, Ling Xiao, follow me, my house is up ahead. The MC nodded. Okay, let's go. In the small courtyard of Tang Yi's house, the old man Xu Yuan shouted, No money. Then use these things to offset the debt. Move them all away from me. The old father helplessly weakened. Please don't. The neighboring brothers were indignant. Apothecary Xu, you only gave Tang Yi's mother a pill, but you need 10,000 coins for medical expenses, and the disease has not been cured. Isn't this just cheating? How can Tang Yi's family come up with so much money? Aren't you blocking other people's path to survival by cleaning out his house? If it's just a few hundred taels, we can still pool together for you?
Xu Yuan snarled. Shut your mouths, all of you. What the hell do you know? I am a dignified second-rank apothecary. The value of any medicine I refine is already tens of thousands. What's wrong with charging her 10,000?
The old man growled. The prestige of an apothecary cannot be insulted. You dare to yell, do you believe I'll kill you? Who dares to speak up for you? The 3 people frowned. This Xu Yuan is a noble apothecary. We really can't afford to offend him. Sorry, Tang's eldest sister, who told us that we are just commoners. What can we do? Is there no one who can deal with this evil person?
Ling Jianshen raised his eyebrows. What great prestige, just a second-rank apothecary. And you dare to be so arrogant, is that so? Xu Yuan turned his head to look.
Who is this guy who dares to step up? But he's with Tang Yi, so he's probably not someone with any status.
Tang Yi panicked and supported his mother.
Mom, what's wrong?
The weak woman said.
Ying'er, Mom.
Before she could say a few words, the woman fainted.
Tang Yi angrily glared at the old man Xu Yuan. My mother's body originally wasn't a big deal. What the hell did you do to my mother, you bastard? Xu Yuan's face darkened. You little brat, watch your mouth. I am a dignified second-rank apothecary. How dare you suspect me? Ling Jianshen stepped forward. Let me see the situation with Auntie first.
Tang Yi believes that Ling Xiao, who is well informed, will definitely save my mother.
The MC observed. Yin poison has invaded the heart. This is a symptom of being poisoned by the lesser yin flower.
Xu Yuan crossed his arms and sneered.
You little brat, putting on an act? You haven't even grown all your hair yet. What medical skills do you understand? She was already seriously ill. If it weren't for my medicine to keep her breathing, she would have died long ago, Ling Jianshen said coldly. You used the patient to test medicine, almost killing her, and you still have the face to say it's your credit. The few brothers were stunned. What? Apothecary Xu used Tang Yi's mother to test medicine? Is what this young man said true?
Xu Yuan was caught off guard.
You, what nonsense are you talking about? You little brat dare to slander me? Do you believe I'll hand you over to the guild? To let you suffer a fate worse than death? The old geezer was sweating bullets. Damn it, how did this brat know I was testing the medicine? The male led frowned and retorted. Am I talking nonsense? Auntie here is poisoned by the extremely rare lesser yin flower. One plant costs tens of thousands. It's not something she could ever come into contact with. The only way she could have eaten the lesser yin flower is if you did it.
Xu Yuan stubbornly refused to admit it.
You're talking nonsense? You say it's lesser yin flower poisoning, so it's lesser yin flower poisoning? Then show me the proof.
The old guy was secretly delighted. Tang Yi's mother had been devoured by the yin poison and couldn't be saved with any medicine. As long as he denied it to the death, no one could do anything to him.
The male lead enveloped his hand with spiritual energy and brought it in front of the woman. You want proof? Then open your dog eyes and take a good look. He gently tapped his finger between her eyebrows. Immediately, a green liquid gushed out of her mouth. The old woman also woke up. Tang Yi worriedly asked, Mom, how are you? The old woman happily replied, I feel much better. The male lead pointed to the green liquid on the ground. Only after using the lesser yin flower will the blood appear dark green. Is this proof enough?
Shu Yuan, with a shocked expression, blurted out instinctively, how is this possible? The lesser yin flower devours the body, there's no cure. Ling Jianshen folded his arms across his chest, smiled casually, and said, Heh, so you finally admit that Auntie was poisoned by the lesser yin flower? Shu Yuan was startled and felt guilty.
Tang Yi, hearing this, angrily rushed forward, grabbed Shu Yuan's collar and shouted, You bastard, you actually harmed my mother. The surrounding onlookers, seeing this, were also indignant and angry. Physician Shu actually used Tang Yi's mother to test medicine. That's really too much. Who knows if we were also used as guinea pigs by him before? This inhumane doctor beat him to death.
Shu Yuan's face was extremely ugly. He circulated his qi and roared angrily, Damn it, so what if I used you guys to test medicine? Tang Yi was blasted straight back by the force. Shu Yuan pointed his sword at the common people and said with a contemptuous voice, You lowly poor wretches, you should feel honored to be my test subjects. Cutting him off, Shu Yuan roared angrily, If you keep pressing me, I'll kill you all, he thought to himself. I'm a Zhenwu realm cultivator, and the strongest among these poor people is only the Zhenling realm. What can they do to me?
Ling Jianshen's face turned cold. Golden spiritual energy condensed at his fingertip, and he coldly snorted. You are unrepentant. Today I will cripple you. The spiritual energy shot out, transforming into a sharp arrow containing violent power, rushing straight towards Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan was horrified and hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack, blurting out, What? Martial spirit realm energy wave? With a cracking sound, Shu Yuan's sword shattered into pieces, and the spiritual energy shot straight into Shu Yuan's chest. He screamed miserably. Shu Yuan covered his chest trembling and gritted his teeth and said, You actually crippled my cultivation. Ling Jianshen, with his hands behind his back, said unhurriedly, Out of respect for you being a member of the Alchemist Guild, and not wanting to cause trouble for my new neighbors, I'll spare your life. Ling Jianshen's eyes suddenly turned cold and he loudly said, Hurry up and get lost. Shu Yuan quickly flew away, not forgetting to look back and grit his teeth. Consider yourself ruthless, I admit defeat today. Shu Yuan ran while secretly thinking, Wait until I return to the Alchemist Guild and find my master. I will definitely make that brat pay a terrible price. Inside Tang Yi's house, Ling Jianshen handed over a piece of paper and said, Buy the medicines on this paper and have your mother take them continuously for 7 days. Her illness will be completely cured.
Tang Yi took the prescription and immediately knelt down, kowtowing with emotion, and said, Thank you, Ling Xiao. In the future, whatever you command, whether it's climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire, Tang Yi will do his best to complete it. Ling Jianshen smiled casually and instructed, Just stand up. I have to cultivate in seclusion these next few days. Don't let anyone disturb me. In Ling Jianshen's heart, he was constantly evaluating Tang Yi's character and temperament. Not bad. If there's a suitable opportunity in the future, I can help him. Tang Yi stood up and walked outside. Before closing the door, he said clearly, Ling Xiao, rest assured, this little one will go out first. Ling Jianshen hummed in acknowledgement. Inside the room, Ling Jianshen, who was left alone, said softly, The Listening Rain Pavilion's auction is, in 3 days. I must quickly refine the heavenly profound elixir and exchange it for money. After saying that, Ling Jianshen summoned the pill furnace. The huge pill furnace appeared in front of him. As soon as the pill cauldron appeared, Ling Jianshen stood in front of the pill furnace and threw the herbs into the pill furnace. Time is pressing. I can only refine 10 portions at the same time, all in. Ling Jianshen skillfully inserted the flame into the pill furnace. Refine for me. 2 days later, Ling Jianshen, looking tired, smiled at the successfully refined product in the room. 10 portions of the heavenly profound elixir have finally been successfully refined. Ling Jianshen reached for the heavenly profound elixir, saying softly, Next, we'll head to the Alchemist Guild to sell this heavenly profound elixir. This is a 6th grade spiritual medicine. It should fetch a good price at the Alchemist Guild. Many people were coming to buy elixirs. Ling Jianshen walked over and said to the shopkeeper, Hello, I want to sell some spiritual medicine. The shopkeeper looked Ling Jianshen up and down, then spoke with disdain. Where did this bumpkin crawl out from? Get lost. The Alchemist Guild doesn't take trash. Her name was Chen Fang. Meanwhile, the commotion drew many people's attention, and they scoffed. This guy isn't even an alchemist, yet he dares to come to the Alchemist Guild to sell spiritual medicine.
He probably picked up some trash from who knows where and came here to scam us. What a clown. I bet he doesn't even know what spiritual medicine is. Ling Jianshen frowned, asking coldly, "You haven't even looked at my spiritual medicine, yet you call it trash."
Chen Fang crossed her arms, sneering. "A country bumpkin like you, I've seen at least a pile of them this past year. What good stuff could you possibly have?" Ling Jianshen looked at Chen Fang coldly. "What did you say?" Suddenly, a girl appeared, gently speaking up to mediate. "I'm really sorry, Chen Fangji isn't in a good mood today. Could I assist you instead?" Ling Jianshen didn't argue.
"Alright, I have a 6th grade spiritual medicine. Are you interested in taking it?"
Chen Fang burst out laughing, disbelieving. "Haha, 6th grade spiritual medicine? You bumpkin, do you think 6th grade spiritual medicine grows like weeds on the roadside? Wenjing, I advise you not to waste your time on this country hick. If the steward finds out, you'll be penalized."
Wenjing hesitated slightly at this but still gently asked Ling Jianshen, "Well, 6th grade spiritual medicine is extremely precious. In all of Jujian City, only our guildmaster and the Jujian sect's first supreme elder can refine it."
"Do you really have 6th grade spiritual medicine?" Ling Jianshen sighed, presenting the bottle of spiritual medicine in his hand, saying, "It seems you still don't believe me. Never mind. Just take this bottle of heavenly profound elixir and have it inspected."
Wenjing solemnly took the bottle of spiritual medicine, saying, "Alright, I'll take it to the vice guild master to have a look," she thought to herself. Looking at his confident demeanor, could this really be 6th grade spiritual medicine?
Chen Fang still didn't believe it, resting her chin on her hand, scoffing. "A show-off bumpkin. Vice Guild Master absolutely hates fakers like you. I advise you to know your place and scram. If Vice Guild Master finds out you're trying to scam us with fake medicine later, he'll show you what's what." Ling Jianshen chuckled coldly.
"Then I'll wait and see." In the study, an old man with white hair was sitting, reading a book, when a voice echoed in, "Grandpa Kong." The old man spoke. "Come in." Wenjing opened the door, her eyes sparkling. "Grandpa Kong, I have something to trouble you with for a moment." The old man's face lit up with joy when he heard Wenjing. "Oh, little girl, you've come at just the right time." The old man was the vice guild master of the alchemist guild, Kong Yuxin.
Kong Yuxin saw Wenjing enter and spoke. "Yesterday, I discussed with the guildmaster. You are, after all, the granddaughter of the alchemist guildmaster. Working as a receptionist is truly unsuitable. We're preparing to transfer you to a new position."
Wenjing waved her hand, asserting firmly, "Grandpa Kong, haven't I already told you? I don't want to take shortcuts because of my status. I want to rely on my own efforts."
After speaking, she sighed again, turning away and not mentioning it further.
Wenjing presented the bottle of spiritual medicine. "Grandpa Kong, look." Kong Yuxin looked confused. "This is..." Wenjing looked at the bottle of spiritual medicine, softly explaining,
"Someone downstairs wants to sell some spiritual medicine, but its grade is too high. I couldn't dare to appraise it myself, so I brought it to you, Grandpa, to examine."
Kong Yuxin reached for the bottle of spiritual medicine, saying curiously, "Too high a grade." Kong Yuxin frowned, opening the bottle's lid as he spoke. "For me to need to appraise it, it must be at least a 5th grade spiritual medicine. Let's see which old geezer from Jujian City refined this." As soon as he finished speaking, Wenjing interjected, "Grandpa Kong, this isn't a 5th grade spiritual medicine," Kong Yuxin exclaimed in surprise. "Not 5th grade."
Kong Yuxin looked at Wenjing, asking,
"Wen girl, the Alchemist Guild has specialists to appraise spiritual medicine below 5th grade. You know this, so why still come to me?" Wenjing softly replied,
"Grandpa Kong, according to the seller,
this is called Heavenly Profound Elixir, and it's a 6th grade spiritual medicine." As soon as Wenjing finished speaking, Kong Yuxin's jaw dropped in shock, exclaiming, "What? 6th grade?" Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, Wen girl, you've definitely been scammed. In all of Jujian City, only your grandfather and the Jujian sect's first supreme elder can refine 6th grade spiritual medicine. But if those two refined it, why have I never heard about it?"
Hearing this, Wenjing lowered her head, softly saying,
"Sorry, Grandpa Kong. I didn't think that person seemed like a scammer, so I presumptuously brought his spiritual medicine here for you to appraise." Kong Yuxin consoled her. "Wen girl, you're still too young. Just consider it a lesson." Kong Yuxin looked at the bottle of elixirs, disdainfully saying, "This kind of trash can just be casually thrown away somewhere." "Kick that scammer out," Wenjing replied. "Alright, I understand." After speaking, she took the bottle of spiritual medicine, thinking to herself, "Even Grandpa Kong said that. It really can't be 6th grade spiritual medicine then. I guess I'll just have to discard it." Wenjing opened the bottle's lid, and immediately, a rich, fragrant aroma assaulted her nose. Wenjing thought in surprise. "What an amazing scent!" Kong Yuxin sniffed, letting out a HMPH surprised in his heart. "This aura is..." Wenjing threw the bottle of spiritual medicine into the trash can, secretly feeling a pang of regret in her heart. Even though it smells pretty good, according to the Alchemist Guild's rules, Fake medicines like this must be forcibly destroyed. I can't let that guy leave it behind to scam others. Before she could toss it, Kong Yuxin hurriedly stood up, hands slamming on the table, stopping her. Wen Yatu? Wait, Wen Jing? Was startled, surprised. Huh? The spirit medicine bottle in her hand slipped. Kong Yuxin moved like lightning, leaving his seat to catch the bottle before it hit the ground. Wen Jing, seeing this, was surprised and harumphed. Kong Yuxin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, barely caught it. Wen Jing spoke up. Grandpa Kong, what are you doing? Kong Yuxin, still holding the bottle, turned his head to explain. Just based on the fragrance of the medicine, it can nourish the soul and accelerate the speed of comprehension. Only a rank 6 spirit medicine can do this. I misjudged it before.
Wen Jing was stunned upon hearing this. Grandpa Kong, are you saying this is really a rank 6 medicine? Kong Yuxin looked at the spirit medicine bottle in his hand and said solemnly, That's right, not only that, it's top grade. Finishing his words, Kong Yuxin continued. Wen Yatu, where is the person selling the spirit medicine? Quickly take me to see him.
Wen Jing, seeing this, replied, Yes, he's still waiting for me in the main hall. Follow me. In the main hall of the Alchemist Association, Ling Jianshen stood with his arms crossed, waiting. Chen Fang said in a weird, sarcastic tone. Still pretending to be all calm and collected, I bet you're actually panicking inside, you bumpkin. Just you wait, you'll definitely be kicked out later. Ling Jianshen's eyes flashed coldly as he warned. I'm only here to sell medicine. I haven't provoked you. You've been aggressively pushing people around since the beginning. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?
Chen Fang's eyes darkened as she sneered. I just can't stand the sight of you, you country bumpkin. Clearly you're broke as hell, but you're acting like you're some big shot.
Ling Jianshen couldn't help but turn around. Clenching his fists, Chen Fang narrowed her eyes and said coldly, What? You want to hit me?
Finishing her words, she stood up smugly. This is the Alchemist Association, you bumpkin. Try laying a finger on me.
As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Jianshen slapped her hard across the face. Bitch. With just one slap, Chen Fang spat out blood and fell to the ground. The surrounding crowd was a mix of schadenfreude and shocked gasps. Nice hit. That Chen Fang is the most annoying member in the association with her sharp tongue. Being annoying is one thing, but she's still one of our people. This kid is done for. Damn, someone actually dared to cause trouble at the Alchemist Association. Does he have a death wish?
Chen Fang covered her cheek, her face dark, and said angrily, You bastard! You actually dared to hit me! I'll absolutely never forgive you! Suddenly, a voice rang out.
What's going on?
Kong Yuxin and Wen Jing slowly walked over. Seeing the newcomers, everyone stirred. Look, Vice President Kong is here. This is going to be good.
A few disciples watched with schadenfreude. Vice President Kong values reputation the most. This kid dared to cause trouble in the association. He's in for it. I bet he'll be skinned alive if he doesn't die.
Chen Fang knelt on the ground, grabbing the corner of Kong Yuxin's robe, and began to whine. Vice President Kong, this stinky bumpkin came to our place to sell fake medicine. I was just giving him a little warning, and he started hitting me.
Vice President Kong, you must stand up for me, Chen Fang said with resentful eyes.
Kong Yuxin ignored her and pointed at Ling Jianshen, turning to ask Wen Jing. Did he take out the Tiangshuan elixir? Wen Jing replied. That's right. Moreover, Wen Jing leaned close to Kong Yuxin's ear and whispered, Before I went to find you, I saw Chen Fang actively making things difficult for him. Kong Yuxin's face darkened as he replied, I know.
Finishing his words, he walked to Ling Jianshen in front of everyone.
Seeing this, the surrounding area erupted in discussion again.
Looks like Vice President Kong is going to make a move on that kid who told him to cause trouble at the Alchemist Association. He's just asking for it. I wonder how many moves that kid can withstand from Vice President Kong. Chen Fang also sneered smugly, thinking to herself, HMPH, you damn bumpkin, you dared to hit me. You're dead meat today.
Kong Yuxin walked up to Ling Jianshen, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and solemnly introduced himself. Young friend, I am Kong Yuxin, the Vice President of the Alchemist Association. After introducing himself, Kong Yuxin bowed deeply and continued. Chen Fang is blind, and spoke rudely to you. It's my fault for not managing her properly. I apologize to you here.
Chen Fang, hearing this, stepped forward and questioned loudly. Wait, Vice President, I'm the one who was hit, not you. Shouldn't we be teaching this kid a lesson? Why are you apologizing to him? Kong Yuxin's face darkened upon hearing her words. Infuriated to the extreme,
Kong Yuxin suddenly swung his hand and slapped Chen Fang hard, shouting, Damn it, shut your mouth! Chen Fang was hit, lost a few more teeth and fell straight to the ground.
The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. WTF is going on here? Vice President Kong is not only apologizing to this kid, but he also slapped Chen Fang. Is this kid's background something else? Kong Yuxin, with a grim face, ordered loudly. Someone, throw Chen Fang out of the Alchemist Association and ban him for life. He shall never set foot in here again. The two servants replied sternly. Yes, sir. With that, the two stepped forward to drag Chen Fang away. Chen Fang shouted unwillingly. On what basis are you punishing me? Am I not even as good as that country bumpkin?
I'm not convinced, Wen Jing said calmly. That country bumpkin you keep talking about just pulled out a genuine 6th grade spirit medicine. Chen Fang was shocked.
What? She still didn't believe it? Looking at Ling Jianshen and saying, how is that possible? His clothes scream broke AF.
Wen Jing glanced at Chen Fang, frowned, and said coldly, don't look down on others, your ignorance almost made us miss a VIP. Chen Fang felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, tears welling up. It's really him. She was dragged away, regretting loudly, I was wrong.
Kong Yuxin clasped his hands and said serenely, I have already expelled her from the association. I hope this young friend won't hold it against us.
Ling Jianshen waved his hand and said calmly, forget it, I'm not petty, let's drop it.
As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Yuxin extended his hand and said, young friend Ling is generous and has an extraordinary bearing. Please, come with me to the reception room to discuss the details of the spirit medicine purchase. Ling Jianshen also extended his hand. After you.
In the reception room, Kong Yuxin sat opposite Ling Jianshen, pointing to the bottle and saying,
young friend Ling, this bottle of Tiangshuan elixir has been identified by this old man, and its quality is confirmed to be top grade. After saying that, he raised a finger and continued. Such high quality is rare even among 6th grade spirit medicines. Our Alchemist Association is willing to offer 100 million gold coins to purchase it. I wonder if young friend Ling is satisfied.
Ling Jianshen was surprised, but his face remained impassive. 100 million, he thought to himself. I didn't expect something I casually concocted to be worth so much. If I had known, I would have put more effort into it. Seeing Ling Jianshen in thought, Kong Yuxin asked, young friend Ling, are you perhaps not satisfied with the price? We can discuss it further. Ling Jianshen snapped back to reality and raised his hand. Vice President Kong is overthinking it. I am very satisfied with the price. Then Ling Jianshen continued.
But I have 9 more bottles of Tiangshuan elixir, all of top-grade quality. I wonder if the Alchemist Association would like to buy them all. Kong Yuxin was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. What? How is that possible? Top-grade spirit medicine is something we can only dream of. Even the president can only concoct one once in a blue moon. Ling Jianshen didn't say much. He waved his hand, and 9 bottles of spirit medicine appeared neatly arranged on the table.
If Vice President Kong doesn't believe me, you can check. Kong Yuxin stared blankly at the spirit medicine neatly arranged on the table. But in his heart, he still didn't believe it. It seems this young man is an outsider who doesn't understand spirit medicine. Perhaps he obtained these Tiangshuan elixirs from the Xiaolin's secret realm. They are all the same quality. But out of respect for these few bottles of top-grade Tiangshuan elixir, Kong Yuxin said casually, forget it. Since young friend is so insistent, I will examine them. The bottle cap was opened. A rich medicinal fragrance rushed straight into Kong Yuxin's nose, causing him to exclaim, this! He picked up each bottle of spirit medicine and checked, then was horrified. Good heavens, these 9 bottles are all top grade. Ling Jianshen, satisfied with Kong Yuxin's expression, picked up a teacup and said calmly, do you believe what I said now? He was full of confidence in his alchemy skills. It's only natural for such a low-level spirit medicine to reach top grade. Kong Yuxin reached into his robe and took something out, then said,
young friend Ling, I was impudent before. In his heart, he secretly guessed, to be able to refine every portion of Tiangshuan elixir to top grade, behind Ling Jianshen must be a transcendent 6th grade alchemy grandmaster. If I can win him over, the Alchemist Association's status in Nine Sword City will definitely reach unprecedented heights.
Kong Yuxin took out a golden card from his robe and handed it to Ling Jianshen solemnly.
Adding the previous one, that's a total of 10 portions of top grade Tiangshuan elixir. Our Alchemist Association is offering 1,100 million to buy them all. This is a gold savings card. All the money in Nine Sword City can be exchanged for currency. Ling Jianshen pinched the gold card with 2 fingers and replied with a smile. Vice President Kong is indeed a generous man, he thought in his heart. With 100 million in hand, buying a Nether Dragon Pool token shouldn't be a problem.
Suddenly, Kong Yuxin stood up and clasped his fist, saying, young friend Ling, this old man has one more presumptuous request. Could you introduce the Grandmaster who refined the top-grade Tiangshuan elixir? Whether or not it succeeds, I won't let you suffer any losses. Ling Jianshen was slightly surprised and went, huh. With a sound, Ling Jianshen mysteriously brought the gold card to his mouth and said with a smile, no need for introductions. Hearing this, Kong Yuxin hurriedly took out another gold card and pleaded, this old man sincerely wants to meet that Grandmaster. Here's another 100 million as a thank you gift. I hope young friend Ling will fulfill this old man's wish. Ling Jianshen casually put both hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, you've misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to help you with the introduction, but that you've already seen him. Kong Yuxin was shocked. What? Ling Jianshen said confidently.
The one who refined the Tiangshuan elixir is me.
Kong Yuxin pointed at Ling Jianshen, eyes wide, and asked,
You're saying it's you? Ling Jianshen replied. That's right. Kong Yuxin supported his forehead, his expression disbelieving.
Young friend, if you don't want to introduce him, don't joke with this old man like that.
Alchemy requires many years of experience, plus a lot of effort and energy. All the famous alchemists now are old people.
How could someone as young as you have such high-level alchemy skills?
Ling Jianshen sipped his tea and said casually, I've said that much. Whether you believe it or not is up to you.
Kong Yuxin secretly guessed.
Ling Jianshen keeps insisting that it's himself. It seems that the alchemy grandmaster behind him doesn't want to reveal his identity. In the end, I still don't have the opportunity.
Suddenly, an old man pushed the door open and said urgently, Old Kong, something's happened. Kong Yuxin frowned and asked, What is it? The old man continued.
Meng Yi, the little disciple of first esteemed elder of the sword sect, was injured by the remnants of the blood god sect. Lao Fan and I have both thrown our hands up. You need to get over there and see what's what. You're the chairman of the alchemist guild, Wen Zhong.
Kong Yuxin was shocked to hear this.
What? The disciple of the first esteemed elder is injured? If he blames us, we're screwed.
Finishing his words, Kong Yuxin cupped his fist with both hands towards Ling Jianshen and said, Young friend Ling, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please wait a moment. Ling Jianshen replied. It's fine. Finishing his words, Ling Jianshen continued to say,
But if it's convenient, could I come along? He thought to himself. This time I came to join the Nine Rare sect. If I can build a good relationship with this first esteemed elder, it will definitely be beneficial to me.
Kong Yuxin was surprised.
Barely acceptable. Follow me then.
The group arrived at the place where Meng Yi was injured,
and Kong Yuxin reached out to take his pulse. He made a sound, pondered for a moment, then frowned and said, Guildmaster Wen, isn't Lao Farron skilled in medicine? How come even he can't cure Meng Yi? Wen Zhong replied in a low voice. Meng Yi was struck by the blood devil god palm of the blood god sect. Lao Farron has already treated him.
Finishing his words,
Wen Zhong said again gravely, But the strange thing is, Meng Yi's injury hasn't improved, and there's even a worsening anomaly.
The purple-robed old man also spoke up. This old man has been practicing medicine for decades, and has saved several people who were struck by the blood devil god palm, only this time is an exception. According to my guess, Wen Zhong spoke up. What is it? The purple-robed old man is the second vice-chairman of the Alchemist Guild, Fan Tong. Fan Tong looked at Meng Yi lying on the bed, his eyes closed, and said, I guess it's possible that Meng Yi was injured for too long. We rescued him too late, causing the blood poison to attack his heart.
Wen Zhong and Kong Yuxin were struck by lightning, and exclaimed one after another, What? The blood poison is attacking his heart? If that's the case, I'm afraid even immortals can't save Meng Yi.
Suddenly, Ling Jianshen stepped forward and spoke up. No, he can still be saved. Ling Jianshen walked to the bedside, put his finger on Meng Yi's forehead, and used his spiritual power to probe his body. Ling Jianshen frowned and thought to himself, this Meng Yi isn't suffering from blood poison attacking his heart, but is struck by yin-killing qi. Fan Tong looked at the suddenly appearing Ling Jianshen and said in an unpleasant tone, Where did this little brat come from? How can we let him talk nonsense here? Wen Zhong also spoke up. Old Kong, why did you bring your junior here? Why don't you quickly get him out?
Kong Yuxin walked to the two of them, signaling softly. You misunderstood. This little friend Ling is no ordinary person. Behind him there is likely an alchemist grandmaster, exceeding 6th grade. We absolutely must not offend him.
Fan Tong frowned and said,
Old Kong, I think you're confused. You think alchemist grandmasters exceeding 6th grade are like cabbages? How could this little brat know one? Kong Yuxin couldn't explain. This, Wen Zhong narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, No matter what, we can't let this kid mess around. If something happens to Meng Yi, who will bear the responsibility when the first esteemed elder blames us? Quickly get him out.
Kong Yuxin sighed.
All right then, if that's what you two think.
Finishing his words, Kong Yuxin walked to Ling Jianshen, patted his shoulder and gently reminded him, Little friend Ling, Meng Yi's injury is very serious. You're not a doctor. Definitely don't mess around. You should still let Guildmaster Wen and Lao Farron treat him. Ling Jianshen heard this, turned around and left. Though you guys, he secretly said in his heart, anyway, with me here, this Meng Yi can't die. It wouldn't hurt to give these old guys a little lesson. Wen Zhong urgently urged. Lao Fan, under the blood poison attacking his heart, Meng Yi won't be able to hold on for much longer. Quickly use all your strength to save him.
Kong Yuxin persuaded. That's right. As long as you use all your strength, even if you can't save him at that time, the first esteemed elder won't blame us.
Lao Fan, sweat all over his face,
reluctantly agreed. All right. He pulled out a silver needle. I still have a returning spring needle technique, which is specially aimed at blood poison. Whether it can succeed or not depends on fate.
Fan Tong pierced the silver needle into the acupoint on Meng Yi's forehead.
Blue spiritual energy surrounded him. Returning spring divine needle, restoration of all things.
Spiritual energy gradually went into his body, and Meng Yi's skin also became vibrant.
Lao Kong observed for a while, then exclaimed, Meng Yi's complexion has really improved a lot, Wen Zhong exclaimed. Lao Fan, you're really amazing.
Ling Jianshen picked up a cup of tea.
This method is aimed at blood poison, but Meng Yi is struck by yin-killing qi. Originally, Meng Yi could still live for another hour, but they treated him so haphazardly, Meng Yi is afraid he's about to die. The youth, Meng Yi, opened his eyes wide. He spat out a mouthful of blood and cried out, Ah, it hurts too much. I can't take it anymore. Kill me quickly. Give me relief. Wen Zhong's face turned green. What exactly is going on? Meng Yi's condition is getting worse. Kong Yuxin was doubtful. Lao Fan, you didn't treat him wrongly, did you?
Fan Tong was also confused.
I also don't know what's going on. I clearly relied on acupuncture to treat blood poison. How could it be like this? The MC put down his teacup. Curing people, my ass. More like harming them.
He couldn't watch anymore, stepping forward and shoving the chairman aside. Get out of the way, let me handle this. Wen Zhong was stunned. What? Meng Yi on the bed was writhing in pain.
Ah, Old Kong stammered. Ling Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Fan Tong barked. What do you think you're doing? Stop it right now. Ling Jianshen released a stream of true Q from his fingertip. Gonna give me a piece of your mind.
He reached out and tapped Meng Yi's forehead.
His eyes glazed over, and Meng Yi finally calmed down, passing out. Wen Zhong exclaimed, Hey, look, Meng Yi's complexion is getting better. Elder Fan was shocked. How is this possible? Old Kong couldn't believe it. Ling Xiaoyu actually knows medicine.
The MC then used his true Q to tap on various acupoints on Meng Yi's body. Baihui acupoint, Tianchong acupoint, Qihai acupoint.
Ling Jianshen used the heavenly medicine cannon technique, dancing across Meng Yi's chest. Old Fan frowned. Wait a minute. You might be hitting death points. He wants Meng Yi to die even faster. Old Wen was stunned. What? He's hitting death points? No way, we have to stop him. Old Kong stopped the chairman.
Why don't we wait a little longer? Wen Zhong hissed. Old Kong suggested. Anyway, Meng Yi will die even if Ling Xiaoyu doesn't do anything. Might as well let him try.
Ling Jianshen cursed inwardly. TCH, a bunch of idiots, how could they understand my medical skills? He decisively tapped the last acupoint on Meng Yi's chest, then shouted, Heavenly medicine cannon, expel the evil. A wisp of black killing intent rose from Meng Yi's forehead, and he gradually woke up. Ah! Meng Yi looked at his intact and vital body, unable to believe he was still alive. The two, Wen and Kong, stared with their jaws dropped. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Meng Yi is actually awake? This is a resurrection technique. Fan Tong took Meng Yi's pulse. Let me see, he shouted. How is this possible? Meng Yi's injuries are actually getting better. Old Farron looked at the MC curiously. How on earth did you do that? He said casually. Just prescribing the right medicine for the ailment.
Ling Jianshen pointed out, Fan Tong's mistake, I said it earlier. Meng Yi isn't suffering from blood poisoning, but from yin energy poisoning. It's ridiculous that you treated him for blood poisoning, making his injuries worse and worse. If I had been any slower, he would have met Yama already.
Fan Tong slapped his head. So it wasn't blood poisoning at all, but yin energy poisoning. This old man has been proficient in medicine for decades, and almost made a big mistake. I'm so ashamed. Old Wen comforted. Old Farron? Your cultivation hasn't reached that level yet, don't blame yourself too much. Wen Zhong analyzed. Once martial artists reach the martial sect realm, they will cultivate yin energy from the world, but there will always be some residual yin energy in their bodies, which is difficult to eliminate. This is obviously yin energy, which not only harms the body but can also prevent cultivation from advancing. But Meng Yi hasn't reached the martial sect realm yet. The yin energy in his body is probably residue from the blood god sect's attack, he thought. But Ling Jianshen can resolve the yin energy in Meng Yi's body. Maybe he can also resolve that thing in my body. Old Farron clenched his fist, trembling. No matter what. Wrong is wrong. He sincerely apologized. Sorry, Grandmaster Ling. I wrongly accused you just now.
Ling Jianshen didn't take it to heart. It's okay, it's good to correct your mistakes when you know them. He figured that this old man was a bit stubborn but not evil. Wen Zhong's expression was sincere.
Grandmaster Ling, this old man has a request. I hope Grandmaster Ling can grant it. The MC replied. Chairman Wen, please speak your mind, it's okay. Wen Zhong said honestly.
To tell you the truth, I've been stuck at the first level of martial sect for many years, precisely because I can't eliminate the yin energy in my body. Today I'm fortunate to meet the powerful Grandmaster Ling, and I hope Grandmaster Ling can help me eliminate the yin energy in my body. After everything is successful, I will definitely repay you handsomely.
The MC gave him a piece of paper, instructing. Eliminating yin energy is not a problem, but this yin energy has accumulated in your body for too long. Ordinary methods won't work. I need to refine a yin-yang pill, Only then can I help you. This is the pill formula. Prepare one portion of each ingredient according to this formula. Wenzong immediately agreed. Okay, I will prepare it right away. It so happens that there is a 5th grade pill cauldron in the Alchemist Association. I will bring it to Grandmaster Ling. After everything is successful, this pill cauldron will be gifted to Grandmaster Ling as a thank you gift. MC nodded. Yeah, go ahead, I'm satisfied. Right now I'm lacking a top-tier elixir. If I can get this grade 5 elixir cauldron, I can concoct a lot of high-grade pills. The cauldron and medicinal ingredients have been brought in full. Wen Zhong handed the bag of ingredients to the MC, Ling Zongxi. The ingredients are all inside. He needed the bag of ingredients, instructing, very good, next you guys can just stand and watch. He flicked his finger, and the alchemy fire blazed brightly. He manipulated the bag of ingredients, pouring everything into the furnace at once. The ingredients went in, and the three were stunned by this operation. Pouring all the ingredients into the cauldron at once. What kind of alchemy technique is this? If it continues like this, it will explode. Could this be Grandmaster Ling's unique alchemy technique? Ling Jianshen released 3 spiritual seals. Elixir seals, go. The elixir seals stuck onto the cauldron, providing energy for the elixir to form. Ling Jianshen clasped his hands together, shouting, solidify for me. The alchemy fire blazed brightly, accurately providing just the right temperature. Wenzhong suddenly understood. I get it. This is high-level alchemy. Every step of Grandmaster Ling's alchemy can reach a high level that both the spiritual herbs and the cauldron can withstand. If so, the quality of the elixir concocted will be at the highest level. Lao Kong and Lao Fan were so shocked that their mouths hung open. This is an alchemy technique that even President Wen and the first Supreme Elder of Nine Swords sect haven't grasped. Grandmaster Ling is so young, yet has mastered such a profound method. It's laughable that we used to see Grandmaster Ling as some punk. We're truly ashamed. The elixir took shape, floating above the furnace. Ling Jianshen announced, the elixir is complete. The Luojia yin-yang pill has been successfully concocted. He tossed the pill to Wen Zhong. President Wen, the elixir is ready. Eat it quickly, or you'll start drooling. Lao Wen was overjoyed. Many thanks, Grandmaster Ling. After taking the elixir, he felt his body was full of power. Not only has the yin energy in my body been eliminated, but my cultivation has also broken through to Martial Overlord's second realm. Kong and Fan were happy for him. President Wen has finally achieved his wish. Congratulations, President Wen. On breaking through to Martial Overlord's second realm, President Wen clasped his hands towards the MC. It's all thanks to Grandmaster Ling's contribution. Many thanks, Grandmaster Ling, for making it happen. The MC was modest. The little yin-yang pill only eliminates the side effects of the yin energy you absorbed. The breakthrough is due to your luck. No need to thank me, Kong Yuhan hesitated. Those few bottles of grade 6 heavenly mystic elixir, did you really concoct them? The MC smiled slightly. That's right. Why would I lie to you? Wen Zhong admired. Grandmaster Ling even knows how to concoct top-quality grade 6 spiritual elixirs. The other two shared the same thought. Grandmaster Ling, whether it's elixir techniques, medical skills, or herbalism, has already reached a divine realm. If only I could become his disciple. Wen Zhong disregarded his reputation and knelt before the MC. Grandmaster Ling's great kindness and virtue, Wen Zhong will never forget. I hope Grandmaster Ling can accept me as a disciple, so I can devote my efforts to Grandmaster Ling. Lao Kong was stunned. Yeah, Team Leader Wen. In his head he screamed shrilly, holy crap, how is this old man so fast? Fan Tong next to him also knelt down. I am also willing to devote my efforts to Grandmaster Ling, please. Grandmaster Ling must accept me as a disciple. Kong Yuhan widened his eyes. Holy crap, Lao Fan, even you. In his head he was still screaming, damn it, these two bastards are no good, they're all taking the lead in front of me. The other two knew exactly what Lao Kong was thinking, and called out, Lao Kong, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up, hee, we've been old buddies for decades, do you think we can't figure out what you're thinking? So Kong Yuhan didn't pretend anymore and knelt down, begging, Grandmaster Ling, please accept me as a disciple. Ling Jianshen gave them a choice. With your current aptitude, you can only be my nominal disciples. Are you willing? He thought to himself. These three have very high status in Nine Swords City. Accepting them will be very helpful when I work in Nine Swords City, the three said in unison. We agree, the MC decided. He released 3 streams of Tao intent, shooting towards their foreheads. Since you have become my nominal disciples, I naturally won't let you suffer. This is guidance for your 3 talents, Wen Zhong said sincerely. Thanks for the guidance, Master. I feel like after digesting this for 3 days, I can definitely concoct a grade 6 elixir and become a grade 6 alchemist, Kong Yugang said confidently. Before, my success rate for refining grade 5 elixirs was only 30%, but after feeling Master's guidance just now, I'm now 90% confident, Fan Tong also exclaimed happily. With Master's guidance, plus my cultivation breaking through to Martial Ancestor 2nd level, I'm confident that I can surpass the first Supreme Elder in 3 months, Ling Jianshen said with satisfaction. It's good that you guys are leveling up. He pointed at the alchemy furnace. As for this alchemy cauldron. Then, without hesitation, he sucked it into his storage ring. He said, "This is my reward for helping Wen Zhong."
They respectfully cupped their hands. "If Master doesn't mind, please stay at the Alchemist Guild to cultivate. It'd be convenient for us to serve you." The two others agreed. "That's right, Master, please stay here."
The MC declined. "No, I still have things to do, but I'll be going to the Listening Rain Pavilion auction tomorrow. If you guys need anything, come find me there," the three of them said respectfully. "Understood. Disciples will see Master off." Feng Tong asked doubtfully. "Master's going to the Listening Rain Pavilion auction. Does he want to buy something?" Lao Kong speculated. "Probably. Today, Master sold 10 bottles of heavenly profound liquid for gold. Definitely to prepare for tomorrow's Listening Rain Pavilion auction," Wen Zhong instructed. "If that's the case, Lao Fan, Lao Kong, you two immediately prepare more gold. No matter what Master needs, we'll help him buy it. This is a great opportunity to repay Master." The two of them agreed without hesitation. "Got it. We'll go prepare right away." The next day, in front of Listening Rain Pavilion, Chu Zhao, sucking up to Han Bing from behind. "Congratulations, young Master Han, on the recovery of your eyes."
Han Bing fanned himself with a feather fan. "If I hadn't met Dr. Shu Yuan who transplanted new eyes for me, these eyes would have been screwed." Chu Zhao smiled obsequiously. "Young Master Han is blessed by the heavens. That Ling Jianshen will definitely pay the price for injuring you." Han Bing gnashed his teeth in hatred. "That's right, I'll definitely not let Ling Jianshen off the hook. Now that my second brother Han Jianfeng is back and he's at the auction right now, with his strength he'll definitely avenge me." Chihuahua Zhao shouted, "Wait! Young Master Han, look!" The Han turned his head to look.
"Huh." The fatty pointed at a figure he couldn't be more familiar with. "That person is Ling Jianshen." Han Bing was overjoyed. "It really is him. Perfect timing. Today, I'll definitely flame him for 300 chapters."
He ordered Chihuahua Zhu. "I'll stall this brat first. You immediately go to the back door and get my second brother, Han Jianfeng, to come out." The fatty grinned. "Got it." The doorman stopped Ling Jianshen, and Tang Yi, the one on the left, said,
"Please present your proof of funds."
Tang Yi whispered, "Young Master Ling, the proof of funds is a gold card. You need at least 100 million saved up to enter the Listening Rain Pavilion auction." The MC patted his chest. "So that's how it is. Good thing I prepared enough." Han Bing approached arrogantly. "Ling Jianshen, you dare come to Listening Rain Pavilion? You really have a death wish."
The MC's expression immediately darkened. "It's you again. Last time I blinded you, but you actually recovered. And now you want to piss me off again? Do you want another beating?"
Han Bing blustered. "Last time it was because you ran fast. You won't be so lucky this time." He thought he just needed to flame him for a few more minutes, and once his second brother came, he'd definitely be dead.
The Han ordered, "Guards, capture this bastard." The group of idiots immediately drew their swords. Understood. They surrounded the MC and Tang Yi. "Brat, strip and surrender."
Tang Yi suggested, "Young Master Ling, Listening Rain Pavilion has a lot of power. We should still run first," the MC said. "Just them isn't enough to make me run." A faint golden light flashed in his pupils. Ling Jianshen channeled his energy and roared, "Get lost!" The people surrounding him didn't have time to react and were sent flying backward. "Dude, you were shocked. Holy crap. This kid is too arrogant. He dares to cause trouble. At Listening Rain Pavilion, he's doing this like he's trying to make the Han family crazy." "I heard that the Han family's second young master has already arrived. If the Han family's second young master makes a move, this kid will definitely die."
Han Bing was furious. "Damn it. Those useless guards can't even block one move from Ling Jianshen. Luckily, I managed to stall for a bit."
Ling Jianshen slowly walked towards him.
"Last time I let you off lightly. Originally wanting to teach you a lesson, but you didn't learn. This time, I won't let you off." Han Bing's face turned pale. You dare lay a hand on me. My second brother is at the auction. He's a disciple of the Nine-Sword sect. If you hurt me, he'll definitely flame you for several billion chapters." Ling Jianshen smiled coldly and waved his hand. "No one can threaten me." Chu Zhao invited Han Jianfeng out. "Who's causing trouble at Listening Rain Pavilion? Are they looking for death?" Han Bing clings to his second brother, Han Jianfeng's leg. "Second bro, you're finally here. You gotta stand up for me." Han Jianfeng frowns, helping his little bro up. "Han Bing, tell me who's causing trouble, I'll make them pay dearly." Han Bing points at the MC. "Snitching. It's this punk. He blinded me last time, and now he wants to kill me. Second bro, you gotta get revenge for me."
Before Han Jianfeng can even see who it is, don't worry. Anyone who dares mess with the Han family, I won't let them off the hook. Seeing the face of the person his brother's talking about, the Han guy is stunned. Ling Jianshen, smirks. "Didn't expect Han Bing's second brother to be Han Jianfeng. This is gonna be fun." The surrounding crowd buzzes. "Han Jianfeng's here. Looks like he's gonna go after this kid, who told him to cause trouble at Listening Rain Pavilion. Isn't he just asking for it?" Han Jianfeng is a martial spirit realm genius, can go 300 rounds with martial kings. I wonder how many hits this kid can take from Han Jianfeng. Tang Yi steps in front of the MC.
Ling Xiao, this is my fault. I can't let you get involved. You go. I'll take the blame. With Han Jianfeng, the MC pats him on the shoulder.
Don't worry. Today, Han Bing is the one taking the blame. Tang Yi thinks he misheard, asking, "What? Han Bing is already smug.
Me taking the blame? Ling Jianshen? Are you still dreaming? With my second bro here, I advise you to kneel and beg for mercy early, or else, before he can finish." A thunderous slap from Han Jianfeng lands on his face. You little shit. Shut your mouth. Han Bing clutches his swollen cheek, questioning.
Second bro, why did you hit me?
Han Jianfeng goes off on his good-for-nothing little brother, daring to provoke Ling Xiao. I'm hitting you, you idiot, Han Bing wails. Ah, stop hitting me, second bro, I was wrong. Tang Yi's eyes widen. What's going on? Han Jianfeng clasps his hands apologetically. Ling Xiao, I didn't know my stupid brother offended you, please forgive us. Han Bing lies on the ground, bruised and battered. Why is second bro so respectful to Ling Jianshen? A background character is shocked. Holy crap, what's going on here? Han Jianfeng actually beat up Han Bing, and even apologized to Ling Jianshen. Just who the hell is this Ling Jianshen? Tang Yi gapes.
Damn, I thought I was a goner for sure. Didn't expect Han Jianfeng to respect Ling Xiao so much. What's Ling Xiao's background anyway? The MC calmly crosses his arms. I, Ling Jianshen, am not an unreasonable person, but Han Bing has provoked me repeatedly, so he must be taught a lesson. So he sharply glares at the Han brothers. You know what to do, right? Han Jianfeng grits his teeth. Ling Xiao, calm your anger. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. He approaches his little brother. Han Bing crawls backward. Second bro, what do you want to do? I'm your little brother. Han Jianfeng unleashes a palm strike. Because you're my little brother. That's why I have to do this. Han Bing takes the full force of the palm strike to his stomach, immediately spitting out fresh blood.
Han Jianfeng reluctantly closes his eyes. Little brother, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm saving you. If Ling Xiao personally took action, you would definitely die. Han Bing screams miserably. Ah! He yells loudly. My danshin is shattered.
The surrounding people are so scared they swallow their saliva. Just because of one sentence from Ling Jianshen, Han Jianfeng personally crippled his own brother. Han Bing has met his match this time. Ling Jianshen's background is not small. There might be a terrifying force hidden behind him, Han Jianfeng reports.
Ling Xiao, are you satisfied with what I've done? Han Bing rolls on the ground. Ah. The MC is magnanimous. You're very smart. For your sake, I won't bother with him anymore. The Han guy is overjoyed. Thank you, Ling Xiao, for your generosity.
Several subordinates rush to help Han Bing. Young Master Bing, are you alright? Han Jianfeng invites the MC. Ling Xiao, please come with me to the auction house. I will prepare the best room for you, and definitely won't let anyone disturb you. The MC doesn't refuse. Yeah, let's go, Han Bing orders. Quickly go and call Dr. Xu Yuan here. The subordinate obeys. Understood. Xu Yuan sits in front of the bed, bandaging Han Bing. The old man strokes his beard.
Young Master Bing, your meridians are broken, and your danshin is shattered. Now, unless my Master Fan Tong takes action, even gods will have difficulty saving you. Han Bing's tears welling up. Dr. Xu, you must invite your master to save me.
Xu Yuan said. Bing Xiao, rest assured, I will ask for you. Shizun will definitely agree, but allow me to ask. With Bing Xiao's status, who would dare harm you to such an extent? Han Bing trembled with hatred.
It's all that little punk Ling Jianshen's fault. He's the one who blinded me last time. I swear I won't rest until I get my revenge, Xu Yuan exclaimed. What, Ling Jianshen again? I have a score to settle with him too? That kid embarrassed me not long ago. Han Bing felt like he'd found a kindred spirit.
There's more to it. All losses at the hands of Ling Jianshen. Xu Yuan looked resentful. HMPH. That kid won't be smug for long. My Shizun is attending the auction at Tingyu Tower today. When the time comes, I'll ask him to deal with Ling Jianshen and get revenge for Ling Xiao. The Han family grinned. Good, 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 physician Xu Yuan. As long as you deal with Ling Jianshen and preserve my meridians, you will be the apothecary in residence at my Tingyu Tower from now on. With an extra 5 million each month, Xu Yuan was overjoyed.
Thank you, Bing Xiao. I will definitely not disappoint you. A subordinate entered to report. Lord Xu Yuan, the 3 Grand Masters of the Alchemist Guild have arrived. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up. What, the 3 Grand Masters are here, he thought? With my relationship with Fan Shizun, who knows? I might even get a high position in the association today. I must greet them quickly. Han Bing called after him. Physician Xu, don't forget what we discussed. Old Xu gave him a thumbs up. Bing Xiao, rest assured, just wait for my good news. The crowd outside saw the 3 imposing figures and exclaimed, Holy crap! Aren't those the 3 Grand Masters of the Alchemist Guild? The 3 of them are together. Could there be some incredible treasure at this auction? What treasure haven't they seen? It must be for something else. Xu Yuan approached. Disciple greets. Shizun? Fan Tong was puzzled. Are you a Shu?
Humbly, disciple Xu Yuan, who once had the good fortune to learn Shizun's medical Tao for a time. Fan Tong stroked his beard. I seem to recall, didn't you stay in the slums helping the poor with treatment? Why are you here? Xu Yuan knelt down and kowtowed, recounting.
Disciple was framed by a villain a few days ago, and was misunderstood by many people in the slums, and driven out.
The old man begged,
Shizun, you must stand up for me. He calculated that Fan Tong was a person who covered up shortcomings and would definitely help him if he heard that he had been framed. Sure enough, the old man was angry. A villain dares to bully my disciple. Tell me his name, and I will definitely seek justice for you. Xu Yuan was overjoyed and said, that person is in the auction, his name is Wen Zhang. Interrupted.
Since he's already in the auction, let's talk about it after it ends. The auction is about to begin, don't delay things. We must meet Shizun. Fan Tong slapped his head. Oops, I really am old and muddle-headed.
Shizun's matter is more important, he instructed Xu Yuan. I have important matters to attend to today. You wait outside. If that person comes out, stop him, and wait for me to deal with him, Wen Zhang urged. Don't waste any more time, let's go, Xu Yuan called after them. Yes, Shizun. Please take care of your own business first.
He was smug. I must quickly go out and tell Bing Xiao this news. I must not let Ling Jianshen leave the auction, Han Jianfeng introduced.
The upper floors of our auction are VIP rooms, and the lower floor is a hall that can accommodate 1,000 people. Ling Xiao is in the VIP room in the middle, the most honored. He asked Ling Xiao for permission. If you are satisfied, I must go downstairs to preside first. I will not disturb you any longer. The main character slightly closed his eyes. Okay, you go do your work. When passing by Tang Yi, Han Jianfeng paused. This little brother, before I leave, I have something I want to give you. Tang Yi was curious, and Han Jianfeng offered a wooden token. This is my token. If you encounter any trouble in Nine Sword City in the future, you can bring this token to Tingyu Tower for help, he considered. This little brother can follow Ling Xiao, so he may not be simple. I must build a good relationship with him. Tang Yi held it like a hot potato. That won't do. I'm just a servant of Ling Xiao. How can I receive such a big gift from young Master Han? The main character
Tang Yi, just take it. I think I'll have to leave Nine Sword City sooner or later. With the Han family taking care of you, Tang Yi won't be easily bullied. He had no choice but to obey.
Thank you, young Master Han. The Tang family also had their own plans. Han Jianfeng's initiative to be nice to him was all because of Ling Xiao's face. He must hug this big leg. A pair of red shoes stepped out, and the beautiful auctioneer spoke. Everyone has waited for a long time. This auction officially begins. The main character's eyes became serious. Finally, it's starting. I gotta get my hands on that Underworld Dragon Pool token. The auctioneer brings out the treasure. Our sixth item up for grabs. This baby's called the Azure Blood Fruit. Packed with crazy amounts of chi and blood, it'll boost your power like crazy. Starting bids 10 million gold. Let the bidding begin. Prices start soaring.
15 million. I'll do 16 mil. If you're broke, don't even bother bidding. 30 million. Wen Zhang slightly parts the curtain, looking ominous.
You really don't know where Ling Jianshen is, you poor sod.
Sir, the auction has rules. We can't reveal a guest's identity or whereabouts. Besides, this humble one has no idea who Ling Jianshen is. Wen Zhang sighs. You're dismissed.
The servant immediately replies, Yes, sir. The room falls silent, and after a moment, 3 figures reveal their true forms.
Fan Tong grumbles, Seriously guys, the auction's been going on forever, and you still haven't found our master. Kong Yuhua points at Lao Wen. All your fault for telling master about the surprise. Look where that got us, Lao Wen retorts. Don't act like you didn't agree to it back then. The servant outside overhears everything, horrified. Just who in the heck is this Ling Jianshen? Sounds like the 3 guild masters of the Alchemist Guild are all his disciples. The female auctioneer opens a wooden box. And now, the final treasure of this auction, she announces. The Underworld Dragon Pool token. The female auctioneer playfully winks. Rumor has it this token lets you into the mysterious Underworld Manor. Starting bid is 100 million gold. Let the bidding wars begin. People start scrambling. This is exactly what I came for. I bid 110 million gold, only 10 million more. And you're already shouting like that. Bunch of broke-ass scrubs. You think you can get the token with just a little bit of cash? I bid 200 million.
The male lead frowns. Didn't expect so many people to be after the Underworld Dragon Pool token? Looks like getting it won't be a walk in the park. The curtain of the neighboring booth is pulled back, and a young master shouts, I bid 500 million gold. The crowd below is stunned. Wait, that's Chen Hao. Chen Hao clasps his fist in salute. That's right. I hope everyone here will give Chen Hao some face. I'm determined to get this Underworld Dragon Pool token.
Several people who also wanted the treasure grind their teeth. Chen Hao's really throwing around the cash. He just jumped straight to 500 million. I can't even compete with that. He is one of the 4 great families of Nine Sword City. After all, young Master Chen is loaded. Not only does he have money, but he's also got a vengeful personality. We can't afford to mess with him. Let's not fight him for it. The gavel comes down.
500 million going once, 500 million going twice. Chen Hao smugly thinks, as expected, as long as I show my family's name, no one dares to bid against me. This underworld dragon pool token is mine. A voice shouts from the next room. I bid 1 billion. Chen Hao is taken aback. What? The crowd below murmurs. Holy crap, who is this guy? Talk about rich. He just upped the bid by 500 million. Isn't he afraid of offending the Chen family? Chen Hao yells, Who the hell are you, kid? Trying to snatch something from me? Don't you know who Chen Hao is in Nine Sword City? You got a death wish. Ling Jianshen chuckles softly. HMPH. Chen family, Chen Hao. Such arrogance. Chen Hao forces a laugh. That's right, you scared now. If you give up bidding, I might consider letting it slide. The male lead scoffs. Sorry, never heard of. Chen Hao is dumbfounded. What? Chen Hao sneers. Fine, kid. You want to go head to head with me, huh? Then let's see whose pockets are deeper. Saying that, he raises his hand to signal the auction. I bid 1 billion. Everyone's eyes widen in shock, and they discuss amongst themselves. The Underworld Dragon Pool token should only go for around 800 or 900 million. 1 billion is already pushing it. Forcing Chen Hao to pay such a high price, that kid's definitely made an enemy of him. Just who is that kid? But he doesn't seem scared at all. Chen Hao grinds his teeth, thinking bitterly. The family gave me 1 billion to get this Underworld Dragon Pool token. I'll have to use my own money. Making me spend so much, I'm definitely going to take that kid's life after the auction. Tang Yi whispers into the male lead's ear. Ling Xiao, we only have 1 billion. We can't bid any higher. What do we do now? The male lead calmly replies. It's fine. I have another way. The female auctioneer hesitates, holding the gavel high. 1 billion going once, 1 billion going twice. Anyone else want to bid? If not, this Underworld Dragon Pool token belongs to Chen Hao. Chen Hao has a victor's smile on his face, thinking, he's not bidding now. Looks like that kid's run out of money. Finally, I got it. Just as it's about to be decided, the male lead raises his voice to stop the female auctioneer. Hold up. He throws open the curtain, saying, I want to raise the bid. As soon as Wen Zhong saw the male lead show up, he pointed at him and yelled, Look everyone! That's our master. Fan Tong exclaimed in shock. So, master was in that VIP room all along. Kong Yuhan, standing next to him, added, Master wants this Underworld Dragon Pool token. We have to help him get it. Chen Hao glared at Ling Jianshen, his face darkening, and said, So, it was you, kid, who kept bidding against me. You really overestimate yourself. Let's see how much more you can bid. The male lead ignored Chen Hao's words and said to everyone around, Everyone, I am Ling Jianshen. This Underworld Dragon Pool token is very important to me, but I don't have enough money right now. If anyone helps me get it, I can give them guidance once. Hearing this, the crowd below looked disdainful and started gossiping. WTF is this? He's showing off way too much. Who does he think he is? Offering guidance in exchange for the Underworld Dragon Pool token? That's ridiculous. Chen Hao also burst out laughing, mocking. Haha, you think you're the sect leader of the Nine Swords sect? Giving guidance to others? If anyone here pays for you today, I'll change my last name to theirs. From behind the curtain, a voice rang out. This old man will pay 1.5 billion to buy the Underworld Dragon Pool token for young Master Ling. Chen Hao was struck dumb, shouting, What the hell? Is someone actually paying for him? Another voice echoed from behind the curtain. Old Kong, you're only offering 1.5 billion. That's not sincere at all. I'll offer 2.5 billion. Chen Hao was shocked again, asking, 2.5 billion? Are you kidding me? Not stopping there, another person said, You two are too stingy, barely adding anything. This old man will buy this Underworld Dragon Pool token for young Master Ling for 3 billion. The crowd below was amazed by this intense bidding war, gossiping, WTF, someone's actually offering 3 billion for this kid's guidance? That's too much money, don't they know where else to spend it? The way I see it, this Ling Jianshen must have an extraordinary background. That's why people are constantly offering money to befriend him. With our status, we simply don't have the chance to interact with someone on that level. The person bidding must have an extraordinary identity, being able to take out billions. There aren't many in Nine Sword City who can. Chen Hao's face darkened as he pondered. How is this possible? Even if my Chen family took out 3 billion at once, it would severely damage our foundation. There's no way someone would spend so much money for just one guidance session. It's simply not worth it. Unless this guy is making a fuss. Wait a minute. I suspect they're maliciously inflating the price. They probably don't have that much money. The female auctioneer smiled sweetly and said, Since someone has raised a concern, Our auction house is responsible for verifying the identities of the gentlemen in those rooms. Please provide proof of your assets, Chen Hao added frantically.
Proof of assets, my ass. I suspect they're in cahoots with Ling Jianshen. Daring to mess with this young master, I'll make you pay dearly.
Kong Yuhan opened the curtain and said sternly, "Make us pay dearly." Even if the Chen family patriarch, Chen Long, came here, he wouldn't dare say those words to us, Fan Tong added.
With the strength of my alchemist association,
why would we maliciously inflate the price when buying something? Wen Zhong stroked his beard and added, as for proof of assets, isn't the reputation of the 3 Grand Elders of the Alchemist Association enough proof? The crowd below started gossiping again. WTF, am I seeing things? The people who just bid were the 3 Grand Elders of the Alchemist Association. If they're the Grand Elders of the Alchemist Association, then taking out 3 billion is no big deal, even double that would be normal. What exactly is Ling Jianshen's background that he can please the 3 Grand Elders?
Chen Hao was now terrified, trembling all over, mumbling, how is this possible? Ling Jianshen's backers are the 3 Grand Elders of the Alchemist Association? These 3 are existences that even my father has to address as seniors. The male lead glanced at Chen Hao with contempt.
You still want to compete with me for the Underworld Dragon Pool token? Chen Hao was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hands and replying, No, young Master Ling, and the 3 Grand Elders. My dog eyes looked down on you just now. Please don't blame a small fry like me, just consider it as me farting just now. With that, he quickly pulled up his pants and ran away, not forgetting to explain before leaving. Well, I have some business at home, goodbye.
Seeing this scene, the people below started gossiping again. Chen Hao completely admitted defeat. He really ran into a tough opponent today. Who would have thought that behind Ling Jianshen were the 3 Grand Elders of the Alchemist Association? The female auctioneer bowed deeply to the 3 Grand Elders of the Alchemist Association and said, I'm truly sorry, I didn't know the 3 Grand Elders were visiting the auction. I was impudent. I'll go get the Underworld Dragon Pool token for the 3 Grand Elders right away. Wen Zhong pointed at the male lead and added, It's not for us, it's a gift for young Master Ling. The young lady nodded repeatedly, replying, Yes, in a secret room at the auction venue. The male lead sat leisurely in a chair. With the 3 Grand Elders in front of him, he said, You 3 went way overboard. There was no need to spend 3 billion at all. Wen Zhong presented the token to the male lead, saying, Being able to contribute to Master, even spending more money is worth it, Master. Please accept it. Clutching the Netherpool token, the main character added, Yeah, I'll give you pointers once, but I don't have time right now. I'll think about it when I'm free. Wen Zhong wasn't too anxious either. He replied to the main character, The Master's affairs are important. This disciple can wait. Kong Yuxin sighed sadly. Ayu, old Wen's luck is really good, Fan Tong agreed, adding, We were too young and missed the chance to get pointers from Master. I don't know when we'll have another chance. Hearing this, Tang Yi glanced at Ling Jianshen, thinking, Holy crap, I didn't expect the 3 big presidents of the famous Alchemist Association to be disciples of young Master Ling. My choice to latch onto young Master Ling's big thigh was definitely right. The main character, with his eyes closed, was calculating. I'll be leaving Jujian City soon. Heading to Nether Mountain Estate. Tang Yi has followed me for so long, it's time to find him a backer. With that thought, he pointed at Tang Yi and said to the 3, Alright, let me introduce him. This is my buddy, Tang Yi. He's not a bad guy. See if any of you can take him as a disciple. Wen Zhong quickly stepped forward and replied, As the president of the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yi will naturally be under my guidance. As he spoke, he thought, This is a good opportunity to show loyalty to Master. I can't miss it. Kong Yuxin wasn't willing to stand still in the face of this good opportunity. He cut in. You already got the chance for Master's pointers. Let me teach Xiao Yi. Wen Zhong, caught off guard by his teammate, exclaimed, What? Taking advantage of the two arguing, Fan Tong seized the opportunity and stepped forward, saying, Alright, stop fighting over him. Xiao Yi is missing an arm, so he can't refine pills at all. Following you guys would just be a waste of time. Studying the art of healing with me is the right choice. I'm the most suitable to teach Xiao Yi. Wen Zhong still tried to argue. Let me do it. Kong Yuxin wasn't willing to concede either, retorting, Xiao Yi's master can only be me. Tang Yi watched the group arguing noisily over who would take him as a disciple, and he thought, the 3 presidents are arguing over me? If it weren't for Ling Xiao, I wouldn't have this kind of treatment in my entire life. The main character waved his hand, annoyed. Alright, stop arguing. Fan Tong is right. You're the most suitable to guide Tang Yi. Pleased. Fan Tong cupped his fist and replied, Thank you, master. Then, he glanced at Tang Yi and reminded him, Tang Yi, hurry up and acknowledge Fan Tong as your master. Tang Yi stood there dumbfounded for a moment before replying, Oh yes. He bowed down in front of Fan Tong and said loudly, Disciple Tang Yi pays respects to master. Fan Tong took Tang Yi's hand, smiling broadly. Ha, good disciple. From now on you'll follow me. Oh right. Where do you live?
Tang Yi answered honestly.
Reporting to master, this disciple and my mother are living in the poor area in the north. Fan Tong's expression tensed up and he said loudly, "Absolutely not. You're my Fan Tong's disciple. How can you live in a place like that? I'll go back with you later and bring your mother to the Alchemist Association. I have a villa near the association that I'll give to you and your mother." Overwhelmed by this big gift, Tang Yi waved his hand in refusal. "That won't do. This disciple hasn't made any contributions to master yet. How can I accept such a big gift?" The main character encouraged him. "Tang Yi, just accept it. It'll be better for your mother to be near the Alchemist Association. Don't refuse." Hearing the main character's words, Tang Yi reluctantly agreed.
Yes. He turned and bowed deeply to Fan Tong, saying, "This disciple thanks, master." Fan Tong shrugged and replied, "You're my disciple, no need to be so polite." Wenzhong came before the main character, cupping his fist and inquiring, "Master, where are you planning to go next?" Ling Jianshen crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression thoughtful, and replied, "I'll be taking a trip to Nether Mountain Estate to get underworld Yellow Springs water. Then I'll wait for the disciples of Zhujian sect before returning for the examination. Giving you pointers will have to wait until I get back."
Wenzhong nodded in agreement. This disciple understands, he thought to himself. Meng Yi's injuries are almost recovered. It's the right time to bring him back to Zhujian sect. Wait for master to return after participating in the examination. Then I'll recommend the first supreme elder to master, so master will have support in Zhujian sect as well.
Suddenly, the main character stood up and said to everyone, "Alright, we got the Nether Dragon Pool token, let's go."
Seeing the main character leave, the others followed behind, shouting in unison,
"Yes." Outside, a group of people with swords and spears were waiting. At the door, Han Bing, holding a feather fan in his hand, was fanning himself and complaining.
"Why hasn't Ling Jianshen come out yet? Could he have run away?" The guy named Shu Yuan next to him replied, "Young Master Bing, don't be impatient. The auction just ended not long ago, let's wait and see a little longer."
As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Jianshen appeared. Seeing him, Shu Yuan exclaimed in shock, "Huh, Ling Jianshen is out. Young Master Bing, quickly have the guards block him." Han Bing also hurriedly waved his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Block Ling Jianshen for me, don't let him escape."
The subordinates received the order and quickly surrounded him. The main character pointed his sword at him. Ling Jianshen's eyes turned suspicious and he asked, "This is?" Shu Yuan stepped forward and said clearly to Jianshen, "Ling Jianshen, you've finally appeared. Today you're dead for sure."
The main character asked further, "HMPH, it's you. I already taught you a lesson last time, and you still dare to provoke me. What, tired of living?"
Shu Yuan replied confidently, "Ling Jianshen, stop being so arrogant, I'm telling you. My master is in this auction today. He has agreed to take revenge for me. Today is your unlucky day," Han Bing added. "Shu Yuan's master, Dr. Yi, is a top figure in Zhujian City. With him here, you're definitely dead."
The male lead was surprised and asked, "What kind of person is your master? What's their name?"
Shu Yuan crossed his arms smugly and bragged, "It'll scare you to death. My master is one of the 3 grand chairmen of the Alchemist Guild and also the most powerful figure in Shenzhou Sword City, with the highest prestige, Fan Tong. With just one command from my master, countless experts from Sword City will be mobilized to kill you, as easily as crushing an ant."
Hearing the name of his would-be grandmaster, Zhu Yuan, the male lead just chuckled and retorted, "Fan Tong, hehe. If your master is Fan Tong, then you'll have to call me grandmaster."
Shu Yuan thought the male lead was joking, and he burst into anger, yelling, "Bastard! You dare insult my master? I'll definitely report this to him later, and then you won't even be able to beg for death."
At that moment, the 3 alchemist chairmen also arrived, looking bewildered as they asked each other, "Where's master? He was just ahead of us, let's hurry and follow." Seeing Fan Tong, Shu Yuan cheered with joy. "Great! My master Fan Tong has finally arrived. Ling Jianshen, you're dead meat." He happily ran towards Fan Tong and said, "Master, you finally come out. I've been waiting for you for so long." Fan Tong looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What were you waiting for me for?"
Shu Yuan whispered into Fan Tong's ear, "Huh, master, have you forgotten?"
Fan Tong then suddenly remembered, and he clutched his head, exclaiming, "Oh right. There was such a thing. Quickly tell me, who has been bullying you?" As if he had been waiting for this, Shu Yuan pointed directly at the male lead and said, "It's that kid Ling Jianshen. This guy is vicious. Not only did he frame me, but he also insulted master in front of everyone just now. You absolutely can't let him off." Han Bing also chimed in, "Chairman Fan, I can also testify. This Ling Jianshen is indeed very vicious. I didn't even do anything to him, and he already crippled my eyes. Luckily, I was able to recover and see the light again thanks to Zing Yaoshi." The male lead sighed deeply, muttering, "Why do people always seek death when they could be living well?"
Shu Yuan kept saying to Fan Tong, "Master, you must stand up for us." Not noticing that Fan's expression had changed, he slapped Zhu Yuan away, cursing angrily. "You motherfucker!" Han Bing looked at Zhu Yuan, whose face was swollen from the slap.
Lying sprawled on the ground, confusedly asking, "What's going on?" Zhu Yuan covered his face, aggrievedly saying, "Master, why did you hit me? You should be hitting Ling Jianshen.
Fan Tong pointed at his disciple's face, reminding him. Su Yuan, listen carefully. Ling Jianshen is my master, and also your grandmaster. You worthless thing, how dare you betray your teacher? Shu Yuan was so surprised that he screamed, What? How is that possible? Ling Jianshen is actually my grandmaster, Fan Tong growled, questioning.
You damned wretch! What on earth have you done, daring to provoke your grandmaster? Tang Yi stepped forward to explain.
Master, this matter also involves me. A few days ago, Zhu Yuan tricked my mother into testing medicine, and Ling Xiao exposed him. Afterwards, Zhu Yuan angrily wanted to attack Ling Xiao, and in the end Ling Xiao crippled his danchin and drove him away. Fan Tong understood the situation, and immediately burst into anger, saying, What? There was such a thing. Kong Yuxin stroked his beard and commented,
AI, Lao Fan is really muddle-headed. How could he accept such a disciple? Wang Zhong also agreed. If we make Grandmaster unhappy, then we're in big trouble. Fan Tong approached his disciple, cursing incessantly. You ungrateful disciple, not only have you lost all humanity, but you also dare to disrespect your master. Today I, your old master, will clean up the sect.
Shu Yuan then realized how afraid he should be, and he kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Master, I was wrong, I was muddle-headed, I won't dare to do it again, please forgive me.
Lao Fan struck down on top of Shu Yuan's head, saying, Your crime is unforgivable. It's too late to ask for forgiveness now. Die. Shu Yuan could only sit and take it. Letting out a miserable scream, he regrettably said his last words. I shouldn't have provoked Ling Jianshen. Han Bing saw that Shu Yuan had died and hurriedly tried to run away, thinking to himself, Not good. I didn't expect Ling Jianshen's background to be so great. Now that Shu Yuan has been killed, it's probably my turn next. I have to quickly run. Before he could run far,
Ling Jianshen had already appeared in front of him, hands clasped behind his back, asking, Where are you going? Han Bing was so scared that he fell backwards on his butt, yelling,
Ah, Ling Jianshen, don't kill me. Anything you want, I can give you. The male lead didn't care about Han's pleas and stomped hard on his chest, sending him to meet King Yama with one move, saying, I've spared you a few times, but you didn't know to repent. You should still go to die. Before dying, tears welled up in Han's eyes as he tried to speak his last words. I regret it so much. The crowd on the street witnessed this cruel fight and had the opportunity to discuss it animatedly. This Ling Jianshen actually killed young Master Han Bing in the Han family's territory. Is he not afraid of the Han family's revenge? Are you stupid? Even the 3 Grand Chairmen of the Alchemist Guild are so respectful to Ling Jianshen. How dare the Han family take revenge? Han Bing provoked Ling Jianshen first. Ling Jianshen killing him is also in accordance with righteousness. Plus, he also has the support of the 3 Grand Chairmen. The Han family can only swallow this anger.
Looking at the male lead's actions, Wang Zhong couldn't help but comment,
My master's kills are so decisive and ruthless. He handles things without leaving any loose ends. His methods and temperament are worth learning for a lifetime, Kong Yuxin chimed in from the side. Worthy of being master. Even Fan Tong agreed. That's right, Ling Jianshen glanced at Han Bing's corpse, muttering, Now that this matter is resolved, it's time for the next move. He glanced at the 3 guild leaders, instructing, I'll head to Netherworld Mountain Manor to train first. Wait for my return. The 3 reverently clasped their hands in salute, replying in unison, Yes. With that, the MC soared into the sky, disappearing into the bustling crowd. A few hours later, as dusk settled, the MC finally arrived at Netherworld Mountain Manor. Gazing at the sign before him, he wondered. So this is Netherworld Mountain Manor. It exudes a strange netherworld aura. Jianshen retrieved a token, continuing, No time to delay. I should quickly enter the Netherworld Dragon Pool. No sooner said than done, he gradually stepped into the gardens of Netherworld Mountain Manor. While walking, the MC thought to himself, With the Netherworld Dragon Pool token, I can easily enter Netherworld Mountain Manor, but I wonder where the Netherworld Dragon Pool is.
After walking for a while, a person suddenly appeared before the MC, and he wondered,
That's a man in purple. The man introduced himself. This old one is He Tao, the steward of Netherworld Mountain Manor. May I ask what brings this young friend here? The MC replied, I am Ling Jianshen, and I have brought the Netherworld Dragon Pool. Token, I wish to enter the Netherworld Dragon Pool for cultivation. I'll trouble Elder He to lead the way. He Tao stroked his beard and nodded. So young friend possesses the Netherworld Dragon Pool token. Unfortunately, we have esteemed guests at the manor today, and the Netherworld Dragon Pool is closed to outsiders. Please forgive us, the MC thought. Esteemed guests. He looked at Elder He, asking, When will it open then? Elder He replied, These esteemed guests have a special situation. The Netherworld Dragon Pool will likely only open after the 9 Sword Sect's disciple assessment begins.
Hearing this, the MC fell into contemplation, I came here precisely to borrow the Yellow Springs holy water to enhance my strength, then to win first place in the Nine Swords sect's disciple assessment, drawing the attention of the higher-ups, and from there, participate in the Heavenly Pride Gathering. Now, after waiting so long, the Netherworld Dragon Pool token is useless.
Suddenly, the MC stared at the main gate, as if noticing something strange, exclaiming,
Elder He, why are there two names on your main gate? Elder He glanced at the gate, replying, You have a keen eye, young friend.
It's like this. Besides the Netherworld Dragon Pool, Netherworld Mountain Manor also has a Netherworld Yellow Springs, the MCOHED, he continued.
Then the Netherworld Yellow Springs also contains Yellow Springs holy water, right? Old He continued.
Of course, and the Yellow Springs holy water contained within the Netherworld Yellow Springs is 10 times more concentrated than the Netherworld Dragon Pool, but I advise you not to dream about the Netherworld Yellow Springs.
The Yellow Springs holy water within is too concentrated, and there are even demonic beasts. It's extremely dangerous.
Even within the Nine Swords sect, only inner sect experts dare to cultivate in the Netherworld Yellow Springs, the MC confidently said.
It's fine. I'm here for the Yellow Springs holy water. The more concentrated, the better.
Old He reminded. Many geniuses have died in the Netherworld Yellow Springs. Have you thought it through? You only have a martial spirit 9th layer cultivation. If an accident happens in the Netherworld Yellow Springs, it will be difficult for me to save you.
Ling Jianshen smiled faintly.
Just demonic beasts formed from Yellow Springs holy water. They can't do anything to me. Don't worry, senior. Besides, I have the Netherworld Dragon Pool token. I want to go in. You probably won't stop me, right?
Tao paused slightly upon hearing this.
He stammered. Kid, forget it. If you want to die, I won't stop you, but I'll wait for the esteemed guests to arrive before opening the side gate. The MC clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior.
From behind Tao, a voice rang out. Manager He, long time no see.
Old He turned his head to look at the person, joyfully saying, Elder Chen. He approached, clasping his hands in greeting.
The person surnamed Chen said, I didn't expect Elder Chen to lead the team this time. Forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. Beside you, these are, Elder Chen pointed to the young man beside him, introducing, Manager He, this is my grandson, Chen Xiaoyu. The other one is my old friend's granddaughter, Zhao Qing.
They both wish to enter the Netherworld Dragon Pool for cultivation this time.
Looking at the two young people before him, Tao said, So it's Chen Yu and Zhao Qing? I've long heard of your great names. You're both experts ranked in the top 20 of the Nine Swords sect's outer sect. You'll definitely enter the inner sect in this disciple assessment.
That Zhao Qing said, Enough with the pleasantries, Manager He. Let us in to cultivate. Hearing these words, Tao was slightly startled, but he still gently replied, All right, I'll open the passage right away. With that, he flicked his fingers, releasing a stream of science spiritual energy.
Then he channeled his energy into the massive gate before him, yelling, Netherworld Gate, open sesame! The gate slowly creaked open, releasing a waft of ethereal, intoxicating fumes.
Tao grinned as he looked at the group, and Elder Chen continued, Please, come on in.
The old Chen geezer glanced at the main character, asking, Yo, where'd this kid come from? Didn't Chief Manager He say that Netherworld Dragon Pool is only open to Chen Yu and Zhao Qing during this period? What's the deal? Are you trying to break your promise or something?
That Zhao Qing chick chimed in. Look at his poor-ass appearance. What qualifications does he have to cultivate with us in the Netherworld Pool?
Tao waved his hand, explaining,
You've misunderstood. This young master is carrying the Netherworld Dragon Pool token, and besides, he's not entering the Netherworld Dragon Pool, but the Netherworld Yellow Springs.
The other three were visibly surprised by this news, with Elder Chen blurting out, What? The Netherworld Yellow Springs?
A tiny little 9th level martial spirit dares to go to the Netherworld Yellow Springs to cultivate. What an idiot. Chen Xiaoyu scoffed derisively from the side. I think this kid's got a death wish.
Zhao Qing pressed on, telling the main character, Hey kid, not just anyone can go to the Netherworld Yellow Springs to cultivate. Even this Miss and Chen Yu Gage don't dare to go in.
And you think you can barge into the Netherworld Yellow Springs with that little bit of cultivation? I advise you not to go looking for death.
The main character ignored their words, turning his back and walking straight into the Netherworld Yellow Springs, leaving Zhao Qing to shout after him, Hey, are you even listening to me? The main character coldly retorted.
My business is none of your concern. Zhao Qing angrily clenched her fists, exclaiming, What? My kindness is being ignored? I'll see how you die later. Chen Xiaoyu patted Zhao Qing's shoulder to comfort her. Qing'er, don't get angry over someone like that. We should hurry and go into the Netherworld Dragon Pool.
Zhao Qing nodded slightly in response. Chen Gage is right. We don't need to bother with a dead man. Let's go in.
As Chen Xiaoyu walked, he said, I believe that after this cultivation session, we will definitely be able to enter the inner sect of the Nine Swords sect. Watching their figures leave, Elder Chen said to Tao, Chief Manager He, How much Yellow Springs holy water do you think these two can absorb?
Tao replied straightforwardly,
In my opinion, they can probably absorb about 2-5 kilograms.
Elder Chen continued. Zhao Xianxia is probably 2-5 kilograms, but my grandson Chen Yu is different. I feel he can absorb 5 kilograms.
Hitao asked in surprise. What, 5 kilograms? If he can really absorb 5 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water, that would be enough to get into the top 30 of the Netherworld Dragon ranking,
Elder Chen proudly said.
My grandson Chen Yu has been intelligent since he was young, plus the family's full support. It's no problem for him to absorb 5 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water.
Speaking of this, he thought of the main character and mocked. Unlike some people who don't even know their own limits, in the end, they can only throw their lives away.
Head butler He nodded in agreement. Too many young people nowadays think they're all that. They only turn back after hitting a wall, but I wonder if there will still be a chance then.
By now, the main character had entered the Netherworld Yellow Springs,
and before him was a thick, golden stream of holy water. He thought to himself, although there is a lot of Yellow Springs holy water here, the impurities are too great. But luckily, I have the Nirvana Heavenly Wheel, which can refine the impurities myself.
Thinking this, he waved his hand and shouted,
Nirvana, Heavenly Wheel, appear! Immediately, a Heavenly Wheel magic circle was created, hovering behind him.
The main character opened his eyes wide and continued, Nirvana Heavenly Wheel,
suck the pure, impurity-free Yellow Springs holy water for me. The water was quickly sucked into the magic circle.
The main character looked at the amount of holy water collected in a short period of time, and said with satisfaction,
Not bad, almost as I predicted, he thought to himself. As long as I absorb at this speed, my Yellow Springs holy body art can break through in a few days. As the Nirvana Heavenly Wheel was gradually absorbing, a few incomprehensible flashes of light appeared in the Yellow Springs holy body art. Ling Jianshen grunted, and several fierce demonic beasts emerged from the Yellow Springs, their mouths snarling.
Ling Jianshen watched silently.
Are these the demonic beasts transformed from the Yellow Springs holy water? Most are late-stage martial spirits, and there are even martial kings, truly formidable. No wonder Hitao said that only inner disciples of the Nine Sword sect can enter this place. Ordinary people really have no way to deal with these demonic beasts, let alone absorb the Yellow Springs holy water.
The ferocious demonic beasts started charging in to attack. Ling Jianshen hurriedly unleashed his power, sending countless sword techniques flying towards those demonic beasts, not worried in the slightest. But for me, these Huangquan beasts at this level are a piece of cake.
One by one, the demonic beasts were pierced by his sword and vanished. After dealing with the horde of demonic beasts, Ling Jianshen was surprised once again. Whoa, are those dewdrops of sacred water, sparkling and mystical? Ling Jianshen muttered, Huangquan sacred water essence.
Ling Jianshen exclaimed happily, That's right, these demonic beasts are originally formed from Huangquan sacred water, so it's only natural for them to cultivate Huangquan sacred water essence in their bodies. Looks like hunting these Huangquan beasts is even faster than absorbing Huangquan sacred water directly.
Ling Jianshen clenched his fists, excitedly. Immediately after, he stomped his foot and flew towards the demonic beast, his face full of excitement. You Huangquan beasts, your daddy's here. Afterward, the Huangquan demonic beasts were defeated one after another.
Each demonic beast that died in battle formed a region of Huangquan's sacred water essence. Ling Jianshen quickly, absorb for me. Then, all the Huangquan sacred water essence was gradually absorbed by him. After finishing, Ling Jianshen said smugly,
Success, I've finally broken through to the 4th layer of the Huangquan sacred body art. My skin is like iron, my bones are like steel. He looked down at his clenched fist, slowly savoring the feeling. My physical body is now even stronger than a grade 6 weapon. I can kill a martial king of the 3rd level with my bare hands. It's time to head out. After thinking for a moment, Ling Jianshen descended to the ground, still thinking. After entering the Nine Sword sect, I'll find a way to get the Earth Fiend mysterious vein and break through to the martial king realm. While he was lost in thought, a voice spoke up. I am the Underworld Huangquan list. Leave your name.
Ling Jianshen glanced and arrogantly said a single word. The Underworld Huangquan list quickly recorded Dnu, refined 21.5 kilograms of Huangquan sacred water, ranked number 1 on the Underworld Huangquan list.
Outside the Underworld villa, Hitao and Elder Chen were still waiting, expectantly. Hitao calculated with his fingers.
3 days have passed. If we're counting the time correctly, they should be coming out soon, Elder Chen said proudly. My grandson Chen Yu will definitely achieve outstanding accomplishments in the Nine Sword sect this time.
Inside, footsteps were gradually approaching. Zhao Qing massaged her hands. They're finally coming out. Chen Yu also cracked his knuckles and moaned. These past few days have been exhausting.
Seeing them appear, Hitao announced,
Elder Chen, they're out. Elder Chen walked over with his cane and quickly asked, Yuer, Qingshare, how did you two do? How much Huangquan sacred water did you absorb?
Zhao Qing clasped her hands and replied clearly. Reporting to Elder Chen, This disciple absorbed 3 kilograms of Huangquan sacred water. My physical body has now reached the first level of martial king, enough to meet the standards to enter the Nine-Sword sect. Elder Chen stroked his beard and laughed with satisfaction, praising endlessly. Good, good, good. Even more than I expected, Zhao Qing said modestly with a smile. Elder Chen is too kind. How can my little achievement be considered outstanding? She pointed to Chen Yu standing majestically behind her and praised. Brother Yu is the real genius. He absorbed 5 kilograms of Huangquan sacred water.
Hiteo was shocked. 5 kilograms. Elder Chen was also surprised. That's so much. Chen Yu clasped his hands and showed off his achievements. I'm now ranked 15th on the Underworld Dragon Pool list. Elder Chen proudly stepped forward, put his hand on Chen Yu's shoulder, and laughed loudly. Haha, well done, Yuer. After you enter the Nine-Sword sect, I'll try to get you a spot to enter the Earth Fiend Mysterious Palace. Chen Yu was excited. Thank you, Uncle Chen. After waiting for a long time, Zhao Qing asked, Chief Manager He, where's that ignorant brat? He, Tao sighed. Ah, he still hasn't come out yet, I'm afraid. Zhao Qing crossed her arms and sneered. I already warned him, but he still wanted to go and seek death. What an arrogant piece of trash. He Tao ignored Zhao Qing's words, walked to the entrance of the underworld and said worriedly, Forget it, I have to go in and see what's going on. If I have a chance, I'll save that kid. From inside, Ling Jianshen hurriedly walked out. He said, No need for Manager He to bother, I'm out. Ling Jianshen glanced at Zhao Qing, scolding. Talking behind people's backs. Is this the quality of a Nine-Sword sect disciple? Zhao Qing was a little surprised. Huh, you're not dead yet. Seeing Ling Jianshen standing unharmed in front of her, Zhao Qing thought to herself, He actually survived the underworld Yellow Springs. Could he be hiding his strength? Chen Yu sneered. He doesn't have a single scratch on him. I bet he just ran away. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Qing pointed at Ling Jianshen and shouted, Yunggage is right. He must have been hiding outside the underworld Yellow Springs. He didn't even go in. Otherwise, with your martial spirit 9th level cultivation, there's no way you could have come out of the underworld Yellow Springs. Ling Jianshen ignored Zhao Qing's crazy words. He stepped past her, saying disdainfully, Frog in a well. Ling Jianshen walked over and gave He Tao a piece of paper. He whispered, Manager He, thank you for opening the underworld Yellow Springs for me. It greatly increased my strength. I see that your soul has long been severely injured, probably stuck at Martial King 3rd level. Here's a pill formula that can heal your injury. He Tao was surprised. What? He grabbed the piece of paper, looking at it intently, a bit puzzled. How did you know my soul was severely injured many years ago, and can this pill formula really heal my injury? Zhao Qing was furious at being ignored, she thought. Damn it, this kid actually dares to ignore this young lady. I'll teach you a lesson. Zhao Qing started to berate. Wait, Manager He? Don't take a pill formula with such an unknown origin. This kid isn't an alchemist. Who knows if there will be any problems if you eat it? Chen Yu added fuel to the fire. He continued, Qing Crower is right. All medicine has some poison, let alone this kind of pill formula with an unknown origin. Manager He, definitely don't try it. This kid can tell that Manager He is injured. Maybe he just wants to get closer to you and snoop for information. After all, how could a martial spirit 9th level trash like you recognize an injury to the soul? Faced with Zhao Qing and Chen Yu's advice, He Tao also became suspicious. He declined a few times. What young master said makes sense, very reasonable. I have to believe it, even if I don't want to. I appreciate your good intentions, but you should still take this pill formula back. In his heart, he was thinking, Elder Chen and the others are right, plus this kid wants to deal with Elder Chen. If I accept this pill formula, I'm afraid I'll offend Elder Chen and them. Ling Jianshen crossed his arms and said sternly, There's no reason to take back what I, Ling Jianshen, have given. If you don't want it, just destroy it. He Tao sighed helplessly. Are young people these days all so arrogant? Since you've already said that, I'll just have to destroy the pill formula then. Finishing his sentence, He Tao clenched his hand, crushing the pill formula to pieces without any hesitation. Chen Yu praised triumphantly. Good job destroying it. He's dead for showing off this time. Zhao Qing continued to mock. He's just a martial spirit 9th level. What's he pretending for? While they were gloating and criticizing Ling Jianshen, the master of Underworld Mountain Manor rushed over in a panic, asking anxiously, May I ask, which one of you is the disciple who just got first place on the Underworld rankings? Chen Yu was a little stunned by this question. What? Someone got first place on the Underworld Yellow Springs rankings? Elder Chen was also shocked. How is this possible? The Underworld Yellow Springs rankings haven't changed in years. Zhao Qing pointed at Ling Jianshen, answering, Only this kid went into the Underworld Yellow Springs just now. But how could he get first place on the Underworld Yellow Springs rankings? There must be some mistake, right? The Underworld Manor Master emphasized again. This Manor Master personally verified it. How could it be fake? Zhao Qing was still unconvinced. She questioned loudly. But the Underworld Manor Master angrily ordered, Enough. Stop talking. The Manor Master walked up to Ling Jianshen, cupping his hands and smiling kindly. Young master, you are the first-place winner of the Underworld Yellow Springs rankings. May I ask for your honorable name?
Ling Jianshen also politely cupped his hands, stating his name. This humble one is Ling Jianshen, fortunate enough to get first place on the Underworld Yellow Springs rankings.
Zhao Qing gritted her teeth, unable to speak, feeling aggrieved in her heart.
How could he be first place on the Underworld Yellow Springs rankings? There must be some mistake.
Zhao Qing couldn't bear it anymore. She immediately started to berate again. He's just a fluke at the entrance. After being exposed by this young lady, he even wanted to use a fake pill formula to trick manager. The Underworld Manor Master was furious. He turned to scold her.
Shut up, how dare you look down on this young friend, he explained loudly.
Young friend Ling just refined 21.5 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water, which was recorded by the Underworld Yellow Springs rankings. Ranking first. The evidence is so accurate, how can you say he got lucky? Zhao Qing was stunned. What? 21.5 kilograms? I only absorbed 3 kilograms. How is this possible? Chen Yu also gritted his teeth in disbelief, absorbing 21.5 kilograms of Yellow Springs holy water in one go. Is this really something a normal person can do? He Tao's eyes also widened.
This kid is really a pervert, Elder Chen said with admiration.
We all misjudged him. The Underworld Manor Master turned to He Tao and asked, He Tao, did young friend Ling give you a pill formula just now? Take it out and let me see it. He Tao hesitated. This. He held up the crushed pieces of the pill formula in his hand, explained, Just now young Miss Zhao Qing said the pill formula was fake. I believed her for a moment, so I destroyed the pill formula. Now there's only this little piece left. The Underworld Manor Master was furious. What? You destroyed it? He Tao quietly lowered his head, enduring the scolding. Manor Lord Yuming hurriedly grabbed the remaining fragment of the pill formula, still yelling, Never mind, let me take a look at the remaining fragment.
Then the Manor Lord carefully observed the strokes on the fragment of the pill formula. Zhao Qing interjected again, Manor Lord, don't rush, this must be a fake pill formula, this kid couldn't possibly. After a careful examination, Manor Lord Yuming opened his mouth in surprise. This is the pill formula for the nascent divinity. Pill. I once saw it at the place of the First Supreme, exactly like this. Zhao Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. What, nascent divinity pill? Are you kidding me? The Manor Lord pinched the pill formula fragment with 2 fingers and lowered his hand, turning to He Tao, oh He Tao, this pill formula can really heal the wounds in your soul. He Tao's mouth gaped open in stunned silence upon hearing this confirmation. Manor Lord Yuming raised his hand to his head in regret, saying, Damn it. How could you so easily believe the nonsense of a nobody like that and destroy such a valuable pill formula? You're really playing dumb. He Tao clutched his head, saying, How would I know? It's all Zhao Qing's fault.
Chen Yu felt a little wrong. This kid actually managed to get a pill formula that even the First Supreme Elder only had a small fragment of. Could it be that he has an alchemy grandmaster behind him?
Elder Chen also spoke with a tone of suspicion. Not only that, but he also got first place on the Yuming Huangquan ranking. What is his background exactly? Zhao Qing bit her thumbnail, still harboring resentment.
How could this ignorant brat be so powerful?
She snapped and pointed her finger, shouting, He must be lying, that's right, that must be it. Seeing Zhao Qing still making a fuss, Manor Lord Yuming lowered his voice. Didn't I tell you to shut your trap already? Seems like you don't take what I say seriously. Zhao Qing froze in fear, humming a sound of acknowledgement.
Elder Chen worried inwardly. This is bad. Then he quickly turned around and scolded. Shut up, Chinger, what are you saying? Ling Jianshen observed, making some judgments in his heart. This young lady clearly looks spoiled, rotten since childhood, with the temper of a young miss all over her. She even dares to doubt the Manor Lord of Yuming Manor. She's really asking for trouble. Manor Lord Yuming was provoked into a rage, loudly berating. How outrageous. Originally, out of consideration that you are a young lady, I didn't want to argue. Who on earth gave you the courage to doubt me? Is that so? Immediately afterward, he gathered his source energy, lecturing. Today, I will act as your family and teach you a lesson.
Source energy struck Zhao Qing, causing her to spit blood and scream.
Chen Yu panicked. Qing fire? Elder Chen was also extremely worried, but he didn't dare to retort. After the lesson, Zhao Qing knelt down, coughing a few times. Manor Lord Yuming added a few words of teaching. Little girl, if it weren't for the sake of your grandfather being the head of the Zhao family, just based on the words you said to me, you would only have a path to death.
Zhao Qing's mouth was bleeding, and she grimaced and apologized. Manor Lord, I was wrong. Elder Chen also rushed to clasp his hands and plead for help.
Manor Lord, Chinger knows she was wrong. I hope the Manor Lord will be generous and forgive her.
Manor Lord Yoming turned his back and said harshly, HMPH. Stop pretending to be a good person here. From now on, people from the Zhao and Chen families are not allowed to step into my Yoming Manor ever again. He Tao, show them out. He Tao clasped his hands and bowed his head in acceptance of the order.
Yes. Then he went to the front of the three people, stretched out his hand to point the way out, and said goodbye. The matter has come to this, please. Elder Chen no longer had his humble appearance, and he said loudly, Very well. If that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Elder Chen waved his hand and turned his back. Let's go! Immediately afterward, Chen Yu helped Zhao Qing leave.
After finishing the matter, Manor Lord Yu Ming turned to Ling Jianshen and asked in a low voice, Little friend, are you satisfied with my handling of this?
Ling Jianshen coldly turned and replied, How you deal with them is none of my concern. Manor Lord Yu Ming was flustered, and he told himself in his heart, No way. This little friend Ling has such strong talent, plus he has an alchemy grandmaster behind him. I must win him over.
Manor Lord Yaming tried to explain, Little friend, you've also seen. He Tao was just too gullible to the words of those petty people. That's why he acted so offensively just now. He Tao also clasped his hands and apologized. Young Master Ling, I was wrong just now. I hope you will be generous. That pill formula. Ling Jianshen turned serious.
I've already given away the pill formula, and you are responsible for the outcome. There's no reason for me to give the same thing twice. He Tao still tried to persuade. But, young Master Ling. Then Ling Jianshen left decisively, saying goodbye. It's getting late. I'll take my leave first.
After speaking, Ling Jianshen flew up and away, without looking back at all. Netherworld Manor Master wore a regretful expression. He sighed. Hitao, oh Hitao, such a high-grade phoenix pill, and the opportunity to befriend that young talent, wasted just like that by you. From now on, go work in the back, Hitao sadly said. Manor Master Netherworld hastily cut him off.
All right, don't say any more. Hitao hugged his head, feeling wronged. Yes, your subordinate obeys. In his heart, he blamed himself. I was truly blinded. At Nine Sword Gate,
the three elders were cupping their hands, respectfully seeing off Ling Jianshen. A carriage was already parked right there. Ling Jianshen reminded them, Just see me off here, I don't want to make a big fuss. The three elders hurriedly replied, Yes. Along with words of advice, Master, please be careful, your disciples await good news. Ling Jianshen stepped forward,
took out a meticulously rolled up piece of paper. He handed it to Wenzong, and said, That's right. I agreed to give you guidance once. This is a part of my pill refining insights. It will be of great help to you. Take it. Wenzong received it with both hands, quickly saying, Many thanks, Master.
Then Ling Jianshen, with his hands behind his back, stepped onto the stone steps of Nine Sword Gate. He turned back and said, Well, I'll go over there first.
The three elders hurriedly cupped their hands again. Disciples respectfully see off Master. May Master have a safe journey. At the main gate of Nine Sword Gate, you are also leisurely stepping forward to join in.
Those three gangs of brothers also happened to be present. They were arguing amongst themselves. The Nine Sword Gate's examination is finally starting. I wonder how many people they'll accept this time. A disciple full of determination said, This time, I will definitely enter Nine Sword Gate and bring glory to my ancestors.
Ling Jianshen also arrived at the main gate, he observed, and softly spoke. This Nine Sword Gate's mountain gate truly has presence. Hopefully it won't disappoint me. He Shen stepped up from behind, whispering close to his ear. Brother, you can't say things like that carelessly. If someone hears you and tells Nine Sword Gate, not only will you not pass the newbie exam this time, you might not even keep your life.
Ling Jianshen suddenly understood. He politely cupped his hands.
Thank you, brother, for the reminder. Inwardly, Ling Jianshen quickly assessed, this guy is actually a good person.
Chen Hao was also chatting with the other brothers. Seeing Ling Jianshen and He Xian chatting from afar, in his heart, thoughts of disdain arose. Isn't that Ling Jianshen? This kid also came to participate in Nine Sword Gate's entry examination. Chen Hao smiled with a perverted grin.
HMPH. There aren't the three association presidents backing you up here. Last time, you humiliated me like that. This time during the examination, I will definitely make you see my true colors.
Suddenly, one of the examinees shouted loudly, Silence! From the sky, the elders each rode a white crane and flew over, looking truly majestic. The crowd started chattering, Look, it's the Nine Sword Gate elders. The elders in the air looked down at the men taking the examination and commented, The number of participants this year is quite large, Elder Chen assessed. What's the use of having many? Nine Sword Gate needs elites. I think at most 1 or 2 people will be able to enter Nine Sword Gate in the end. An elder spoke up and asked, Elder Chen, I heard that your nephew Chen Hao is also participating in the entry examination. How confident are you that he can get in?
Elder Chen stroked his beard, smiling. Haha, with my nephew Chen Hao's talent, entering Nine Sword Gate will be a piece of cake. I have no worries at all. Then all the elders landed on the ground. The crowd started discussing again. These are the elders of Nine Sword Gate. Everyone is like an immortal.
When will I also be able to ride a mortal crane? I really admire that. I will definitely perform well. If they take a liking to me, then I'll be soaring to the sky in one step.
As soon as Elder Chen landed, he spotted Ling Jianshen. In his heart, he was a little unhappy. HMPH? It's that kid again?
Yesterday, because of this kid, my Chen family can never enter Netherworld Manor again. Today, you've run into me. With me here, don't even think about entering Nine Sword Gate.
An elder with a dignified aura holding a notice announced, "Welcome everyone to participate in Nine Sword Gate's disciple examination. Next, the first round of the examination will begin. This time, 8 out of 10 examinees will be eliminated. I have a token here, with numbers marked from 1 to 100. These tokens will be tied to spirit finches. The time limit is 1 incense stick. Those who snatch a token can enter the second round. The rest will be eliminated." The crowd below, some were happily determined, some were worried. The first round eliminates 8 out of 10. After all, Nine Sword Gate only needs elites, so it's right to do so. I will definitely pass the first round.
The elder raised his hand to signal.
Now, begin the examination. As soon as he finished speaking, a flock of pure white spirit finches flew from the sky, with numbered tokens attached to them. The crowd of male examinees started rushing forward, trying to snatch tokens, not forgetting to comment. The spirit finches' combat strength isn't strong, but their speed is extremely fast. Their movements are agile. It will be extremely fierce to get a token. There are only 100 tokens. Hurry and snatch them. Charge. As for Chen Hao,
he was plotting. Ordering his subordinates, he pointed at Ling Jianshen and ordered, "See that kid? You guys go over there. No matter what means you use, you must get a token. After it's done, I'll reward you handsomely." The subordinates wore sinister expressions.
"No problem, young Master Chen. Rest assured, we guarantee that the kid won't even touch a single feather of the spirit finch, young Master. Rest assured."
Seeing the spirit finches rushing over, Ling Jianshen quickly flew up, reaching out to grab one. His face full of determination, came at the right time. But before he could touch the spirit finch, he was blocked by the subordinates sent by Chen Hao, who shouted arrogantly, "Get lost!"
They surrounded him, swinging their swords to attack. Ling Jianshen angrily turned around, asking with a hint of displeasure, "What do you guys mean by this?"
Those subordinates replied,
"Don't blame us, kid. Who told you to offend young Master Chen? You won't pass Nine Sword Gate's disciple examination. If you know what's good for you, obediently withdraw from the examination. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite."
The other men watching spoke up, feeling sorry for him.
This kid is really unlucky to be targeted by those hoodlums. Another group stood with their arms crossed, commenting, "Those guys are all at the 9th level of martial spirit." A bald guy grinned. "Trisk chisk, spirit finches are already hard to catch. Plus being disturbed by those guys, this kid probably won't pass this examination." One guy happily replied, "If he doesn't pass, that's good too. We'll have one less competitor."
Chen Elder walked over and patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, praising, "Hao Gare, well done. We must not let Ling Jianshen get the token." Chen Hao turned around, his face full of malice as he replied, "Don't worry, uncle. With these people here, Ling Jianshen can forget about getting the token. Whether he can leave here with all his limbs intact is another question."
Seeing the conversation between Chen Hao and his grandpa, Ling Jianshen figured it out. So Chen Hao was scheming behind my back when we competed for the Underworld Dragon Pool token that day. But you think you can stop me from taking the test with just this? How naive can you be?
Ling Jianshen stomped his foot and turned to his subordinates, saying softly, "Let me give you guys a piece of advice.
You better not let yourselves be manipulated by others, or you won't even know how you die." The subordinates weren't scared at all. They laughed loudly. "Ha ha, kid. Are you talking in your sleep? There are so many of us, and you're just one person. What makes you think you can fight us? You better kneel down and beg young Master Chen for forgiveness now. Maybe he'll be merciful, and let us gift you a token." Ling Jianshen's eyes lit up and said,
"So, you guys have a lot of tokens?"
One of them grinned. "Of course." Ling Jianshen smirked. "If that's the case, then I'll take them all." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew straight towards the arrogant subordinates.
They shouted anxiously, "Not good! Stop him!" Whoosh whoosh. With a few lightning-fast moves, each of the subordinates received a staff strike from Ling Jianshen.
Each and every one of them coughed up blood, some flying several meters away. They roared in fear. "Pruft! My Danshin is shattered. How is he so strong?" After taking down all those people, Ling Jianshen slowly landed on the ground. In his hand was a stack of tokens, and he said with an excited expression, "A bunch of idiots, token get. First gate cleared." The men were shocked to see this. This guy's methods are really vicious, directly crippling their Dantians. One of them worried, "Now he has several tokens in his hand. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I advise you not to think about taking his tokens. This kid is really strong. Don't end up losing everything."
Chen Hao gritted his teeth in anger, his heart filled with dissatisfaction. Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. So many people can't even handle one Ling Jianshen. So he passed the first gate. Looks like I need to think of something else for the next one.
That senior also raised his hand and shouted, "Stop for me." He Shen sighed worriedly. "Speed is my weakness. If this continues, I won't be able to catch the spirit finches at all. What should I do?"
Ling Jianshen walked over and said, Take this token, I have plenty, it's useless to keep them. Hishen turned around in surprise. Ling bro? Hishen waved his hand in refusal.
Ah, no way. These were obtained by Ling bro's own strength. How can I take them from you? Ling Jianshen smiled kindly. When I first entered the Nine Swords sect, you were kind enough to remind me. I, Ling Jianshen, always repay kindness. Just consider this token as repayment. Take it. Hishen reluctantly reached out and accepted it. All right, then I won't refuse.
Hishen held the token in both hands and quickly thanked him. Ling bro, I won't say too many thanks. If you need anything in the future, just tell Hishen. Ling Jianshen happily nodded.
The senior announced loudly. 100 spirit finches have been caught. The first round is over. Disciples who obtain the tokens begin the second round. The second round was already set up, with 100 giant stone turtles lined up before the threshold. The senior continued to announce the rules. The rules of the second round are very simple. In front of each of you is a stone turtle, and each stone turtle weighs 10,000 jin. Within the time it takes for one incense stick to burn, you must rely on your own strength to move the stone turtle to the flag to pass.
The men's faces twisted in pain. The first gate tested agility, and the second gate tests the strength of the physical body. You can't use True Claw to move the 10,000 Jin stone turtle. This is too hard. No matter what, I have to give it my all and
Ling Jianshen thought to himself. After the Yellow Spring's sacred body art reached the 4th layer of perfection, my physical strength is already comparable to a martial king 4th stage. This 10,000 Jin stone turtle is just a toy to me.
Chen Elder looked at Ling Jianshen's stone turtle, his heart filled with treachery. Haha, normal stone turtles weigh 10,000 Jin, but I secretly adjusted Ling Jianshen's stone turtle to weigh 50,000 Jin. There's no way this kid can move it.
The senior continued to wave his hand, signaling, the second round begins now. As soon as the command was given, all the men who made it to the second round used all their strength to push the stone turtles towards the finish line. Their faces strained, their muscles bulging, and their mouths crying out, "Ah! Too heavy! Damn it! It's too hard to push this stone turtle to the flag without using true Q."
Hishen also put in all his effort. To get into Nine Swords sect, I must push it through. Slowly inching towards the finish line, Hishen didn't forget to look back and remind.
Ling bro, keep it up. Let's meet at the end. Ling Jianshen, with his hands behind his back,
He slowly stepped forward and touched the stone turtle, thinking. The stone turtle weighs 10,000 Jin. Maybe I can move it with 3 parts of my strength.
Immediately after, Ling Jianshen gently pressed his hand. Move for me. Not a budge. Ling Jianshen frowned, wondering. Still can't push it, he guessed. Maybe it's redundant for me to push a 10,000 Jin stone turtle with only 3 parts of my strength. Unless, Ling Jianshen glanced at Elder Chen. Someone has messed with my stone turtle.
Elder Chen, with both hands on his cane, laughed to himself. HMPH. Ling Jianshen. Even if your physical body has undergone the tempering of the netherworld Yellow Springs, you definitely can't push a stone turtle weighing 50,000 Jin. Seeing Ling Jianshen's weakness, the men burst into ridicule. Yo, that kid can't push the stone turtle. Wasn't this guy very strong before? Why is he so weak now? The guy next to him also chimed in. Could it be that killing those people earlier took too much out of him?
Hishen quickly pushed his stone turtle to the finish line. He rushed over, panting, to announce the good news. Ling bro, I've pushed the stone turtle to the end. Arriving at Ling Jianshen's side, who was still standing still without moving the stone turtle, Hishen was surprised. Huh? Why aren't you pushing your stone turtle, Ling bro? Hishen hurried over. Ling Jianshen honestly replied, this stone turtle has a problem. Hishen was a little surprised. A problem? Let me see. Then Hishen pushed Ling Jianshen's stone turtle with both hands.
Trying his best, his face turned purple-red. But the stone turtle didn't budge. Exhausted, Hishen collapsed, sweating profusely, his hands propped on the ground in a crawling position, his words interspersed with panting breaths. No way, I can't push it at all. This turtle is even heavier than mine. Probably 50,000 Jin. Ling Jianshen was now certain. As expected, someone has messed with my stone turtle.
Ling Jianshen glanced, thinking to himself. It seems my guess was right. The only one capable of messing with my stone turtle can only be Elder Chen. It seems he sincerely wants to prevent me from entering the Nine Swords sect. Elder Chen smiled triumphantly. Ha ha, you little brat. Let's see what you can do now. Chen Hao became even more arrogant and laughed. Ha ha, Ling Jianshen, aren't you very powerful? Why can't you even push a stone turtle now? Hishen anxiously urged. Ling bro, you've been set up. You should report to the elders quickly, otherwise you won't pass. Ling Jianshen still calmly replied. There's no need for anyone to interfere. With the stone turtle, it's useless for one of them to report to them. Hishen was even more nervous. Then what should we do? If you don't push the stone turtle to the flag, you'll be eliminated. Ling Jianshen laughed loudly. Haha, it's just a stone turtle, it can't eat me.
Finishing his sentence, Ling Jianshen lifted his foot. He used a little strength to kick the stone turtle hard. Get up there for me. The stone turtle arrived at the finish line in seconds.
at the red flag, as per the rules. The men were wide-eyed in astonishment. Holy crap, he's too strong like that. This guy is a humanoid. Tyrannosaurus, he actually used one kick to send the stone turtle to the end. This strength is much greater than pushing it slowly. Chen Hao was stunned. Are you kidding me? How can Ling Jianshen's physical strength be so strong?
Elder Chen was also annoyed. He slammed his cane hard on the ground, cursing.
Damn it. Just as the incense stick in the bowl burned out, the senior elder continued to announce, "Time is up. Anyone who has not dragged their stone turtle to the flag will be immediately eliminated."
Those young men who managed to push the stone turtle to the finish line at the last minute sat down and gasped for breath, interspersed with laughter of victory. "Ha ha, I successfully passed the second round. Me too, it wasn't easy at all." While those young men near the line collapsed sadly, their voices full of regret, "I was only a little bit away, but in the end it was for nothing."
The senior elder raised his hand to announce, "The second round is over. The 68 people who passed have completed the basic assessment and are qualified to see the true face of our Nine-Sword sect. All those who passed, come with me back to the mountain gate and participate in the final round of assessment."
The strong young men were extremely excited, waving their hands and cheering.
"Great! Finally we can see the true face of the Nine-Sword sect. I will definitely pass the third round of assessment and bring glory to my ancestors." Chen Hao worried uncle. Judging from Ling Jianshen's performance, I'm afraid the third round of assessment won't be a problem for him either. If this continues, Ling Jianshen will pass all the assessments. Elder Chen turned around to reassure him. "It's okay, the final round is a free-for-all. I'll think of a way to have the other examination disciples surround and attack Ling Jianshen with you. Listen carefully to me," Elder Chen sternly instructed. "This time, we absolutely cannot let him pass."
Chen Hao clasped his hands, his face full of wickedness. With so many people surrounding and attacking Ling Jianshen, this kid will either be crippled or dead today.
On the side of the mountain, the elders of the Nine Swords sect were in a rest stop built on the top of the mountain. 2 elders were sitting and talking. One spoke. "Wen Zhong, did I hear correctly?"
This elder was none other than the first supreme elder, Qi Tianlin. He asked again, "Are you sure this small Danfeng Yin Yang Dan was obtained by a teenager in his teens?" Wen Zhong picked up the teacup, skillfully opened the lid, and affirmed, "No mistake." Shi Tianlin slammed his hand on the table along with the alchemic formula, a bit disbelieving. "This is just absurd." The old man stood up, hands clasped behind his back, a contemplative look on his face. "This formula was lost 1,000 years ago. Even I, after spending 10 years, could only recover a portion of it. Now you're telling me a kid in his teens could produce a complete formula. Do you think I can believe?"
Wen Zhong quickly put the teacup down on the table. The old man angrily grunted. Then the old man stood up, resentfully blaming Wen Zhong's behavior. "You probably know me best. Do you think I could deceive you?" Qi Tianlin stroked his beard, gazing into the distance. "Of course I know you, but still, I can't believe a junior could have a higher level of alchemy than this old man." Wen Zhong didn't argue further. He suggested, "It's okay if you don't believe me, but they say he's participating in the Nine Swords Gate disciple selection. You can come with me to see for yourself, and you'll naturally know if I'm right or wrong."
Qi Tianlin turned his back and sighed. "You're really stubborn." Wen Zhong was surprised. "What do you mean?" Qi Tianlin stroked his white beard again, turning to answer, "This old man will go with you to see if that little brat really has any skill."
At the Nine Swords Gate's life and death arena, banners fluttered in the wind, and the men who passed the first 2 rounds of testing were all present beneath the arena. They competed to praise endlessly. "The arena is so big, I heard this arena is entirely made of profound stone. Even a martial king powerhouse would find it difficult to leave a mark on it. The Nine Swords Gate is truly unfathomable." Chen Hao quickly stepped forward to provoke Ling Jianshen. "You were just lucky in the first 2 rounds, but don't get too cocky." He clenched his fist. "Warning. Next, I'll let you know how miserable the consequences are for offending me, Chen Hao." Ling Jianshen crossed his arms and replied frankly, "I'll return those words to you." Chen Hao turned and left, still smiling slightly. "Okay, then let's wait and see," the elder of the Nine Swords Gate said loudly. Silence. The old man spread his arms and raised them to the sky. "Disciples participating in the selection, you are now standing at the Nine Swords Gate's life and death arena. The final round of testing will be conducted here." The old man raised his hand, explaining the rules. "The content of the test is a free-for-all battle, no rules, until there are only 10 people left on the field. Begin." As soon as the order was given, all the young men began to rush forward and fight each other. "The opportunity has come." Chen Hao pointed at Ling Jianshen and shouted, "Everyone!" An army behind Chen Hao quickly assembled. He ordered, "Move out." The group looked determined. Acknowledging as if they were aware of something, Ling Jianshen snorted softly. The subordinates, directed by Chen Hao, already holding swords, rushed up to surround Ling Jianshen, constantly threatening, "Even though you're strong, it should end here. There are dozens of us, and you're just one person. Be smart and quickly kneel down to admit defeat." Ling Jianshen thought to himself,
Chen, these people are really as tenacious as leeches, sending so many core disciples to surround and attack me like this. He said, anxiously turned to the elders sitting in the observation seats and suggested, Elders, this is not fair. How can Ling Jianshen be allowed to be surrounded and attacked by so many people? This is clearly targeting him. Elder Chen not only did not stop it, but was delighted. Targeting? A free-for-all has no rules. Even if everyone targets one person, it's just because he's too unlucky. Clearly, Ling Jianshen is just unlucky. He San was still unwilling, and he shouted, but Elder Chen struck the ground with his cane and shouted, What are you to dare question this elder? He threatened. If He-sen says any more, I will directly judge you as rebellious, and the elder will punish you. He-sen gritted his teeth. A little scared. Seeing this, Ling Jianshen placed his hand on He-sen's shoulder to calm him down and said, He bro, don't worry, just let them come. They're just a bunch of trash, I don't think much of them. Just stand aside and watch later. He-sen was stunned by Ling Jianshen's confidence, mouth agape. The subordinates were furious, and they competed to slander. Arrogant. You dare to look down on us like this? Do you think you're invincible just because you have some strength? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth? I'll make you kneel down in front of me and admit that you are trash. Chen Hao pointed and scolded Ling Jianshen. You still dare to be arrogant when things have come to this point, not putting the geniuses here in your eyes. He pointed his thumb down, continuing fiercely. I think it's necessary to beat you so that you know the principle that there are higher mountains beyond high mountains. Ling Jianshen was still chill, and he opened his mouth to challenge. Bring it on, all this talk is giving me a headache. Chen Hao didn't argue further. He raised his hand and ordered, Fine, if you're so eager to die, then I'll grant you your wish, get him. The subordinates responded loudly in unison, and they rushed forward with swords and spears. Kill this brat. Make this arrogant little punk pay the ultimate price. Waste him. He-sen was still uneasy in his heart. Although I know Ling Bro is very strong, but it seems very difficult to get through this situation, let alone pass the test. Ling Jianshen quickly made his move, dealing with a bunch of scrubs. Each illusory palm was sent out, accompanied by a curse. Get lost. Each of the subordinates took a direct hit, spitting blood and falling backward. So strong, Chen Hao gritted his teeth and frowned. This kid's got some skill. Not willing to back down, Chen Hao turned to order a subordinate standing next to him. Wu Ling, you specialize in long-range attacks? Use your bow and arrow to shoot him from afar? Wu Ling's face was also full of sinister intent, and he cupped his hands. No problem. Immediately afterward, he drew his bow and showed off. Young Master Chen, watch me. Wu Ling's arrow has locked onto Ling Jianshen's back, locked on target. Taking advantage of Ling Jianshen's inattentiveness, he excitedly let go of the arrow. Gale arrow. The arrow pierced through Ling Jianshen's chest. He looked down, frowned, and felt a little uncomfortable. Wu Ling, a successful sneak attack. He clenched his fist and laughed excitedly. Ha ha, got him. But then, Ling Jianshen on the ground disappeared, leaving only the arrow stuck in the ground. Wu Ling, who was rejoicing, had to widen his eyes in horror. This is an after-image, not good. Ling Jianshen's figure suddenly appeared behind Wu Ling, his cold eyes using palm wind, and said coldly, Your arrow's too slow. After saying that, Ling Jianshen struck Wu Ling's chest directly. Wu Ling was hit, spitting out fresh blood, and screaming miserably. Ling Jianshen shouted, Go down below! Wu Ling's body flew quickly, crashing to the ground with a loud bang, dust flying everywhere. Seeing this, Chen Hao gritted his teeth angrily in his heart, thinking, Damn it, Ling Jianshen's speed is so fast. If this continues, everyone will be beaten to a pulp. The next second, Chen Hao said to everyone, You guys attack together, don't give him a chance to dodge. The others, hearing this, responded in unison. Got it. After saying that, each of them had cold eyes and unleashed their moves, Fireball Technique, Dragon Slayer Fist, all attacked, heading towards Ling Jianshen. Seeing this, Chen Hao sneered triumphantly. Under so many attacks erupting together, even a strong martial king can't block it. Ling Jianshen, you're dead for sure. Elder Chen, sitting on the stand, stroked his beard and smiled. Haha, Ling Jianshen, this is the price for offending the Chen family. Below the arena, He-sen also shouted anxiously, Ling bro, dodge quickly. He couldn't help but worry in his heart, you're done for. Facing so many attacks, Ling bro is afraid that each terrifying attack of different colors shot towards Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen's expression didn't change. He reached out and drew Po Jun. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. One move to finish you all. Ling Jianshen slashed out with his blade, shouting, Primordial Fire Element, Vermilion Bird Clan, Wind Slash. As the slash came out, countless flames swirled around, transforming into a blood-red divine bird, screeching and shattering the terrifying attack just now. They were struck by lightning, not believing their eyes, and exclaimed in shock, What? One move has defeated all of our moves? How is this possible? He's so strong. The divine bird didn't stop, but charged straight towards the crowd. They panicked and screamed, Not good, can't dodge.
being hit by the attack. They all screamed miserably in succession, all flying backward.
Screaming in terror, "We're screwed, we shouldn't have messed with him." He Sen, witnessing this scene, swore in astonishment, "Damn, Ling Bro not only blocked the attack but also defeated everyone at the same time? That's way too OP." Elder Chen, on the other hand, was seething with anger. Damn. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Chen Hao suppressed his arrogance, secretly speculating in his heart, "So strong. Glad I didn't make the first move." But even though Ling Jianshen defeated everyone attacking him with one move, he must have exhausted himself a lot. He's already super weak. He suddenly grinned bloodthirstily, continuing his train of thought. Next. As long as this young master makes a move, he's definitely dead. Suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Chen Hao jumped up, appearing behind Ling Jianshen, holding a blade ready to strike, shouting, "Go die, Ling Jianshen!" He Sen, seeing this, called out to warn him.
"Ling Bro, watch out behind you." Ling Jianshen's eyes sharpened, coldly saying, "Want to ambush me? You're really asking for death."
Finishing his words, Ling Jianshen turned around and unleashed a fierce strike. Kill. Chen Hao, sensing the terrifying power, screamed in panic. "What? You still have strength?" As soon as he finished speaking,
the blade light had already slashed across his chest. The blade in Chen Hao's hand fell out.
He fell straight to the ground, crying out in pain. Ling Jianshen looked down at Chen Hao indifferently, saying,
"Why would I use my full strength to deal with a bunch of nobodies?"
Chen Hao, with blood still on the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth and groaned, I'm not reconciled." On the spectator stands, Elder Chen, seeing Chen Hao seriously injured, jumped up and shouted, "How rare." He flew towards Chen Hao, reaching out to check his breath. His pupils suddenly contracted. Then he screamed in shock. "What?" Elder Chen looked at the dead Chen Hao, trembling, saying,
"How rare, dead again." He stood up, turned around, and said in a cold voice, "You fiend? This is just a Lei Tai competition, yet you dared to attack Hao Care. You are truly vicious." Ling Jianshen carried his Qingdao, mockingly laughing. "Oh, your double standards are truly sickening. It was clearly Chen Hao who wanted to kill me first. I was merely defending myself. If the one lying on the ground right now was me, would you say the same thing as Chen Hao?" Elder Chen flew into a rage. Using a martial technique, a ferocious beast appeared behind him, unrecognizable. Still trying to argue. "Today this old man will definitely chop you to death to avenge Hao Share." His eyes were bloodshot, coldly saying. On the spectator stands, the old man in blue suddenly spoke. "This matter is going a bit too far for Elder Chen. Should we go over there to stop him?" The old man next to him replied, "Stop him, he's a successor of the Mo Jia Ming, and just a kid who hasn't even entered the sect yet. No need to offend Elder Chen of the Chen family for his sake. As long as our Zhujian men wants to recruit disciples, wouldn't those geniuses scramble over? Just let Elder Chen handle this kid." He Sen behind him worriedly reminded, "Ling Bro, that's an elder of the Zhujian men. He's at least a Wu Wang realm expert. You should run quickly." Ling Jianshen put his hands on his hips, coldly laughing in response. "It's fine. Wants to kill me, he's not old enough?" Elder Chen was tyrannical, waving his fist, staring at Ling Jianshen, loudly saying, "You little bastard. Still daring to spout nonsense. Today, no one can save you." Elder Chen made his move extremely quickly, his hands raised to shoulder height, zhenki surging from his palms, forcefully striking towards Ling Jianshen. "Go die for this old man." Ling Jianshen took a step forward, deeply saying, "Came at the right time. Let me see how powerful the elders of the Zhujian men are." Ling Jianshen's eyes were icy cold, dazzling golden light following the palm wind, striking out like a storm. "Take a palm strike from me." Two terrifying forces collided, creating a loud noise, booming and exploding, dust flying everywhere. Ling Jianshen smirked. "Is that all you've got?" Elder Chen took 2 steps back, his legs trembling, clutching his arm, fearfully thinking, how is this kid's strength so powerful? The elders sitting on the spectator stands, seeing what happened, exclaimed in shock, Elder Chen was actually forced back by that kid's palm strike. Could it be that Ling Jianshen already has strength comparable to our elders? How is that possible? Just now Elder Chen was clearly holding back. If he had used his full strength, Ling Jianshen would probably not have lasted a single move, He Sen thought in astonishment. "I thought Ling Bro was definitely dead." Unexpectedly, he could force back Elder Chen. It seems his strength is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Ling Jianshen carried his blade, provoking Elder Chen. "Don't tell me that's all the strength you have." Pausing, Ling Jianshen's sharp eyes coldly said, "If that's the case, it's not even enough for me to warm up." Hearing this, Elder Chen angrily snapped his cane, shouting, "Arrogant!" Elder Chen said with a ferocious expression. "Just now this old man only used 30% of his strength. Next I will use all my strength to attack. Today you will have no way out." Ling Jianshen took his stance and said nonchalantly, "Why so much talk? Show me what you got." Elder Chen's eyes turned cold as he roared, "HMPH, sharp-tongued brat, I'll exterminate you." His Zhen Qi transformed into a giant tortoise, its face ferocious. As it roared towards Ling Jianshen, Elder Chen yelled, "Die!" The crowd on the stands were shocked.
Elder Chen is using his ultimate move, the Nine Heavens Mysterious Tortoise Seal. Elder Chen once used this move to kill a Martial King level 3 expert. Once this move is out, this kid will probably be minced meat.
He Sen gritted his teeth, secretly anxious. This is Elder Chen's ultimate move. Can Ling Xiang withstand it? Ling Jianshen brandished his great sword, a green aura swirling around the azure blade. You dare show off your petty skills in front of me, you're really asking for it. Ling Jianshen unleashed a slash, yelling, Azure Dragon Sky-Piercing Strike, Chaos Art. Zhen Qi flowed, conjuring a green dragon head, the dragon head ferocious, lifelike, flying straight towards the tortoise, shattering the light tortoise into pieces. Elder Chen's eyes widened in horror. How is this possible? My strongest move was so easily shattered by Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen's face twisted into a savage grin as he taunted. Chen, old dog, your time is up, accept your death. The dragon head roared at Ling Jianshen's command, flying straight towards Elder Chen. Looking at the terrifying force coming towards him, Elder Chen screamed in despair, No! The green force was like a hurricane, a storm smashing directly into Elder Chen, followed by a loud bang, the ground turning into gravel, dust flying everywhere. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing Elder Chen kneeling on the ground in a pathetic state, his clothes torn, blood flowing non-stop. He trembled, crying and wailing, full of regret. Why did I provoke Ling Jianshen? With those words, Elder Chen fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Those watching the arena battle were shocked by this scene. Am I seeing things? Ling Jianshen actually killed Elder Chen. This is an elder of the Nine Sword sect, yet he died like this. Ling Jianshen is really strong. Isn't Ling Jianshen afraid of being avenged by the other elders here?
Standing on the cliff, Qi Tianlin, who had been watching from the beginning, held one hand behind his back and stroked his beard with the other, saying, Wenzhong, is this the kid you were talking about? Wenzhong replied, That's right, looking at Ling Jianshen standing proudly in the arena. Many whispers arose. He actually dared to kill an elder of the Nine Swords sect in front of so many people. He's really got some balls.
Qi Tianlin looked down at the arena, saying with interest, This kid is indeed just like you said. Interesting. Wenzhong replied with a smile. If that's the case, you must restore justice for him.
Qi Tianlin casually stroked his beard, saying, That's natural. What happened today was because Elder Chen broke the rules first. It was well deserved that he was killed. Ling Jianshen is a good seed. He has strength and courage. This old man won't let anything happen to him.
The elders angrily slammed on the armrests of their seats. Damn it, this kid actually killed Elder Chen. The blue-robed elder continued. This kid is vicious. He can't be kept alive. The purple-robed elder said angrily. That's right. If this kid doesn't die, where will our Nine Swords sect's face be? We must kill him.
He Sen looked at Ling Jianshen and said worriedly, Ling Xiang, while they haven't made a move yet, hurry and run.
Ling Jianshen smiled confidently. It's fine. What can this bunch of good-for-nothings do to me?
Hearing this, the elders all angrily flew towards Ling Jianshen. Preposterous.
The four flew over to surround Ling Jianshen. The blue-robed elder drew his sword and said, in a deep voice, Ling Jianshen, how dare you still look down on the elders of the Nine Swords sect at this point? The yellow-robed elder continued, If you don't respect the Nine Swords sect, you're just courting death.
Suddenly a voice came from above. I think it's you who are courting death. The crowd was surprised. What? The elders exclaimed.
Does this kid have helpers? Could he be a spy sent by enemy forces? Quickly prepare to kill this guy. The person landed on the ground, shouting loudly, Outrageous! With Qi Tianlin holding his hands behind his back, he said coldly, This old man will see who dares to make a move on me today. When the elders saw that the person who appeared was Qi Tianlin, they were all speechless. The elders' faces were extremely ugly, and they said guiltily, Oh my God, I almost made a move on him just now. Hearing this, the old men were all scared and sweating.
Ling Jianshen frowned, thinking to himself, The first supreme elder has come. I wonder what his attitude is towards me killing Elder Chen.
Qi Tianlin's body was surging with golden true Qia as he coldly stated, Your guts are getting bigger and bigger, huh? A few elders actually dare to make a move against me.
Hearing this, the swords in the elders' hands fell to the ground. They knelt down and kowtowed, fearfully saying, We know we were wrong. Those were just careless words. We beg you to forgive us, elder. We won't dare to do it again.
Qi Tianlin's eyes sharpened as he coldly snorted, HMPH, what is it you wouldn't dare to do?
The elders panicked and kowtowed repeatedly. We are just outer sect elders. Our job is to select outstanding disciples and find geniuses for the sect, Qi Tianlin coldly interrupted. But just now you were so biased, turning black into white, almost causing the Nine Swords sect to miss out on a chosen one. Finishing his words, Qi Tianlin cupped his fist and raised it. Later, this elder will go to Holy Island to report to the sect leader and punish you.
The elders were terrified, Crap, we're done for. Our elder positions are as good as gone. I regret it so much.
Qi Tianlin turned to look at Ling Jianshen and asked, "You're Ling Jianshen, right?" Ling Jianshen was slightly surprised and replied, "Yeah." Qi Tianlin turned around, cupped his fist solemnly, and said, "I apologize on behalf of the Nine Swords sect for the unfair treatment you received. Please believe that within the Nine Swords sect, the corrupt ones are just a minority."
The surrounding onlookers were dumbfounded. WTF, am I hallucinating? The first Supreme Elder, with his status, is actually apologizing to Ling Jianshen. Could it be that Ling Jianshen has an extraordinary background? Looks like I definitely have to build a good relationship with Ling Jianshen in the future. He Shen was overjoyed, thinking to himself, Ling Bro truly lives up to his name as someone from the Dragon Phoenix Hall. For the dignified first Supreme Elder of the Nine Swords sect to apologize to him, I'm afraid Ling Bro's reputation will shake the entire Nine Swords sect after today.
Ling Jianshen reached out and touched Qi Tianlin's clasped hands, signaling him to put them down.
It's okay, Ling Jianshen said expressionlessly. It's fine to correct mistakes. I accept your apology, he thought to himself.
The first Supreme Elder suddenly appeared to uphold justice for me. I'm afraid there's someone behind the scenes pulling strings,
Qi Tianlin nonchalantly said. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, let's end this here.
Qi Tianlin announced loudly. I now declare Ling Jianshen as the first-place winner in this examination. Tomorrow, he will go to Holy Island and have the qualification to observe the Intersect Disciples Advancement Examination.
After announcing, Qi Tianlin pointed at Ling Jianshen and continued. In addition, Ling Jianshen will cultivate on my first peak and obtain a rank 6 martial skill as compensation for the examination incident. Hearing this, the onlookers began to discuss. The first peak is the mountain where the first Supreme Elder resides. It seems like the first Supreme Elder wants to take him as a disciple. Not only that, but Ling Jianshen also obtained a rank 6 martial skill. It's truly enviable and jealous. Haha, if you can beat dozens of people in the examination and still have the strength to kill a few outer sect elders, you can also enjoy such treatment. Ling Jianshen frowned, thinking. The list for the inner sect disciple examination has already been set. Step by step I have to wait until next year to participate in the inner sect examination. That's too long.
After thinking, Ling Jianshen cupped his fist and said to Qi Tianlin, if the elder truly wants to compensate me, please grant me a spot in the inner sect disciple examination.
Qi Tianlin stroked his beard and said, the inner sect examination is not as simple as you think. With your talent, you can definitely enter the inner sect. After 2 or 3 years of training on the outside, why be so impatient? Ling Jianshen insisted. Thank you for the elder's good intentions, but this junior has his own thoughts. Please fulfill my wish. Hearing this, Qi Tianlin turned to leave, saying, forget it. If you are so insistent, then so be it. Next, follow me to the first peak. Ling Jianshen happily thanked. Thank you, elder. The first peak of the Nine Swords sect, Qi Tianlin slowly entered the hall, followed by Ling Jianshen. Wenzhong saw the two of them and walked over, cupping his fist and smiling. You've had a long journey. I've been waiting for you two for a while.
Ling Jianshen looked at Wenzhong and speculated. Wenzhong is also here. It seems that the first Supreme Elder appeared just now because of him. Qi Tianlin sat in the main seat and said, everyone, sit down. Ling Jianshen and Wenzhong cupped their fists at each other and said, please. Ling Jianshen sat down and said to Qi Tianlin with doubt, I wonder why the elder brought me here. Qi Tianlin did not answer but turned to ask Wenzhong. You told me that you saved Meng Yi, and you also took out a small portion of the yin-yang pills recipe. Is that true? Ling Jianshen calmly replied. That's right. Qi Tianlin frowned and whispered. So young and already so accomplished, it's truly unbelievable. I'm very curious if there is another expert behind you. Finishing his words, a strand of divine sense shot out from Qi Tianlin's forehead, secretly thinking, is it true or false? I'll know as soon as I use my divine sense to probe this kid's inner thoughts. Wenzhong saw this and stood up abruptly, exclaiming, stop! First Supreme Elder, how can you use your divine sense to probe? Wenzhong looked worriedly at Ling Jianshen, who was meditating, and said silently in his heart, Shizun is only at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm right now. He can't block the divine sense of the first Supreme Elder. Seeing the divine sense about to burrow into Ling Jianshen's head, he suddenly waved his hand and shattered the strand of divine sense. His divine sense injured, Qi Tianlin suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, and he groaned. Ugh. Ling Jianshen's face darkened as he said, Elder, this is my first time here, and I don't know Zhu Jianmen's way of treating guests, but... He paused. Ling Jianshen's eyes turned sharp and cold, and he coldly said, perhaps using divine sense to probe the inner thoughts of others isn't within the bounds of etiquette. Seeing this, Wenzhong was shocked and thought to himself, the first Supreme Elder is at the 3rd level of the martial sect realm, yet Shizun was able to easily shatter his divine sense like that. He's too OP.
Qi Tianlin felt guilty and clasped his fist in apology.
I'm truly sorry, it's just that I really couldn't believe you could produce that part of the pill formula, so I took the liberty of probing, please forgive me.
After speaking, Qin Tianlin was secretly horrified. Even if I was just probing, even a powerhouse at the 9th level of the martial spirit realm wouldn't be able to block that strand of divine sense. But Ling Jianshen blocked it so easily, it seems this kid is not simple. Ling Jianshen sat cross-legged and said with a nonchalant smile, "Oh, is the pill formula for this yin-yang pill very valuable?" Wenzhong stood up to explain. Valuable is one aspect, but also because the first Supreme Elder had already obtained an incomplete part of the yin-yang pill formula a long time ago, and spent a lot of time trying to complete it but hasn't succeeded.
Hearing Wenzhong say this, Ling Jianshen turned to ask Qi Tianlin, "May I ask the first Supreme Elder, how do you go about completing it?"
Qi Tianlin stroked his beard and gave a forced laugh. "Ha ha! I'm afraid people will laugh if I say it."
Recalling the period of researching the pill formula, Qi Tianlin said, "This old man has read and searched countless books in order to research this part of the pill formula, and found similar elixirs that appeared in the Da-Qian dynasty. I compared them with each other, but until now I've only completed."
Ling Jianshen asked in confusion again. "If you want to complete the pill formula, then why don't you directly research the medicinal properties on the pill formula? Researching other similar elixirs in history, isn't that going about it in a roundabout way?"
Hearing Ling Jianshen say this,
Qi Tianlin was slightly angered, slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair, and said in a deep voice,
"Going about it in a roundabout way? HMPH. Do you even understand how to research a pill formula?" Seeing the atmosphere becoming a bit tense, Wenzhong went to Ling Jianshen's side and explained, "Actually, it's like this. All alchemists on Daili Tianling use this method when completing ancient pill formulas, first researching the history of when the elixir appeared, from which they infer elixirs with similar effects, and then they screen them."
Ling Jianshen didn't think it was right, and said indifferently, "Using this method to complete an ancient pill formula, you'd be lucky if 3 out of 10 pill formulas succeed."
Hearing this, Qi Tianlin angrily stood up, pointed at Ling Jianshen, and said coldly, "Junior, I only told you these things because of Wenzhong's face. Yet you've repeatedly mocked this elder. You really don't put others in your eyes." After speaking, Qi Tianlin clenched his fist and continued in a deep voice, "Since you understand so well, then you tell me how to complete this flawed pill formula. If you don't satisfy me, today I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Noticing that the situation was a bit tense, Wenzhong quickly waved his hand to appease Qi Tianlin. "First Supreme Elder, why so angry?" The male lead coldly interrupted, stood up, and said,
"Since you want to learn, then I'll teach you. Actually, completing a pill formula is very simple. Unless you research the interactions between the medicinal materials and then base it on the known effects of the medicinal materials to make considerations, and then you can complete it." Wenzhong looked quite surprised at the male lead's words. He stroked his beard and said, "This method is new to me." Qi Tianlin looked at the male lead with a dubious gaze and asked back, "Junior, is the method you're talking about really feasible?" The male lead handed out a piece of paper and burst out laughing. "Haha, of course it's feasible. Let's take the example of the minor yin-yang pill formula. It records dozens of kinds of medicinal materials. The saliva of the lung can replenish vitality. The Tian Ming grass can suppress the earth fiend bloodline, creating a negative impact. But these two together are highly poisonous, so you have to add 100-year-old heavenly bone flower and blood lotus to neutralize them, so afterwards, blah blah blah." The male lead took out a long list of examples to illustrate his reasoning. After half an hour, he concluded, "In this way, you can finally easily restore the entire pill formula of the minor yin-yang pill." After listening to the male lead's explanation for more than half an hour,
Wenzhong felt like he'd had an epiphany. He rubbed his head and nodded. "So that's how it is. I didn't expect you could complete a pill formula like that." Qi Tianlin also stroked his beard slightly, looking interested.
"Unbelievable. So a pill formula can actually be completed like this, and I didn't think of it." The male lead explained, "It's because you're just immersed in the experiences of those who came before you, conservative, so it's normal that you didn't think of it.
If you want to progress and develop, you have to break the usual rules, and when necessary, you have to change the truth of the development of things." Qi Tianlin stood up and continued,
"This old man finally understands the principle that there are mountains beyond mountains. My bad for the disrespect earlier, my friend. Forgive me."
Seeing the old dude's sincerity, the MC waved his hand modestly and said, "It's cool, Ling Jianshen ain't petty. Good on you for admitting your mistake," he thought to himself. "This old guy is pretty similar to Wenzhong and the others, just stubborn, not really malicious."
Wenzhong nudged Qi Tianlin with his elbow, asking, "See? I wasn't lying, right? To be real with you, you couldn't even get on Shizun's good side, even if you tried your hardest." Hearing what Wenzhong said, old Qi was super surprised, thinking to himself, what? Ling Jianshen is Wenzhong's Shizun. Makes sense. Ling Jianshen's alchemy skills are off the charts, no wonder. Wenzhong calls him teacher. If I could become his student, maybe I could break through in alchemy.
With that thought, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed before the MC, saying, I'll never forget Ling Daren's guidance for as long as I live. I hope Ling Daren will accept me as a disciple so I can help you out. Seeing how quick Shi Tianlin was to act, Wenzhong thought to himself, that's my Shizun. Even the super high and mighty First Supreme Elder wants to respectfully become his disciple. Following Shizun was definitely the right choice. The MC straightforwardly raised his hand in response, stopping Shi Tianlin. Totally shocked by the rejection, he blurted out, huh. The MC continued, I don't want any disciples, old man Shi. Somewhat flustered, he stuttered, huh. Wenzhong was also confused by the MC's rejection, and chimed in to advise, Shizun, please reconsider. Accepting Qi Tianlin would be beneficial to your cultivation in the Nine Swords sect, old Qi added. Shizun, why don't you want to accept me? Is it because you think this disciple is stupid? Ling Jianshen face-palmed, replying helplessly. It's not that, it's just that I've already taken on a few disciples, and I'm already busy enough, I don't have time to take you on too. As he spoke, he sighed, thinking, the Wutian sect are still waiting for me to join the Heavenly Pride Gathering to get the five-element spirit to help them restore their Dantian in Marshall Lake. Qi Tianlin didn't give up, pressing for an answer. Shizun, do you have any troubles that need solving? If you do, just say the word, and this disciple will jump through fire and water to help you. The MC groaned, explaining, I have to participate in the Heavenly Pride Gathering. Can you get me a spot? Old Qi was startled, hesitatingly replying, the Heavenly Pride Gathering is an event organized by the Daqian dynasty. Even the sect leader of the Nine Swords sect can't just get a spot whenever he wants. The MC turned his head away, saying in a dispirited voice, see? You can't help me, so about becoming a disciple. Shi Tianlin hurriedly cut him off. Wait, Shizun. This disciple really can't get a spot at the Heavenly Pride Gathering, but I guarantee I can help you get the position of a true disciple within a year. As long as you become a true disciple, you can go to the Heavenly Pride Gathering. The MC's eyes widened, asking, you have a way. Shi Tianlin continued, this disciple knows some news about the divine grade earthly fiend profound vein. If you can get one, you'll definitely be able to get the rank of true disciple within a year. The MC laughed happily, praising, good. Tell me where this divine grade earthly fiend profound vein is. As long as I get it, I'll accept you as a disciple and help you break through to become a level 7 alchemist, he thought to himself. In the vast Daqian dynasty, divine-grade earthly fiend profound veins are considered rare treasures. If I get one, my trip to the Heavenly Pride Gathering will be way better. Qi Tianlin presented a map to the MC, adding, Shizun, I got this map by chance. The divine-grade earthly fiend profound vein is marked in the earthly fiend profound palace of the Nine Swords sect, but my strength isn't enough to get it. The MC took the map from Qi Tianlin, asking, in the earthly fiend profound palace. He held the map tightly, nodding, I got it. Qi Tianlin offered. Shizun, tomorrow is the Inner Disciples assessment of the Nine Swords sect. You can rest at my place tonight. The MC didn't refuse and agreed. Okay, early the next morning, everyone gathered to participate in the Inner Disciples assessment. Suddenly, the crowd shouted in unison, This is a level 4 high-grade Silver Sea Jiao demon beast. There are 8 of them. Someone said, looks like this is the Silver Jiao warship. It's rumored that with these 8 Silver Sea Jiaos, this ship can travel as fast as a Martial King Realm expert. The person next to him continued. As expected of the Nine Swords sect, so generous, the MC looked at the Silver Sea Jiao and exclaimed, is this the power of a 4-star sect? Wutian sect is nowhere close to this. Behind him, someone in purple shouted, look! The 10 elite outer disciples are here. As soon as the 10 elite outer disciples arrived, all attention was focused on them, and everyone around looked at them with admiration. The crowd started discussing, Chen Xuan, the top outer disciple, is so handsome. The guy and girl next to him must be Chen Yu and Zhao Qingxue. That's He Zui, ranked 3rd, and Tang Long, ranked 2nd. You can feel their scary aura even from a distance. Hearing this, the main character thought, looks like these guys are the main opponents I'll have to face in this test. As soon as he saw the main character, Chen Yu snitched to Chen Xuan beside him. Bro, look! Chen Xuan was startled and asked, Chen Yu continued, that kid is Ling Jianshen. My little bro Chen Hao and Elder Chen were killed by him. Chen Xuan looked at the main character with hatred, thinking, he dares to kill people from my Chen family. He said to Chen Yu, don't worry, I'll definitely take this kid's life. He Zui then spoke up. This kid is Ling Jianshen. I heard he killed Elder Chen in front of everyone yesterday and got away with it. A guy like that might be worth a fight. Tang Long, covering his face, chimed in. What I hate the most is people trying to show off more than me.
I'm taking this kid's life for sure.
The onlookers started gossiping. Ling Jianshen just joined the Zhujianmen, and he's already been targeted by the elite disciples. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant yesterday? These elite disciples are no weaker than the outer sect elders. Ling Jianshen is probably doomed this time.
Hearing the whispers about him, the main character fell into thought, I've always been low-key, I never thought I'd become a target, whatever. No matter how many enemies come, my strength can break through. Suddenly, an old man in green spoke, interrupting the main character's thoughts.
The time has come, everyone. Go to Holy Island immediately to participate in the inner sect exam.
Chen Xuan approached and said, Wait, I have a different idea. Ling Jianshen just joined the Zhujianmen. What qualifications does he have to participate in the inner sect exam with us? I think he should be eliminated from here.
The people around started discussing again. Chen Xuan Shixiang makes a good point. Ling Jianshen is just a new disciple. Why should he participate in the inner sect exam? Ling Jianshen defeating the outer sect. Elder Chen doesn't prove he's outstanding. The top 30 elite disciples can all do that. Ling Jianshen definitely got in through the back door.
Hizui glanced at the main character with a probing look, thinking, Ling Jianshen, how will you deal with this situation?
Tang Long added, Ling Jianshen has the first supreme elder behind him, but Chen Xuan also has the third supreme elder behind him.
This is interesting. This time, there's a good show to watch. The man in green spoke up for Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen's participation in the inner sect exam was decided by the first supreme elder. We can't change it. Chen Xuan sneered, HMPH. The Zhujianmen has always been the strongest, unless Ling Jianshen proves that he has the strength to participate in the inner sect exam. Otherwise,
he paused,
then gave a sinister smile, and continued. Get the hell out of here immediately.
The crowd chorused in agreement.
That's right, we agree. Don't come and embarrass yourself if you don't have the strength.
The old man in green glanced at the main character and said, Ling Jianshen, what do you think? The main character just sighed and replied, I have no objections. Everything is based on strength.
Come at me. I accept anyone's challenge. Chen Xuan looked at the main character with disdain and sneered, HMPH, big words. Let me see if your strength is as big as your mouth.
In his heart, he thought, Ling Jianshen is not worthy of me taking action. Lalong is probably enough.
Thinking this, he shouted, Where's Lalong? Go teach this kid a lesson.
Lalong confidently replied,
Chen Gongzi, don't worry. I, Lalong, will definitely let Ling Jianshen know what manners are.
The crowd exclaimed in unison,
Lalong is challenging Ling Jianshen. Although Lalong is not as good as the 10 great elite disciples of the outer sect, he is still a master ranked in the top 20 of the outer sect. Moreover, Lalong has diligently cultivated his fist techniques to perfection and has few enemies in the outer sect. His strength is much stronger than the outer sect. Elder Chen, Ling Jianshen has absolutely no chance of winning against him.
The man in green sighed, clutching his head. Aye, Ling Jianshen is doomed. How are we going to explain this to the first supreme elder? The one next to Chen An said, This was Ling Jianshen's own agreement. He'll be responsible for the result. We can't be blamed. The man in purple agreed. That's right, to show his power.
Lalong stomped heavily on the ground, causing the surrounding stones to shatter.
He provoked the main character, Kid, there are no rules in a fight. If you don't want to be missing an arm or a leg, then obediently kneel down and give up your qualification.
The main character burst out laughing at the other guy's clumsy words. Ha ha, just based on someone as useless as you.
Luo Long, triggered by the main character, snapped.
How arrogant. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant it to you.
With that, he stomped his foot, launching himself toward the main character, yelling,
Blazing Fire Fist.
Seeing his move, the onlookers had another chance to gossip.
Luo Long's Blazing Fire Fist has improved again. Even a master at the 3rd level of Martial King wouldn't be able to block this fist, let alone this kid who's only at the Martial Spirit realm. If this fist hits Ling Jianshen, he'll be heavily injured even if he doesn't die.
The main character stood calmly, mocking. How can someone be so dumb? He casually reached out his hand and blocked Luo Long's full-force strike. Luo Long's arm trembled, shaking as if he couldn't believe what was happening. He blurted out, What? Luo Long took a kidney shot to the gut, and the main character coldly spat out a word. Scram. Luo Long coughed up blood and flew backward. Ah! He fell into the nearby lake, sending a spray of water into the air.
If I bet on Duan, the main character would have lost just now. I'm not hallucinating, am I? Luo Long lost again? Moreover, Luo Long was defeated in one move. We're all seeing things. Looks like Ling Jianshen really has the strength to test for the inner sect.
The main character glanced at them.
Anyone else want to challenge me? Those guys paled and left. He can defeat Luo Long in one move. His strength must at least be in the top 2 of the outer sect. We're just asking for a beatdown if we fight him.
Ling Jianshen.
Elder, if no one else is challenging me, can we set off now? The elder snapped back to reality. Yes, it's getting late, he shouted. All disciples quickly boarded the ship. The crowd responded clearly. Chen Xuan was furious.
Damn it. This good-for-nothing Luo Long couldn't even handle Ling Jianshen? Looks like I'll have to let that brat live a little longer. I'll take his life when we get to Holy Island. Brown Hair wasn't too concerned.
He's just a slightly stronger ant. I'll slowly teach this kid a lesson. When we get to Holy Island, Brown Hair didn't fully agree. How can someone who publicly killed someone from the entrance examination elder be a waste?
Probing and calculating glances landed on the main character. I'm really looking forward to fighting him. Nine Sword Sect, Holy Island. The dragons pulled the ship upstream against the waterfall, and the large ship stopped. The disciples participating in the test disembarked one by one. This is the Holy Island of our Nine Sword Sect. The spiritual energy is so dense. I came here to this environment to test. I will definitely get into the inner door. Ling Jianshen assessed the surroundings.
Legend has it that the first sect leader used great divine power to move this island from the great continent to this place. The inner sect of the Nine Sword Sect is located on this island, but I don't know exactly where.
The inner sect has already sent someone to wait for you all.
You've come from afar, you must be tired.
Yu Hongba introduced himself.
I represent the Nine Sword Sect in welcoming you all to Holy Island.
The outer sect disciples were surprised.
Oh my god, he's the #1 silver elder, Yu Hongba.
Someone who didn't know asked, "Bro, what's the #1 silver elder?"
The other person explained, "You don't even know that. The inner sect elders of the Nine Sword Sect are divided into silver, gold, and supreme. This person is the #1 among the silver elders."
Green Robe clasped his hands in greeting.
"Elder Yu, I didn't expect the sect to send you here to greet us. I'm truly honored," Yu Hongba said straightforwardly. "No need for formalities. I'm here because I have to pick up a disciple." Green Robe was surprised.
What is Elder Yun's status? He's actually personally picking up a disciple. Whispers came from behind.
I wonder who could be important enough to have Elder Yu personally welcome them. Who else could it be? It must be Senior Brother Chen Xuan. He's the #1 disciple of the outer sect, the pride and future of the Nine Sword Sect. That's right, Elder Yu must be here to pick up Senior Brother Chen Xuan. Green Robe understood after hearing this, so that's how it is. He called out, "Chen Xuan, why don't you quickly come and greet Elder Yu?" Chen Xuan arrogantly strutted forward.
"Yeah, besides me,
there's no one else worthy of Yu Hongba coming to pick them up." He bowed. "Disciple Chen Xuan greets Elder Yu." Yu Hongba replied indifferently, "Yes, I've heard of you. You're said to be the top disciple of the outer sect." Chen Xuan pretended to be humble, saying a few words. "Elder is too kind. These are all empty titles, not worth mentioning. Today I'm troubling you to personally come and pick up this disciple."
Yu Hongba threw a bucket of cold water on him. "Who said I came to pick you up? What qualifications do you have for me to pick you up?"
"Keep dreaming." Chen Xuan thought he misheard something, and he blankly asked again, "Not me." Yu Hongba impatiently gave him a cold snort and raised his voice. "Ling Jianshen. Who's that? I'm here to pick him up." Those guys' eyes went wide, like a thunderclap to their ears. "The hell? Wait a sec, did I hear that right? Elder Yu was supposed to pick up Senior Brother Chen Xuan, wasn't he? How did it become Ling Jianshen? WTF? When's it gonna be my turn?" Chen Xuan questioned. "Elder Yu, are you sure you haven't got the wrong person? What's so special about Ling Jianshen that he gets a personal escort?" Yu Hongba said coldly. "HMPH. Are you questioning me?" Chen Xuan immediately cupped his fist. "Disciple wouldn't dare," he continued. "But Ling Jianshen is just a newbie in the Nine Sword Sect." "Therefore," Yu Hongba interrupted, "a newbie from the Nine Sword Sect, that's him, no mistake." He flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. "As for why I'm welcoming him, you don't deserve to know." Chen Xuan's face paled. "This disciple is a country bumpkin. Please forgive me, elder." He couldn't swallow this insult.
"Damn you, Ling Jianshen. This is all your fault," Yu Hongba said warmly.
"You must be Ling Jianshen, right? I've heard so much about you." The male lead greeted him politely. "Elder, you're too kind. This humble one is Ling Jianshen. Greetings, Elder Yu." Yu Hongba patted his shoulder in praise.
"Not arrogant. Well done, Ling Jianshen." The first Supreme Elder used his special privilege, only available once every 10 years, to give you this opportunity to participate in the inner sect examination. Don't disgrace the first Supreme Elder.
Ling Jianshen was confident. "Rest assured, Elder Yu." Brown Hair assessed.
"This kid, Ling Jianshen, is no simple character. Yu Hongba has always been fair and just within the inner sect, never favoring any junior, but now he values Ling Jianshen so much. It seems Ling Jianshen's strength is no joke." Green Hair had a different opinion.
"I'm not so sure. Yu Hongba is a member of the First Supreme Elder's faction. Perhaps he received instructions from the First Supreme Elder," Brown Hair replied. "Maybe that's it."
He thought to himself. Tang Long looks down on Ling Jianshen. He's definitely going to suffer during the examination. Yu Hongba shouted loudly.
"Now that we've picked up the person, all disciples listen up. Next, follow me to participate in the martial arts examination," everyone said in unison. "Yes, sir." Nine Sword Sect,
the inner and outer sect disciples, carrying 100% confidence in all their determination, entered the arena. Haha, it's finally starting. Is this my stage to show off my skills? I will definitely enter the inner sect. On the spectator stand, someone pointed down. Elders, look, the one leading the way is the #1 outer sect disciple, Chen Xuan. Not only that, the kid at the very end is Ling Jianshen. I heard he crippled an outer sect elder as soon as he joined the sect. He's been pretty famous lately. They exchanged glances. The quality of this year's disciples isn't bad. Indeed, it's very good. Third Supreme Elder Yin Tianyue spoke up. Qi, that Ling Jianshen is the genius you went all out to recommend. He's just at the martial spirit 9th stage, far inferior to the Chen Xuan that I favor. Qi Tianlin hummed leisurely.
High cultivation doesn't represent strong strength. Otherwise, what's the point of the examination? Yin Tianyue chuckled. Haha, if you're so confident, then I'm really looking forward to it. Let Yu Hongba explain the rules of this examination. There are a total of 3 rounds. The first round assesses your understanding and eye for martial arts weapons. Yu Hongba pointed in one direction. Take a look. This is the sword monument that Elder Huang Jin used to cultivate with in the inner sect.
The content of this round's examination is to deduce the swordplay technique based on the sword marks on the monument. Furthermore, you must state the advantages and disadvantages of this swordplay technique. Finally, the 3 referees will jointly give a score, he shouted. Time is 1 incense stick. Begin.
The crowd stood gathered around the sword monument. It's so difficult. Deducing the swordplay technique based on the sword marks on the monument. This question is way too twisted. I have absolutely no clue. Someone with higher comprehension looked at the pattern of the sword marks. It's probably a 5th grade swordplay technique, but there are as many 5th grade swordplay techniques in the inner sect as hairs on a cow. How are we supposed to guess? Ling Jianshen only looked at the sword monument for 3 seconds. What a flawed swordplay technique. He turned around and left. Nothing worth studying. Green hair snickered. What's wrong, junior brother Ling? Got no clue. Or need a hint? Chen Xuan mocked.
Rumor has it, junior brother Ling comes from Wu Tian's sect. The 5th grade martial arts techniques their entire sect possesses probably couldn't withstand one move from him. This test is too difficult for junior brother Ling. Green hair chimed in. Haha, that's right. Ling Jianshen didn't have time to argue with them. Yeah, frogs at the bottom of the well. He picked up his brush and wrote each stroke with flair. The main character called out, Elder Du Hongba happened to be passing by. What's the matter? He handed him the test answer. Nothing. I'm done. Just wanted to submit my paper. Du Hongba was stunned. How long has this Ling Jianshen been here? Are you sure you want to submit it now? The main character affirmed. Yes. Du Hongba reluctantly instructed. I'll take it to the judges. You wait here. The main character cupped his fist. Sorry for the trouble, Elder Duga. Shi Tianlin blurted out. Ahem, ahem. Ling Jianshen finished so quickly. Yin Tianyue scoffed. That sword art on the stone tablet isn't simple. I bet this kid couldn't figure anything out, so he just gave up. Qin Tianlin glanced over. Yeah, we'll see. After 1 incense stick of time, Du Hongba announced. Time's up. End of the test. Several outer sect disciples asked each other. Ugh, I couldn't figure it out at all. Might as well give up. Haha, I've already guessed what sword art it is. Me too. I should be fine to pass. Du Hongba opened the scroll to announce the test results. After the judges, decision. First place is Chen Xuan with 95 points. Second place is Tang Long with 91 points. Third place is He Zui. The others weren't surprised. As expected, first place is Chen Xuan, the top outer sect disciple. Chen Xuan smugly snorted twice. The others discussed.
Tang Long and He Zui aren't bad either, someone asked. Right, but where's Ling Jianshen? I don't think I heard his name. Du Hongba read the last line. Ling Jianshen, 0 points. His face paled. What is this kid doing? Why a goose egg? The crowd burst into laughter. Did I hear wrong? Ling Jianshen, 0 points. He was the first one to submit his paper. I thought he was amazing. Turns out he's just an idiot. Haha. This is the biggest joke in the history of the inner sect test of the 9-sword sect. Yin Tianyue teased. Old man Qi. Looks like your judgment of people is off. This kid got the worst score in the history of the 9-sword sect's inner sect test. Qi Tianlin was puzzled. That's not right. What's going on? Chen Xuan thought to himself. Eliminated in the first round. Haha. Looks like I overestimated this kid. But I can use this opportunity to humiliate him and get revenge. He spoke up. Elder Dunai, I have a suggestion. Ling Jianshen's score. Du Hongba, how so? He feigned righteousness. It's unbelievable that Ling Jianshen got 0 points. Maybe the judges made a mistake. I suggest publishing Ling Jianshen's answer. Tang Long chimed in. Brother Chen is right. Maybe the judges made a mistake. With Ling Jianshen's level, I think he should get at least 1 point. Haha. Chen Xuan provoked Ling Jianshen. Do you dare to publish your answer? The main character asked back. Why not? He looked up at where the papers were graded. Honorable judges, publish my answer. The person replied. Okay, sure. He held up the main character's paper. Ling Jianshen's answer is. The peanut gallery looked. What the heck am I seeing things? Ling Jianshen's answer is that the sword art is trash. Is he out of his mind? Writing such an answer, giving him 0 points, is not unjust. Qi Tianlin didn't know what to say. What does Shizun mean by writing this answer? Shizun isn't a casual person. Yin Tianyue leisurely enjoyed her tea, delicious. So he's just an ignorant fool. What a waste. I thought he could compete with Chen Xuan. Looks like I overestimated him. Chen Xuan looked down on Ling Jianshen. You actually wrote such a stupid answer, he maliciously added. I don't think you take the intersect test seriously at all, Ling Jianfen shrugged. I'm just writing my opinion. In my eyes, this sword art is just trash. Chen Xuan pointed and scolded. Arrogant. This is the sword art practiced by the Golden Core Elder in the intersect. How dare you say it's trash? The judge holding the main character's answer approached Ling Jianshen. I'll make an exception and give you time to explain. If you can't explain, then you'll be eliminated from this round. He wearily sighed. Forget it. If you guys can't see the problem, then I guess I'll have to reluctantly explain it to you. He tapped the sword monument. This swordplay is called Flowing Cloud Swordplay, a 5th grade swordplay, right? The referee frowned. That's right, it is indeed Flowing Cloud Swordplay. But if you know, why didn't you write it down? Chen Xuan crossed his arms. No way. Do you really think there's something wrong with the Flowing Cloud Swordplay? MC spat out 2 words. Nah, he explained. The reason I said that is because the elder who cultivated it left traces on the sword monument. It's not the real Flowing Cloud swordplay, but just an interpretation based on the remaining fragments. Chen Xuan questioned. What are you talking about? How can you judge all this based on a few sword marks? MC annoyed. Hold up, I'm not finished yet, he continued. Moreover, this senior deduced it in the wrong direction. If you continue to practice, I'm afraid it will cause the meridians to wither, the realm to drop, and forever stagnate at Martial King 3rd level. Chen Xuan shouted. Nonsense! He pointed at Ling Jianshen. Don't think you can fool the referees here by making up a story. They're not pushovers. The referee landed. Chen Xuan snorted. The referee blankly asked, how did you know? He trembled, got goosebumps. This elder is indeed suffering from withered meridians, stagnant cultivation, and even paralysis. Could it be a wrong deduction? Chen Xuan's eyes widened. Holy crap, did he really nail it? Brown hair and green hair shocked. How is this possible? How could Ling Jianshen do it? MC raised his hand to face level. The complete Flowing Cloud swordplay is a 6th grade swordplay. Maybe it's like this. He used his hand as a sword and drew a long knot on the sword monument. A red mark was cut out of the sword monument, and white smoke sizzled out. The referee touched the cut. That's right. This power can only be unleashed by the 6th grade swordplay. He also confirmed. Moreover, this move is indeed Flowing Cloud swordplay. It turns out that Ling Jianshen was telling the truth. It's a pity that the elder harmed himself. Ling Jianshen calmly said. Any martial skill can enhance strength and the foundation of cultivation. But this swordplay is fundamentally flawed. If you cultivate it, it will drive the cultivator to death. He asked back. What's wrong with me saying this trash swordplay has problems? The referee assessed. Ling Jianshen can deduce from so many sword marks like that, he announced. Now I have confirmed it. I declare that Ling Jianshen's answer is full marks. A commotion broke out around. Damn, Ling Jianshen is awesome. I didn't expect Ling Jianshen to show it all off. Chen Xuan was so angry that black energy emanated from his body. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to make such a comeback in the end. Qing Tianlin laughed happily. Haha, I said, how could he not get full marks? With Ling Jianshen's performance now, he will definitely win. Yin Tianyue's face was not very good, and he gritted his teeth. Don't be too proud too soon. There are still 2 more rounds of testing, Yu Hongba announced. The competition round is over. Next, the 2nd round will begin. He threw a scroll of light onto the court, which became intense as the scroll opened. A 5th grade high-level movement technique is in front of you. The 2nd round will test everyone's comprehension. Yu Hongba stated the requirements. You have half an hour to comprehend it. In the end, it will be based on the ranking of proficiency. This test will eliminate half of the people. Groans rang out around. This is the sect's 5th grade high-level movement technique, Heavenly Spirit 100 Traces, not the kind we can come into contact with. What can we comprehend in just half an hour? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and seize the time. Chen Xuan offered his face to Ling Jianshen for no reason. You just got first place by luck in the last round. You probably don't dare to bet with me in this round. MC asked back. What kind of bet? Chen Xuan said forcefully. Bet on the comprehension of the spiritual ape 100 traces. Whoever is more profound, whoever loses, will bark 3 times in front of everyone and shout that he is an idiot. MC raised his eyebrows. I can't hear clearly. What to shout? Chen Xuan said loudly and generously. I am an idiot. Can you hear me clearly this time? The 2 people behind him looked at him like an idiot. MC grinned. Well, since senior brother Chen has admitted that he is an idiot, if I bet with you, wouldn't that be humiliating an idiot? The others snickered. Chen Xuan was fuming. Ling Jianshen, you dare to mess with me. The male lead smirked. So what if I mess with you? That's just because you're dumb. Helpless? Chen Xuan turned around and threatened. Fine. You just wait. Let's see if you can still laugh later, he thought smugly. The third Supreme Elder has already ordered someone to impart the Spirit Ape 100 Leap to me. Ling Jianshen, you're dead meat.
The male lead didn't even bother looking at his pathetic antics.
He was confident that although his cultivation hasn't returned to its peak, he was still the immortal emperor's teacher. In terms of comprehension, no one in this entire continent could compare to him. He closed his eyes, imagining the movement technique in his mind. This high-level 5th grade movement technique wasn't a problem for him at all. He could master it in an instant. Yin Tianyue leaned back comfortably in her chair. Others have already started to display their movement techniques. Chen Xuan and He Zui can cover 10 zhang in one step, but Ling Jianshen is still standing still, not moving at all. I bet he couldn't find a way to get started, so he just gave up. Qin Tianlin calmly savored his fragrant tea. You can't say anything for sure until the result is set. He had complete faith in the male lead. His master could restore his incomplete little yin-yang pill recipe, so how could his comprehension be lacking?
Yin Tianyue scoffed. We'll just wait and see where your confidence and Ling Jianshen's confidence come from.
Yu Hongba waved his hand. Half an hour is up. Let the test begin. He Zui will go first in the first round. He Zui stood before the white starting line. Getting his legs ready, he jumped up and used the Spirit Ape 100 Leap to shoot forward. He Zui's feet landed heavily on the ground, creating a hole in the field.
He Zui wasn't too satisfied. 50 zhang. What a pity. If I had a little more time, I could have added another 10 zhang.
Elder Yu recorded. Hey Zui, 50 zhang. The next person up. Chen Xuan, with the surname Chen, leisurely walked to the white line. He put his hands behind his back and bent over to lower his center of gravity. Watch me, he said, then used his strength to launch forward. The Spirit Ape 100 Leap was as fast as the wind.
Chen Xuan glided through the air. He looked at the distance of his landing and judged. 100 zhang. Chen Xuan postured.
Who can go further than me? The surrounding crowd's eyes widened. Chen Xuan is really amazing. He can actually surpass He Zui's distance by double.
This is because Chen Xuan comprehended the first level of the Spirit Ape 100 Leap's wind-like speed in a short amount of time. Such talent is truly terrifying. He Zui admitted defeat to the head disciple of the outer sect. Chen Xuan truly lives up to his name. I'm really not as good as him. Yu Hongba shouted, Chen Xuan, 100 zhang. The next person up is Ling Jianshen. He was worried that Chen Xuan's performance was too dazzling, and he didn't know if Ling Jianshen could surpass him.
Ling Jianshen smiled and stood before the starting line.
Chen Xuan jumped back to his side.
Ling Jianshen, you should feel lucky,
he provoked. It was fortunate that you didn't agree to the bet just now, otherwise you would be barking like a dog in front of everyone.
The male lead grinned, like I'm gonna lose. But I didn't refuse your bet just now. Chen Xuan was startled. What did you say? The male lead repeated. I accepted your bet. Chen Xuan laughed loudly at the surroundings. Ha ha, everyone heard that, right? Ling Jianshen accepted my bet? He laughed maliciously. Ling Jianshen, since you want to lose face, then I'll grant your wish.
The surrounding area was buzzing. Do you guys think Ling Jianshen will surpass Chen Xuan? Impossible. Chen Xuan's comprehension ability is top-notch even in the Daqian dynasty, so why would Ling Jianshen agree to this certain-to-lose bet? Could it be that he has something else to rely on?
He Zui shook his head. Ling Jianshen's stride is at most the same as mine. He's too impulsive. Tang Long snorted coldly. Doesn't know his own limitations. Deserves to be humiliated. The male lead lowered his center of gravity, his foot sweeping a line on the ground.
Today I'll show you what the real Spirit Ape 100 Leap is.
Ling Jianshen used his strength to reveal his divine power. Spirit Ape 100 Leap, 100-step flight to heaven. The MC could practically hear the wind whistling past his ears. He gently touched down. The others now just tiny dots behind him. WTF. The arena was like, eyes popping and mouths gaping. Holy crap, he's already in front of the audience seats. Ling Jianshen crossed 300 zhang in one step. Is that the top-tier Ling Yuan 100 sprint footwork? How did he pull that off?
Qi Tianlin clapped like crazy. Haha, Ling Jianshen's comprehension is probably unmatched by anyone in the Daqian dynasty's younger generation. He stroked his beard, glancing to the side. Old Ogu, you impressed yet? Ogu Tianyu tossed her head to the side. Yeah, right. The old geezer was being stubborn, so what if he's got some talent? At the end of the day, he's still just a bug at martial spirit level 9. In his head, he cursed. Damn it, that useless Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan stammered. How is this possible? The MC casually strolled back to his spot, reminding him, Chen Xixiong, you haven't forgotten, have you? He urged. Now's the time for you to keep your promise, Chen Xuan shouted. What? Ling Jianshen, you? The MC crossed his arms, casually raising an eyebrow. Chen Xixiong, I don't think you're the type to go back on your word, are you? Onlookers chimed in. If Chen Xuan lost, then he should keep his promise.
But after keeping his promise, Chen Xuan won't have any face left in the Nine Swords sect. He's the one who brought up the bet, so he can't blame anyone else. Chen Xuan really wanted to eat those guys alive. Yin Tianyue landed. Enough. Chen Xuan respectfully bowed. Third Supreme Elder. He grunted in acknowledgement. Elder Yin questioned, Ling Jianshen, disciples should value harmony. Why are you pushing Chen Xuan so hard? The MC burst out laughing. Haha. Chen Xuan brought up the bet himself. Now that he's lost, he should naturally keep it. How can you say I'm forcing him? Yin Tianyue tossed him a wooden box. This 1,000-year Ling blood divine blood ginseng is to erase the bet with Chen Xuan. What do you think? The MC caught the wooden box, probing inside with his spiritual power, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Hehe. The MC pocketed the wooden box into his storage ring. Ling Jianshen. I'm not petty. If the elder has spoken, this bet is off, he said happily. A bet that doesn't benefit me. In exchange for 1,000-year blood ginseng, isn't that a huge win? The old guy said something nice, he thought. You little punk. Let you be smug for a bit. I'll make you pay me back 100-fold later. Yin Tianyue announced loudly, I declare the end of the second round of testing. Next is the third round. He took out a box filled with drawing slips. This third round will be personally overseen by yours truly. This time we'll have a one-on-one elimination battle. Draw lots to decide the order of the matches. The winners can enter the inner sect. He drew 2 slips. The first 2 disciples to compete are... He looked at the 2 names that were drawn, He Zui and Chen Xuan. Yin Tianyue hatched another evil plan. Ling Jianshen. Aren't you supposed to be really powerful? This round, this elder will make sure you're eliminated first. So he announced the 2 names, Ling Jianshen versus Chen Xuan. The majority became excited. Oh my god, the first match is already this intense? Ling Jianshen, who's currently famous, and Chen Xuan, the head of the outer sect, who's stronger. No matter what, there's going to be a weak one between the 2. Someone's going to get eliminated. Chen Xuan arrogantly said, Ling Jianshen, I didn't expect to meet you. Heaven is really giving me a chance. Are you ready to die? The MC's face didn't have much expression. It'd be great if your strength was as good as your trash talk. After only a few sentences, the Chen guy already roared, You bastard! I'll make you regret it with my next move. He strained his body, unleashing the spiritual power within. Chen Xuan smugly said, This move was something I happened to obtain in a secret realm. I once used this move to kill 3 powerhouses who were at a higher level than me, Ling Jianshen. Even if your talent is extraordinary, there's no way you can withstand this move of mine. The MC raised a hand. Hold up. You're saying too many unnecessary words. Hurry up and make your move. I don't have time to listen to your story here. Chen Xuan clasped his hands together, circulating spiritual energy. Fine. Since you want to seek death so badly, then I'll grant your wish. He yelled. Wind eagle soaring 9 heavens. A spirit eagle appeared behind him. The air currents around him made everyone's eyes sting. Damn, this move's power is seriously intense. Even some inner sect disciples giving it their all probably couldn't manage something like this. If Ling Jianshen gets hit, there won't even be a corpse left. He Zui conceded. So strong. Even I would have a hard time blocking Chen Xuan's move. Tang Long laughed loudly. Haha, I'd say Ling Jianshen is dead meat for sure. Qi Tianlin fidgeted. Even a martial king expert couldn't dodge this move. Can master block it? Chen Xuan roared. Ling Jianshen, go die. The male lead grabbed the saber from his back. Make me die, you're not worthy. He coldly slashed out a stream of saber Q. The ferocious saber Kui cleaved the spirit bird in half. Chen Xuan was startled as he watched that single slash, showing no signs of weakening, shoot straight for him. What? Chen Xuan didn't have time to dodge and helplessly took the full force of the saber Ki. Arg! He was sent face first into the ground, utterly defeated. The surrounding onlookers could only exclaim, Damn, Chen Xuan lost again, and it was a complete defeat, chopped down by Ling Jianshen with a single saber strike. What kind of freak is Ling Jianshen anyway? He Zui's face was filled with shock. What? Ling Jianshen is that powerful? We totally underestimated him before. Tang La's face turned pale. Damn it. I can't believe even Chen Xuan isn't his match, so I'm not. Qi Tianlin jumped to his feet. Something's off. He frowned. Chen Xuan's aura isn't weakening. It's actually getting stronger. A burst of bright energy erupted where Chen Xuan lay. The male lead narrowed his eyes, turning his head slightly. His eyebrow quirked up. This is... Yin Tianyue laughed loudly. Haha, Chen Xuan broke through. A pair of boots emerged from the dust. Chen Xuan arrogantly declared, Ling Jianshen, it's all thanks to you that I could transcend in despair and break through my cultivation realm. Next, it's your day to die. The onlookers were shocked. What? Chen Xuan broke through? Ling Jianshen is in deep trouble this time. Breaking through in battle, Chen Xuan truly lives up to his name as the top outer sect disciple. The male lead just chuckled. Huh. So you broke through. Big deal. In my eyes, you're just a noob. Chen Xuan swung his arm, gathering his ki. Ling Jianshen, it's come to this and you're still talking big, huh? Today, I'll send you straight to the afterlife. He unleashed sharp, blade-like winds. Go die. The saber in the male lead's hand blazed with true essence. Give up. Let me show you what it means to be truly unwilling to accept defeat. He unleashed a saber strike. The saber Kwai transformed into a spirit bird, chaos fire element, vermilion bird, whirlwind slash. The vermilion bird shrieked, shattering the weak, blade-like winds. Chen Xuan's pupils contracted. What? The vermilion bird struck him, erupting into a bright blaze that lit up the area. Arg! Chen Xuan collapsed to his knees. Ling Jianshen swaggered, saber slung over his shoulder. You lost. Chen Xuan raised a trembling arm. I refuse to accept this. Having said that, he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. A certain elder shouted loudly, Ling Jianshen wins this match. Congratulations to Ling Jianshen for becoming an inner sect disciple. Everyone else just gasped. Ling Jianshen actually won. He's only at the 9th layer of martial spirit, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. One day he's definitely gonna make it onto the inner sect's Jinghong list. He Zui sighed. I originally wanted to compete with Ling Jianshen, but who knew his strength would already be miles ahead of ours? Tang Long secretly rejoiced. Good thing I didn't run into this guy, otherwise I'd be the unlucky one. Old Qi gleefully walked over. Haha, old Yin. Looks like my judgment is better now. Yin Tianyue grumbled. HMPH. Don't celebrate too soon. You used your special privilege for Ling Jianshen and agreed with us not to interfere with sect matters. So what if Ling Jianshen won? This is the inner sect. Old Qi squinted his eyes, smiling. Then I'll wait. Old Yin huffily walked away. Qi Tianlin stroked his beard. Haha. No matter what methods you guys use, you won't be able to stop my master's progress. That night, at the secluded courtyard, Hong Tu and Qi Tianlin respectfully congratulated. Master has successfully entered the Nine Swords sect's inner sect, he said. This secluded courtyard is a temporary residence I specially bought for Master. I hope Master doesn't find it lacking. The protagonist didn't refuse either. That's thoughtful of you. Old Qi gestured to the tea. Master, please have a seat. He nodded. You sit too. Qi Tianlin brought up the important matter. Master, since this is your first time in the inner sect, I'll tell you some of its rules. The protagonist was intrigued. Rules. Old Qi listed them. First, the most important thing in the inner sect is sacred crystals. All transactions use sacred crystals as currency, including the qualification to enter the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace, which also requires sacred crystals. Sacred crystals can be obtained by completing missions or by rising in rank on the Jinghong list. One sacred crystal is equivalent to 10 million coins in the outside world. He handed the protagonist a storage ring. This is the reward Master received from the inner sect assessment. Inside are 100 sacred crystals and a pass to the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace. Ling Jianshen held the ring in his hand and examined it. The rewards aren't bad at all. To break through to the Martial King realm, I definitely need to refine the Earth Fiend Mystic Vein. Perfect timing. I can make a trip to the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace tomorrow. Old Qi reminded him. Master, you must be careful after entering the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace. The protagonist was curious. Why? Qi Tianlin explained. In the inner sect, strength is paramount, disciples can kill each other, and even killing elders is permitted by this sect, Ling Jianshen asked. So conversely, elders can just casually attack disciples. Old Qi waved his hand. Master can rest assured on that point. To prevent excessive killing, elders are not allowed to casually attack disciples. The protagonist nodded. I see. He picked up his teacup. Thanks for bringing me this intel. I'll be more careful. Qi Tianlin stood up and cupped his hands. It's getting late, Master. Please get some good rest. I won't bother you any further. Ling Jianshen didn't try to stop him. You can go. I'll call you if anything comes up. Qi Tianlin left immediately, leaving the protagonist alone in thought. The Heaven's Chosen Grand Assembly is in half a year. I definitely have to become a true disciple. In these 6 months, he put the teacup lid back on the cup. I need to make the most of my time. The next day, at the entrance of the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace, the guard was a little surprised to see someone arrive. Is that Ling Jianshen? That's right, Qi Tianlin gave me a map of the Earth Fiend Mystic Vein. It's divine grade, so this time I definitely have to get it. The guard stopped him. Halt. Please present your pass. The protagonist took out his pass. Disciple Ling Jianshen. Greets elder. This is my pass. The guard took it and inspected it. You may enter. Just then, an uninvited guest arrived. Wait. The red-haired guy was Wu Ji, and the old man next to him was Golden Elder Wu Yudao. The guard cupped his fist in greeting. So it's Elder Wu, what an honor to have you here. May I ask what brings Elder Wu here? Wu Yudao, leveraging his authority, said. My grandson wants to enter the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace. Arrange it. The guard was flustered. Well, Elder Wu, this month's qualification to enter the Earth Fiend Mystic Palace only has one last spot left, and disciple Ling Jianshen here presented his pass first. So, old Wu didn't listen to the explanation. So what, kid? I am Golden Elder Wu Yudao. You're giving up this spot. Protagonist being polite. This disciple urgently needs the earthly fiend vein. Please forgive me for not yielding. Old Vu grumbling. HMPH. A mere martial spirit 9th stage disciple dares to disobey me. Protagonist not backing down. Usually, one should prioritize seniority. I hope Elder Vu will abide by the rules. Old Vu getting angry. How dare you? Are you teaching this elder how to do things? If you don't hand over your qualification to enter the earthly fiend mystic palace today, don't even think about having a peaceful time in the inner sect. Watchman worriedly advising. Ling Jianshen, why don't you just give it to him? Otherwise you'll have a hard time in the 9-sword sect. Ling Jianshen being stubborn as hell. Sorry, no one can snatch what belongs to me. Ling Jianshen. Old Vu grinding his teeth. You little brat. You, Vu Gay, stepping forward, uncle. This kid won't yield. You can't personally make a move, so just leave it to me. Old Vu gleefully. Good, Vu Gay. Remember to keep him alive. I need to let him know what it means to offend me. Vu Jet arrogantly. Don't worry, uncle. You know my preferences, kid. Will you kneel down and cripple yourself, or do I have to do it for you? Protagonist mockingly laughing. You're not qualified. Vu Gay. Releasing a swarm of wild bugs. Since you're asking for death, then I'll grant it to you. World-devouring bugs. Watchman in shock. Bug Lord. How scary. Vu Gay's insect control technique has grasped the essence of Vu Yu Dao's. Ling Jianshen is going to suffer the pain of 10,000 bugs devouring his heart. Protagonist intrigued. So, you cultivate in the way of Vu Jiu, but too bad you ran into me. He releases a wisp of azure blue fire. Vu Dao confidently. Every single one of my GU insects has been refined for 9,981 days. They're immune to fire and water. You should just give up. Ling Jianshen arrogantly. Is that so? Then open your eyes and take a good look. Azure blaze fire turns into countless wisps of fire, and the GU insects that get hit by the fire instantly burst into flames. Vu Gen paling. What? You possess spirit fire. A large wisp of fire rushes towards them. Old Vu panicking. Not good, Vu Ji. Dodge quickly. But Vu Gay is struck in the chest by the spirit fire. He looks up to the sky and vomits blood. Ah, I'm not reconciled. Watchman surprised. Possessing spirit fire, it seems Ling Jianshen is also a chi refiner, but by injuring Vu Jie, he has completely offended Vu Yudao. Sure enough, old Vu angrily releasing his pressure. You little bastard! You dare to injure my nephew in front of me! Protagonist fearlessly provoking. He attacked me first, so I'm not allowed to fight back. Vu Yudao furious enough to make his hair stand on end. You wicked thing! You still dare to be stubborn? Looks like you're asking for death. Just then, someone flies over. Stop! Old Vu startled. HMPH. Yu Hongba. With extraordinary poise, he lands. Vu Yudao suspiciously. Yu Hongba, you want to stand up for this kid. Yu Hongba reminding. Elder Vu, don't forget the rules of the inner sect. Elders are not allowed to casually attack disciples. Vu Yudao helpless, so he helps Vu Ge leave. Fine, you can protect him this once, but I have ways to deal with him. Watchman bowing. Luckily, Elder Yun stepped in to stop him. Otherwise, I would have been in a difficult position. Protagonist also cupping his fist. Thank you for stepping in, Elder Yu. Yu Hongba waving his hand. I'm just upholding the rules of the inner sect. If you had been injured by Vu Ge just now, I definitely wouldn't have intervened. Protagonist politely. No matter what, I still thank you, Elder, for getting me out of that jam. Yu Hongba stroked his beard and said, weren't you going to the Dinsha Palace? Hurry in then. The main character didn't dawdle. Disciple will head in now. Du Hongba watched his back as he pondered. This kid is really a magnet for trouble. Now that the #1 Supreme Elder can't interfere with the matters of the inner sect, all the troubles are up to you to solve. Hope you don't disappoint us too much. Inside the Disha Mystical Palace, the main character reached out and wrapped a wisp of azure energy around his hand. The Disha aura is so dense, he exclaimed. No wonder it's constantly condensing Disha mystical veins. Ling Jianshen glanced at the map for a while. According to the map Qi Tianlin provided, the divine grade Disha mystical vein is located in the Black Marsh Lake in the east. Gotta get over there ASAP. A group of people appeared on the mysterious cliff. Chen Dong asked suspiciously. Ling Jianshen? He narrowed his eyes. I was just looking to stir up some trouble for this kid. Didn't expect him to show up right in front of me. Shingi stroked his chin. So this is the punk who's been causing trouble for the Chen family. Doesn't look like much. Zhao Cheng rolled his eyes. The Disha mystical vein in Black Marsh Lake is about to be born. It's likely a divine grade Disha mystical vein. Legend has it. Chen Dong, don't cause any more trouble this time. That Ling Jianshen is just an ant. Can be crushed at any time. Chen Dong wouldn't. Listen, killing this kid is itching me. Zhao Lang, you go find a chance to kill this punk. The guy named Zhu Lang jumped off the mysterious cliff. Yes, young Master Chen. A few stones he accidentally dislodged while moving created a small noise. Ling Jianshen immediately became alert. There's someone tailing me. Are they trying to gank me? Well, don't blame me for being rude then. He leaped and moved along the cliff walls, while his eyes secretly observed behind him. He's been following for so long without making a move. This guy's cautious as hell. Gotta find an opportunity to take him out. Ling Jianshen saw a few wisps of energy coming from a cave in front of him. He smirked. There's a surge of Disha mystical vein energy coming from the cave ahead. Opportunities here. Ling Jianshen transformed into a streak of light and rushed inside. He discovered a large crystal. The main character cleared his throat and pretended to shout, "Ha ha! Another mid-grade Disha mystical vein." His tone was overjoyed. Luckily there's no one here. This treasure is mine. Zhao Lang couldn't help but fire an arrow. Seeing the Disha mystical vein appear, Ling Jianshen quickly dodged. Zhao Lang stood on a rock, striking a haughty pose. "Kid, didn't expect you to find a mid-grade Disha mystical vein? What a surprise." The main character grinned triumphantly. "You've been following me for so long. Finally decided to show yourself." Zhao Lang was intrigued. "Oh, you knew I was following you, then you probably know your situation now. If you obediently hand over the Disha mystical vein, I might let you die a little more comfortably." The main character smirked. "You want me to die? You don't have the skills for that." Zhao Lang fired an arrogant arrow. "You're just a 9th level martial spirit. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand." Heart-piercing arrow. The main character easily caught the arrow with his hand, tilting his head provocatively. "Is that all you've got?" Zhao Cheng instructed Chen Dong. "Deal with this punk later. Let's quickly subdue the divine grade Disha mystical vein to avoid any complications," Chen Dong responded. "Understood." The guy passing by the main character didn't forget to point at Ling Jianshen. "Consider yourself lucky, but I'll take your life sooner or later." The main character crossed his arms, emitting black energy. "Oh, you dare to attack me? I don't mind sending you to meet Zhao Lang," Zhao Cheng shouted. "Brothers, let's hurry up and get to the island first. The first one to get on the island gets a reward of 1,000 saint crystals." He plotted evilly. Who knows what dangerous things are hiding under the lake? Let those idiots go up and scout first. Hearing the reward of 1,000 saint crystals, some couldn't help but rush forward eagerly. They cheered. "Senior brother Zhao is so generous, 1,000 saint crystals can be exchanged for a mid-grade Disha mystical vein," they shouted. 1,000 saint crystals. Charge." Just as their momentum was surging, one of them was entangled by a long, thick tentacle and dragged into the water. The guy next to him panicked. Not good, a demonic beast is attacking. Then 5 or 6 others were dragged down too. No, I don't want to die." The one who ran the fastest was grabbed, screaming, "Xianxia, save me!" Cheng Dong probed. "Zhao Xiang. Are we going to save them?" Chen Ge spoke up. "There are too many of them. If we try to save them one by one, we'll probably die here too." Zhao Cheng agreed. "Yeah, Qin Xiang is right. Don't worry about the lives of these idiots. They can be bait for the demonic beasts. Let's hurry up and get to the island." They immediately used their qinggong to skim across the lake's surface. Ling Jianshen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sneer. Poor guys. Zhao Cheng sold them out like that, but it was their choice. Can't blame anyone else. He looked at the tentacles wriggling non-stop, assessing. Even though there are a lot of demonic beasts in the ink lake, they're not really that fast. As long as I use my blood shadow without trace, I can easily get through. He gathered his strength and jumped high. "Can't delay this any longer, let's go." Then he dodged left and right, easily bypassing the ink tentacles under his feet to get to the other side of the Heart Lake Island. After a joss stick of time, Zhao Cheng, drenched in sweat, clung to the cliff and climbed up. Finally safe. "Let's go up." The others came ashore one by one. When we came, there were more than 30 of us. Now there are only 10 of us left. Boo-hoo-hoo. I saw my Shidi and Shimei die tragically in the hands of demonic beasts. How are we going to get back? I don't want to face those underwater demonic beasts again. Zhao Cheng swore loudly. Things have come to this, we have no way back. As long as you all help me get the earthly fiend profound vein divine item, I, Zhao Cheng, guarantee to bring you back safely. The others discussed. What do we do now? Now we can only trust Zhao Xiang. That's right, I don't want to stay here alone. Zhao Cheng called them over. Let's go. In his head, alarm bells were ringing. I'm the one who gathered everyone for this treasure hunt. So many disciples died. The sect will definitely hold me responsible. Zhao Cheng calculated. I definitely have to find a suitable scapegoat. He hesitated. Choose Cheng Dong or Xin Jie. Just then, Cheng Dong in front shouted, Ling Jianshen, why are you in front of us? There's no way you could have gotten through that demonic beast territory. How did you get through? The male lead crossed his arms nonchalantly. Why should I tell you? A light flashed in Zhao Cheng's head. Ha ha, heaven is helping me. Ling Jianshen can be the scapegoat for me. He pointed at the male lead accusingly, while also pinning the blame on him. Ling Jianshen, a despicable little person like you clearly had a safe route to the Heart Lake Island, but you didn't tell us, causing so many fellow disciples to die. Do you know your crime? Cheng Dong looked angry, pointing straight at the male lead. Ling Jianshen,
I didn't expect you to be such a sinister and cunning person, hiding the safe path for your own benefit, causing so many fellow disciples to die. You must atone with your death.
He looked at Zhao Cheng and smiled slyly, thinking, Zhao Cheng's excuse is great. Let's just go with it.
That Qin Ge also chimed in, Ling Jianshen, you disregard the lives of your fellow disciples, truly a heinous crime. As he spoke, he thought, this Zhao Cheng wants Ling Jianshen to take the fall, so I'll push him along. The more intense their fight, the better for me. The crowd all agreed, scolding the male lead severely. That's right, Ling Jianshen, you're the sinner who caused the deaths of our fellow disciples. You heartless bastard, you don't deserve to live, you must kneel there and apologize to the dead fellow disciples.
The male lead smiled faintly. Humph, not saying I even have a safe path. Even if I did, I have no obligation to tell you guys. As for telling me to apologize to those idiots, you're not worthy.
Zhao Cheng angrily rushed towards the male lead, shouting, Bastard, two-faced, selfish bastard, even at this point you're still stubborn. Today, if you don't hand over the safe path and kneel down to apologize, I will clean up the sect on behalf of the sect.
The male lead held his sword, calmly asked, Really? I want to see what qualification you have to clean up the sect on behalf of the sect.
Several onlookers commented maliciously about the male lead. This kid is too arrogant, definitely can't let him off. Cripple his cultivation. Throw him into the lake for the monster to eat so he can taste the pain that our fellow disciples suffered.
Zhao Cheng also cursed. You bastard, even at this point you're still unrepentant. Today I will use your life to pay tribute to the dead fellow disciples. As he swung his blade towards the male lead, he thought, Ling Jianshen, as long as I kill you, you'll take the blame.
At the same time, Cheng Dong also rushed forward shouting, Zhao Xiang, I'll help you. Ling Jianshen die. Qin Ge stood to the side, reaping the benefits like a fisherman, thinking, the more chaotic the fight, the better. The rest showed expressions of delight, laughing and chatting happily. Haha, Zhao Shixiang and Cheng Shixiang are joining forces. Ling Jianshen is definitely dead. We can avenge our Shixiang and Shimei right away. If my Shimei knew in the underworld, she would definitely be very happy.
The male lead said coldly, Want to kill me? You're not qualified. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't stand still anymore and directly swung his sword towards the two of them.
3 streams of golden, green, and purple light immediately collided in mid-air. Seeing the male lead's move, Zhao Cheng widened his eyes and exclaimed, What? Chen Dong also shouted in a panic, How? How is this possible?
Immediately following was a series of tragic screams echoing through the sky, accompanied by a massive explosion that sent the onlookers fleeing in terror.
Seeing Zhao Cheng sent flying and collapsing to the ground, the crowd panicked and asked each other, Did I see that right? Ling Jianshen's single blade actually defeated both Zhao Cheng and Chen Dong.
These guys looked at the male lead, wondering, how is he so OP?
Qin Ge, standing to the side, could only force a smile, thinking to himself, Ling Jianshen is actually this strong. I totally misjudged him.
The male lead pointed his sword at Zhao Cheng, saying, Next I should send you guys to hell. Zhao Cheng, still in disbelief, retorted,
Ling Jianshen, I am a disciple on the Jingchong ranking. If you dare kill me, the sect will not forgive you. Chen Dong stammered after him.
Ling Jianshen, there are so many people watching. If you kill me, the Chen family's fury is something you can't withstand. The male lead responded.
No one can threaten me, Ling Jianshen shouted. Die. Then, decisively acted to send Zhao Cheng to meet King Yama. Before dying, this guy, with tears streaming down his face, gasped, I am not reconciled.
Looking at Zhao's corpse lying next to him, Chen Dong's eyes snapped open. What? You actually killed Zhao Cheng. The male lead looked at the Chen, saying, Chen Dong, you're next. Chen Dong, now truly afraid, knelt at his feet, begging, Ling Xiao. No, Ling Dagzhe, please don't kill me. As long as you spare my dog life, I'll do anything you say. The male lead scoffed, repeating, Oh, anything I say? The guy nodded frantically. Yes. Anything. Just spare me. The male lead ran his sword lightly across Chen's neck, saying, Okay, then go die. Chen Dong died unwillingly, struggling to utter his last words, how could I die here?
Looking at the 2 corpses lying sprawled on the ground, the remaining guys discussed, Ling Jianshen actually killed both Zhao Cheng and Chen Dong. We're done for, he definitely won't let us off. What do we do? We shouldn't have provoked Ling Jianshen just now, the male lead warned.
You want to kill me? Then prepare to die first.
Those losers, standing to one side, looked at the male lead with utterly terrified expressions. Ling Xiao, spare us. We were all bewitched by Zhao Cheng and Chen Dong. We promise we won't dare to target you again.
The male lead glanced at them dismissively. You better not, he thought to himself. I should go find the Disha bloodline divine item now. Suddenly, the ground shook. The crowd just now shouted in fear, What's happening? Why is there suddenly an earthquake? This island, is it about to collapse? Just then, the earth dragon soared out of the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Seeing the earth dragon appear, the guys were utterly astonished, saying, That That's the Disha bloodline divine grade. Wasn't this golden dragon just an illusion? Now it's become real? Could it be that this Disha bloodline divine item has successfully manifested? The male lead's lips unconsciously curved upwards, he thought. No wonder it's the Disha bloodline divine item. It's actually manifested. If I can get it, my strength will definitely increase greatly. Qin Ge was also musing. This Disha bloodline divine item seems to be trying to escape from the Disha bloodline palace. The leader still hasn't arrived. I have to think of a way to buy more time.
Thinking this guy deliberately shouted loudly, "This is the Disha bloodline divine item. If anyone can obtain it, they can absolutely rise to the heavens in one step. Now I'm afraid even Ling Jianshen isn't its match." Having said that, he retreated backwards, calculating. The Disha bloodline divine item is so attractive, and with my instigation, the disciples of the Zhujian sect will definitely not be able to resist. As he expected, several Zhujian sect disciples rushed forward recklessly, saying, "That's right, as long as I obtain the Disha bloodline divine item, I can definitely become even stronger than Ling Jianshen. I get it, the Disha bloodline divine item is mine." Just as they approached the earth dragon, before they could even touch a single scale, the crowd were sent flying by the earth dragon, screaming wildly. Seeing that the Jutian sword people were all injured by the earth dragon, Qingen cursed inwardly. Damn it, these useless guys, they couldn't even hold back the Disha bloodline divine item for a bit. Suddenly, a voice startled, "Xin Gi, where do you think you're going?" The voice belonged to none other than the main character. Seeing him daring to stand before the dragon and challenge it, the Zhujian sect disciples gossiped again. That golden dragon is so strong, yet Ling Jianshen dares to stand up to it alone. He's strong, but he's no match for the golden dragon. Does Ling Jianshen think he's invincible after killing Zhao Cheng and Chen Dong? Qingge also chuckled, looking down on the main character, thinking, Ling Jianshen really doesn't know what's good for him. How could this Disha bloodline divine item submit to him? But it's all good, the Dazhu is almost here. Let him hold it back for the Dazhu for a while. Meanwhile, on Ling Jianshen's side, he was trying to approach the dragon, looking for an opportunity to strike it down. Seeing that the time was ripe, the main character unleashed a spirit seal, softly chanting, "Suppress." He slammed the spirit seal into the golden dragon's forehead, freezing it in place for a moment. Then, the golden dragon's entire body was tightly bound by a stream of golden energy. The main character lectured it. "You dare to struggle in front of me? Dream on." After that, he raised his hand and shouted, "Gather." Instantly, the golden dragon was sucked into the spiritual seal in his hand. Gazing at the orb containing the golden dragon, nestled in his hand, Ling Jianshen happily said, "Done." The Zhujian sect disciples, who had been looking down on the main character just now had their eyes opened. They buzzed with discussion. Ling Jianshen actually subdued the Disha bloodline divine item. How is that possible? He can subdue the Disha bloodline divine item with just a wave of his hand. Ling Jianshen is really strong. The main character thought to himself, the Disha bloodline divine item is in my hands. It's time to go back and prepare for a breakthrough. Seeing that the main character intended to leave, the Qin guy hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Ling Jianshen, don't be in such a hurry to leave." The main character looked at him with a questioning gaze and asked, "Qin Ge, what's wrong? You want to snatch the Disha bloodline divine item?" Qin Ge crushed the stone in his hand and replied with a sly smile, "I know my own limits. I know I'm no match for you. There's someone else to deal with you." Finishing his words, this guy looked up at the sky, clasped his hands in obeisance, and shouted, "Xinge respectfully welcomes Dazhu." At the same time, a thunderstorm appeared in the sky, and a man gradually appeared before the main character. As soon as he arrived, he demanded to steal the item. "Hand over the Disha bloodline divine item, and I'll let you keep your whole body." Looking at the person in front of him, the main character probed, asking, "Who are you?" He thought to himself, this person can break through space to come here. His strength is at least martial sect realm. His identity must be extraordinary. The Qin guy also raised his hand to introduce. This person is Dazhu of our blood god sect, Lord Zhuifeng. The Zhujian sect disciples exclaimed in shock. "What? That's actually the Danzhu of the blood god sect? Heavens, that's a big shot in the martial sect realm. We're done for. Is he going to kill us all?" The main character repeated, "Blood god sect," he recalled. "When I was in the Green Fire Army, I participated in a mission to encircle the Blood God sect. I didn't expect to encounter someone from the Blood God sect here." Having someone to back him up, Qin Ge began to show off, pointing directly at the main character's face and saying, "Ling Jianshen, Lord Zhuifeng has come here specifically for the Disha bloodline divine item. Be smart and hand it over. If you obediently listen, maybe the Lord will spare your life." The main character asked, "Oh, what if I don't hand it over?" Qin Gen sneered, pointing to the Zhujian sect disciples and replying, "If you don't hand it over, these useless trash will die with you." Hearing this, the Zhujian sect disciples trembled in fear. tears and snot streaming down their faces. They were close to peeing their pants, saying, "What? You want to kill us all, Lord Shui Feng? We are willing to follow you. Please don't kill us. No, I'm still young, I don't want to die."
The Shui Feng guy readily agreed. "It's fine if you want to follow me, but my subordinates don't accept cripples, unless," he paused, pointing at Ling Jianshen, and continued, "you can kill him."
The others started discussing with each other again.
What? Kill Ling Jianshen? Ling Jianshen isn't easy to deal with. No matter how difficult it is to deal with him, can he compare to the Blood God sect's martial sect realm, Dazhu? We have no choice now. That's right. Either way, we're going to die. Might as well risk it.
Then, they rushed towards Ling Jianshen aggressively with their swords, shouting, "There are so many of us, we can definitely kill Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen, sacrifice a little so everyone can survive." The main character gritted his teeth and repeated, "I warned you just now. If you're so stubborn, don't blame me."
He swung his sword lightly towards the others, shouting,
"Die." The group was immediately blown away, screaming and wailing, "We're done for, Ling Jianshen, you're so vicious." The Shui Feng guy flicked his sleeve lightly, deflecting the main character's stream of energy. The Zhujian sect disciples crawled at his feet, begging, "Lord, I already attacked Ling Jianshen. Save me." Shui Feng immediately turned his face.
"Useless trash. Get lost." The old man then sent the disciples of the Nine Swords sect flying. It was only then that they realized and wailed in despair, "I regret everything."
Seeing the Nine Swords sect disciples completely wiped out by the old man Shui Feng, the male lead muttered, "People of the Blood God sect, how vicious and ruthless." Shui Feng didn't hold back either.
"We, the Blood God sect, only value the strong. Ling Jianshen, your strength isn't bad. How about this? If you hand over the Blood Fiend Profound Meridian Divine Grade to me, I'll spare your life and take you on as my blood slave," Cheng Rui chimed in. "Ling Jianshen, to be able to become Lord Zhu's blood slave is your supreme honor. Why aren't you kneeling down to offer the Blood Fiend Profound Meridian Divine Grade and thank the Lord?"
The male lead wasn't about to give in. He flew towards Cheng Rui and asked, "Getting a little too cocky, aren't we? If that's the case, I'll help you out and let you experience this supreme honor for yourself."
Cheng Rui's face turned green with fear as he shrieked, "Oh no, Lord, save me."
Shui Feng blocked the male lead's sword strike and reminded him, "Ling Jianshen, you can't touch my people." Cheng Rui smirked, raising his voice to taunt,
"Ling Jianshen, with Lord Shui Feng here, you can't kill me." The male lead's eyes turned unusually cold. He burst out laughing, "Ha ha, that's not for sure." The moment the words left his mouth, he unleashed his blood shadow unmarked. The male lead's body split into multiple figures. He glided past Shui Feng, who stood frozen in place. Both Cheng Rui and the old man cried out in unison, "What?" As he got closer to Cheng Rui, the male lead revealed his true form and spoke, "No one can protect the person I want to kill. Prepare to die." Cheng Rui finally knew fear. His eyes widened as he yelled, "Deputy Master, help!" This time, even the Deputy Master couldn't save him. The male lead swiftly sliced a razor-sharp sword across his neck. Before dying, the man struggled to get his last words out. I can't accept this."
Seeing his man die tragically right in front of him, Shui Feng was a little stunned. He spoke, "Ling Jianshen, I didn't expect you to have such skill, to be able to kill Cheng Rui under my watch. Although he's just a dog of mine, he's not someone you can kill as you please." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and a fierce flame ignited. Ling Jianshen calmly pointed his sword towards the old man and said, "Oh, what are you going to do?" he thought to himself. "This is a good opportunity to see the gap between me and a martial ancestor."
The old man roared like a mad dog, lunged towards the male lead, and yelled, "You stinking brat, I'll take your life." The male lead charged straight at him, disdainfully replying, "Want to kill me? You don't have the qualifications." And just like that, two streams of red and blue light clashed in the air. At first, the two were evenly matched, and for a while the male lead was injured. He fell into deep thought. A martial ancestor's realm is much higher than mine. I can't defeat him with brute force. I have to use my wits. A formation that might be the most suitable way to deal with him. Even Shui Feng was injured on his hand. He looked at his bleeding hand and muttered, "Ling Jianshen, you actually dared to injure me. I was originally going to kill you directly, but I've changed my mind. I want to make you suffer enough pain and torment before you die." The male lead's entire body emitted a golden spiritual energy as he sneered, "HMPH. Not only will I injure you, but I can also kill you," the other man bellowed. "Ridiculous. A mere martial spirit 9th stage like you dares to boast of killing me." Ling Jianshen flew towards the old man and continued, "Don't believe me? Then just wait and see." Seeing the male lead getting closer and closer, Shui Feng hurriedly raised his hands in front of him to defend. He thought to himself, Ling Jianshen is so confident. Could he have a trump card? Or have the elders of the Nine Swords sect already caught up?
Seeing the time was ripe, the male lead muttered, "Now's the time," he yelled, blood shadow unmarked. Once again he created multiple clones to distract Shui Feng.
Before Shui Feng could react, he was startled by the male lead again, and blurted out, "What? These are clones. Damn it, I've been fooled by this brat." He quickly turned and fled before it was too late.
Shui Feng flew after Ling Jianshen, angrily yelling, "Ling Jianshen, you just wait. When I catch you, I'll make your life a living hell." Ling Jianshen used his clones to harass and distract Shui Feng. Ling Jianshen landed on the ground and said to himself, "With those two clones of mine causing trouble, Shui Feng probably won't catch up for a while. This is a perfect opportunity for me to set up a formation to deal with him." Breaking his thoughts, Ling Jianshen began to arrange the formation. He placed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Lin, Bing, Dao, Zhe, Ji, Zhen, Lai." The formation opened. A complex formation with countless flickering golden ancient runes formed on the ground. The formation was now hidden. Ling Jianshen stood there and said in a deep voice, "The universe primordial Dao formation has been set up." After saying that, Ling Jianshen smiled.
"Next, I just need to wait for Shui Feng to arrive." Just as he finished speaking, Shui Feng suddenly appeared and roared, "Ling Jianshen, you made me search high and low. This time, see where you can run." Ling Jianshen scoffed, "Why should I run? I was just warming up, old-timer. Now that I'm warmed up, it's time to send you on your way." Shui Feng sneered. "HMPH? Ling Jianshen? You think I'll fall for your tricks again? This time, I won't give you a chance to escape." Ling Jianshen smirked and snapped his fingers. "Idiot! You took the bait after just a couple of words." Seeing Shui Feng charging in, Ling Jianshen shouted, "Qiankun Hunyuan Blade Formation, activate." Shui Feng was shocked. "What? This is a formation? Trapped in the formation?" Shui Feng angrily exclaimed. "Damn it! You ran away just to set up this formation." Ling Jianshen raised his blade, coldly stating, "Correct. I'll grant you a lifetime supply of underworld experiences." Finishing his words, Ling Jianshen held his blade at eye level and roared, "Formation, activate." Within the formation, countless blade illusions pierced through Shui Feng's body. He screamed in despair. "Ah, no!" Shui Feng struggled, blood splattering across his face. He gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "Ling Jianshen, your methods are truly ruthless. This one has underestimated you." Ling Jianshen stood proudly, coldly replying, "Thanks for the compliment." Pausing, Ling Jianshen frowned, coldly saying, "But I'm surprised you're not dead yet. Looks like you have some pretty powerful protective treasures on you." A jade pendant appeared in Shui Feng's hand. The jade emitted a faint, extremely powerful force. He said in a low voice, "Yeah, thanks to the treasure the Holy Maiden bestowed upon me, it blocked over half of the attack. Otherwise, I might have really lost to a nobody like you today." Finishing his words, he slowly stepped out of the shattered stone, saying, "But I'm still alive, so you're screwed." A blazing red Genki erupted around Shui Feng, and he said coldly, "You're only at the martial spirit realm. Setting up such a powerful formation must have drained most of your Genki, right?" Finishing his words, Shui Feng sneered, "What do you have left to resist me now?" He rushed forward to attack Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, "The gap between my realm and Shui Feng's is too great. Even injured, he's not someone I can deal with. Looks like I can only use that move." Shui Feng jumped forward, gathering his energy and shouted, "Ling Jianshen, die." Ling Jianshen coldly put his hands together in front of him. "You're not qualified to kill me." Ling Jianshen spread his arms wide, silently thinking, "Back when I was the God Emperor's teacher, I researched the reversal technique. The Wan Dao Jimie Zhenjing can greatly increase my strength, but this move could lead to demonic possession, so I would never use it unless absolutely necessary. But now, there's no other choice." Ling Jianshen manipulated his hands, using the hand seals of the Wan Dao Jimie Zhenjing. As the reversed hand seals were cast, faint purple Genki containing terrifying power appeared. Ling Jianshen suddenly roared, "Wan Ji Yu Ji Mie Demon Physique." Ling Jianshen's body erupted with a dark red light, carrying a thick, violent aura. The chaotic Genki merged into Ling Jianshen's body, causing his black hair to fly wildly behind him. His eyes flashed with an icy glint. At this moment, Ling Jianshen carried a dense aura of destruction. The sudden surge of power from Ling Jianshen blasted Shui Feng backwards, and he screamed as he crashed to the ground. Shui Feng exclaimed in shock, "Why did Ling Jianshen's aura suddenly become the opposite of what it was before? What kind of strange trick is this?" Ling Jianshen raised his hand, and a radiant pearl fell into his palm. "Under the Wan Ji Yu Jimie demon physique, my martial soul is me, and I am the martial soul. Even the Disha Xuan vein divine grade, or the Ziji spirit liquid, I can devour and refine without fear." Shui Feng struggled to his feet, revealing a greedy expression, his eyes practically popping out with rage. "Disha Xuan vein divine grade. Damn it, Ling Jianshen, what are you planning?" Ling Jianshen put the pearl in his mouth, casually saying, "Of course I'm going to eat it." "Ling Jianshen,"
he shouted. Di Sha Xuan Vane divine grade, refine. Finishing his words, a golden dragon soared around him, and violent golden zhenki appeared beneath his feet with a thunderous roar. Ling Jianshen's eyes were icy as he shouted, ZG Spirit Liquid. 8 ZG Spirit Liquids, emitting a dense purple light and containing immense power, condensed in his hand. Ling Jianshen roared, Devour! The ZG Spirit Liquid merged into his body, and was frantically circulating within. Ling Jianshen's aura grew stronger and stronger, and his cultivation continuously increased. A violent wind arose between heaven and earth, and dark clouds gathered across the sky, forming terrifying lightning bolts that covered the vault above. The mighty lightning carried a destructive force that frightened even Shui Feng. This is the martial king realm heavenly tribulation. Shui Feng covered his face and frowned. The heavenly tribulation is so terrifying it's actually making me feel afraid. Even the one I faced when I broke through to martial ancestor can't compare to this. Shui Feng looked at the heavenly tribulation, his face filled with excitement as he laughed loudly. Ling Jianshen, this heavenly tribulation is so scary that even I, in my prime, would have to retreat, let alone you. Looks like I won't have to lift a finger today. You're definitely gonna die by this heavenly tribulation, ha ha ha. At this moment, Ling Jianshen's lips curved into a wicked smirk. In this life, the heavens dare not oppress me, and the earth dares not bury me. You think a tiny little heavenly tribulation can scare me? In your dreams, myriad extinction, swallow. Ling Jianshen stood straight, raising his hand high towards the sky, meeting the terrifying heavenly tribulation head-on. Countless black lights swirled around him, and an ancient, mysterious formation appeared behind him. The black lights spread, slowly devouring the heavenly lightning. Shui Feng's eyes shrank as he stammered in shock. How can this be, Ling Jianshen? He's actually devouring the heavenly tribulation. Ling Jianshen's eyes shone brightly as he let out a maniacal roar. Ha ha ha! This heavenly tribulation is the perfect boost for my breakthrough. The heavenly tribulation descended upon him, and his aura began to surge wildly. Martial King first stage, Martial King second stage, Martial King fourth stage, Martial King sixth stage. Ling Jianshen's aura stopped at the Martial King sixth stage. Shui Feng's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Martial King sixth stage, how is this possible? His heart was filled with continuous shock. Even with the support of the Earth Fiend Profound Meridian Divine Grade, he should only be able to break through to the Martial King third stage at most. What kind of monster is this kid? Immediately after breaking through, Ling Jianshen approached Shui Feng at an extremely fast speed and said coldly, Shui Feng, tell me, how do you want to die? Shui Feng's face turned grim as he unleashed his dark red true Q and yelled, Ling Jianshen, you won't be arrogant for long, so what if you're a Martial King 6th stage? You're still just an ant beneath a martial ancestor. As long as I kill you I can still refine the Earth Fiend Profound Meridian Divine Grade from your body. Ling Jianshen's eyes turned sharp. Haha, go on and try. Shui Feng's body moved, and he aimed a powerful palm strike at Ling Jianshen, saying in a cold voice, If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish, Blood Fiend Palm. The palm strike created a loud bang, and the ground shook violently. Seeing no movement, Shui Feng laughed triumphantly. Haha, a hit, Ling Jianshen, so what if your talent is monstrous? Didn't you still die by my hand? In your next life, remember not to mess with people you shouldn't. The dust cleared, and an unharmed Ling Jianshen appeared, with a wicked smile. You're celebrating too early. Seeing this, Shui Feng's jaw dropped in disbelief as he screamed, What? How? How can you be okay? Ling Jianshen lightly raised his hand and said indifferently, This is the power of the myriad ancient extinction demon body. It's normal for a frog in a well like you not to understand, Ling Jianshen said coldly. Now I'll let you personally experience it. He then unleashed a golden palm strike. A palm materialized out of thin air, majestic as a mountain, and slammed viciously toward Shui Feng. A world-shaking boom resounded, and Shui Feng was slammed hard into the ground, letting out a miserable shriek. The ground shook violently, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, a huge crater was revealed, and inside, Shui Feng lay there, spewing blood, and said in horror, Damn it, I couldn't resist at all. This is definitely not something a normal king level can do. Shui Feng propped himself up, gritting his teeth as he asked, Kid, what is your background? Ling Jianshen stood proudly in mid-air, his eyes icy as he looked down at Shui Feng, raising his saber. Go ask in hell. Shui Feng's face turned to horror as he threatened, No! You can't kill me. I'm a deputy master of the Blood God sect. If you kill me, Lord Blood God will know your identity, and then you'll have nowhere to run. Ling Jianshen swung his saber and yelled, Enough talk, die. Suddenly, at this moment, a violent ripple came from the void. A large passage suddenly cracked open in the calm sky above, and a huge bloody hand reached out from the crack towards Ling Jianshen, accompanied by a voice. Stop. Ling Jianshen glanced over, harumphed, and then flew to evade the incoming hand.
The bloody hand slammed into the ground, creating a powerful explosion. At the same time, an indifferent voice came from the slowly closing crack. You dare injure a deputy master of my blood god sect. Your life now belongs to the blood god sect. Ling Jianshen narrowed his eyes and sneered. HMPH, can't beat me, so you call for backup. Ling Jianshen raised his saber and pointed it at the crack, yelling, if you want my life, I'm ready for you anytime. Following the direction of the saber, countless powerful saber lights appeared and slashed into the crack. Ling Jianshen secretly thought, I can't believe this blood god sect is actually ranked among the inner sects of the Nine Swords sect. Luckily, the Earth Fiend Profound Meridian Divine Grade still ended up in my hands.
Ling Jianshen put away his pojun. Now that the talking's done, I should head back. Suddenly, a group of people charged towards him. Yu Dao pointed at Ling Jianshen from behind and shouted, You, stop right there! Ling Jianshen frowned, turned around, and let out a HMPH. He thought to himself, more trouble coming to my door. Seeing Ling Jianshen, Yu Dao said, unhappily, Ling Jianshen, what are you doing here? Ling Jianshen stood proudly in the air, coldly looking at Elder Yu, and said, Haha, Elder Yu has a short memory. Not long ago your grandson and I competed for a spot, and I crippled him. How could you forget so quickly after entering here? Yu Dao said angrily.
Several elders, upon hearing this, whispered in surprise. Elder Yung's grandson was crippled by Ling Jianshen. I didn't know. I heard that Yung Gao was screaming miserably this morning after being beaten. He just joined the sect, and is already fighting and killing. This Ling Jianshen is a bit too arrogant.
Yu Dao widened his eyes in anger and shouted, Ling Jianshen, stop beating around the bush. I received a distress call from a disciple, so I came here. Moreover, there are many corpses of disciples not far away. If you are here, do you know about those things? If you know, report it immediately. Or don't blame this elder for being impolite. Ling Jianshen sneered.
Trisk. Elder Yun is so imposing. But coincidentally, I do know about this. Yun now gritted his teeth and asked, who exactly killed those disciples? Speak up. And what about the Disha Xuan Vein Divine Treasure? I even heard its movements when I arrived.
Ling Jianshen calmly and indifferently smiled and said, It's very simple. I killed those disciples, and the Disha Xuan Vein Divine Treasure has also fallen into my hands. Hearing Ling Jianshen's words, the elders were enraged and fiercely cursed. You wicked thing, you dare to act so outrageously. Today I must punish you. You bastard, how dare you murder your fellow disciples? The sect is unfortunate to have a troublemaker like you. Yu Dao secretly calculated in his heart. The Disha Xuan Vein Divine Treasure, if I can obtain it, breaking through to martial ancestor isn't impossible. Ling Jianshen spoke again. I had a reason for killing them. Qingge colluded with the Blood God sect, causing the Blood God Lord to descend. Those cowards, wanting to survive, tried to kill me, so I killed them all. I admit that I haven't violated any sect rules. Hearing this, the elders exclaimed in shock. What? A disciple colluded with the Blood God sect? If it's true, this is a big deal. We must report it to the sect master immediately. Not so fast, it's not clear if this is true or false. I need to investigate it thoroughly, Yu Dao shouted loudly. Investigate my ass. This kid is definitely lying. Then, he turned his head and said through gritted teeth, Everyone knows that the Blood God sect's lord is a martial ancestor powerhouse. If he appeared here, how could this kid still be alive? He would have been beaten into mush long ago. Finishing his words, Yu Dao stepped forward and said coldly, So, there's only one truth. He pointed at Ling Jianshen and said loudly, Ling Jianshen must have slaughtered those disciples in order to compete for the Disha Xuan Vein Divine Treasure. Hearing Yu Dao's words, the elders felt that everything was indeed as he said. Elder Yu makes a lot of sense. That's exactly right. Ling Jianshen sighed and said, How come the Nine Swords sect has so many people who can't tell right from wrong? First Zhao Cheng, and now you. It's such a headache. Finishing his words, Ling Jianshen drew his blade and said coldly, Or I should just kill you all and be done with it. Yu Dao became furious upon hearing this and coldly ordered, Outrageous, elders, listen to my command. Ling Jianshen disregards sect rules and defies his elders. Immediately attack and kill him. The elders responded in unison, Yes. Then they simultaneously attacked Ling Jianshen with their blades, shouting, Ling Jianshen, prepare to die. Next year, this day will be your death anniversary. Yu Dao watched this scene with a greedy expression, thinking to himself, HMPH, as long as I kill Ling Jianshen, I can refine the Disha Xuan Vein Divine Treasure from his corpse. At that moment, Ling Jianshen jumped up, slashed out with a furious blade, and shouted a single word, Die. The elders were all blown away by the blade, screaming miserably, Damn, so strong, how is this possible? Looking at the elders lying scattered on the ground, Yu Dao was horrified. He handled them all with one strike. Are you kidding me? Ling Jianshen rushed to Yu Dao's side. Holding his blade to the old man's neck, he said coldly,
How do you want to die? Yu Dao exclaimed in panic. What? Fear was evident in Yu Dao's eyes, but he still threatened Ling Jianshen. Are you crazy? I am a golden elder of the Nine-Sword Sect. If you dare to kill me, the Nine-Sword Sect will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Stop now, and you still have a chance to live. Ling Jianshen smiled coldly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Haha, old dog, you think I'm scared. Since I entered the Nine-Sword Sect, I haven't actively touched anyone, but you've always targeted me, wanting to push me to my death. Although Ling Jianshen doesn't cause trouble, it doesn't mean I'm afraid.
Finishing his words, Ling Jianshen raised his blade high, slashed down, and shouted, "Today I will kill you!" Yu Dao panicked, holding a jade token in his hand.
This is bad. Finishing his words, he crushed the jade token in his hand and shouted, "Teleportation token, activate!" The blade light slashed down, and a loud explosion sounded. But Yu Dao managed to escape in time.
Ling Jianshen flew after him, saying in a deep voice, "Want to run? Dream on!"
Outside the door, the reporting elder stood guard. A teleportation gate appeared at the entrance. Yu Dao ran away quickly. It's fortunate that I brought a token when I came in, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get out. The elder registration guy saw Yu Dao and hurriedly asked, "Elder Yu, weren't you inside looking for disciples? Where are the others? And why are you running like hell?" Yu Dao stammered. Suddenly, Ling Jianshen chased after him, shouting, You old dog, I'm here to take your life."
Yu Dao panicked, booking it like his life depended on it, and kept yelling, "WTF, someone help me, this rebellious disciple Ling Jianshen wants to kill an elder."
Ling Jianshen followed closely behind. "You ain't getting away." The elder saw this scene and his jaw dropped. "You gotta be kidding me. Ling Jianshen is actually chasing after Yu Dao to kill him. Ling Jianshen just joined the Disha Mysterious Palace not long ago. How is he already so OP?" Finishing his sentence, he flew away, saying, "No way, I have to report this to the first Supreme Elder. ASAP, something big might happen next."
2 streaks of purple and gold flew across the sky above the Nine Swords Sect like lightning. Yu Dao panicked, yelling, "Someone! This rebellious disciple Ling Jianshen wants to kill an elder," Ling Jianshen said coldly. You old dog, you're a dead man today." Hearing the shouts from below, a group of disciples all looked up, stunned. "Ling Jianshen, I remember that. Isn't he that new disciple who just entered the sect? Seems like he's chasing Yu Dao, the Golden Elder. Is Ling Jianshen that badass? He can make a Golden Elder desperately trying to survive, right after joining the sect." In the sky, Ling Jianshen raised his leg and kicked Yu Dao hard, shouting, "Get down here!"
Yu Dao fell straight to the ground, creating a large pit.
Ling Jianshen swooped down, holding his blade to the old dude's neck, and said coldly, You old dog, let's see where else you can run." Yu Dao raised both hands, crying in fear. "No, don't kill me, Ling Jianshen, Grandpa Ling. It was my fault. I shouldn't have coveted your divine-grade Disha mysterious vein. Please spare my life. I'll do whatever you tell me to do in the future."
Ling Jianshen raised his blade, saying coldly, "Too bad, it's too late. Go repent in hell." Suddenly, an old man in purple robes flew over from the sky, shouting, "You wicked thing! Stop right there!" Finding a strong backer in this desperate situation, Yu Dao blurted out, "Great, Elder, save me." Seeing this, Ling Jianshen just said, "No one can save you today."
Then, Ling Jianshen swung his sword and finished him off, shouting loudly, "Die!"
Yu Dao stuttered, trying to say, I'm not reconciled. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was separated from his body. Yin Tianyue, standing in the distance, saw this scene and was enraged, shouting,
"Outrageous!" Yin Tianyue, filled with anger, pointed at Ling Jianshen, saying, "Ling Jianshen, you actually dared to kill the Golden Elder of our Nine Swords Sect in front of me. You're really courting death." Seeing Yu Dao's lifeless body lying on the ground, everyone around started whispering, "What? Elder Yu Dao is dead? Oh my god." So, Ling Jianshen actually dared to kill him. Even the third Supreme Elder is shocked. That kid Ling Jianshen is done for this time.
Ling Jianshen only said quietly, "Yin Tianyue, you're the third Supreme Elder of the Nine Swords Sect at least. Are you going to attack me without even asking why?"
Yin Tianyue pointed his sword at Ling Jianshen and said sternly, "Is there any need to ask why? You killed Yu Dao in front of everyone. I saw it with my own eyes. Based on this crime alone, I can kill you right here."
Hearing this, Ling Jianshen explained, "Humph, Yu Dao coveted my divine-grade Disha mysterious vein and wanted to harm me. Is it a crime for me to kill him? Qin Ge colluded with the Blood God sect, luring the Blood God sect's master into the Disha mysterious palace. I fought with all my might to defeat him, but Yu Dao actually wanted to attack me." Ling Jianshen pointed his sword at Yu Dao's corpse, adding, "Is this how the elders of your Nine Swords sect teach their disciples?" The crowd around them started to whisper, "What? Shingen actually colluded with people from the Blood God sect?" One person surprisingly said, "This is really hard to believe." Someone suddenly realized and said, "Wait, Ling Jianshen said he defeated the Blood God sect's master. How is that possible? I heard the blood god sex master is a martial sect powerhouse, Ling Jianshen continued. Everyone, in the Disha mysterious palace, there are still traces of my battle with the blood god sex master. You only need to send someone to investigate clearly to know whether I'm lying or not.
Yin Tianyue thought to himself. Ling Jianshen is so confident and fearless. Could it be that he's telling the truth? He calculated and thought, no way. Even if it's true, I have to hold on to the fact that he killed Yu Dao. This kid is rising too fast, and he hasn't dealt with me yet. I must take this opportunity to eliminate him. Yin Tianyue shouted loudly, Ling Jianshen, stop talking nonsense. That blood god sex master is a martial sect powerhouse. How could you, a mere martial corps, defeat him? This must be a fabrication to escape punishment. You slaughtered your fellow disciples for the divine grade Disha mysterious vein, and even elder Yu Dao died tragically under your demonic claws. Today, this elder will personally clean up the sect.
Ling Jianshen said disappointedly, haha, you guys are really birds of a feather. I shouldn't waste my breath on you.
Yin Tianyue rushed forward and attacked, shouting, you're about to die and you still dare to talk back. I'll send you to meet your ancestors.
Ling Jianshen raised his sword in response. If the Nine Swords sect won't deliver justice, then I'll let the blade in my hand carve it out. With that, Ling Jianshen unleashed his ultimate technique, Dragon Flame Skyrending Slash, colliding with Yin Tianyue's attack. The sword strike was too powerful, shattering Yin Tianyue's assault.
Seeing this, Yin Tianyue exclaimed in terrified shock.
What? Yin Tianyue hurriedly formed a seal to create a shield. Block it for me, quick! But Ling Jianshen's blade was just too strong. Yin Tianyue couldn't hold it back, and even had his left arm sliced off in the excruciating pain.
Yin Tianyue screamed, ah! My arm! Yin Tianyue slumped to the ground, clutching his severed left arm. Ling Jianshen's slash even cleaved the stone peak behind him in two. The surrounding crowd was flabbergasted. Are you kidding me? Ling Jianshen actually chopped off Yin Tianyue's arm with one strike. Someone looked at the composed Ling Jianshen and blurted out, Elder Yin Tianyue is at the peak of the 9th level of the Martial King realm, yet Ling Jianshen crippled his arm with a single move. Doesn't that mean what he just said was true?
At this moment, the people around were horrified and whispered to each other.
If I remember correctly, Ling Jianshen only joined the sect a few days ago, right? This talent is way too freaking monstrous.
Yin Tianyue still stubbornly shouted, Ling Jianshen, you actually took advantage of my carelessness to chop off my arm. Yin Tianyue, clutching his wound, roared, I'll definitely flay you alive, tear out your tendons, refine your soul, and extract your marrow to quench the anger in my heart. Ling Jianshen, without the slightest hesitation, raised his sword. Ling Jianshen said defiantly, Humph, try it if you dare. The one who dies in the end will definitely be you.
Standing before the point of Ling Jianshen's sword, Yin Tianyue faltered, unable to speak, only stammering a few words. Yin Tianyue thought to himself,
This blade doesn't seem ordinary. That's right. How could Ling Jianshen have severed my arm with his own strength alone? He must be relying on the power of this blade. I'm afraid this blade is at least a 6th grade combat weapon. If I can get it, I can even take on martial sex. I must snatch it. Yin Tianyue suddenly yelled, Ling Jianshen, first you killed Golden Elder, and now you've chopped off my arm.
According to the sect rules, that's a capital offense, Yin Tianyue arrogantly declared, but this elder will show you mercy. As long as you kneel down, swear allegiance to me, and hand over the weapon in your hand, I can beg the sect master to spare your life. Otherwise, not only will you die, your entire family will be implicated. Hearing those words, Ling Jianshen clenched his fist and burst out laughing. Haha, just say you want my heaven-severing blade. Why bother making excuses? Ling Jianshen continued.
Also, I hate it when people threaten me with my family, Ling Jianshen said sternly.
So goodbye. Ling Jianshen lunged forward, launching an attack, and shouted, You can die now. Facing Ling Jianshen's attack, Yin Tianyue unleashed a defensive technique, yelling,
I was just careless before. You can't kill me. Yin Tianyue unleashed the heavenly dragon eclipse, and a purple dragon flew out.
Ling Jianshen didn't flinch in the slightest, adding, Old dog Yin, if that's all you've got, then you're definitely dying today.
Ling Jianshen unleashed the 8 Desolations Dragon Slaughter, shattering Yin Tianyue's attack with a single slash.
Yin Tianyue exclaimed in horror.
What? He actually shattered my heavenly dragon eclipse with one slash? How? How can Ling Jianshen know such powerful blade techniques? Ling Jianshen added, I know more than you think, old dog Yin, accept your death. At this moment, Yin Tianyue begged in terror, No, don't kill me someone, save me. Ling Jianshen is betraying the sect rules. Yin Tianyue turned and fled.
Ling Jianshen wasn't about to let him escape easily. Ling Jianshen shouted, You want to run? Dream on? Ling Jianshen flew up in pursuit, yelling,
Old dog, today, the only path left for you is death. The disciples behind were all in a frenzy. Ah! Am I seeing things? Yin Tianyue is actually being beaten to a pulp and running away by Ling Jianshen. Yin Tianyue is the third supreme elder. Ling Jianshen hasn't even been in the sect for a month. Unbelievable. Looking at the two people chasing each other in the sky, one disciple said, I have a feeling the Nine Swords sect is about to change. Yin Tianyue flew and continuously cried for help.
Someone, save this elder. Yin Tianyue kept begging
Ling Jianshen, stop chasing. I won't pursue your previous offenses anymore. Please stop. It was my fault before. Please don't kill me.
Ling Jianshen had no intention of letting Yin Tianyue go. Ling Jianshen shouted, begging for mercy now. Too late. Today I will definitely kill you. With that, Ling Jianshen unleashed a series of powerful slashes, aimed at Yin Tianyue. Yin Tianyue couldn't evade, and took a slash straight to the back.
Yin Tianyue spewed blood from his mouth and screamed loudly. Ah! Yin Tianyue face-planted on the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough, Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen also landed. Slowly approaching, Yin Tianyue frantically begged, don't come any closer. Suddenly, Chen Su and Tang Jin rushed forward, shouting, stop! How dare you! You actually dare to hunt down the supreme elder of our Nine Swords sect, what? Seeing Chen Su,
Tang Jin and so many other elders arriving to save him, Yin Tianyue excitedly said, Elder Chen, Elder Tang, you two finally arrived? This brat is utterly rebellious, absolutely can't let him off. Chen Su frowned and said, Elder Yin, rest assured, Ling Jianshen is dead for sure today. Tang Jin pointed at Ling Jianshen, saying, Ling Jianshen, if you surrender now, I might even give you a quick death. Facing so many elders with such high cultivation, Ling Jianshen wasn't afraid at all and retorted, I didn't want to kill too many people, but you guys just insist on throwing your lives away. At this moment, Sword God became extremely angry, showing no mercy, and shouted, then don't blame me.
Ling Jianshen charged forward, attacking with his sword.
Tang Jin didn't dodge, but said heroically, Brat, you actually dared to attack me first. Then I'll send you to the afterlife right now. Tang Jin then unleashed Roaring Tiger Thunderclap Fist. The two skills collided, creating a massive explosion that sent shockwaves in all directions. Seeing this, the onlookers exclaimed excitedly,
Elder Tang is a top 5 master in the Qin Hong level elders list. Killing a Ling Jianshen shouldn't be too easy, another person bragged.
Roaring Tiger Thunderclap Fist is one of Elder Tang's ultimate moves.
Yin Tianyue also flashed a smug smile. Kid Ling Jianshen, you're definitely gonna die this time. This evil spawn deserves such an end, Yin Tianyue said confidently with a smile. Ling Jianshen, so what if you're strong? The one who laughs last will still be me.
The smoke gradually dissipated, and Ling Jianshen and Tang Jin were still standing there. At this moment, Tang Jin's arm trembled,
blood flowed everywhere, and he stammered in fear.
You,
how can you be so strong? Without hesitation, Ling Jianshen pushed Tang Jin's shoulder, saying, go to hell and ask. Tang Jin fell down, shouting, I'm not reconciled. Everyone around was once again taken by surprise. All were stunned to see Tang Jin lying on the ground. Whispers and commotion resumed. What? Elder Tang was killed by Ling Jianshen? Is that possible? Are you kidding me, Ling Jianshen? Is that strong? Ling Jianshen raised his hand, saying, eternal silence. Ling Jianshen pointed his hand towards Tang Jin, continuing,
devour Tang Jin's life force. Tang Jin's life force flew out from his eyes, nose, and mouth, gradually being sucked into Sword God's hand. Watching his life force being sucked out, Ling Jianshen thought to himself, the Eternal Silence Demon Physique has a total of 9 levels, but now each level is in a sealed state. Only by devouring enough martial souls and power can the seals be broken, and a Martial King 9th level powerhouse can actually restore 1/10 of the first level of the Eternal Silence Demon Physique.
Ling Jianshen flashed a sinister smile, thinking further, Chisk, chisk. There are quite a few Martial King 9th levels here.
Ling Jianshen rushed forward, attacking the crowd again, and shouted, I gave you guys a chance to uphold justice, too bad you didn't want it, so don't blame me. The crowd rushed up in a frenzy, retaliating and shouting, how dare you, you still dare to attack us alone, everyone, we must kill this guy here today, even if he's strong, he can't be a match for all of us.
Ling Jianshen chuckled lightly, unleashing the ultimate skill, Blood Shadow No Trace Kill.
After Ling Jianshen's shout, each person in the crowd was killed by a single slash,
leaving only a few screams. Too strong. How is this possible?
Seeing the scene before him, Yin Tianyue exclaimed in horror, I'm screwed, so many elders rushed up together and still weren't a match for Ling Jianshen, then isn't it certain that I'm going to die?
Chen Su was bewildered, thinking to himself, Ling Jianshen is only Martial King 6th level. How can he have such great combat power? It doesn't make sense, unless Ling Jianshen has cultivated an extremely powerful technique, if I could get it. At this moment, Chen Su flashed a treacherous smile. Chen Su then turned to ask Yin Tianyue, Elder Yin, if I remember correctly, the 3rd city district belongs to you recently, right?
Yin Tianyue hesitated slightly, but still replied,
yes, that's right. Hearing this, Chen Su pointed to the sky, ordering, the 3rd city district should have a city protecting grand formation, Elder Yin. Immediately start it with the other elders. With this formation, we can definitely suppress Ling Jianshen.
Yin Tianyue pulled out a command token from her sleeve, raised it high and said, "That's right, I was in such a rush to escape that I forgot about this."
Yin Tianyue shouted, "Everyone, lend me a hand." The surrounding elders all shouted in unison, "Okay." Everyone channeled their power into Yin Tianyue's command token. Once enough internal energy was accumulated, Yin Tianyue recited the command, "Heaven and earth, limitless power, heed my command, activate the formation." Immediately, the command token split into multiple copies.
Following the direction Yin Tianyue pointed, the tokens were planted around Ling Jianshen's location.
Ling Jianshen looked around and asked, "What's this?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's tail appeared, followed by the legs of a white tiger. Then all three spirit beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, and phoenix, fully manifested. Chen Su pointed at Ling Jianshen and said, "Ling Jianshen, this is our Nine Swords Sect's Grand City Protection Formation, the Four Symbols Heaven Suppression Formation. Even a normal martial sect expert can't break this formation. If you don't want to die, obediently surrender. Hand over your sword and cultivation techniques."
Hearing about the formation, Ling Jianshen just laughed and replied, "Haha, don't compare me to ordinary martial sect cultivators, they're not worthy."
Ling Jianshen raised his sword high and continued, "You think a mere 7th grade formation can stop me? I spotted the formation's eye a long time ago." Ling Jianshen shouted, "Break for me!" and swung his sword. Crack! The white tiger was charging. With Ling Jianshen's single sword swing, a group of elders setting up the formation were all seriously injured and coughed up blood. The elders exclaimed, "The formation was broken just like that, are you kidding me?"
Yin Tianyue and Chen Su were utterly flustered and exclaimed, "What? This is a 7th grade grand formation, how could it be broken in an instant?" Before they knew it, Ling Jianshen was behind Chen Su, holding his sword to the old man's neck and saying, "Let me tell you, nothing is impossible."
Chen Su turned pale and hurriedly begged Ling Jianshen, "Wait, don't kill me." But it was too late. Chen Su's eyes widened, and a streak of blood shot out. All the elders behind him were terrified. Chen Su lay motionless in a pool of blood. Chen Su barely managed to gasp out a few words. How could I die here?" Ling Jianshen continued to unleash his magic, absorbing Chen Su's life force. After absorbing Chen Su's life force, Ling Jianshen glanced at the elders behind him. Yin Tianyue was now completely useless, falling down in fear, only daring to say, "Elder Nhu couldn't stop him like that. It's Ling Jianshen again, he even killed Elder Chen. It's over, it's really over this time. I'm definitely dead." Ling Jianshen advanced towards Yin Tianyue, threatening, "HMPH. You're pretty smart, but you brought this upon yourself." Ling Jianshen raised his sword, preparing to strike, and didn't forget to say, "Remember to be a good person in your next life." Yin Tianyue closed his eyes and raised his hand in despair, exclaiming, "No." Suddenly, a circle of green light appeared in the sky, illuminating the entire area. Streaks of lightning from the circle struck the ground, attracting everyone's attention. From within the circle emerged Huo Zhendong, the sect master of the Nine Swords sect. He said, "Ling Jianshen, stop." Ling Jianshen looked up, surprised, and said, He thought to himself, "Another one came. Are they ever gonna end?" Seeing this, Yin Tianyue shouted in joy, "Haha, the sect master has arrived. Great, Ling Jianshen is a heinous criminal. Sect master, please save me." But Ling Jianshen didn't let Yin Tianyue say anything more. The sword god swung his sword and killed Yin Tianyue, saying, "Your lines are too repetitive, die." Before collapsing, Yin Tianyue still managed to choke out, I'm not willing." Huo Zhendong saw this and flew down below, roaring, "You damned Ling Jianshen, you actually killed Yin Tianyue in front of me. You think having the protection of the first Supreme Elder means I won't dare kill you?" The surrounding crowd stirred again, saying, "What? Ling Jianshen actually killed the third Supreme Elder, Yin Tianyue. He's done for this time. Even the sect master has appeared. After so many times being smug and dying unjustly, there's still someone arrogant that said, the sect master is a martial sect realm expert. If Ling Jianshen knows what's good for him, he should immediately kneel down and surrender. Maybe there's a chance he can live." Ling Jianshen, without a hint of fatigue, laughed heroically. "Haha, you seem to be mistaken about something. The reason I, Ling Jianshen, dared to kill Yin Tianyue has never been because of someone else's protection, but because of my own strength." Huo Zhendong took out a glowing seal and said to Ling Jianshen, "How dare you? I want to see just what kind of strength you have that makes you so arrogant." Ling Jianshen focused his gaze on the sky, his eyes showing no fear whatsoever. Huo Zhendong unleashed his ultimate technique, the Fantian Seal, a giant seal flying down from the sky. Seeing this ultimate technique, the surrounding crowd shouted, "The Fantian Seal is one of the sect leader's ultimate techniques. Ling Jianshen is only a martial king. There's no way he can withstand this move. He's dead for sure." Serves Ling Jianshen right for being so arrogant. He can't blame anyone else for ending up in this situation. Ling Jianshen gripped the sword tightly in both hands, saying, "Just some flashy moves. My one blade can break it." Ling Jianshen swung his sword. using the blade shattering the sky technique. Ling Jianshen's move once again blocked the attack, causing the surrounding crowd to exclaim in surprise, "Are you kidding me?" Ling Jianshen actually blocked the sect leader's ultimate technique. Just how terrifying is Ling Jianshen's strength? No way. The sect leader must not be serious yet.
Huo Zhendong was also extremely surprised, exclaiming, "Kid, I didn't expect you to have some skills. I underestimated you." Huo Zhendong landed, and the ground around him began to crack. Huo Zhendong leaped up with all his might, saying, "It's a pity your sins are too great, you must die today." From within the hazy smoke, Ling Jianshen replied with a smile.
"My sins are great, haha," Ling Jianshen said decisively. "Since entering the Nine-Sword sect, I've never done anything that I'm ashamed of. On the contrary, it's your Nine-Sword sect, with countless treacherous schemes, even colluding with the Blood God sect's martial elders. As the leader of a sect, what qualifications do you have to question me?" Hearing this, Huo Zhendong said in shock, "What? Someone colluded with the Blood God sect? Someone spoke up?" What Ling Jianshen said is true. He flew over while continuing to speak. "I just investigated in the Killing Swan Palace, and there were traces of Blood God sect experts left behind there."
It's Qin Tianlin. He stood in front of Ling Jianshen, pointed at Huo Zhendong and shouted, "Huo Zhendong, you old geezer! If you want to kill Ling Jianshen today, you'll have to step over my dead body." Seeing this, Huo Zhendong didn't know what to do. He just stood there silently looking. Then Ling Jianshen thought to himself, "Qi Tianlin is quite righteous. It wasn't for nothing that I helped him in the beginning." Huo Zhendong sighed and waved his hand, saying,
"Senior Master, why go to such lengths?" Ling Jianshen was surprised to hear this, and exclaimed, Senior Master." Qi Tianlin crossed his arms and said, "Oh, you still know I'm your Senior Master. I thought that after becoming the sect leader of the Nine-Sword sect, you'd forgotten who I am."
Huo Zhendong smiled embarrassedly and scratched his head, replying, "What are you saying, Senior Master?"
"Am I that kind of person?" Huo Zhendong stepped closer to Qi Tianlin and said softly,
"If it wasn't you who saved me and took me into the sect,
I would have been a corpse long ago." Then Huo Zhendong whispered into Qi Tianlin's ear, "Senior Master, as you see, please save some face for me."
Qi Tianlin turned around and gave a thumbs up, then said, "So, about Ling Jianshen's matter," Huo Zhendong obediently replied,
"Disciple understands." Huo Zhendong turned around and said, "Ling Jianshen, your matter involves the Xuan God sect. It's an extremely serious matter that requires detailed investigation. You go back first." Hearing this, Ling Jianshen clasped his hands and said, "Okay, understood." A person beside him also clasped his hands and said,
"Subordinate takes his leave." The crowd behind them continued to discuss, "Damn, the sect leader just let Ling Jianshen go like that. Ling Jianshen killed so many elders, and nothing happened. He just left. TCH, what a good background he has." With a background, but without real strength, you would have died for you, the background. And similar strength, you absolutely can't withstand the continuous attacks of those great elders.
Ling Jianshen turned to ask the other person. Qi Tianlin was the one who informed, right? "Grateful," that person respectfully replied. "Young Master Ling is too polite. I'm just doing what I should do." In his heart, this person thought, "If I didn't know he just killed several great elders in a row, I would have thought he was really just an ordinary disciple with manners."
Ling Jianshen quickly asked, "Right, just now I heard the sect leader called Qi Tianlin Senior Master." He was a bit curious in his heart. If Qi Elder's disciple is the sect leader, then why did he want the fruit to die?
That person replied, "This is a long story. Elder Qi Tianlin was originally the personal disciple of the previous sect leader, and at that time everyone in the sect thought that the next sect leader would be him. But who knew that when the previous sect master passed away, he handed over the position of sect master to the current one. That's why Elder Qi always had a lingering resentment in his heart." Hearing this, Ling Jianshen finally understood and said, "So that's how it is."
Ling Jianshen thought to himself, Qi Tianlin is the sect master's master, and Qi Tianlin calls me master, so doesn't that make me the sect master's grandmaster? Ugh, this lineage is so messed up. Time flew by to the next day. At Hongtu Courtyard, Ling Jianshen stood alone. Ling Jianshen gazed reflectively at the surrounding scenery, when from behind him, Qi Tianlin approached and said, "Master, it's all resolved." Ling Jianshen asked, puzzled. "Oh, how so?" Qi Tianlin presented him with a golden ring and then spoke, "The sect will immediately issue an announcement. Yin Tianyue colluded with the Blood God sect, so not only are you blameless for killing them, Master, you've actually gained merit, and you'll receive a reward of 10 Saint crystals." Holding the ring, Ling Jianshen said, "Oh, so much," he thought to himself. "My myriad ancient extinction demonic physique can't unleash its true power yet, so these Saint crystals are perfect for exchanging for some medicinal ingredients to improve myself a bit." Qi Tianlin continued, "Apparently the sect is also holding the inter-sect competition early. Master, weren't you planning to participate in the Heavenly Pride Grand Assembly? Only the 10 great true legacy disciples can join the Heavenly Pride Grand Assembly,
and you just need to rank in the top 10 of this intersect competition to become a true disciple.
Hearing this, Ling Jianshen said, "If I'm not mistaken, this early intersect competition is probably related to the Blood God sect, right?" Qi Tianlin said, utterly surprised. As expected, Master's foresight is truly divine. The purpose of this intersect competition is to take revenge on the Blood God sect. 3 days from now, disciples participating in the competition can form teams of 5 or act alone, with the main goal of destroying the Blood God sect's branch stronghold in the Qingyun mountain range. Ling Jianshen suddenly pointed at Qi Tianlin's forehead and said, I got it." Qi Tianlin was stunned as he noticed a radiant light glowing on his forehead. Ling Jianshen explained as he walked away. "You did pretty well this time. This is your reward. Go back and comprehend it carefully, and you'll definitely be able to break through to the 7th rank Alchemy Grandmaster realm." Qi Tianlin stepped forward and respectfully said, "Thank you, Master. This disciple will never forget your immense benevolence." Ling Jianshen walked along, deep in thought. The intersect competition will have core disciples fighting too, so it's definitely going to be fierce. More importantly, that Blood God sect branch stronghold absolutely has countless experts. 3 days. I need to get fully prepared. In a cultivation residence, a person stammered. Senior brother Ling, these are all the medicinal ingredients you asked for." Before Ling Jianshen was a table piled high with rare medicinal ingredients. The people around him began gossiping. "Isn't that Ling Jianshen? He wants to buy so many medicinal ingredients. I heard he got a huge amount of Saint crystals for killing that supreme elder who colluded with the Blood God sect. So impressive." Someone else scoffed upon hearing this. "Oh really? Then you go kill a supreme elder and see if the sect master gives you any Saint crystals," the other guy retorted. "Kill my ass, I don't have that kind of strength." Ling Jianshen looked at the medicinal ingredients on the table and said, Not bad. How many Saint crystals for all of this?" The junior disciple replied, "Senior brother Ling, by standard pricing, you owe 150,000 Saint crystals in total." Ling Jianshen exclaimed in shock. 150,000 Saint crystals. Ling Jianshen began to ponder. I can't believe 100,000 Saint crystals still isn't enough. Ling Jianshen then had an idea and said, "Can I exchange other things for Saint crystals?" The junior disciple stammered. About that, a person named Chen Feng stepped forward and said, "I can't believe Ling Jianshen, who managed to slay the 3rd Supreme Elder, can't even cough up 150,000 Saint crystals." The remark caught Ling Jianshen's attention. Ling Jianshen looked over and asked, That Chen Feng then said, Trisk, how embarrassing for him." The people around began whispering, "Who's this kid? He actually dares to provoke a ruthless figure like Ling Jianshen." Someone in the crowd suddenly remembered and said, "That guy's name is Chen Feng, and his big brother is ranked number 1 on the Disciple Startling Swan rankings. The Disciple Startling Swan rankings are way stronger than the Elder Startling Swan rankings. I heard that all true disciples in the top 10 have accomplishments of killing martial ancestor experts." The others then realized. Oh, so that's why. No wonder this kid isn't afraid of Ling Jianshen. Chen Feng looked smug hearing everyone talk. Ling Jianshen ignored him and still asked, "Is there a way to exchange for?" Ling Jianshen's attitude made Chen Feng furious, who yelled, "How dare you ignore me?" Chen Feng slammed his hand on the table and roared, "The Saint Hall's rules only accept transactions with Saint crystals. If he doesn't have the money, then I'll take all of this." Chen Feng also tossed a golden ring onto the table. Ling Jianshen asked, curious, "What are you trying to do?" Chen Feng began to speak. "Haha, Ling Jianshen, I hear you've been quite capable lately, even daring to kill someone from my Chen family. Truly quite the talent." Then he suddenly pulled up his pant leg and said, "And lately this young master has taken a liking to recruiting talents. If you can immediately kneel down, crawl through my legs, and agree to be my dog, I might graciously bestow all these medicinal ingredients upon you. What do you say?" The surrounding people began gossiping again, as expected of someone from the Chen family, just casually throwing around over 100,000 Saint crystals. They're filthy rich. Someone else said, "Yeah, with Ling Jianshen's personality, how could he possibly endure such humiliation? Do you think he'll make a move?" Another person added, "Chen Feng's biological older brother can even kill martial ancestors, so Ling Jianshen probably has to think twice." Ling Jianshen suddenly said, "All right," which took everyone by surprise. Chen Feng laughed triumphantly. "Oh, looks like you've agreed. Then hurry up and kneel." Suddenly, Ling Jianshen launched an attack and roared, "Kneel my ass!" The strike made Chen Feng's eyes roll back, his head snapping backward. Chen Feng was slapped so hard he faceplanted, only managing to gasp, "Pruft! Ugh! Ah!" Chen Feng struggled to sit up, yelling, "Bastard, you actually dared to hit me." Ling Jianshen calmly replied, "I was just annoyed about not having enough spirit stones, and lo and behold, the heavens sent a rich guy my way." Ling Jianshen stepped forward and put a foot on Chen Feng. Ling Jianshen arrogantly declared, "In that case, I won't hold back anymore." At this point, Chen Feng, trembling, pleaded, "Wait.
But Ling Jianshen didn't bother listening.
With just a light stomp, Chen Feng was flattened against the ground, the floor cracking from Ling Jianshen's force. Even in that state, Chen Feng still blustered, "I won't let you off." Ling Jianshen took Chen Feng's spirit stones, tossed them to his junior brother, and added, "So much chatter. Are there enough spirit stones in here?" The junior brother stammered,
Enough. It's enough, but..." Then he snatched the spirit stones into his palm.
Ling Jianshen declared firmly, showing no mercy, "If this punk has any complaints, tell him to come find me." With that, Ling Jianshen raised his hand and yelled, "Collect!" All the medicinal ingredients instantly flew into his hand.
He examined the ring, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Ling Jianshen was done.
Behind Ling Jianshen's back, exclamations erupted. "Holy crap, Ling Jianshen actually beat up Chen Feng." Someone else then laughed at Chen Feng. "Heh, Chen Feng totally deserved it. He definitely won't take this lying down. Looks like there's more drama coming." Chen Feng lay flat like a soulless cricket, his mouth still agape. Returning to Hongtu Courtyard, Ling Jianshen sat on a raised platform. Below him, all the freshly harvested medicinal ingredients. Slowly, he circulated his qi in his mind, thinking, "Going to the Qingyun mountain range this time will definitely be a fierce battle. I still need to increase my strength a bit." Looking at the pile of medicinal ingredients, he continued to muse. "These ingredients are enough for me to refine a Nether King forging pill. After consuming it, my myriad ancient scorching fire demonic physique can reach the first layer of the middle stage, and at the same time awaken a divine ability."
Having gathered enough qi, Ling Jianshen stopped pondering and shouted loudly. Dozens of medicinal ingredients slowly floated up, hovering mid-air at his sitting level.
Seeing that everything was in place, Ling Jianshen continued to shout,
"Transform!" A dazzling, swirling energy burst from his fingertip, enveloping all the medicinal ingredients. Next, the transformed medicinal ingredients gathered and condensed into a golden pill, with characters etched onto it. In just an instant, Ling Jianshen had transmuted these medicinal ingredients into an extraordinary final product. Holding the pill in his hand, Ling Jianshen said, "The Nether King body forging pill is complete." He directly brought it to his mouth and swallowed. As soon as the pill entered his body, Ling Jianshen's entire being surged with a blood-red, dragon-like energy, shining as brightly as lightning. Feeling an incredible surge of power, Ling Jianshen instantly stood up and roared, "Breakthrough for me." Circulating qi in his palm, he leapt from the platform, his eyes sharp and cold. "My myriad ancient scorching fire demonic physique has finally broken through to the first layer of the middle stage, and the awakened divine ability is demonic subjugation." At this moment, as Ling Jianshen opened his palm, 2 blood-red characters were etched upon it. Ling Jianshen muttered, "As long as my demonic subjugation hits them, the opponent will become my demonic servant." He landed on the ground with a smug look, continuing, "What's more, I can even directly devour the cultivation base of my demonic servants." A confident smile spread across his face.
"Shui Feng, if you're in the Qingyun mountain range this time, I'll definitely take your head." 3 days later, Ling Jianshen stood proudly amidst the bustling crowd. Whispers circulated. "Is that really Ling Jianshen who killed the 3rd venerable elder Su? He doesn't look that fierce." Another person replied, "What do you know? He might not look fierce, but his methods are truly vicious.
I heard he's killed dozens of elders in total." The other person could only exclaim, "Ah, that powerful. Then he must surely be ranked top 1 among the Jingshong level disciples, right?"
Meanwhile, Ling Jianshen suddenly looked into the distance, spotting a strange object, a hint of surprise on his face.
Turns out it's Gidao Ren riding the Shanhai Kun. The Shanhai Kun was enormous, colossal like a blue whale, but instead of ruling the seas, it soared high in the sky. Its teeth were sharp as giant saws, and its eyes with their bloodshot whites looked utterly terrifying. It glided gracefully through the sky. The Shanhai Kun's shadow was so vast it covered an entire section of the sky. Everyone below looked up in horror. "Oh my god, what a huge monster. That's the Shanhai Kun, the sacred guardian beast of our Jujian sect, and it's also the mount of the second supreme elder, Gidao Ren." Rumor has it this mountain sea kun is a high-level 6-stage beast, and with its special bloodline, its combat power is comparable to a normal martial sect powerhouse. The mountain sea kun suddenly growled. Its roar was like an unimaginable thunderclap. It was also the signal for a new announcement. A voice rang out. "Disciples, listen up. Those participating in the sect competition must get on the mountain sea kun within the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn. Anyone who doesn't will be eliminated." Ling Jianshen, standing in the hazy mist, mumbled after hearing this. The test is here this fast. Without the slightest hesitation, all the participants were determined to rush forward. If you didn't get on the mountain sea kun within the time it takes for 1 incense stick to burn, you'd be eliminated, so what was there to hesitate about? Charge! Looking down from above, the crowd was no different from a bunch of ants scrambling to climb up. It was only the beginning, so some people were confident and said, "Climbing the mountain sea kun sounds simple." Faces full of excitement, everyone climbed and shouted, "I want to be the first one up." Yeah. The mountain sea kun opened its mouth as wide as a cosmic black hole. accompanied by a roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Some people who had climbed close to it were hit by the mountain cyclone and suddenly fell freely downwards. Its breath was like a hot and humid louse wind, blowing into the nostrils of each candidate. They could only exclaim, "Ugh, what's so stinky? What's going on?" People kept falling from above like ripe fruit. These guys were too careless and underestimated this challenge. Ling Jianshen, witnessing this scene, immediately guessed that it wasn't as simple as it seemed, but their failure was Cheng Feng's joy. He fanned himself with a folding fan, flashed a sly smile, and pretended to look down on them, saying, "A bunch of idiots. With your strength, trying to climb the mountain Sikun like that, it would be lucky if 1 out of 100 could succeed." He crossed his arms and continued, "Without real skills, don't even think about getting on the mountain Sikun." Ling Jianshen, hearing this, involuntarily called out to him, "Cheng Feng." The others were also curious, wondering what this Cheng Feng was planning to do. Suddenly, everyone rushed towards Cheng Feng. Some grabbed his collar, some grabbed his sleeves, and some pulled his hair like a bunch of idiots, repeatedly asking, "Young Master Cheng, from what you're saying, do you really know the way to get on the mountain Sikun? Young Master Cheng, if you really know, can you tell me? I will definitely remember your great kindness." Receiving so much attention, Cheng Feng said confidently, "HMPH, of course I know the correct way." He took out a blue-green fruit, pointed at it, and said loudly, "I heard my big brother say that this mountain Sikun likes to eat Wuxiang fruit the most. As long as you feed it Wuxiang fruit, the mountain Sikun will obediently let you get on it." Hearing the trick that Cheng Feng came up with, everyone was dumbfounded and didn't understand what he was saying. "What is Wuxiang fruit? I've never heard of it." One person felt the time was running out, sweating profusely, and not knowing where to get Wuxiang fruit. Observing that everyone was confused, the sly Cheng Feng threw out a golden ring. "Calm down everyone, don't panic," he said with delight. "It just so happens that I have prepared some Wuxiang fruit in advance. If you want some, I can sell them to you for 1,000 Saint crystals." As he spoke, blue-green Wuxiang fruits appeared from the magic ring, so he had planned it all along. This was an extremely profitable business scheme of his. As expected, the others believed him completely. Feeling that 1,000 Saint crystals wasn't expensive, they excitedly bought them, thinking that as long as they could get on the mountain Sikun, what was 1,000 Saint crystals, business was booming. At this time, Cheng Feng was still using all his energy to sell. "Don't rush, one at a time. There are plenty of Wuxiang fruits. Everyone will get a share." Before long, Cheng Feng had sold out all the Wuxiang fruits. Holding the pile of glittering Saint crystals in his hand, he happily grinned from ear to ear, thinking to himself, "This time, I can earn at least tens of thousands of Saint crystals. What a great fruit!" Cheng Feng's appearance caught Ling Jianshen's eye. While looking at Cheng Feng, Ling Jianshen was suspicious. Cheng Feng's preparations are too thorough. This test seems like it was made for him. There must be something wrong. Thinking about it, seeing that this matter had nothing to do with him, Ling Jianshen decided to find a way to get on the mountain Sikun. Seeing Ling Jianshen preparing to find a way to get on the mountain Sikun on his own, suddenly someone's surprised voice rang out. "Hey, you guys look, is Ling Jianshen planning to get on the mountain Sikun without buying Wuxiang fruit?" Both Cheng Feng and the others were surprised and focused their attention on Ling Jianshen. Someone recounted, "Ha, you don't know. A few days ago, Ling Jianshen beat up Cheng Feng, so he knows in his heart that Cheng Feng won't sell Wuxiang fruit to him, so of course he gave up." The person next to him questioned, "Relying on himself to get on the Sikun, is he crazy?" As for Cheng Feng, he was still resentful about that day when Ling Jianshen kicked him so hard that he lay flat on the ground like a cricket. His eyes suddenly darkened as he thought, "Ling Jianshen, I knew you were here. The humiliation in the holy palace that day, today I must get it back with interest." Ling Jianshen was walking towards the mountain Sikun when Cheng Feng stopped him. "Ling Jianshen, you stop right there." Ling Jianshen turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want me to beat you up again?" Cheng Feng was so angry that he crushed the pile of Saint crystals in his hand. His face changed, and he shouted at Ling Jianshen, "You, Ling Jianshen, it's true that I'm no match for you, but you're being arrogant too soon." Not finished yet. It was indeed the voice of a merchant scolding, so loud that it hurt the ears. He continued to shout as if he had never shouted before. "Without my Wuxiang fruit, don't even think about getting on the mountain Sikun. If you can't get on the mountain Sikun, your path in the intersect competition will end here." Unable to block such a storm of words, Ling Jianshen only clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Cheng Feng, saying, "Oh, so what do you want?" Seeing this, Cheng Feng thought he had the upper hand and stood with his legs apart, laughing like a madman. "Ha, it's very simple. As long as you kneel down and beg me, crawl through my crotch, I will give you a Wuxiang fruit. How about that?" He was indeed an idiot who could think of such a thing. Still in that dazed pose, Cheng Feng was splashed with a bucket of cold water by Ling Jianshen. Ling Jianshen scolded Cheng Feng for being ignorant and said, "Who said that you must have Wuxiang fruit to get on the mountain Sikun?"
As he spoke, Ling Jianshen's eyes flashed with confidence. Without Wuxiang fruit, I can still get on. Cheng Feng laughed, as if he had gone crazy. Don't dream anymore, Ling Jianshen. Without Wuxiang fruit, if you can get on the mountain sea kun, I will eat 3 pounds of poop.
Unable to wait any longer for Cheng Feng's poop-eating performance, Ling Jianshen immediately demonstrated, not forgetting to add a few words as sweet as honey to his ears. Open your dog eyes and watch carefully. As he spoke, Ling Jianshen instantly flew to the mouth of the mountain sea kun, to Cheng Feng's astonishment.
Standing in front of this beast, Ling Jianshen spoke a word, using only sound waves. You also want to stop me. Without saying much, Ling Jianshen flew up and shouted, "Break for me!" In less than a musical note, the entire sky was dyed red by the mysterious power of Ling Jianshen's attack on the monster.
Where was the mountain sea kun's appearance? Where was the mouth as wide as a hippo's, the teeth as sharp as saw teeth? Only bruises remained on its face after Ling Jianshen's attack.
Ling Jianshen stood proudly on the back of the mountain sea kun, proudly announcing, "Done." Below, only the stunned and dull faces of the crowd and Cheng Feng could be seen. Shu Feng's eyes were seeing stars, and blood kept gushing out of his nose, probably foreshadowing an epic shit-eating spectacle. The crowd could only sigh in awe. Ling Jianshen actually made it up there. He directly shattered the sonic waves from the mountain sea kun. The most surprised and pained person at that moment was none other than Cheng Rui, eyes wide and mouth agape, clutching his head in disbelief, along with the sound of muttered curses.
Damn it! That bastard Ling Jianshen is always going against me. At this moment, Ling Jianshen also realized. So that's it. I know why Cheng Rui said the non-phase fruit could help you get onto the mountain sea kun. Smiling slightly, then standing on the back of the kun high, Ling Jianshen declared,
"Whether or not you guys can get on the mountain sea kun still depends on your own strength. As for the non-phase fruit, I don't think it necessarily works." Ling Jianshen's success in getting on the back of the mountain sea kun made his words carry more weight with the others. Through those words, they hesitantly asked each other, "Is Ling Jianshen telling the truth that the non-phase fruit doesn't work on the mountain sea kun? Holy crap, that's something that costs Saint crystals." Someone even angrily grabbed Cheng Rui by the collar, interrogating, "Cheng Rui, is this non-phase fruit of yours reliable or not?" The immense pressure left Cheng Rui with no other choice but to tell them not to panic. Don't listen to what he says. That demonic cultivator can say anything. He guarantees that the non-phase fruit definitely works on the mountain sea kun.
Ling Jianshen is deliberately slandering me. Don't believe his nonsense.
Still unable to believe it, they made Cheng Rui prove the true effect of the non-phase fruit, also saying, if Cheng Rui can get on the mountain sea kun, then they will believe that Cheng Rui is all talk. But he picked up a non-phase fruit and said, "Okay, you guys don't believe me, right? I'll get on the mountain sea kun for you to see right now." Haikun also tried to test this guy's ability with a blow, gifting him a stream of saliva from its mouth like a flowing spring. Cheng Rui dodged Haikun's attack.
Haikun continued to roar, saliva spraying out like rain, its mouth opening wide like a black hole.
Cheng Rui grabbed the non-phase fruit and rushed forward,
then directly threw the fruit into Haikun's mouth, yelling, "Stop roaring, I have the non-phase fruit you like the most here."
Sure enough, the non-phase fruit flew straight into the monster's mouth. Seeing that he had hit his target, Cheng Rui was already grinning from ear to ear. "Haha, you guys see? After the mountain sea kun ate the non-phase fruit, isn't it completely still? Awesome." His mouth grinned wide, pointing at Ling Jianshen's face to intimidate him. "Ling Jianshen, do you still dare say that my non-phase fruit doesn't work?" Successfully getting the non-phase fruit into Haikun's mouth as a first step, the people who had just spent money to buy this type of fruit also started dreaming and cheered, "That's great, the non-phase fruit works. The mountain sea kun really isn't roaring anymore after eating the non-phase fruit. Cheng Rui is pretty trustworthy after all." Witnessing everything from earlier, the premature complacency of that idiot Cheng Rui made Ling Jianshen very annoyed. Thinking to himself, "Cheng Rui, oh Cheng Rui, I originally didn't want to bother with you, but who told you to keep provoking me? Then I'll just have to teach you a lesson."
Ling Jianshen used his foot to kick the head of the Haikun. It sensed it, and began to show strange signs. Cheng Rui looked up in surprise, but it was too late.
Puke puke. Haikun vomited out a pile of food, including fish bones and pork bones from undigested leftovers in its stomach, gifting Cheng Rui a rain of food that Cheng Rui would probably never forget in his life. All that could be heard was a scream. "Ah!" Ling Jianshen folded his hands behind his back with satisfaction, standing tall amidst the blue sky, saying to Cheng Rui, "You said earlier that if I could get on the mountain sea kun, you would eat 3 piles of shit. Now you should fulfill your promise."
Cheng Rui was both eating a grand feast from Haikun's stomach, which was vomiting out everything including green bile, and spewing out nonsense. "Damn it, Puke, non-phase fruit, why doesn't it work, Puke, how can it be?"
Already wallowing in leftovers, he still blamed Ling Jianshen, indignantly yelling, "Definitely! It's definitely Ling Jianshen's doing. This shameless and mentally challenged guy made the eyes of everyone he had tricked into buying the non-phase fruit see through him. They stared at Cheng Rui as if they were about to devour him alive. Some said, "You still want to quibble at this point? The truth is clear, your non-phase fruit is absolutely useless." Others cursed without restraint, calling him a son of a bitch, a swindler. "Quickly return the Saint crystals to me." Cheng Rui was once again at the bottom of society, his face pale, his mouth as mute as a clam, unable to say anything more. The crowd fiercely attacked Cheng Rui, his face panicked and sweating profusely. He turned around, still trying to justify himself. "Wait, you guys don't get excited. The non-phase fruit definitely works, you have to believe me." The crowd no longer had the patience for Cheng Rui's nonsense. They rushed forward, shouting, "What nonsense, brothers, fix him up." After that sentence, someone quickly gave Cheng Rui a kick to the chin, causing him to fall backward, spitting blood. Next, everyone else followed suit, continuously cursing. Not returning the Saint crystals, even swindling the money of fellow disciples, this son of a bitch. Cheng Rui painfully begged for mercy. "Uga, don't hit me anymore, I was wrong. I'll return the Saint crystals, boo-hoo, that bastard Ling Jianshen killed me." On the mountain Si-kun, Ling Jianshen and Gi Daoren watched Cheng Rui being beaten without the slightest pity. Ling Jianshen then crossed his arms and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Serves him right." Gi Daoren pointed and asked from behind, "Kid, how did you do that?" Ling Jianshen turned half his face back and asked, "How did I do what?" Gi Daoren anxiously raised his voice. "Stop pretending. The non-phase fruit is actually the thing that the mountain Si-kun likes the most. How did you make it vomit non-stop after swallowing the non-phase fruit?" Ling Jianshen calmly explained. "It's very simple. The mountain Si-kun's eating habits are chaotic. Whether it can eat something or not, as long as it's hungry, it will swallow everything. As for the non-phase fruit, it's not because it likes it, but because the non-phase fruit can help remove impurities from its body." Ling Jianshen pointed and further explained. "When I got on this mountain Si-kun, I saw that the impurities accumulated in its body had reached their limit, so I helped it vomit a little." After hearing those theories, old freak Gi raged. That kid Chen Feng got scammed big time. Ling Jianshen, having been caught red-handed, stood silently, not daring to utter another word. Old freak Gi Wei stared intently at Ling Jianshen, clenching his fist, and said with a frustrated tone, "But I got scammed by you too. I was the one who provided Chen Feng with the faceless fruit." Old freak Gi continued to scold. "By ruining Chen Feng's plan, you've also cut off my road to riches. Do you know that cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents?" Ling Jianshen remained calm. "Oh, so what do you want?" he thought to himself. As expected, I guessed right. This Taoist priest was colluding with Chen Feng. Old freak Gi was so shocked that he jumped up, pointing to the sky, both scolding and praising. "You little punk, you weren't scared off by my imposing aura? Just based on this guts alone, there aren't many in the younger generation of the Nine-Sword sect who can compare to you." Old freak Gi turned his face away in a sulk. "No wonder even that old geezer Qi Tianlin respects you so much." After a moment of stunned silence, Ling Jianshen cupped his fist and bowed slightly. "Senior, you flatter me." He was still suspicious in his mind. This old geezer is probing me. What does he want? Old freak Gi immediately changed his expression, laughing playfully and speaking enthusiastically. "Ling Jianshen, I, this venerable one, greatly appreciate you. As long as you agree to a few of my conditions, I can accept you as my direct disciple. Once you become my disciple, you'll gain unparalleled glory and status. In the future, you might even inherit my legacy and become a supreme elder, high above all." Ling Jianshen was surprised by the old freak's offer. He pointed at himself and asked, "Accept me as a disciple?" In his heart, he mocked, "Is this old hag brainless? I can even kill Yin Tianyue, the third supreme elder. Why would I care about your lousy direct disciple position?" Old freaky Gi turned his back, stroking his beard and answering himself. "That's right. I know you must be very excited to hear this good news, but all of this requires you to meet the conditions I set." Ling Jianshen also asked politely, "What are your conditions?" Old freak Gi began to speak carefully. "The first condition is that you need to kowtow and apologize before Yin Tianyue's grave. Although his death was self-inflicted, I still had some connection with him, so I must show a bit of heart. The second condition is that you must compensate me for the loss of the faceless fruit with Saint crystals. The third condition is that I have a son who is about to break through to the martial king realm. You bring the divine grade earthly fiend profound vein and give it to my son." After hearing the three conditions, Ling Jianshen raised his hand and retorted clearly, "Kowtow and apology, Saint crystals, a divine grade earthly fiend profound vein, haha, elder, you sure know how to calculate." Faced with Ling Jianshen's criticism, old freak Gi was furious, clenching his fists and shouting, "Ling Jianshen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You must cherish it. There are countless people in the Nine-Sword sect who want to be my disciple but don't have the chance." Ling Jianshen said bluntly, "Sorry, but there's no one in this world worthy of accepting me as a disciple. Please,
Get as far away as you can. Old freak Guy pointed his index finger directly at Ling Jianshen, raising his voice. What? You dare to tell me to get lost, you mongrel? Ling Jianshen didn't yield any further. He drew his blade to threaten. Telling you to get lost is already being lenient. Where do you get the confidence to dare to act tough with me? Either get out of my sight, or do you believe I'll kill you just like I killed Yin Tianyu? Old freak Guy was a little scared. You? In his heart he calculated his escape route. Damn it, this kid won't budge whether I'm nice or harsh. My strength isn't much different from Yin Tianyue's. If we really fight, I'm not sure I can handle it properly. The men, after dealing with Chen Feng, also tried to climb onto the mountain Si-kun. Two nimble guys climbed up first, laughing excitedly. Haha, I made it. They happily argued with each other. As expected, Ling Jianshen was right. We can get up even without the faceless fruit. That bastard Chen Feng wanted to scam our Saint Crystals. We were too light on him just now. Old freak Guy was furious, continuing to scold Ling Jianshen. You really are crazy. I hope you can continue to be this crazy. Ling Jianshen waved his hand, retorting, Yeah, just wait and see. Half an hour later, the people on the mountain Si-kun had gathered completely. Old freak Guy pointed forward, roaring, It's time! Target! Green Cloud Mountain Range! Set off! Hearing the slogan, the mountain Si-kun accelerated, rushing forward, traversing through forests and hills with astonishing speed. On the Green Cloud Mountain Range, a woman was sitting in the middle of a circular, fiery red formation, the scene looking terrifying. Surprised, she turned back and asked, Zhui Feng, you said earlier that a kid named Ling Jianshen stole the divine-grade earthly fiend profound vein and severely injured you. Shui Feng knelt with his hands clasped, answering, That's right. Shui Feng provided additional information. Furthermore, this subordinate has received information that the Nine Sword Sect has dispatched a large army to attack the Green Cloud Mountain Range, and Ling Jianshen is among them. Chang Ruoxu turned her face back, laughing loudly in praise. Haha, excellent, extremely excellent. Ling Jianshen, I thought it would be a long time before we met again, but I didn't expect that we're about to meet so soon. Truly, even heaven is helping me. Cheng Ruoxu carefully ordered. Shui Feng, take my command token, and gather all the branch masters of the 4 surrounding branches here immediately. Then she pulled out a token and threw it at Shui Feng, her mouth full of hatred. I want to make sure anyone from the Nine Sword Sect who comes here never leave. Shui Feng looked at the token on the ground, frowned, and hesitated. This, holy maiden, vice leader said you were only allowed to recuperate here temporarily. Plus, the Nine Sword Sect's army is closing in. Even if everyone from the 4 surrounding branches came, we couldn't hold them off. Cheng Ruoxu angrily said, Are you questioning my decision? Shui Feng was terrified, kowtowing repeatedly. Your Highness, spare me. I know I was wrong. I will obey your orders, holy maiden. Cheng Ruoxu was furious, pointing and yelling. Then get the hell out of here. Shui Feng hurriedly replied, Yes, and vanished, not daring to look back. Cheng Ruoxu then reached out and calculated. Ling Jianshen, this time. She clenched her fist, grinding her teeth with a hateful tone. I will definitely grind your bones to dust. The group on the mountain Si-kun, flying across the sky, passing through hills and plains, couldn't help but exclaim, This is the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. So majestic. I heard there are tens of thousands of Blood God Sect troops hidden here. The people standing on the back of the mountain Si-kun were still quietly observing the surroundings when one of them spoke up again. We can't see the situation below clearly. What do we do now? Guy Daoren also spoke, signaling, We've arrived at the Azure Cloud Mountain Range. He stretched out his hand and ordered, Your mission is to eliminate the Blood God Sect's branch and try to kill all the remnants of the Blood God Sect. Chen Feng clasped his hands in question. Elder, may I ask, do we just go down and kill them directly? Guy Daoren replied softly. Of course not. He pointed to the tall, sharp mountain in the distance. That's the path. The remnants of the Blood God Sect are disguised as 35 mountain bandit camps. This elder has decided to start encircling and attacking from the outside in, eliminating all the remnants of the Blood God Sect. Chen Feng was a little confused. Elder, this disciple feels this plan is feasible, but Guy Daoren quickly asked, Chen Feng, if you have any opinions you can speak your mind. Chen Feng clearly stated his opinion. We don't have clear intel on the bandit camps right now. This disciple feels that we should send a disciple with quick movements and high strength to scout the path first. Finishing his sentence, Chen Feng stood up and pointed towards Ling Jianshen, recommending, Junior brother Ling Jianshen is strong and fast, the most suitable for this mission. Guy Daoren stroked his beard, while Ling Jianshen internally schemed, if I can use the Blood God Sect to get rid of this guy, that wouldn't be bad. Ling Jianshen also felt suspicious in his heart. This Chen Feng is starting to mess around again. He really doesn't know what's good for him. The group started discussing. Saying it's scouting the path is basically sending him to his death, isn't it? There might be experts from the Blood God Sect hidden in those camps. One person sighed. Who told him to offend Chen Feng? Ling Jianshen still stood silently, without an answer. Old Gi Daoren pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, Ling Jianshen, what do you think? Of course, if you're afraid of death and don't dare to scout the path, this one won't force you.
Faced with the old devil's provocation, Ling Jianshen flew out without thinking. He laughed loudly. Haha, what's there to be afraid of?
As Ling Jianshen strode away, he tried to comfort himself. It's just scouting the path, I'll go. He thought to himself, I just arrived at Azure Cloud Mountain Range. It's not time to flip the table yet. A few seconds after passing through each mountain and forest, the mountain camp appeared. Inside the camp, 2 burly, muscular men were guarding the gate. One turned and laughed, chatting, Hee hee, last night the great commander hit a big caravan. The men were all killed, leaving only a few juicy chicks. I wonder what they taste like, the bald guy said in a perverted tone. I just hope that after the great commanders are tired of playing with them, they can reward us with a taste. This old man hasn't touched a woman in months.
Hearing the lowly words of the 2 lustful men, Ling Jianshen happened to appear and angrily scolded, robbing, raping, killing countless people. Hearing the voice from afar, the 2 men looked at each other with wide eyes.
Not understanding, Ling Jianshen and the sword in his hand landed on the ground, still angrily scolding. Damn wild wolf camp. Seeing the appearance of a stranger, the 2 guards shouted, Not good, enemy attack! Someone! Before they could prepare,
Ling Jianshen had already made a few sword strikes. His face filled with resentment for the innocent people, he whispered, Die! After an incense stick's worth of time,
a pool of blood and corpses lay like fallen crops. Ling Jianshen lowered his sword. Standing in front of the pile of corpses, those lucky men who had not been killed spoke fearfully and stammered. Too strong, monster. Ling Jianshen sheathed his sword, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, all taken care of. Just then, Cheng Rui and his group arrived. Cheng Rui waved his arms and arrogantly shouted, You wild wolf camp trash, how dare you kidnap a 9-sword sect disciple sent to scout for information? He angrily yelled, You're all courting death.
Some of the men spoke up in protest. Cheng Rui Xixiong. If Ling Jianshen is captured, yelling like that will only put him in more danger. The guy next to him chimed in. That's right. What if the Blood God sect dogs get desperate and try to kill Ling Jianshen? Cheng Rui was secretly delighted. It would be great if the Blood God sect dogs killed Ling Jianshen. He raised his hand, gesturing for silence. He feigned arrogance. What's there to be afraid of? Our 9-sword sect army is closing in. How could a stray wolf dare to disobey? Even if Ling Jianshen is captured, it doesn't matter.
Ling Jianshen stepped out at that moment, saying, Sorry to say, you guys are late. Ling Jianshen cheerfully announced. The Blood God sect people in the Wild Wolf camp have all been wiped out by me. Cheng Rui was shocked. The heck? The Wild Wolf camp has been wiped out? No way. The group gaped in disbelief. Ling Jianshen is actually that strong.
Cheng Rui pointed, his face a bit tense.
Ling Jianshen, did you kill all these people?
Each blade pointed directly at Cheng Rui's neck, followed by a response.
That's right. Ling Jianshen held his sword against Cheng Rui's neck, threatening, Do you want to join them too?
Cheng Rui fearfully backed away, but he still tried to threaten back. Ling Jianshen, don't go too far. We're all disciples of the 9-sword sect, out here on a mission for the sect. If you dare to attack me, even the top elder won't be able to protect you.
Ling Jianshen retracted his sword, sneering. Yeah, you're such a scaredy cat. Ling Jianshen turned to leave, reminding Cheng Rui, Don't think I don't know what you and Gi Daoren are up to. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll send you to meet Yin Tianyu.
Cheng Rui clenched his fists, wishing he could do something to him, muttering under his breath, Ling Jianshen, I will definitely not let you get away with this.
On the Shanhai Kun's back, Gyo Daoren gave instructions to the disciples. After several days of dealing with them, the bandit strongholds outside the Qingyun mountain range have been wiped out. Next, we'll go inside and completely destroy the Blood God sect's forces. The disciples raised their hands, shouting in unison. Understood. Looking at the mountain ahead, Ling Jianshen's expression turned serious, noticing something. He gave a soft, huh, and thought to himself, Something's not right. There seemed to be a lot of auras hidden in the peak ahead.
There's probably an ambush. Then, he turned around, clasped his fist, and said to Gi Daoren, Elder, there's a high chance of an enemy ambush ahead. I suggest we stop the Shanhai Kun and send people to scout ahead, he thought to himself. Even though I have conflicts with Cheng Rui and Gi Daoren, these disciples are innocent. Cheng Rui laughed upon hearing this.
Ling Jianshen, what nonsense are you spouting?
Finishing speaking, his eyes mocked, not thinking it was right. The Shanhai Kun is nearly 10,000 meters above the ground. Even a Martial King powerhouse would need to put in a lot of effort to fly up.
Who could possibly ambush us? A disciple joined in. That's right, Ling Jianshen, you're too chicken. Laughter and jeers rang out. Even if there's an ambush, we can crush them under Elder Giai's command. What's there to be afraid of? I think Ling Jianshen is just trying to scare people.
Gi Daoren frowned and spoke up. Ling Jianshen, we're about to go into battle. Don't shake the morale of the troops,
or I'll punish you. Faced with everyone's mockery, Ling Jianshen frowned and said nonchalantly, "Ha, whatever." Finishing speaking, Ling Jianshen leaped up, directly leaving the Shanhai Kun, not forgetting to leave behind a sentence. "Anyway, I've given you a warning. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Gi Daoren snorted, controlling the Shanhai Kun, pretending to be a prophet. "Continue forward." He scoffed in his heart. HMPH. My cultivation is higher than Ling Jianshen's, and I didn't detect anything unusual. How could he have detected anything? The Shanhai Kun received the order and flew forward quickly. Suddenly, at this moment, terrifying beams of light slowly appeared in front of them. Gi Daoren was shocked to see this. These are terrifying beams of light from Tenshid, those two mountain peaks shooting out. The beams of light contain terrifying power, piercing through the Shanhai Kun. Their bodies unexpectedly attacked. The disciples were sent flying off the Shanhai Kun, screaming miserably, "Ah cry," so there really was an ambush. "Help!" The huge Shanhai Kun screamed as it plummeted from the sky, a loud crash echoing through the heavens and earth, a violent coughing and constant arguing coming from within the earth. "Cough, cough, damn it, son of a—" The Blood God sect actually dared to ambush us. Damn, Ling Jianshen warned us early on, but we didn't listen to him. Hearing this, Gi Daoren coughed twice to play it off, but the disciples kept going. Ling Jianshen sensed the ambush, but Elder Giwai didn't. Doesn't that prove Ling Jianshen is stronger than Elder Giwai? Hearing this, the corners of Cheng Feng and Gui Daoren's mouths twitched. Their faces darkened, and they were speechless. A cold laugh rang out as Shui Feng, clad in blood-red robes, descended from the sky. "Ha ha! Gi Daoren, long time no see, why do you look so miserable?" Hearing the taunting words, Gi Daoren's eyes turned bloodshot with anger as he pointed at Shui Feng and shouted, "Shui Feng, you, damn it, haven't won yet. Don't get too cocky. My nine-sword sect still has more than half its fighting force." Shui Feng snorted coldly. HMPH. Just a dying struggle. Suddenly, Shui Feng waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, come out!" As his voice echoed, countless Blood God sect powerhouses emerged from the bushes, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha, these idiots actually fell into our trap so easily. You remnants of the Nine-Sword sect, today is the day you die." Ooh-wee. I love the soft, tender flesh of disciples from the big sects. An arrow whizzed past Cheng Feng's eyes and stuck straight into the boulder. The disciples panicked, seeing so many people. "What? There are so many people from the Blood God sect. We're done for. There's no way we can handle this." Cheng Feng's face was filled with fear as he stammered, "What do we do now?" Shui Feng smiled nonchalantly. "In terms of strength, I'm a martial ancestor, while you're just a martial king. In terms of numbers, my Blood God sect has twice as many people as your Nine-Sword sect, Gi Daoren. The outcome of this battle is already decided. As long as you're willing to submit to the Blood God sect, I can spare your life." Gi Daoren's expression turned grim as he shouted, "Me, submit, dream on. A martial ancestor like you is just boosted by pills. In terms of real strength, I'm not afraid of you." Finishing his words, Gi Daoren roared and unleashed Dark Sky Fury. A terrifying stream of black energy erupted from Gi Daoren's mouth, heading towards Shui Feng. Shui Feng snorted at this. HMPH. "Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin." With that, a violent blood-red true energy appeared in his hand, and he waved his hand, unleashing a combat skill while shouting, "Blood Sea surging to the heavens!" The two streams of true energy clashed violently, creating a loud explosion on the ground. The surrounding disciples kept saying, "Elder Gui will definitely defeat that martial ancestor Shui Feng. His promotion was based on pills, he's just an empty shell, and definitely no match for Elder Gui. That's right, Elder Gui, keep it up." But at this moment, Gao Daoren's figure flew backwards towards the disciples, blood spewing wildly from his mouth as he screamed miserably. The disciples were shocked and stammered, Elder Gui, I lost. We're done for. We're really done for this time." The corners of Cheng Feng's lips twitched, revealing a clear look of fear, as he secretly made a decision. Even Elder Gi was defeated. Continuing to resist is a dead end. I must surrender. Looking at Gi Daoren lying on the cliff, Shui Feng smiled triumphantly. "Gi Daoren, do you know how big the gap between us is now? Surrender or die?" Gi Daoren was disheveled and speechless, secretly calculating in his heart, "Damn it, if I don't surrender now, I'll only die. But I'm still a supreme elder of the Nine-Sword sect, and so many disciples are watching, it would be too embarrassing to surrender directly. Should I pretend to hold on for a bit?" Suddenly, thump! Cheng Feng knelt on the ground and moved toward Shui Feng on his knees, smiling. "Lord Shui Feng, I surrender. I am willing to join the great Blood God sect and contribute to the sect. Please spare my life." Gai Daoren's eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He kept cursing in his heart, "Damn it, this kid is even faster than me." The corner of Shui Feng's mouth lifted slightly as he nodded in approval. "Oh, finally someone who knows what's good for them, not bad. As long as you persuade the remaining disciples to surrender, I will give you the position of Grand Commander." Cheng Feng's eyes lit up as he cupped his fist in thanks. "Thank you, my lord." Seeing this,
Gi Daoren hurriedly shouted, Lord Shui Feng, I am the Supreme Elder. I definitely have more persuasive power than this kid. The position of Grand Commander should still be left to me. Hearing this, Cheng Feng angrily gnashed his teeth and roared, Hey, I was the first to surrender to the Blood God sect. Gi Daoren was unwilling to be outdone. So what? This old man's strength is stronger than yours. The two kept arguing, and Cheng Feng raised his voice and cursed, Damn it, you old man. Don't you have any shame? Gi Dao grabbed his collar and shouted, Yeah, same to you. Shui Feng looked at this scene, impatiently intervened, and shouted, Shut up, I ask you, where is Ling Jianshen? Yu Dao replied in fear. Ling Jianshen left on his own earlier. Cheng Feng was also frightened and forced to smile, trembling. He must still be nearby, my lord. Go find him quickly. Right at this moment, Quan arrives, and Ling Jianshen's deep and indifferent voice says, I've never seen anyone so shameless and thick-skinned.
You two good-for-nothings. You've made the Nine Swords sect lose all face. Ling Jianshen appears out of nowhere. Shui Feng glares angrily at Ling Jianshen, shouting, We meet again. Ling Jianshen's eyes scan around Shui Feng's body, and he says with a mocking laugh, Oh, so it's Blood Hall Master Shui Feng. Looks like the Blood God sect's got some decent stuff, healing your wounds so quickly. A violent aura erupts around Shui Feng, and he shouts, Bastard! You got a death wish.
Hearing the conversation, Gi Daoren secretly guesses, So Shui Feng and Ling Jianshen have quite the grudge. If I can kill Ling Jianshen and earn merit, I'll definitely get promoted in the Blood God sect. Shui Feng prepares to attack, yelling, Ling Jianshen. Before he can act, Chen Feng flies up and stands in front of Shui Feng, interrupting him. Ling Jianshen, you've got some nerve. Daring to insult Lord Shui Feng, you want to die. Behind him, Gi Daoren's eyes widen in shock, his mouth agape. He internally screams, Damn it!
That bastard Chen Feng stole my chance again? No way, I gotta get in there first.
The next second,
Gi Daoren steps forward, pointing at Chen Feng and saying, Lord Shui Feng, I was here first. That bastard Chen Feng always steals my spotlight.
Ling Jianshen suddenly flies straight towards Chen Feng, unleashing a palm strike. Die! A powerful surge of true ki slams down on Chen Feng, and a loud explosion echoes. Gi Daoren's face turns pale with fear as he cries out, What? The ground forms a crater? And Chen Feng lies within, trembling and saying, Lord, save me. Shui Feng ignores him, coldly snorting, HMPH, useless.
Chen Feng lies there, screaming, I'm not reconciled, and then dies on the spot. Gi Daoren is secretly terrified, letting out a relieved sigh. Damn, good thing I hesitated just now. If Ling Jianshen had ambushed me, I might have gotten hurt too. Ling Jianshen holds his blade, coldly saying, Shui Feng, I killed your dog, and you're just standing there watching.
Shui Feng shrugs, casually saying, just a stray dog, who cares if it dies? The next second he roars angrily, Ling Jianshen, my target today is you.
Ling Jianshen coldly laughs. Based on those words alone, no matter how many times you try, the result will be the same.
Shui Feng hears this and gets angry. You! Suddenly, Gi Daoren flies forward, saying, Lord Shui Feng, this Ling Jianshen is too annoying. I'm willing to take his head for you. He internally rejoices. Chen Feng is dead, so this time no one will steal my credit. As long as I kill Ling Jianshen, I'll be valued by Shui Feng. Shui Feng suddenly smiles, patting Gi Daoren's shoulder, saying, Good, as long as you kill Ling Jianshen, I'll make you the deputy hallmaster. He secretly calculates. Ling Jianshen's aura seems to have gotten stronger again. Might as well let Gi Daoren test him out. Gi Daoren excitedly replies, Yes. With that, Gi Daoren charges towards Ling Jianshen with murderous intent, shouting, Ling Jianshen, obediently accept your death.
Ling Jianshen's eyes are icy, and he raises his blade, coldly saying, To think a dignified supreme elder of the Nine Swords sect would sell himself to the enemy for his life? What a disgrace. Fine, I'll get rid of this worm for the Nine Swords sect.
Gi Daoren madly shouts, slamming his flag into the ground,
HMPH? I'm not that useless Chen Feng? 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Following his shout, countless wailing and ferocious ghosts appear, rushing out to devour Ling Jianshen. Gi Daoren looks at the martial souls constantly surrounding Ling Jianshen and laughs triumphantly. Haha, Ling Jianshen, so what if you have unparalleled talent? Aren't you still going to die by my hands? Look at that terrifying attack. The disciples are all terrified. We're done for. Ling Jianshen has fallen too. We're all doomed. Damn it. Why does the Nine Swords sect have a traitor like Gi Daoren? A group of disciples huddle in a corner, fearfully saying, What do we do now? Do we really have to surrender to the Blood God sect? Shui Feng's expression turns serious, secretly thinking, something's not right. How could Ling Jianshen be killed so easily? This doesn't make sense. Suddenly, a white light envelops Ling Jianshen, and countless golden pillars of light appear amidst the ghosts. Gi Daoren and Shui Feng are both shocked. What the hell? A giant, golden Buddha statue appears in front of Gi Daoren. The Buddha opens its large eyes, pushing forward with its palm. The golden light passes through the palm, All darkness retreats, and the evil ghosts vanish without a trace. Ling Jianshen raises his icy blade and says, "No matter how much you act up, you're still just a clown." With that, Ling Jianshen swings his blade, shouting, "Great compassion nirvana /" Following the blade light, a terrifying power of destruction is unleashed, directly striking towards Gui Daoren. Gui Daoren desperately roars, "Ugh, no." The surrounding disciples can't help but gasp, shockingly saying, "Heavens, am I seeing things?" Ling Jianshen actually killed Gui Daoren with one move. This strength is already enough to be in the top 5 of the Jingzhong rankings. Not just top 5, I feel like Ling Jianshen could even crack the top 3. A crisp round of applause echoed as Shui Feng burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Ling Jianshen! Oh, Ling Jianshen! You truly live up to your name. I'm never disappointed with you. In just a few days, your strength has improved quite a bit. The stronger you are, the higher your talent, the more satisfying it will be to kill you later." Ling Jianshen smirked. Is bullshitting a specialty of the Blood God sect? Finishing his sentence, Ling Jianshen slowly approached Shui Feng, saying coldly, "Shui Feng, you escaped with your life at the Earth Fiend Black Palace that day. Today, I want to see who can save you." A chilling look crossed Shui Feng's face as he raised his hand and shouted, "Ling Jianshen, you don't think I'm the only Blood God sect expert here today, do you? Come on out, everyone." As soon as he spoke, 3 figures tore through space and strode out, emanating an aura no less imposing than Shui Feng's. The disciples, seeing the newcomers, stammered in shock. "Are you kidding me? 3 martial grandmasters plus Shui Feng? Ling Jianshen is facing 4 martial grandmasters alone. Ling Jianshen is only a martial king. How can he win?" Ling Jianshen said coldly. 4 martial grandmasters? Huh, Shui Feng, you think too highly of me. His expression turned serious as he thought. The white-haired one is a 3rd-level martial grandmaster, and the others are 2nd level. Shui Feng pointed at Ling Jianshen and said coldly, "HMPH Ling Jianshen? The Holy Maiden predicted your strength was extraordinary long ago, so she specifically instructed this chieftain to gather the chieftains from the surrounding branches to take care of you. Today, you're dead for sure." Shu Jian raised his eyebrows, his eyes narrowed as he stared at Ling Jianshen, saying arrogantly, "How can a mere martial king stand against a martial grandmaster? Ling Jianshen, you truly are a talent. It's no wonder the Holy Maiden ordered us to take action. It's a pity that even with the 4 of us joining forces, you still can't escape. If you don't want to taste a fate worse than death, I advise you to kill yourself." Ling Jianshen raised an eyebrow, looking at Shui Jian with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "Kill myself, haha. Do you know what happens to people who talk to me like that?" Shu Jian's eyebrows furrowed, a hint of icy coldness flashing in his eyes as he said grimly, "Oh. What happens?" Ling Jianshen pointed his blade at Shu Jian, a smile spreading across his face. "I've already sent them to meet King Yama. Painlessly. I'm sure you'll enjoy it too." A terrifying red power instantly erupted around Shui Jian, his white hair moving without wind, his clothes fluttering, his voice as cold and sharp as a blade. "You dare underestimate Ling Jianshen? You think killing Gui Daoren means you can stand against us? I told you to kill yourself as a courtesy, seeing as you're a genius, but if you refuse, then don't blame me." Finishing his sentence, Shui Jian, his face filled with icy intent, glanced at the 3 people, and ordered, "You 3, cripple his limbs for me. Destroy his cultivation. I want to torture him slowly, to let him know what it means to live a fate worse than death." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 replied in unison, "Understood," and flew toward Ling Jianshen. Hong Zong, his muscles bulging, rushed forward, swinging his fist at Ling Jianshen. "Ling Jianshen is dead for sure. Let me play with him first." Ziqing frowned and chuckled softly. "Among us, Hong Zong has the strongest body. I wonder how many punches that little brat can withstand," Shui Feng replied. "I'd say 3 punches at most. Ling Jianshen will die coughing up blood." As the fist shadows flew towards him, Ling Jianshen raised his blade to block. The force of the attack was estimated to be around 10 moves, and Hong Zong was forced back, several cuts on his hand still bleeding. He was secretly shocked in his heart. Heavens, the battle blade in this kid's hand is incredibly sharp. It seems I have to use my secret body protection technique. Finishing his sentence, Hong Zong clasped his hands in front of his chest and shouted, "Golden Bell Body Protection!" Golden light appeared around him, forming a large bell that enveloped him inside. Xianxing's expression turned grim. "I didn't expect Ling Jianshen to force Hong Zong to use this move. He deserves to die," Shui Feng said enviously. "With this move, no one below the 5th-level martial grandmaster can break Hong Zong's defensive power. With invincible defense, Hong Zong has created his own unbeatable territory." Ling Jianshen chuckled coldly. "Ha ha, there's no such thing as invincible in front of me." Finishing his sentence, Ling Jianshen unleashed a 1 severing the heavens. As the slash came down, the golden bell only blocked it for a moment. Then a series of shattering sounds rang out. Along with the explosion, Hong Zong screamed miserably. "Ouch!" Quadruple A, Shui Feng and Ziqing, seeing Hongzhong covered in blood and spewing it from his mouth, were stunned.
Together. What? Hongzhong was killed. Finishing his sentence, Shui Feng pointed at Ling Jianshen and cursed angrily. Damn you, Ling Jianshen! How could you do this? How dare you do this?
The disciples, seeing this scene, some rejoiced, while others remained fearful. Ling Jianshen is too strong, he killed a martial grandmaster in an instant? Perhaps he can really save us? You're happy too soon? One martial grandmaster died, but there are still 3 more.
Next,
the Blood God sect's martial grandmasters will probably vent their anger on us. I believe Ling Jianshen will definitely win.
Shui Jian's face turned purple with anger as he flew forward and shouted in order.
Shui Feng, Xinqing, join me and eliminate this brat. The two replied in unison.
Understood.
Shui Jian waved his hand, true energy gathering in his palm, and he roared, Ling Jianshen, die for me. As the attack came, Ling Jianshen disappeared. Shui Jian widened his eyes in shock. Then shouted, not good, be careful. Ling Jianshen appeared behind the other two, a smile on his face. It's your turn. Finishing his sentence, Ling Jianshen unleashed a slash, carrying terrifying power, and struck the two people's bodies. They screamed miserably. No, spare me. Shui Jian rushed over from afar, shouting, stop. Ling Jianshen unleashed another slash, severing 10,000 ages.
Shui Feng and Ziqing stood there facing the terrifying slash. Before they could react, they were slashed by the blade light, creating a massive explosion. Everyone felt like they had survived a disaster, embracing each other tightly. Holy crap, I must be dreaming. Who can kill 4 martial grandmasters at the martial king realm? After this battle, who in the Nine Sword sect would dare to challenge Ling Jianshen's position? Originally, being surrounded this time meant
our Nine Sword sect would probably be completely wiped out. But now, Ling Jianshen alone has reversed the situation and secured victory. The MC pointed his blade at Whitehair's forehead. Tell me where this saintess you speak of is, and I might spare your life. Whitehair immediately raised both hands in surrender.
The kill me. Saintess is in the branch. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there.
The MC pulled Duanjun aside. All right, lead the way. Whitehair immediately scrambled to his feet. Okay, the Blood God sect's Qingyun branch.
2 gatekeepers were chatting. Have you heard? This time, all 4 branch leaders have been dispatched just to deal with this Ling Jianshen guy. Why does the saintess think so highly of this Ling Jianshen? He's just a regular martial king.
A figure appeared in front of the 2 gatekeepers. They saw the stranger grabbing Whitehair like a chick. Who's there? Stop. The MC impatiently gave them a sword cue finger flick.
Scram! The 2 were immediately sent flying backward. Ouch! Whitehair cried in fear.
The saintess is inside. Ling Jianshen, can you let me go now? The MC pointed a finger and cast a binding spell into the guy's stomach. Sure, I'll let you go right now. Whitehair painfully dropped to his knees, kneeling on the ground. Ah, you crippled my Danshan. Why, you clearly promised. The MC lowered his eyes to look at him, coldly scoffing. I only promised not to kill you, so I just crippled your cultivation. I'll give you 3 breaths to get out of my sight, or I might change my mind at any moment. Whitehair was furious but speechless. He gnashed his teeth in resentment. Damn Ling Jianshen, just you wait. Sooner or later I'll kill you.
A dagger flew from somewhere,
stabbing him in the back. Whitehair fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. Ugh, I'm not reconciled. The MC looked at the figure in the distance. Oh, who's that? The other person had an arrogant attitude. 4 of you couldn't even handle 1 person. And you even led people to my place. You're all useless. You're better off dead. Hearing this voice, the expression on the MC's face turned serious. You're Cheng Ruoshu.
He fell into deep doubt. Cheng Ruoshu was killed by me a long time ago. How could she appear here alive and well? That's not right. The aura on her body is. Cheng Ruoshu smiled sinisterly. Hey, Ling Jianshen. Long time no see. You've forgotten me, haven't you?
Cheng Ruoshu's eyes were filled with resentment. But I remember you all the time. I wish I could eat your flesh and drink your blood. Ling Jianshen replied to her with a contemptuous tone. I didn't expect you to turn into such a non-human, non-ghost state. Cheng Ruoshu pointed at the MC's face and yelled, You, what are you saying? What do you mean non-human, non-ghost? I don't understand what you mean. Ling Jianshen laughed. Hey, if that's the case, then I'll explain it a bit more clearly. He clearly uttered 4 words. Saintly demon corpse. Cheng Ruoshu froze. What, you? How do you know about the saintly demon corpse? This is a secret of the Blood God sect. I heard it was personally passed down by the Blood God. He asked her in return. Is it strange that I know about this despicable trick? In the MC's heart, he was dissing her hard. I don't know where the Blood God sect got the saintly demon corpse cultivation technique, thinking it's a treasure, when they don't even know that this thing is just roadside trash in the upper realm. Cheng Ruoshu was arrogantly conceited. Ling Jianshen, don't be so smug. Now that I'm a saintly demon corpse, I'm much different from before. The more human blood and flesh I devour, the stronger my abilities become. Moreover, I can inherit the talents and power of those I devour. Sooner or later, I'll become an existence that you can only look up to." The MC didn't hesitate to throw a load of acid on her. "Hee, I think you should stop dreaming. Death is your only way back."
Cheng Ruoxiu was so angry that her hair stood on end. "Ling Jianshen, if I dared to appear in front of you, how could I not have prepared a trump card?" She waved her hand to open a formation. After a loud bang, a Blood God sect vice leader's avatar emerged from within the crimson bloodlight. Cheng Ruoxiu respectfully knelt down. "Disciple respectfully welcomes master." The main character frowned. An avatar. Only experts at the martial emperor level and above can condense an avatar, so the original body of the avatar in front of me is at least a martial emperor expert. The avatar spoke up. "You must be Ling Jianshen. I didn't expect your strength to increase so much after not seeing you for a few days." The main character firmly grasped Duanjun. Hearing the vice leader's name felt like a punch to the ear. "Offer all the essence blood in your body to this daddy, and I can keep your whole corpse. Otherwise, not only will you die, but your entire clan will be buried with you." The main character sighed and clicked his tongue. "Why do you guys always use my family to threaten me? If that's the case, I'd be letting you off easy if I didn't wipe out the entire Blood God sect." The avatar threatened. "Damn it, do you know who this daddy is? You dare." Ling Jianshen didn't want to hear him say more, and slashed with his blade. "You're just an avatar of a martial emperor. If your original body came, I might be wary, but you're just an avatar. Why should I be afraid of you?" The avatar unleashed a blood claw attack. "Even though this is just an avatar of mine, it still has the combat power of a 5th-level martial grandmaster. You're just a 6th-level martial king, yet you want to destroy this avatar of mine. You're just daydreaming." The blade energy and blood claw collided in midair, creating chilling, crackling sounds. After a while, both dissipated. The main character praised. "Oh, not bad. You actually have some strength." Cheng Ruoxiu, pretending to be fierce, said, "Haha, Ling Jianshen, are you scared now? My master is the vice leader of the Blood God sect, and will soon ascend to the position of sect leader. What are you? You dare challenge my master?" The avatar arrogantly said. "Disciple, step aside and watch me cripple this Ling Jianshen. Cut off his limbs, and leave him with just enough strength for you to do whatever you want." Cheng Ruoxiu happily clasped her hands. "Thank you, master." Ling Jianshen held Duanjun upright in front of him, activating his spiritual power. "You still think you can eat me? Fine, I'll open your eyes." When he gathered all his strength, immense energy burst from his body, shooting straight into the sky. The power of annihilation erupted. The avatar screamed. "What? Why did this guy's strength suddenly increase so much?" Zhang Ruoxiu shouted from behind. "Master, don't let him have the chance to use his trump card. Quickly destroy him." His fingers curled into claws. "Don't worry. Even if this brat has more tricks, he's definitely dead today." The blood claw struck out, confronting the power of annihilation. Blood God extinction heaven hand. The main character's voice was neither fast nor slow. "Let's end this here." His eyes sharpened. Heaven and earth without limit. Chaos as the apex. The blade energy was like mountains collapsing and seas overturning, unleashing the first stance of the limitless blade art. Blade slices the 100 heroes. Inside the Blood God sect's branch, the Rocky Mountains shook violently, and flames raged in the area. The avatar was hit, spewing blood from his mouth, and was utterly wrecked. "Ah!" Cheng Ruoxiu quickly dodged the flying rubble. "Are you kidding me? Although this is just one of Master's avatars, it still has the strength of a martial emperor. Can Ling Jianshen really defeat him?" The main character was as mighty as a god. "Oh, is that all a martial emperor is? How laughable." The avatar's hand reached out from the rubble. "No, impossible," he angrily roared. "What kind of technique are you using? How can it destroy my avatar?" The main character instantly appeared in front of him, his voice cold. "You're not worthy to know." He slashed down with his blade. The avatar quickly dodged. "Damn it," Cheng Ruoxiu caught his collapsing body. "Master, what's wrong?" The avatar instructed her. "Disciple, this little brat is too strange. My avatar's energy is almost exhausted, and I'm no match for him. Next, I will use a secret technique to hold him back. You must leave immediately." Cheng Ruoxiu wanted to say something, but the avatar interrupted. "You're not his match yet. Don't get worked up right now. Ling Jianshen will definitely represent the Nine-Sword sect in the heavenly stage." Gathering, his eyes glanced towards the main character. "I've arranged everything. When the heavenly stage gathering arrives, you will personally chop down Ling Jianshen. Wouldn't that be a better feeling of revenge?" After thinking for a while, she replied, "Okay, disciple will listen to you." The avatar raised both hands and shouted, "Mysterious art of no direction." A giant blood hand reached down from the magic formation above his head. Cheng Ruoxiu summoned her blood scale and prepared to flee. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say, "Ling Jianshen, my master is in seclusion today, so I can only send a wisp of my true essence to help you escape this calamity.
When we meet again at the Starry Sky tournament, I will definitely make you kneel before me and repent in agony. The male lead chases after her. You think you can escape in your dreams. The doppelganger rushes out to block his path. Kid, stop right there. The male lead uses shadowless bloodstep, easily bypassing him. You can't stop me! The doppelganger shouts. Not good, disciple. Be careful. The blood shroud gradually surrounds Cheng Ruoxu. It's too late, Ling Jianshen. I'm about to leave. Ling Jianshen unleashes the Tao without end, which hasn't fully formed. Golden Dao energy rumbles as it strikes, tearing apart the blood shroud, penetrating deep inside. The blood cocoon has already enveloped Cheng Ruoxu's head. The Tao energy is only separated from her by a thin membrane. Cheng Ruoxu's eyes widen. What? A booming explosion echoes with her sharp, piercing voice. HMPH. Ling Jianshen, just you wait. I will definitely kill you. The male lead shields himself from the spreading dust. Looking at the empty space before him, he says in a deep voice. HMPH. Lucky her. I'll let you escape this time, but next time at the Heavenly Stairway gathering I'll definitely beat you down. A doppelganger dares to look down on and bully my disciple. You're really daydreaming. Ruoxu is a saintly demonic spiritual body. If she ignores everything and starts devouring, her cultivation speed will be terrifying. You should cherish your last few months. Light golden pupils shift to his eyes, summoning his divine sense. You didn't run, and you even dare to appear before me. Perfect timing since Cheng Ruoxu escaped, so I'll use your doppelganger to consecrate my blade. The doppelganger bursts into laughter. Use me to consecrate your blade, haha, Ling Jianshen. Are you still dreaming? At least I'm still a martial emperor doppelganger. Even if I can't beat you, you can't stop me from escaping. The male lead points his blade directly at him. Ha, I don't think so, he says coldly. Cage of Annihilation, seal. A four-sided, sturdy cage crashes down. The doppelganger panics. What? What is this? I can't sense my main body. I can't even disperse this doppelganger, Ling Jianshen says coldly. Since Cheng Ruoxu escaped, then you as her master can taste a little suffering for her. He releases dense blood energy. The eternal devouring demonic body engulfs the doppelganger. The doppelganger screams, no. The male lead's expression remains unchanged. He flicks his hand, retracting the pressure. It's a pity this martial emperor doppelganger consumed too much power fighting me, otherwise it would have been enough for me to break through to martial king realm 9th layer. Now I'm stuck at martial king realm 7th layer. He looks at the devouring power on his hand, thinking. But this is good enough for now. Adding the combat power of the eternal devouring demonic body, my current strength is enough to kill a martial sect 6th layer expert. He uses his movement technique to leave. The matter here is settled. I should gather with the other disciples and return. The cave behind him collapses with a rumble. The sect leader and Qilao's expressions are extremely tense. The disciples below ask each other, who are we waiting for? The sect master and the #1 supreme elder are personally welcoming them. You still don't know, Ling Jianshen killed the 4 great warlords of the blood god sect, achieving great merit. The sect master and the #1 supreme elder are waiting for him. Some people now know the news, hearing it like a bolt from the blue. Dude, the warlords of the blood god sect are all martial sects. Ling Jianshen is only a martial king. How did he do that? A ray of golden light descends on 9 Swords Sect Square. It's Ling Jianshen, no mistake. He clasps his hands and report. Greetings, sect master. Ling Jianshen did not fail to meet your expectations, and cleared the remnants of the blood god sect on Qingyun Mountain. The disciples who participated in the mission land behind him one by one. They kneel down, respectfully. Greetings, sect master. Your disciples did not fail to meet your expectations, and cleared the remnants of the blood god sect on Qingyun Mountain. The sect master tells them to stand up. Good. Very good, he praises. This time you have eliminated the remnants of the blood god sect. A great merit. He points to the sword pool on the nearby mountaintop. This sect master has decided that all disciples participating in this mission will be rewarded with 10,000 holy stars, and all of you will have a chance to enter the sword pool for baptism. Those people are so happy they are about to cry. The sword pool is the sacred cultivation ground of 9 Swords Sect, located in the center of the spiritual veins. Only core disciples could cultivate there before. We all owe it to Ling Jianshen. They also shout, Thank you, sect master. Long live sect master. The sect master pats the male lead's shoulder. Ling Jianshen. You are the greatest contributor to this mission. Therefore, this sect master has decided that in addition to the opportunity to enter the sword pool for baptism, you will be given the qualification to enter the sword seed once. The male lead's eyes light up. Thank you, sect master, he thinks. The sword seed is the central forbidden area of Nine Swords sect. It is where the experts from the elder Huangjian and above of Nine Swords sect throughout the ages are buried. It is even said that there are martial emperor realm powerhouses buried there, and there are many opportunities inside.